This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Same Face. In March 2207, in the building of the Biological Research Institute of City A, Ran stood by the window on the third floor, looking at the hazy sky through the glass. She could not remember the last time she saw the blue sky. The air was filled with fine haze, completely blocking the blue sky above her head. Despite wearing a protective mask every day, she still felt her lungs were heavy and turbid. She vaguely remembered the lines from her childhood textbook, "Spring is coming. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. The east wind is coming. And the footsteps of spring are approaching." Everything seems to have just woken up, opening its eyes happily. Now it seems that the plants have not really woken up, except for those that stubbornly poked out of the grass. Everything else is still in hibernation. Ran even began to think. A few years later, these plants may also disappear in the torrent of history. Just as she was in a daze, a woman's voice came from behind her. There was another earthquake in Nan County. This is the third time this week. Ran, do you think the frequency of earthquakes is too high recently? She turned around and saw a round-faced girl with short hair. She was Lou Ran, who was in charge of logistics in the office. She was a well-behaved and honest girl who was almost dull. Not just recently. Ran looked at the haze-filled sky and said, "The fires in South America, the sinkholes in the Northeast, and the high temperature of 42 degrees in Zishuangbana in 1 month. This is no longer a good era." Lou Ran responded in a low voice, "It will get better." "Will it get better?" Ran smiled secretly in her heart. She was not a pessimist. But judging from the current state of the earth, the crust is already active in many places. And this activity may be the beginning of decline. Ran, it's time to get off work. Aren't you going home? I want to wait a little longer. Professor Chung and senior brother are still in the lab. Ran smiled at her. You go first. After Lou Ran left, Ran waited for another hour. Seeing that it was getting dark, they still hadn't come out. They must be conducting a complicated experiment. She casually put her personal belongings into her backpack and swiped her card to leave. As soon as she entered the elevator, she saw a security guard running towards her in a hurry. Ran helped him press the elevator. Are you in a hurry to go down? Yes, something happened downstairs. Something happened? Ran frowned. Are the relatives of the hospital here to make trouble again? No, 2 strange people came downstairs. They were madly trying to break in. After the elevator reached the first floor, the security guard rushed to the door like an arrow from a string. There were already more than a dozen security guards outside the door. The atmosphere was solemn, and the tension was suffocating. Among them were the 2 people the security guard mentioned. A young man and woman, at most in their early 30s, ragged, pale, standing outside the door like a wandering soul. The woman hung her head, looking dazed. The man tightly grasped the hand of a security guard, pointing excitedly to the top of his head and explaining, "We came from there." A group of security guards burst into laughter. From the sky? Are you kidding? The veins on the man's neck bulged. We are not lying. We want to see Director Zhang. There is no Director Zhang here. The man was stunned. How could there be no Director Zhang? He was transferred from the capital to be in charge of the Research Institute project. It getting more and more outrageous. Go. These 2 people don't even have a chip. The security guard began to get impatient and drove them away with an invisible electric baton. However, the man and woman were like fools, seeing the light in their hands. They had no intention of avoiding it until they were hit by the electric arc. Then they screamed and fell to the ground. The woman, who was originally weak and dazed, suddenly raised her head and shouted, "His name is Zhang Yusai. His name is Zhang Yusai." This exclamation made everyone stunned. It was not because of the Zhang Yusai she mentioned, but her face was exactly the same as Ran. Whether it was the face shape, eyebrows, eyes, mouth and nose, the similarity between the 2 was almost 90%. And the missing 10% was just because of the age difference between the 2. Ran was in her early 20s, and the crazy woman looked close to 30. The moment the 2 looked at each other, it was as if their past and present lives overlapped. "Ms. Gu, is this your relative?" The security guard also seemed a little surprised. Ran approached the woman, but the woman took 2 steps back in astonishment. Just as they looked at each other, the man who had shouted to go in ran to the institute, and the security guards rushed over. The originally noisy scene outside the door was suddenly left with only Ran and the crazy woman. The crazy woman stretched out her hand to test Ran's face. And after touching it, she quickly retracted her hand, as if she had been electrocuted. The moment the two people's eyes met, Ran felt a strange sadness in her heart, which was obviously the feeling brought by the woman opposite. Could it be that the two people's emotions can really communicate? Ran was confused and whispered, "Who are you?" "Looking for Zhang Yucheng." "I'm looking for Zhang Yucai." The woman kept muttering the name. Hearing this name, Ran suddenly remembered something, as if she had seen this name somewhere, either in a book or in other people's conversations. Before she could figure it out, she heard the security guards talking behind her. "Hurry. Hold on. Don't let this lunatic run away. He's not even afraid of the electric baton. Send her to the mental hospital." And the woman at the door. The woman had no reaction to these voices, staring blankly at Ran's eyes. Her dry lips moved slightly. Zhang Yucai. Ran's heart suddenly ached, as if pierced by a steel needle. She keenly realized that the similarity between the two was not a coincidence. There must be some kind of connection. So, she quickly held the woman's hand. "Come with me. I take you to find Zhang Yucai." Ran ran forward. The woman's footsteps paused for a moment, and then she followed closely behind. Ran took her hand, and rushed all the way to the parking area. When there was no one around, he quickly stuffed the woman into the back seat, and then started the solar car. The woman curled up, shivering constantly in the back seat, still mumbling that name. Ran asked her through the rearview mirror, "What your name?" The woman did not respond. She didn't even raise her eyelids. Ran asked again, "Are you from City A?" However, she remained silent, and her body trembled constantly, as if she was trapped in a hood. Ran shook her head and said, "Come home with me first. The Biological Research Institute is a confidential unit, and the staff dormitories are equipped with monitoring equipment, and Ran Place is no exception." Therefore, she chose to go to the abandoned old house on the outskirts of the city. Chapter 2. Do I have twin sisters? The old house of the Gu family is still the legacy of my grandfather's generation. It is a small country villa with a history of hundreds of years. There are almost no other houses within 10 miles. The transportation is very inconvenient. But for my grandfather's work needs, this place is very suitable. My grandfather is an old-school writer. Unlike the young people's wild imagination and multidimensional thinking, he sticks to the previous themes and concepts. It is conceivable that as time goes by, he was soon eliminated by reality. Since he turned 40, he has never published a book. So, he fell into decadence and regret, and after trying to cheer up, he fell into the vicious cycle of decadence again. In Ran's impression, Grandpa was always in a state of confusion, drunken, with his rough hand slapping his head, just like a heavy bare paw, which might hit him at any time, making people feel hesitant. At such times, Grandpa always glanced at her with disgust, and then sighed quietly. Ran guessed that perhaps it was because she was not a boy that the Gu family had no successor. This feeling always followed her when she went home to visit her relatives during holidays. Until she was 10 years old. Her grandfather suddenly passed away. On the way home to attend the funeral, Ran also breathed a sigh of relief and grief, thinking that the old-fashioned and stubborn grandfather would never hate her again. Along the way, she glanced at the woman curled up in the back seat from time to time. Occasionally, I would say a few words of comfort. Although the old house is a bit desolate, it is very safe. People like you who don't have a chip have no choice. The chip is an identification tool of this era. It is implanted in the arm through a nanotechnology from birth. In addition to identity identification, the chip also has multiple functions such as file extraction, itinerary recording, and communication. Of course, individuals can also choose to hide certain functions. Everyone in this era is equipped with a chip, except for wanted criminals and illegal residents. What kind of woman in the back seat is this? Ran wondered in her heart. She drove very fast, pressing the fastest button repeatedly. The car chose the most suitable route through the intelligent navigation system, and cleverly avoided the congested area. When she rushed into the abandoned villa, the woman was already lying on the back seat, and it was impossible to tell whether she was unconscious or asleep. Ran dragged her to the living room on the first floor, threw her on the dusty sofa, and then looked down at her. The woman's slightly furrowed brows seemed to leave fine crow feet on her forehead and eyes. Ran unconsciously touched her forehead, wondering if she would have such wrinkles in 10 years. She looked at the woman carefully. A pair of tightly closed eyes were hidden under her slightly thick eyebrows. Ran knew that once those eyes opened, they would be gentle and bright, and they would definitely be the most attractive part of her face. Looking down, it looked ordinary, and the bridge of her nose was slightly sunken. The lips are a little thin, but it is precisely because of those eyes that the whole person is vivid, as if a pair of eyes saved a face. They are really exactly the same, especially the right side of the neck, the dark red mole. Ran touched the position of her neck and felt a little incredible. She had the illusion of looking in the mirror and understood some mysterious coincidences in biological inheritance. However, the similarity between moles and birthmarks is definitely not a simple coincidence. She is sure that there must be a blood relationship between the two. Driven by this thought, Ran walked into the next room, put on AR glasses, and called her parents. Both parents are freelancers, stay at home most of the time, so the phone was picked up after 2 rings. In the picture, the father is sitting in the study, looking at her in surprise. Ran? Where are you? Why is it so dark behind? Dad, I'm not at home. Ran asked directly. When you and Mom were young, have you ever had other children? Or, do I have twin sisters? Father Gu was puzzled. What are you talking about? Of course not, we only have you as a daughter. Really? Ran stared at the camera, observing the flicker and uneasiness in his father's eyes. But Father Gu's expression was very firm, with no sign of lying. Of course not. Ran, why are you asking these questions? Ran was silent for a moment, hesitating whether to tell the truth. Finally, after a few seconds, she decided to hide it. Dad, it okay. I just met someone who looks like me on the road today, and I couldn't help asking. After the father and daughter exchanged a few words, they hung up the phone. Ran took off her AR glasses, sighed softly, and suddenly realized that she didn't really believe her father's words. That day, she stayed in the old house for a long time, and the woman still didn't wake up, and seemed to be sleeping soundly. I don't know how long it will take for her to wake up. I heard from my colleagues that the man who broke into the institute has been sent to the hospital and has become a mental patient. In the evening, Ran put on her AR glasses again and searched for nursing services online, setting the keywords as strong and agile. She was also worried that the woman would run away. After all, her origins were unknown. The price of qualified nursing care was extremely high, and the most expensive thing in this era was labor. Ran thought about her pitiful account balance and it took a lot of effort. Finally, she found an AI nanny for rent at a special price in an artificial intelligence company. This AI nanny is indeed much cheaper, but its appearance is a bit crude. It is a dark, ugly and sturdy man. I hope it will not scare the woman. She thought so while placing the order. The AI nanny arrived at the old house within an hour after placing the order. The artificial intelligence company had already set up the program according to her needs. Its job responsibilities mainly include 3 points: taking care of the woman, perform simple disease treatment, and prevent her from escaping. When Ran saw the AI nanny start working, she turned around and left the house. She sat in the car, staring at the direction of the gate, and was in a daze for a long time before starting the car and leaving. In the next 2 days, Ran kept checking the situation of the old house during work. There was no surveillance installed in the old house, so what she saw was only the perspective of the AI nanny. On the first day, the AI nanny worked seriously and cleaned up an empty room on the 2nd floor. He carried the woman up, treated her external wounds, and found a set of clothes for her to change. As for food, it was all liquid food ordered by Ran from the city, fed to her 3 times a day by the AI nanny, to support her necessary body functions. The next morning, when Ran checked again, he found that the woman had woken up. She stared at the AI robot in panic, her eyes full of fear, and even retreated repeatedly to escape. The robot was very diligent. Whenever she approached the door or window, she was always pulled back in time. It seemed that she was very afraid of AI. Perhaps the robot appearance frightened her. What else could she do? This special AI nanny did not allow for selection. Therefore, Ran did not pay much attention. After a simple wash, she went to the research institute to help Professor Chung with several pathological tests. It was expected to be another busy day. She had no idea that just 3 hours later, the scene on the surveillance screen stunned her. In the screen, the AI arm was empty, and there was nothing below the elbow. Chapter 3: The Violent Woman. Ran was surprised by the scene in front of her. Such a strong AI robot could be hurt. What did the woman do to it? She stared at the camera for a long time, finally saw clearly that the woman was holding a sharp knife in her hand, curled up in a corner, looking at this side vigilantly. Ran's heart tightened. Although the rental of the special AI was relatively reasonable, if it caused any harm, she would face high compensation. I'm afraid that a month allowance is not enough to cover it. In desperation, Ran immediately asked for leave and drove to the old house in a hurry. On the way, she checked the camera again and warned the crazy woman to stop immediately, otherwise the consequences would not be as simple as compensation. Ran gritted her teeth, pressed the accelerator, and the speed of the car soared instantly, and she kept thinking about the violent behavior of the woman who actually attacked the robot. Decades ago, when AI robots first appeared, there have been cases of violent customers harming robots. At first, society did not pay much attention to this, and many people believed that robots were not real life forms. But as the incidents occurred more and more frequently, it triggered a strong protest from an organization called AI Protection. They believe that although AI was created by humans, it has human thinking and behavior patterns built into it, so it should enjoy the same human rights as humans, rather than being exploited by those perverts and becoming a tragic victim. This incident continued to ferment. At its worst, the internet was almost paralyzed, and the perpetrator was even exposed by the entire network, causing a murder. The perpetrator was hung on the city iconic building, and below him were AI limbs all over the ground. The scene was extremely horrifying. Finally, under everyone's strong appeal, the AI protection law was finally formulated. All customers who rented AI robots were required to sign a protection agreement and promise to return them in full. This made Ran more and more uneasy. The little money left in her bank card was not enough to pay the high compensation. What more, this incident is very likely to put her in jail. When Ran rushed to the old house, there was a violent movement inside. An unknown black shadow rushed to the window, and then, with a bang, the glass shattered into pieces. Then, the door was shaken violently, as if someone was pulling desperately inside. Ran frowned, and went to open the fingerprint lock. This lock has been used for many years. The reaction was also very slow, and it took 10 seconds to recognize it. During these 10 seconds, there were 2 violent collisions inside. Finally, she opened the door and looked at the scene inside in astonishment. A strange woman stood vigilantly at the stairs, holding a chair high in her hand, and the injured AI man had a blank expression on his face, habitually trying to pull her back. The AI program instinctively took care of her, including treatment and preventing her from escaping, so it would not resist at all, just blindly carrying out the task. Ran was afraid that the person would run away, so he quickly closed the door and stared coldly at the strange woman, tried to hit it again. The woman didn't know whether she didn't understand or she was not afraid at all. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she stared at Ran, and after just a few seconds, she actually used the chair to hit the AI strongman again. The wooden chair hit the AI strongman head hard, and it broke with a sound, and the ground was full of wood blocks and sawdust. But the strongman still had an indifferent expression, and stretched out his hand to make a grabbing motion. The woman turned around and ran into the kitchen in fear. After a moment, she came out with a rusty axe in her hand, like a bloodthirsty demon. At this time, Ran's heartbeat accelerated, and there was only one thought in her mind: if she continued to smash like this, it would cause more serious damage, and she would lose everything. Even if she could barely compensate, the lost reputation would make her travel extremely inconvenient in the future. So, she quickly picked up a broken chair leg and quietly approached the woman. The moment she raised the axe, he struck her hard on the back of her neck. The woman seemed stunned, standing there blankly, holding the axe. After a moment, the axe fell to the ground with a bang. Her legs softened, and she fell heavily. Ran quickly walked forward to check, and found that she had no external injuries, but was just temporarily unconscious. The AI man with the broken arm had already walked forward by inertia, picked up the woman and walked to the second floor. Ran followed closely, and saw the AI man cover her with the blanket, wipe her face with a wet towel, and then feed her liquid food. Ran felt uneasy, and found a rope to tie her up, and then wanted to call the police. But at the moment of calling the police, she gave up the idea. She leaned down, stared at the woman, and whispered, "I let you go this time, purely because of your face. What if you were my relative?" At present, she faced 2 problems. One was to solve the problem of AI injury, and the other was to find out the woman's background. Of the 2, the former was more important, seeing that she had only rented the AI for a week, and there were only 2 days left before the return deadline. How should she deal with the broken arm? Ran Ran felt a sharp pain in her head, and she tried desperately to find someone who had experience in repairing AI. Thanks to her smart brain, she finally thought of a way. That is a high school classmate of her best friend Chiyoyu. Chiyoyu is her childhood friend. They used to live in the same neighborhood. But later Chiyoyu's father moved to another city due to business failure. This naturally affected her studies. Chiyoyu, who had excellent grades, was only admitted to a social welfare university. After graduation, she worked in a library. Chiyoyu once mentioned that her high school classmate Lu had superb skills. When he grew up, he opened an artificial intelligence repair shop, and his business was booming. Now this sentence reappeared, and Ran Ran's eyes lit up. I quickly contacted Chiyoyu and told her the situation. Chiyoyu agreed immediately, saying that she would let Lu contact her later. At the same time, she expressed her doubts about Ran Ran's situation. Where are you? Why is the room so dark? Ran Ran was about to explain. But suddenly, she heard a sound from the second floor. She hurriedly said, I talk to you when I come back. I have something to do. So I hang up first. Don't forget to contact me. This time it was just a false alarm. It was just that the AI strongman arm was damaged, and the cup was broken. It nothing serious. Ran Ran looked at its miserable state, put his hands together, and said softly, sorry. But the AI man just mechanically responded, what instructions? Ran Ran laughed at himself. If humans could be as uncomplaining as AI robots, then all contradictions would not exist. That night, Chiyoyu's classmate arrived quickly. He was a dark-skinned, honest-looking young man. He saw the robot that had stopped after Ran Ran pressed the stop button, and was slightly surprised. Did you do it? Chapter 4 It easy to get it. Ran Ran shook his head reflexively, and then realized that he couldn't expose the woman. I rented this place to clean the house, but there is a lawn mower in the backyard, and it accidentally became like this. This excuse is reasonable, so Lu Hao's expression looks normal. You are too careless. Let me see if there is a solution. By the way, my name is Lu Hao, he added. Ran Ran smiled lightly. I think this name has some ancient charm. Honest means to carry virtue. Honest means to carry things. It seems to be the name her grandfather likes. Hello, I'm Ran Ran. I go get you a glass of water, she said. When she came back with the water, Lu Hao had already checked the wound, and said seriously, fortunately, the wound is flat, and the location is not important. As long as the induction line is connected, and the stump is connected, it won't be a big problem. Can you tell from the appearance? Ran Ran asked. I mean, will the AI company check it? If your credit is good and there is nothing special about your appearance, they probably won't check it so carefully. Besides, I will use repair paint to fix it. Lu Hao comforted her. Don't worry. At this time, Ran Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief, watched him repairing it, and handed him tools from time to time. After 2 hours of hard work, the robot was finally restored to its original state. Ran Ran was very happy, and wanted to treat him to a meal, but Lu Hao refused. Forget about it today. I have to rush back to the repair shop. I just received a message from a customer, and there is an urgent job. Ran Ran sent him away, and watched the car disappear into the darkness. A gust of night wind blew, mixed with fine sand, brushing Ran Ran's face, which reminded her of her childhood memories. At that time, the plants in the yard had become difficult to grow. The stubborn grandfather always fertilized and cultivated the soil again and again. Trying various seeds, I took great pains to create a sparse little garden. When the night wind blew, the air was filled with the smell of fertilizer and the fragrance of plants. The young Ran Ran was very tired of the smell, but now he actually began to miss it. After all, it was a vibrant smell, which was in sharp contrast to the bare sand now, which only brought endless desolation. Ran Ran stood quietly in the yard for a long time, before returning to the second floor. The woman was still in a coma. Ran Ran looked down, and happened to see her lips moving slightly, mumbling, Zhang Yusai. In the silent room, her voice was particularly clear, like a needle piercing her scalp. Ran Ran suddenly realized that the name seemed familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere in the institute. The scene of her conversation with someone began to emerge in her mind. She had heard the name before, but she could not remember the scene at that time. Ran Ran fell into deep thought, and decided to go to the research institute the next day to find out. That night, Ran Ran was afraid that the woman would have a stress reaction after waking up. So he set the program to let the AI strongman charge. And he dragged a recliner to the side, covered himself with a thin blanket, and began to doze off. That night, the woman was very quiet, except for occasional mumbling and slight snoring. There was no other movement. Ran was half asleep and half awake, and glanced at her. In the dark night, the outline of the woman was blurred. There was a sense of danger. When it was almost dawn, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, looked around in horror, wanted to struggle but couldn't get up. After all, she was tied up by Ran. Her struggle made her more painful, but she kept holding back and didn't scream, obviously afraid of attracting the AI strongman. Ran said quietly in the corner, "Don't struggle, you asked for it." The woman heard a voice coming from behind, although she couldn't see the figure, but she felt that the voice was very familiar. It was quiet in an instant. Ran walked forward and stopped at the end of the bed. "Listen, I don't care if you can understand or not. I rented that robot to take care of you. If you make trouble again, you will die. In addition, I will find a way to find Zhang Yucai for you." When the woman heard Zhang Yucai, she made a weak sound in her throat, and finally, she quietly closed her eyes and said him softly. Ran breathed a sigh of relief. I know that what she just said should have been heard. So she went downstairs, restarted the AI strongman program, and walked out the door. When she arrived at the institute office, Lu Ran stood up from behind the table. Ran. You are finally here. Professor Chung asked you to go to the back. What the matter? Ran asked. I don't know. Maybe because you suddenly asked for leave yesterday. Lu Ran whispered, and lip-synced. Maybe you wish me the best. Professor Chung is a kind elder who doesn't care much about the trivialities of life. After working for more than 40 years, he still lives in a 2-bedroom apartment assigned by the company, which is very inconsistent with his current status. He has always been unkempt, always wearing old work clothes, with messy hair, and his eyes behind the glasses are often bloodshot, but they flash with an extremely hot light during heated discussions. He is obsessed with academic research, even to the point of obsession. People in the team frequently work overtime, and staying up late has become the norm. Although he usually has a very good temper, however, he often argued with others over academic issues. But he was very strict in managing interns and researchers, so everyone respected and feared him. Ran was the same. She realized that she felt guilty for not completing her work yesterday, so she lowered her head and walked into the office quickly, intending to apologize sincerely first. Teacher, yesterday. Before she finished her words, Professor Chung interrupted her. Xiao Gu, I asked you to come here today because there is something important. What is it? Ran asked nervously. Go to the archives room, collect the blood data of patients with bone diseases in the pathology hospital in the past 5 years, compare the changes in various indicators, and send them to me before get off work today. Ran eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. Okay. Xiao Gu, these data are very important. Keep an eye on them. Don't worry, teacher, I will hurry up and finish them. Ran said without hesitation. She was happy in her heart, looking for him in her dreams for thousands of times, and it was all worth it. Professor Chung did not blame her, but gave her the opportunity to go to the archives room, which was a great thing. Chapter 5 200 Years of Death. In the following days, she spent all day in the archives sorting out materials. Today, data management system is very advanced, and patient information can be easily integrated and extracted. However, most of the indicators provided by Professor Chung this time have not been tested in the past 5 years, so she had to run between different departments to obtain the original samples in the archives for comparison. This work was tedious and time-consuming, and Ran didn't even have time for lunch. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that she finally completed all the tasks. She looked up at Sister Luo, the administrator of the archives room, and hesitated about how to start. Xiao Gu, have you sorted out the information? Sister Luo yawned and began to greet. It's time for you to get off work. Right? Young people should go out more often, make more boyfriends, and don't bury their heads in work all day. Otherwise they will be like my husband, always quarreling with me. Speaking of quarrels, Ran suddenly remembered something. When she reported to the institute on her first day, it seemed that she saw Sister Luo arguing with a strange man at the door of the archive room. Although it had been a long time, and her memory was a little fuzzy. Sister Luo, I remember that on the day I reported for duty, you had an argument with a strange man? Ran asked tentatively. That man was not my husband, Sister Luo said with a smile. He was only in his 20s, and came to check his grandfather's historical archives. I was busy at the time, and I was delayed for a while, so he argued with me for a few words. Ran was shocked. Oh, Right. It seems that the person he is looking for is a Zhang. Yes. The person he is looking for is Zhang Yucai, the former director of our institute. Sister Luo has a good memory. It is very troublesome to be a civil servant nowadays. You have to investigate relatives within 5 generations. Ren heart was beating wildly. Does our institute have such a director? I have never heard of it before. I also found out after I checked it at that time. He was the first director of the institute after its establishment. He has been dead for 200 years. Ren asked anxiously, "Can I know what he looks like?" Sister Luo handed her the file without any precautions. Ren stared at the strange and old photo in the file, which was hard to understand. It showed that Zhang Yucai was diagnosed with cancer 6 months after he came to work at the institute, and died not long after. This discovery surprised and confused her. There is indeed such a person named Zhang Yucai, but he has been dead for 200 years. What does this have to do with that mysterious crazy woman? Finally, taking advantage of Sister Luo's opportunity to pour water, Ran quietly took a photo of Zhang Yucai information with her watch. Then, she left the archives room. When she returned to her grandfather's house at night, she suddenly felt something was wrong. In the dim environment, it seemed that there was a spectator peeping in the dark, which made her shudder. She looked up and around, and suddenly found that the mysterious woman was standing in front of the window on the 2nd floor. The moment their eyes met, the woman quickly closed the curtains. Ran shook her head and walked into the house, and went straight to the 2nd floor. The woman sat at the head of the bed with her head down, and seemed to have nothing to do with the peeping just now. Ran took out his watch, and called up the photos he had taken. "Is this the person you are looking for?" The woman stared at the floating shadow of the photo, and went forward to grab it in surprise, but retreated in midair, her eyes full of excitement. Zhang Yucai. Yes, his name is indeed Zhang Yucai, still the first director of our institute. As you said, he was sent from the capital at first, but he has died for 200 years. How can you know him? Ran frowned, staring at the strange woman in front of me. Under her forced questioning, the woman took 2 steps back. The expression became stunned. Impossible. Ran asked helplessly, "Who are you? Why do we look exactly the same?" Women are speechless. Her expression became more and more terrified, and she gradually stepped back. After a minute of stalemate, she closed her eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. Ran took a look and was surprised to find that she had fainted again. She shook her head, took out the syringe and other tools she had prepared in advance from her bag, extracted a tube of the woman's blood, and then put the sample into her bag. Even if she was crazy, at least she could always find a way to get to the bottom of it. DNA comparison is the simplest and most accurate method, isn't it? The next morning, the weather was gloomy and the fog was thick. Ran went downstairs with a backpack on his back. The car was parked in the garage. The garage door was not closed tightly last night, and it was full of dead leaves and dust. Ran spent 2 minutes to let the self-cleaning process complete, before starting the car and driving to the institute. However, there was a problem with the car today. Just after driving for a few minutes, smoke came out from the front of the car. Ran got out of the car to check, and found that it was overheated due to lack of coolant. This problem was easy to solve. She took out the coolant from the trunk, poured it into a container, and it was done. After packing up, Ran wiped her hands and continued on her way. But when she walked into the laboratory, she found something was wrong. The blood sample disappeared mysteriously, and she couldn't find it no matter how hard she looked. She clearly remembered that after taking blood yesterday, she put the sample in her bag. She even checked it before leaving this morning. How could it disappear? She was sure that she had not met anyone, and her bag had not left. No, the car broke down on the way, and she got off to deal with it. Could it be that the sample fell during those few minutes? Who would steal this thing? Ran was puzzled. At this time, she heard about something related to the crazy woman. The man who broke into the institute and was sent to a mental hospital suddenly disappeared this morning. He disappeared inexplicably, and there was no trace of him in the surveillance video. As if avoiding all cameras, he left the mental hospital from a blind spot. So Ran connected the two things and wondered if the man had stolen the sample for some reason? If so, he would definitely not stop there, and would definitely take the mysterious woman away next. So Ran immediately remotely controlled the AI robot and added defensive measures. Sure enough, when she returned home that evening, she found some strange traces outside the door. A series of messy footprints, as well as a dent somewhere in the gate and damage to the guardrail. There is no surveillance security system installed here, and this special robot also lacks intelligent interactive functions. Apart from these, Ran didn't know what happened. She tried to ask the crazy woman, but the woman seemed at a loss, and was confused by Ran words. The more this happened, the more Ran felt that the secret must be hidden in the woman's DNA sample. So, she took the sample again while the woman was asleep. This time she carefully put the sample into her pocket and decided to take the bus to the institute the next day. Cars may have accidents every day, but buses will never have accidents. Right? She didn't believe that the man would steal things in public. Chapter 6 Weird DNA Test Results. Ran's grandfather lives in the suburbs. There is only one bus going to and from the city. A few elderly people got on the bus, yes. When you are old, you really prefer to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the city and live a simple and peaceful life. When the bus was halfway through, a few more passengers got on. When Ran saw the last man get on the bus, she could hardly believe her eyes. The man came over panting, he held the handrail tightly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sat down next to Ran. "Dad? Why are you here?" Ran asked in surprise. "Shouldn't you be at work at this time?" Father Good is a manager in a high-energy consuming factory. He goes out early, and comes back late every day, and often works overtime. Even having a meal together at home has become a luxury. Ran hasn't seen him for half a month. A colleague had an accident at home last night. "I came to see," Father Good said gently. Ran, you haven't been home for a long time?" "This weekend, Professor Chung said that we will be given 2 days off after this phase of work is completed." The two chatted for a while. From work to daily life, the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. The boring journey became much faster because of this. Just when they were about to reach the destination, Ran grabbed her backpack and prepared to get off the bus, unexpectedly. The strap of the bag was hung on the back of the chair. She pulled hard. The things in the bag were scattered all over the floor. The bottle containing the blood sample was even broken into several pieces. The buses of this era are all driverless. The routes and times are fixed. Even the time of opening and closing the doors is unchanged. If you miss it, you can only wait until the next stop to get off. Ran was busy picking up things. Father Go also helped to pull off the backpack straps. After a period of panic, finally got off the bus before the door closed. Ran looked at the bus that was gradually going away, with mixed feelings in his heart. Is his luck so bad? The blood sample was not well protected. She dragged her heavy steps towards the research institute, with mixed feelings in her heart. Just when she reached the door, Ran suddenly stopped. Just now, her father seemed to be acting abnormally. He did not ask why he was on that bus, nor did he question the existence of the blood sample. It seemed that he knew everything but did not want to ask more. She looked back. The bus had long disappeared. Ran eyes lingered for a long time, before slowly walking into the unit. Start today work. In the next few days, strange things continued to happen. Ran could always feel the secret surveillance and tracking. Although the other party did not do anything out of the ordinary, the feeling of being spied on always lingered in her heart. To be cautious, she did not return to the old house, and extended the service time of the AI robot, trying to protect the mysterious woman in this way. Finally one day, the person in the dark could not help it, and broke into the yard of the old house again. After receiving the alarm, Ran immediately turned on the surveillance. Yes, she secretly installed the surveillance last week. After seeing the man in the picture, Ran felt sad. It was not good to have a guess in her heart confirmed. That man turned out to be her father. Apparently he had been following her for a long time. She watched silently. Her father's hand reached out to the door, and then quickly retracted, as if he had been electrocuted. Ran shook her head. She had tampered with the door herself, installing a sharp invisible needle, so that her father had been stabbed. Then, a piercing alarm sounded from the door. Her father seemed frightened, and he quickly retreated and drove away from the old house. What secrets were hidden in this? Ran's mind flashed with a series of words, such as illegitimate daughter and family crisis. All the previous coincidences seemed to have a new explanation at this time, which was all intentional by her father. Ran out of the door quickly, started the car, and rushed back to the old house as soon as possible. He extracted the blood on the needle tip, and found the mysterious woman with a dazed look on her face, and also extracted her blood and his own blood. These 3 samples were sent to the research institute as soon as possible. In order to keep it secret, Ran avoided everyone and entered the laboratory alone, preparing to test it himself. During this process, Ran thoughts flew, and he thought of countless possibilities. Perhaps this mysterious woman was the daughter born to his father before, or maybe they were twin sisters. And their seemingly different ages were just due to differences in life experiences. Both possibilities were extremely unfamiliar to her, and she did not have the extra energy to think about whether she could accept them. She was in a state of intense and uneasy emotions. Nowadays, DNA testing is much faster than before, and the results can be obtained in 4 or 5 hours. Ran stayed in the testing room, unwilling to leave even when her eyelids were fighting. Just like that, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. The results are finally out. However, the information on the result sheet shocked her greatly. She looked up. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. On the black and white paper, the dense data showed 3 results. 1. The father has no biological connection with me. 2. The father has no biological connection with the mysterious woman. 3. The DNA sequence of me and the mysterious woman is 100% similar. That is to say, from a biological point of view, these two people are the same person. Ran fell into a chair. She clearly remembered that when she was a child, her mother once said that she had been infertile for many years after marriage. And that's why she went to the hospital with her father to do IVF. And then she had herself. Could it be that the sperm used for IVF was not her father's at all? However, the DNA sequence is 100% similar, which is impossible in biology. Even if they are twins from the same mother, their biological parents will be different. At most, it is 99.9%. This is also the biology knowledge she learned in high school. In the process of spermatogonia forming sperm, the DNA will be replicated, and the resulting DNA molecules should be 100% identical, but in the process of meiosis, homologous chromosomes will cross over and exchange, causing genes to change, so the highest similarity is 99.9%. The same is true for twins. 100% similarity does not exist at all. Could it be that there was something wrong with the test data? Ran did another test to be on the safe side, and this time she also added her mother hair. Speaking of which, the last time her mother came to her workplace to look for her, she saw that she was wearing thin clothes, and she took off her clothes forcibly and asked Ran to wear them. It was very easy to find a few hairs from them. This test lasted until 8 o'clock in the morning, and her eyes were red, and finally she got the result, which was exactly the same as the last time, but there was one more line. Ran mother has no biological connection with her, and the mysterious woman. Chapter 7. Who are we? I am not my parents' child at all. I am the same person as that mysterious woman. What kind of terrible consequences will this be? Ran felt as if her brain was about to explode. She had studied biology for many years, but now she began to doubt her major. To ensure accuracy, she began to look up academic materials, but these materials confirmed her conclusions one by one, and her previous thoughts were not wrong. It was not long before work time. She glanced at the indicator light on the wall, hurriedly packed up the test tools, and entered the office a few minutes early. Qin Yuan was already there, looking through the patient information. Seeing Ran coming in, he smiled and greeted her. Junior sister, are you here? I go check the information in the pathology department. Qin Yuan is more than 10 years older than her. When he was studying for a master degree in biology, he studied under Professor Chung. Later, in many key projects, he has always been an important assistant to Professor Chung. He is also the most respected senior brother in the eyes of Ran and others. His calmness always makes Ran feel at ease, and even feels that as long as the senior brother is there is no problem that cannot be solved. Ran put down his backpack and sat in front of him after thinking for a moment. Senior brother, I want to ask you a question. What question? Have you seen a case of 100% identical in NDA comparison? Ran stared at his eyes nervously. Qin Yuan frowned, shaking his head. No, this situation is impossible, at least I have never seen it. Ran, why are you asking this? Ran hadn't finished speaking yet. Professor Chung had hurried into the office. He was wearing a lab coat that was so old that the color couldn't be seen, and his face was full of fatigue. Obviously, he had worked the night shift last night. Qin Yuan immediately went up to him. Teacher, do you want to take a rest first? No problem, I have to finish revising that manuscript overnight, and I have to go to the city for a meeting later. Xiaoqin, we have to go to the pathology center today. Have we sent the materials we need to the equipment department? All have been sent. They said they will deal with it as soon as possible. Pathology center, I go right away. Qin Yuan replied. Professor Chung nodded, and then looked at Ran. Xiaoge, You stay in the office for the next few days. If it was the old Ran, she would feel lost, because since coming to the institute, except for doing some odd experiments, just doing odd jobs and sorting out materials, never participated in the core project. However, now, the mystery of her life, that she was worried about, made her feel nothing, and she was just facing the confusion of life. She was in this state for the whole day, either looking out the window with her chin in her hand, or repeatedly reviewing the test report from last night. This abnormality made Lu Ran look sideways several times. Finally, Lu Ran couldn't help asking, Ran, what happened today? I encountered a little trouble. Ran sighed, I'm wondering. Who am I? Lu Ran answered seriously, I often think about this question. Especially when I can see the stars. I wonder, am I a speck of dust in the tiny universe? Or a microorganism in the long stream of life? Ran, it doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that we will all die. And everything will disappear at that time. Maybe. Yes. Ran looked at the girl with short hair, nodding solemnly. She was right. From a macro perspective, who I am is not important. However, people live in the present after all, and they still care about their background. The afternoon workday seemed long and torturous. At the end, Ran walked out of the yard with a brisk pace, and suddenly found her father waiting for her at the door. He waved to her slowly, with a strange look on his face. This was obviously not his normal time to get off work. The reason for coming here is self-evident. Ran approached, and whispered, Dad, you are here? Ran. Father Gu said in a low voice. Let go out for a walk. Let go to Honggu River Park. He seemed very depressed, and Ran saw his depression, and felt even more sad. She gave up her previous fantasy. Her father did not come to pick her up on a whim, but really wanted to talk to her about her life. Honggu River Park is located in the suburbs, not far from the Institute of Biology. It is one of the few wetland parks in the province. Ran had seen old photos of Honggu River in the National Geographic album. At that time, the vegetation was lush and full of vitality. In winter, the Siberian red-billed gulls would fly across the vast motherland to spend the winter in Honggu River, and fly back in spring. The lovely red-billed gulls stayed by the lake like elves. Because they are fed by staff and tourists every day, they are not afraid of people, and will stop by tourists, and even stand on their palms and peck at food boldly. The image of harmonious coexistence between man and nature is deeply engraved in Ran's heart. She stared blankly at the laughing crowd in the photo at that time, and there was only one sentence in her mind. These people will eventually disappear, and the red-billed gulls will no longer exist. When she was a child, Ran often went to Honggu River Park with her family. At that time, the park was already in decline, the vegetation withered, and the lake was like a pool of stagnant water. Occasionally, insects were seen flying by, as if they were struggling to survive. Not only Honggu River, many wetland parks across the country are facing similar situations. Experts have conducted many investigations. Some say it is due to changes in the microbial environment. Some say it is due to crustal movement. And some cite a large number of surrounding cases, believing that it is caused by human environmental damage. There are many different opinions, and various solutions emerge one after another. However, no matter how hard they try, the vitality of the past can no longer be restored. Honggu River Wetland Park has gradually become an abandoned park, and few people pay attention to it. Ran hasn't been to Honggu River for at least 10 years. She glanced at the dead grass and stones passing by the roadside. Suddenly, he said, Dad, do you remember when I was 10 years old and I wanted to go to Honggu River to fly a kite? How could I forget? We spent a lot of effort to make a kite. But the wind and sand were so strong that day that I couldn't even open my eyes. Yes. Since then, I don't want to go to Honggu River anymore. Ran recalled. Whenever I mention it, the sand that day comes to my mind, and I immediately get a headache. Ran is calm on the surface, but there is a certain emotion in his heart. Father Gu was acutely aware of this. He sighed and almost begged, Ran, go and see the current Honggu River. Ran turned her head away and said nothing. She felt that her father today was both familiar and strange. Since that incident, their relationship might never return to the past. However, she wanted to hear her father explain why it was like this. The car stopped at the entrance of Honggu River Park. The parking space was wide, but only a few cars were parked. Ran got out of the car. The setting sun was dazzling. She covered her forehead with her hand and said, Let go. The father and daughter walked into the park one after the other. Father Gu sighed and said, Ran. Your mother and I used to meet at Honggu River. Chapter 8 The Mystery of Life. Oh. Ran seemed a little bored. In fact, she had heard her mother mention that her parents met at a large gathering. However, these were not the topics she was concerned about at the moment. Father Good narrowed his eyes, staring at the empty square in the distance, and fell into memories of the past. More than 30 years ago, I had just graduated from college and entered a high-energy consuming company, and your mother was still in the 3rd year of high school at that time. Ran interrupted impatiently. More than 30 years ago. The Red River Valley had already declined. Yes. Ran. You also know about the struggle between radicals and conservatives more than 30 years ago. Right? Good father asked. Ran certainly knew. His political teacher in junior high school had taught him about this history. Since ancient times, the rise of any new civilization will cause disputes in the outside world. For example, more than 30 years ago, artificial intelligence was put into large-scale civilian use for the first time, which caused huge riots. There were many trigger points. One reason was that AI robots were cruelly treated by perverts. The widespread use of AI led to a large number of unemployment. In addition, there were other factors. Ran was not yet born at that time, so he didn't understand what his father wanted to express. Father Gu slowly said, at that time, AI writing was carried out nationwide, incorporating multiple thinking into artificial intelligence programs, causing countless old-school writers to face unemployment, and your grandfather was one of them. He was furious, and shouted that he would destroy the machines. Ran frowned. The progress of the times cannot be stopped by one person. Besides, he should look for his own reasons. Ran. You are right. But your grandfather doesn't think so. Father Gu pointed to the square. In May of that year, they stole some AI writing machines, which caused a large-scale riot in Hongyu Company, and wanted to burn them in public to protest. I don't support my father's approach. I was also worried that something might happen to him. So I went to stop him. And I met your mother here. Mom. She is a young volunteer in the city, supporting technological innovation. So I came with my classmates to persuade him, trying to stop this incident. Father Gu's eyes were full of smiles. We have the same purpose. And we met each other in such a chaotic scene. And, Ran, do you know, when I first saw your mother, I felt that I must protect this girl well. Talking about the past, Father Gu's face showed a gentle light. Ran lowered his head. You and mother have always had a good relationship. I have never seen you quarrel. However, can Grandpa accept your marriage? Of course not. Father Gu laughed at himself. But so what? Your mother and I have always been on the same side. After a long time, he will eventually compromise. Later, he gradually got older, and was beaten by life and lost his edges. I don't have the energy to resist anymore. Finally, he told me that he only had one wish now, and that was to have a grandson. Ran listened carefully. These were stories she had never known before, so she stared at her father intently, expecting him to continue. But we have been married for many years, and we have never had children, the father said frustratedly. Later we decided to go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, and the results disappointed us. Your mother and I were in very bad health. It was impossible to get pregnant naturally. So we chose to do IVF. Ran was shocked, but it did not cause much commotion. In fact, IVF is quite common, and it might be their best choice at that time. We tried IVF several times, but all ended in failure. The doctor could not explain the reason. The seemingly healthy sperm and egg cells could not combine into a fertilized egg. We tried various methods, even using only one-person genes. It is almost impossible for us to continue our offspring by relying on our own genes. Father Gu lowered his head. I dare not tell your mother about this, because she had already bought a lot of baby products at that time, and had been hoping that the test tube would be successful. After thinking it over again and again, I submitted an application to the gene bank without telling your mother. Gene bank? Ran repeated the word. She knew that the gene bank was a place to store genes. It stored genes donated by healthy people, for infertile families to continue their offspring. It was a kind of public welfare organization. It was not a profit-making organization. Those in need must submit an application, and only after passing all kinds of examinations can they be qualified. There are similar examples around Ran. But she didn't expect that she was also. Ran smiled bitterly. It seems that there will be no accidents in the test. I am really not your child. Father Gu looked at his daughter with pain. Ran. I'm sorry. I have never dared to tell you. let alone let your mother know. But for so many years, we have always treated you as our own daughter. This cannot be changed in any way. We are a family." Ran shook his head. "Is this the reason why you repeatedly stopped me from going for testing?" "Yes." Father Go looked sad. "When you said you saw someone who looked very similar to you, I panicked. The next day, I checked the video playback and found that the place you went to looked like an old house. So I decided to go there to see the situation." Ran smiled. "But you found that the old house was guarded by robots. So you thought of destroying the sample, then I will never find out the truth." "I'm sorry, Ran. I'm worried that you and your mother will be upset after knowing it." Father Go said angrily, "I know these actions are ridiculous, and it's hard for me to stop you. You are so smart. To tell you the truth, your grandfather once doubted it. He said that whether at living habits or other aspects, you are not like me." Ran took a deep breath, interrupted him. "Dad, I guess you have seen that woman. Do you know who she is?" Father Go shook his head. "I saw her at the second floor window. But I don't know her identity. Maybe it has something to do with the gene bank?" Ran, "Are you going to continue investigating?" Ran bit her lower lip, and her mind was full of thoughts. In the past 20 years, she has lived a happy life, and her parents' love has never been lacking. Why would she hurt them? Thinking of this, she slowly said, "Dad, don't worry, I won't tell Mom. This does not affect our relationship. You will always be my family." Father Go was a little excited. Ran, really? You really think so?" Ran nodded vigorously. "Really." Perhaps before, she had thought of various possibilities. But, when her father stood in front of her, telling her about the bitterness and helplessness of the past, she was relieved instead. The bond of life is not as deep as the bond of raising. She has no intention of looking for her biological parents. The only question is, why are there two of me in the world? Chapter 9: The Unknown World. After leaving Hongyu Company, Ran and her father had dinner, and each returned to their own lives. Ran's heart was filled with complex emotions, with a sense of peace of mind and uneasiness about the future. She thought over and over again in her heart, should she really continue to investigate? How to proceed? Ran returned to the old house in the early morning, and the AI man came immediately after hearing the noise, and spit out a monitoring report on the crazy woman condition today. She is awake longer, can eat liquid food normally, and many of her body monitoring indicators are basically normal. This news made Ran feel relieved. She thought that when she was more normal, there would be no need to rent expensive AI robots. Ran went upstairs to see her, and unexpectedly found her sitting at the table, and reaching out to draw something on the dusty table. When he got closer, he found that she drew something like an airplane. However, this plane looked extremely strange, and both the wings and the fuselage were far from what Ran knew. As she was taking a closer look, the woman suddenly became nervous, protecting the table with both hands, and her face was full of vigilance. Ran didn't say anything, but slowly walked to the cabinet next to her, and took out a stack of yellowed paper and a pen. These were all left by my grandfather. He was used to using paper and pen to record outline details, so there were a lot of them in the house. Ran handed it over. "This is what you need, you can draw here." The crazy woman looked at Ran for a while, but did not take it. Ran had no choice but to put these things on the table. Until Ran walked away, the woman quietly picked up these items. She did not disturb her, and started to do her own things. When the woman fell into a deep sleep, Ran quietly walked to the table to check, and found that the plane she drew was clearer. The fuselage seemed to be an irregular cylinder, and it seemed to be equipped with a nose and wings. It combines the features of manned spacecraft and airplanes. Ran majored in biology, and her knowledge of aerospace was a little insufficient, so she couldn't understand the meaning of the painting even after looking at it for a long time. She noticed a drawing on the table, picked it up, and saw that the painting outlined the ups and downs of the desert and mountains, and there seemed to be several places similar to caves, and in front of the cave was a figure made up of lines, and the figure seemed to be missing an arm, and stood there drooping. Ran stared at the picture for a long time. I couldn't help but feel that this woman was very strange. She seemed confused and full of secrets. Could she be no different from a mental patient? What she hadn't noticed yet was that, while she was thinking by the window, the woman on the bed behind her had opened her eyes, and there was a hint of clarity in her eyes. The next day, Ran didn't go to work. She called the robot company in the morning and agreed to return the goods in the afternoon. When she was packing, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue dress flashing by. I vaguely realized that the mysterious woman had been peeking at me. In the afternoon, the car of the other company came, and after inspection, They completed the formalities and took the AI man away. Ran Ran breathed a sigh of relief. As Lu Hao mentioned, after the inspection, they believed that Ran Ran credit and the appearance of the robot were impeccable, and did not conduct a detailed inspection. This was considered to be sending away a hot potato. After she watched the car go farther and farther, she turned back to the house. But he unexpectedly found a mysterious woman standing by the second-floor window and peeping. The two of them met eyes. The woman did not avoid it. Her eyes were meaningful. Dinner was prepared by Ran Ran himself. Cooking in this era did not require too many skills. You just need to put the processed ingredients in the market into the pot, add the seasoning packet, wait a little, the meal will be ready. The woman lowered her head to eat. Silently, Ran Ran broke the silence and asked, "Is that the airplane you drew last night?" The woman shook her head and said nothing. Ran Ran asked again, "When I first met you, your words and actions were still clear. Why have they changed now? Do you want me to send you to a mental hospital?" The woman's hand holding the pen trembled slightly, and she whispered 3 words. "We are not sick." "Then who are you? Why don't you have a chip?" Ran Ran asked. The woman seemed frightened. Her eyes were full of panic, and she couldn't even say a word. Ran Ran was helpless. He longed for the truth, but was afraid of upsetting her. So he had to put his questioning aside for now. At night, after taking a shower, Ran Ran accidentally found a woman standing at the corner of the corridor, staring at a desk calendar somewhere. After approaching, Ran Ran found that she was staring at the item left by her grandfather. The woman stroked the calendar carefully, and Ran Ran said slowly, "This is what my grandfather left. He is an old-fashioned writer, used to using paper and pen, and this calendar was specially customized by him. You see, his plans were listed every day, until the day he was hospitalized, which was 10 years ago." The woman did not respond. Ran Ran looked at her. "You should have regained some consciousness, and understand that I am not a bad person. You and I have a similar face. I will not hurt you. Understand?" "Really?" the woman whispered. Ran Ran smiled slightly. "I am just curious. I want to know who you are. Now let's be honest. What do you want to ask me?" July 21, 97. The woman murmured in a low voice, and then stroked the calendar with her hand. 10 years ago was 2197. Ran Ran nodded. "Yes. I was only 10 years old at that time, and I had just entered junior high school. At that time, AI robots were not yet available for rent to the public." The woman widened her eyes in surprise. "No. It impossible. What robots? And chips? I have never heard of these things." Ran Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. "I haven't heard of it. How could it be? Did you lose your memory? Or are you an illegal immigrant? It is already 2207, and AI has been popularized for decades." The woman shook her head painfully. "I don't know. I know nothing. I vaguely remember that the capital was going to host the Olympics, and that was the first time our country participated. After that I went up there." She pointed to the top of her head. "Then, I took that strange spaceship back again. My companion told me that we were going to see director Zhang Yicheng. I must meet him. Ran Ran history grades are okay. She clearly remembers that our country held the Olympic Games for the first time in 2008, which was 200 years ago." She felt a chill. This woman was not an amnesiac or an illegal resident, but she was from 200 years ago. She had no knowledge of simulated AI robots, and was completely unfamiliar with things in this era. This was like a time travel plot in an old novel. Ran Ran took a deep breath. If her acting skills are really so superb, she really doesn't belong to this era. She is really a person from 200 years ago. The woman was stunned for a while, and then burst into tears. Her voice was shrill. "I know I can never go back. They are all dead. In fact, these days, I have already felt all this." Chapter 10. Facing something that cannot be let go. She cried sadly for a long time. The long-suppressed pain finally broke out like a flood, and poured out at this moment. Ran Ran stood aside. Her heart was full of shock and confusion. What had she experienced? And what kind of future would she face? This was neither changeable nor predictable. She cried, and didn't she want to let it go? The woman had almost cried. Ran Ran handed her a glass of water. "Although I find it incredible, but that the truth. Don't cry anymore. Maybe there's still a chance to turn back." The woman shook her head, looking at her with empty eyes. Her messy hair covered her face, and her eyes were full of helplessness, like a little alpaca in a storm. Ran Ran looked at the face that looked like her own, and felt a pain in her heart. She found that she could feel the emotions of this mysterious woman, and to some extent, The two people consciousness seemed to be able to communicate with each other. Night fell after they lay down. The woman suddenly asked, "Will that robot come back?" "No. After all, renting a robot is too expensive. You don't need someone to look after you now." Ran answered honestly. The woman's body trembled slightly. "He looks exactly like a real person. It was not until I cut him that I realized something was wrong. He had no blood. And he didn't cry out in pain." Yes, the manufacturing technology of robots is already very mature. With simulated skin and temperature, and lifelike facial features, sometimes when I meet them on the street, I would think they are real people. Ran yawned. But no matter how real a robot is, it is not a human after all. There will always be flaws. The woman responded, and asked in a low voice, "Is your name Ran? I heard someone call you that. Your name is really nice." Ran nodded. "My father said that the day I was born was the first light of dawn, so I named him Ran. What about you? Do you remember your name?" "I don't know." The mysterious woman fell into deep thought. This was one of the questions she asked herself every day. If she knew the answer, maybe she wouldn't be so painful. In the following days, the two of them were in a stalemate. The mysterious woman was confused. Ran was worried about the gene, but no one could find the answer. In other words, both of them found it difficult to take that crucial step. One day at the end of March, Ran received a message from Chiyo just as he was about to get off work. She asked me to go to a coffee shop, saying that something happened at home and she wanted to talk to Ran. Ran was worried and agreed immediately. There are many coffee shops in City A, most of which are unmanned. The environment is quiet and secluded, which is very suitable for chatting. The one they often go to is called Jiyoshi, located in a quiet alley in the city center. The special coffee suits their appetite very well. Ran arrived a little earlier and chose a seat by the window. He opened the table order board and I ordered 2 cups of coffee and 2 cakes. Waiting for the robot to deliver them, it was very convenient. While waiting, she also put on AR glasses and connected to the computer to process 2 files. Until Chiyo appeared at the door, Ran quickly turned off the computer and waved to her. Chiyo is a lively girl and immediately rushed over to hug her. "Ran, we haven't seen each other for a month. You miss me?" "Right. Yes, I missed you." Ran smiled slightly. "But I'm more worried that something happened to you. Is there someone causing trouble at your house again?" Chiyo's father failed in business a few years ago and owed a lot of debts, which caused her to not even be able to go to the university she was admitted to, and she moved several times with her parents, suffering a lot. Chiyo nodded and said aggrievedly, "Well, my father asked me not to go home during this period." Ran, "Can I live in your dormitory?" "Of course." Ran told her, "But you need to go by yourself. Recently I live in my grandfather's house in the countryside." Ran did not hide anything and told her the whole story. Chiyo listened attentively with her chin in her hand. Finally, she realized. "Are you going to hide that woman forever?" "Hide?" Ran shook her head and stirred the cup with a coffee spoon. "After a long time, how can I hide her? I just don't have an idea yet." Chiyo took the coffee and drank it in big gulps. "I think this matter cannot be delayed. I have to take the initiative. Since her companions are missing, she has also lost most of her memories. Then let's start with what you can do." "You mean, consult the gene bank?" Ran looked at her. Chiyo nodded. "Yes, Ran, you must know in your heart that this is the only feasible way. However, you are afraid that your parents will be sad, right?" This sentence hit Ran hard. Directly she whispered, "I do have this worry, especially my mother's health has not been very good in recent years." Chiyo said to her seriously, Ran, you always told me before, no matter how chaotic the outside world is, as long as you keep a strong heart, nothing can defeat you. How much you can do depends on how much you want to do. Even if you find out your biological parents, you will not agree with them. Right?" Ran laughed. "Of course not." Chiyo's words alleviated Ran concerns to a great extent. She felt that her personality was very complementary to Chiyo. She was sensitive and delicate, and considered many details, while Chiyo was unrestrained and free, decisive and clear. When she was hesitant, she could always convince herself effectively, and when Chiyo was not thoughtful, she could also remind her in time. Therefore, when they walked out of the cafe, Ran was in a relaxed mood, and even began to plan to go to the mall to buy a few sets of clothes for the mysterious woman. When she first met her, her clothes were very shabby. After taking her home, Ran found the old clothes left by her grandmother from the old house, and asked the robot to help her change. Because her grandmother was fat, the clothes looked too loose on the mysterious woman. From a distance, she looked like a ghost in a big pocket. It was really inappropriate. Ran walked into the mall confidently and entered a fitting room. It was empty inside, with only a large mirror on the wall. Ran chose the brand she often wore on the operating table, picked out a few pieces, and laid them out one by one. These clothes appeared on the screen. She only needed to stand opposite to see the effect of trying them on, and even save the images for comparison. This is very convenient. Ran thought that this must be a practical invention for women with social phobia, which saved the trouble of searching on the internet or running around in various fitting rooms in shopping malls, and solved the problem simply and efficiently. In the end, Ran chose a few comfortable and simple styles, which she thought were suitable for her, and which should look good on the mysterious woman. After bringing the clothes back, she enthusiastically let the mysterious woman try them on, but the woman withdrew her hand the moment she touched the clothes. This clothes is hot. Chapter 11: The so-called gene pool. Of course, there are temperature control devices in the fabrics. The houses in the countryside are cold, so it is normal for the clothes to be hot. Ran showed the small chip behind the collar. The woman took it in amazement and looked at it over and over again. I have never seen it before, it is amazing. Ran said softly, it doesn't matter, you just need to get used to it. By the way, I have to teach you how to use the equipment at home. I plan to go out in 2 days. Are you going to work? Yes. Ran didn't plan to tell her for the time being. She checked on the way back, and it was impossible to trace the specific source of the gene from the internet. When she called to ask, the other party politely refused to answer. The nearest gene bank office was in S City, 200 miles away, and she planned to go there in person to find out the situation. The woman picked up a light long skirt, and seemed to like it very much. Ran smiled and said, put it on. The woman nodded gratefully. Go to the corner behind the gauze curtain to change clothes. Ran accidentally glanced at her, and felt a little surprised. She looked thin, but her waist, abdomen, arms and thighs were very strong. There were scars on her body, and she had obviously suffered many injuries. She seemed to want to cover it up. After changing her clothes, she kept pulling the left sleeve, trying to cover the twisted reddish-brown scar. Ran pretended not to see it, and led her downstairs. I will teach you how to use the household utensils at home. Ran pointed to the inbox at the entrance of the courtyard. I have ordered the food. A robot will deliver it at 8 a.m. every day. You just need to bring it back. Robot? The woman asked in surprise. Is it the same one as before? No. Ran smiled. It is a transport robot. It is not realistic in shape, but square. You will know when it arrives. Ran continued. The food is already processed. You just need to put the ingredients and seasonings into the food processor according to the instructions. The equipment has automatic start and stop functions. You should know the rest. After all, my grandfather is an old-fashioned man. The most advanced equipment here is the blender I bought. The woman nodded. Can I call you if I need anything? Ran nodded, took out a pair of AR glasses from his pocket, and handed them to her. Use this, I have saved my number. In addition, you must not go out. You don't have a chip, it's dangerous to go out. Got it, I won't go out. The woman nodded obediently. Ran watched her operate the equipment in the corner of the room. She seemed very smart. She could use it correctly in a short while, which made Ran feel relieved. The next day, she took a leave, and took the suspension train to S City. The journey of more than 200 kilometers took only half an hour. You could arrive after closing your eyes and resting for a while. But it was too noisy today. The old lady next door was wearing AR glasses and making a phone call. Her voice was like firecrackers exploding in my ears. I rush over. Aren't you happy? My son and his wife finally gave birth to a big fat boy. It's not easy for them to be in their 50s. I have to go and help. Anyway, I'm retired. I have nothing to do. Yes, I've been retired for 2 years. I have to continue to make use of my remaining energy. The old lady continued to chatter. My daughter-in-law is also pitiful. In the next few months, her legs were swollen like pig trotters, and she kept spotting. She was in the hospital for 4 months to preserve the fetus. Alas, why is it so difficult to have a baby now? Ran couldn't help but glance at her excited and red face, with a sigh. She thought that she must not be like her daughter-in-law. If she couldn't give birth, it would be fine. She was old. So why bother? Wouldn't it be good to be free? The old lady was talking excitedly, when the train arrived at the station. She hung up the phone in a hurry while looking for something. She was about to miss the train. Ran saw that she was sweating with frustration, so she helped her carry 2 bags. After leaving the station, the old lady was full of gratitude. "Thank you, these are special products for my daughter-in-law. She wants to eat eggs and honey from the countryside. I went to the countryside to buy them a few days ago." Ran wanted to return the bag to her, but seeing her trembling and unsteady, she couldn't bear it. "Where are you going? How about I take you to the station?" "That great. I'm going to Linjiang Community in S City." Ran glanced at the map on her watch. The place was not far from where she was going. Only 2 or 3 stops. So she took her there. Helping is a pleasant thing. But the old lady chatter is really distracting. She keeps talking about the various conflicts between her son and daughter-in-law in the past 20 years of marriage, including quarrels, divorce and remarriage. She also talked about her own difficulties in the unit, still working at the age of 72 after retirement. And now her health is broken. Ran thought, how many people nowadays are relaxed? No matter how much she talks, it will not help. So she smiled slightly, and responded a few times from time to time, so as not to lose her manners. Only after sending the old lady to the station did Ran let out a long sigh of relief, and looked at the passing scenery outside the window with comfort. And his mood became much smoother. The size of S City is similar to that of a city. It has a vast area, but the population is only a few 100,000. There are tall buildings in the city center, and there are many villa areas around. But the occupancy rate is low. Many communities are almost dark at night, and it feels like a ghost town. The office building of the Gene Bank is at the entrance of the new district. You can see the exaggerated statue from a distance. A pair of parents are holding a baby high up. All 3 of them laughed heartily. The cheerful atmosphere seemed to have overflowed from the metal surface of the statue. Ran bought a bottle of water at a convenience store on the roadside, quietly looked at the Gene Bank building, drank it all in one breath, then threw the bottle away, and walked towards the building. She had made an appointment in advance, and after entering, she underwent facial recognition, and the system prompted her to go to the reception room 204 on the 2nd floor. After entering, a middle-aged man with glasses had been waiting there, and the nameplate on his body read, "Head of the Customer Department." "Hello. My last name is Gu." Ran nodded to him. "I want to consult something." The supervisor smiled professionally and said appropriately, "Hello. Miss Gu, would you like to apply for a Gene? But I checked your information, you are unmarried. If you need this service, you need to find a family member as a guardian. In this era, many young men and women choose to live alone, and a few years ago, a policy was introduced for singles to legally apply for a Gene and raise children independently." "No." Ran blushed and shook her head. "I want to check the origin of my own genes." "This?" The supervisor remained silent. Ran explained, "My father successfully applied here 21 years ago. I want to check the origin of my genes." "Sorry." The supervisor refused decisively. "We have professional regulations. The source of genes cannot be disclosed to the parties involved." Chapter 12, adding insult to injury. "Can't you provide the approximate address?" "Sorry, Miss Gu." The supervisor shook his head and said, "We have signed confidentiality agreements with both the supplier and the recipient. Your father should be aware of this situation." Ran didn't want to give up easily, so he asked, "What if it is a special case?" The supervisor replied, "There are only 2 possibilities. One is the intervention of the Public Security Department, the other is the permission of the superiors." "Okay." Ran stood up. "I find a way. See you next time." Ran thought. She had a college classmate named Jiang Yuan, who worked as a criminal police officer in the S City Public Security Bureau. They were deskmates in college and kept in touch occasionally after graduation. So when the Public Security Department was mentioned, Ran thought of him. She dialed the number. Jiang Yuan was on the phone, and he replied after a while. In the video, he was wearing a heroic police uniform, his eyes sparkling. "Ran. You actually called me. Hey. It seems that Nanjing Square is behind you. Have you come to S City?" Ran smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm here to do something. I also want to ask you for a favor. The relationship between us, who is who, just say it directly. As long as I can do it." Jiang Yuan showed a bright smile. Ran roughly explained the situation. Of course, she concealed a lot, and did not mention the matter of checking her own DNA, because it was a family secret after all. Jiang Yuan hesitated slightly. Ran, I can't guarantee this, you know this involves ethics. Every year, there are many cases of people being reported to the police station because of their background. How about this? I give you the phone number of the head of the Gene Bank Archive Department. You can contact him yourself. Ran nodded to express his gratitude. Well, this is already very good, Jiang Yuan. I treat you to dinner after I finish my work. Jiang Yuan was full of expectations. Then I wait for your call. In college, Jiang Yuan pursued Ran for a while, and Ran was putting a lot of energy into his studies at that time. She never agreed. The two are now closer than ordinary classmates, but there is still a gap compared to Chiou intimacy. Ran quickly called the person in charge, but the other party seemed very busy. Ms. Gu, I'm in the hospital now. Why don't you come to Linjiang community for an interview later? After Ran agreed, she felt hungry, so she ate a bowl of beef noodles on the street, barely filling her stomach. Then she rushed to Linjiang community. It was a wonderful fate when the person in charge got off the bus. He happened to meet the old lady who had gone the same way that morning. When the old lady saw Ran, she showed surprise on her face and immediately stepped forward. Little girl, we meet again. I just mentioned to my son that you helped me carry things. Ran asked in surprise. Are you mother and son? Yes. He is my son. The old lady's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. The person in charge smiled slightly. Yes. What a coincidence. Miss Gu, Xiao Jian called me and said, you need my help with something? Ran immediately told her the reason for her visit, and added, I want to investigate this because I met a very strange woman. She looks almost exactly like me. So I want to find out the reason. But please rest assured, I will not go looking for relatives. So don't worry. Okay. I will help you check the general situation. Maybe you really have some kind of blood relationship. The person in charge thought silently for a while. However, regarding this matter, it is better for you to discuss it with your family. Okay. Ran said happily. Then I will wait for the news. At this time, Ran had a feeling of looking for him in the crowd for thousands of times. Looking back suddenly, he is in the dim light. After thinking for a long time, she sent a message to Godfather. Dad, I am tracing past information in the Gene Bank. For that mysterious woman, do you mind? After a long time, Godfather replied, Ran, now that I have made it clear, I feel relieved. Just do whatever you want to do. You will always be my most caring daughter. Seeing this message, Ran was in a good mood. She no longer had to live in anxiety. It was a blessing. She found a hotel to stay in, reported her situation to Chiou, and then waited for news. That night, the person in charge did not reply. Ran guessed that he might be busy. The next day, he sent a message. The data shows that your genes come from the capital headquarters. I checked the source carefully again. I reply to you later. So Ran continued to wait, but after that, she never received any message. A whole day passed, and she still couldn't contact him. His number was always busy, as if he had encountered some emergency. It wasn't until late at night that he finally called. Ms. Gu, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Ran was full of doubts. Why? Can't you find it? The person in charge spoke in a low voice. I searched your gene code, but all I found was confidential information. Genes like yours, which come from the capital headquarters, are strictly protected. This, Ran knew that the other party had done his best. So she had to say, thank you. Forget it if it doesn't work. She was full of disappointment, and came to a city with great interest. She originally thought that she would get the truth, but everything ended in vain. A secret is still a secret after all. It was sealed, and could not be explored. Ran sighed lightly, and booked a ticket to leave in the afternoon. Before leaving, she asked Jiang Yuan to have dinner together, to thank him for his help this time. When she returned to City A, it was already night, and the lights were still on in the old house. After hearing the sound, the mysterious woman hurried out, with a panicked look. You are back? Well, have you been okay these days? The woman seemed a little uneasy, and her body unconsciously blocked the kitchen door. All right. Okay. Ran glanced at the kitchen casually and found it in a mess, as if it had been looted. When she walked in, the situation was even worse. The floor was sticky, and there was a faint trace of yellow egg liquid. There was a strange wooden board on the workbench, with a knife stuck on it, and vegetable residue all around the board. The kitchen wall had traces of being burned and wetted by water, and the room was filled with a strange smell of disinfectant. Ran looked at her. Are you cooking? Yes, I'm sorry, I remember I can cook. I used the phone number you gave me, ordered tools and dishes, but the dishes didn't work, and the kitchen knife was too blunt, and it suddenly caught fire, and when I was about to put out the fire, a lot of water sprayed out from the roof. The woman explained with a look of annoyance. Ran helplessly touched his forehead. The fire triggered the house automatic fire extinguishing device. Dear, I beg you, can you call me first next time? I finally solved the robot problem. I don't want the ancestral house to burn down. This house is very important to me and my father. The woman patted her chest and promised, I won't do it again. Ran just breathed a sigh of relief. And the woman added in a low voice, I know the trick now. Next time I cook, I will definitely not burn the house. Next time? Ran glanced at her and found her persistence surprising. Ran felt tired and couldn't rest at all at this time because he couldn't wait until tomorrow. If food waste is not cleaned up in time, it will stink and breed bugs, which is really a terrible thing. She began to clean up. During this process, the woman hid at the kitchen door and watched, seeming to want to help, but afraid of causing more trouble. After finally cleaning up, Ran went upstairs and locked herself in the study. She was already in a mess. And after experiencing what happened just now, she felt even more depressed. Chapter 13 The Planet in the Mouth of the Mysterious Woman. The mysterious woman lingered at the door for a long time, and finally could not help knocking on the door. The sound was small but continuous, as if she was determined not to turn back until she hit the wall. Ran was originally a calm person, and was gentle to others, but she was almost driven crazy by this woman. Some time ago, she chopped off the robot arm, and this time she blew up the kitchen. Even the clay man couldn't stand it. She walked to the door, and suddenly opened the door, and said coldly, Don't bother me, let me be quiet for a while. The woman seemed to be startled, forced a smile, and shook the stack of papers in her hand. I have drawn a lot of things these days, and I think of many things. Do you want to know? She was trying to please Ran, and Ran could feel it. She wanted to refuse coldly, but looking at the papers, she took it and turned to walk into the house. The woman followed in quietly, and explained in a low voice, I thought of many things. You see, I drew them all. The top sheet of paper showed a deep valley bottom, with an almost vertical edge and debris scattered below. The woman pointed at the pile and said, There are all kinds of transportation there. I crawled out of the ruins and passed by many corpses. That's strange. How did you get out? I met another living girl. We helped each other and used machines to dig steps. But when it was about to connect to the top, a golden light shot over. We both fell down, and I don't remember what happened afterwards. Ran nodded, and continued to pick up the second piece of paper. The second painting was a continuation of the previous one, with rolling mountains and a strange cave in the distance. In front of the cave was a simple little man, with a broken arm, standing there with his head down. The woman pointed at the painting and said, I remember being abandoned here, hot during the day and cold at night, with no hope. I don't know how long it took, but I saw the cave. I ran desperately inside. There was a man with a broken hand at the door. He kept staring at me. The woman continued to explain. Later I realized that this is a wasteland, full of dangerous creatures. Many of us came here, but they all died, leaving only a few people. The third painting was a scene similar to an underground lake, surrounded by sharp rocks, and several figures surrounded the lake, lowering their heads and reaching into the water. Ran asked, Is this in the cave? Are you drinking water? The woman was silent for a moment. Yes, I have this picture in my mind, but there is a voice that keeps echoing in my ears. It keeps saying that there is something wrong with the water. She began to tell her experiences in bits and pieces, the biting cold at night, the endless desert, and the dangers hidden in the ridges. She almost died several times, but she survived again and persisted in living to the end by stepping on the bones. Then a strange car came to pick me up. Then I went to another strange place. The woman covered her head, anxiously saying, I can't remember. Ran pointed to the top of her head and said, Is this about that planet? Is the civilization there so poor? It looks like a primitive society. And it also looks like polar survival. The woman covered her temples. I don't know. I only remember these. I feel like I took some kind of medicine, and it seems like a piece of my head was dug out. Ran comforted her. You should be able to remember more things, such as your name, companions and family. The woman looked at her anxiously. You will never hurt me. Hurt you? No, how can I hurt someone who is similar to me? The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Can you help me find my companion? The man from that day. Ran Ran shook her head. He escaped from the mental hospital. I don't know where he is now. I can't find him. People like you who don't have a chip will be caught as soon as you go out. So you'd better not go out. You? The woman hesitated. Thank you. This seemed quite polite. After being unconscious and crazy, she seemed to have recovered a little. Ran Ran was satisfied with this. Go to sleep. If you remember anything, you can tell me. Although she said she didn't care. The next day Ran Ran still contacted the colleague she chatted with last time. The man who escaped from the mental hospital you mentioned. Did you find him? The other party shook his head. No. It's strange to say, he doesn't have a chip. Where can he go? Indeed. Big data is quite developed in this era. And no matter where you are, you can be monitored. On the contrary, those who don't have a chip will trigger an alarm once they enter a public place. And it will be difficult to escape. This is also the reason why the crime rate has dropped significantly today. People are controlled by chips, and naturally cannot compete with the environment. When Ran Ran was about to leave, his colleague added, by the way, my friend in the hospital said the man was agile, as if he had received special training. If you have any news about him, remember to tell me, Ran Ran reminded. In the next few days, the mysterious woman remembered more and more things, which sounded like a fantasy movie. She mentioned that she left the Earth in 2007. She couldn't remember where she left from, or who her companions were. But in her mind, she had countless fragments of memories of the planet she arrived at. It was a very mysterious planet. Although the Earth knew nothing about it, it had already sent a signal to the Earth, and the mysterious woman and her friends received this signal. Her fragmented memories pieced together a strange planet, where resources were extremely scarce, and it seemed that after billions of years of mining, they were facing exhaustion. But human wisdom had reached its peak. They easily established a safety net, effectively isolating the low-level labor force from Earthlings, like the mysterious woman, for their use. The valley bottoms and wastelands before were the tests set by the humans on that planet. Only Earthlings with strong will, excellent physique, and wisdom can pass them one by one. Thinking of the terrible scars on the woman body, Ran Ran felt quite involved, like listening to a novel, listening carefully to the woman whispers. Later, out of curiosity, Ran Ran asked her to draw the appearance of aliens. The mysterious woman took the pen and pondered for a long time, only drawing an abstract circle. Balloon? Ran Ran held her cheek, full of confusion. Don't they have hands and feet? The woman shook her head. No, they only have heads and bodies. Ran Ran was surprised. Then how do they move? Chapter 14 Audio-visual materials from 200 years ago. They ride in a vehicle, controlled by consciousness, and have many subordinates, so they don't need to act personally. The woman said seriously. Ran Ran held her chin and asked, so are there subordinates from Earth? The woman was stunned for a moment. It should be, but it seems not completely. I forgot. Ran Ran thought, it getting late, go to rest quickly, maybe you can think of new things tomorrow. After she sent the woman away, she picked up the pen in the pen holder and pressed a small button. This was a recorder left by her grandfather family. It had been used for many years, but it was still usable. It was just right to record everything the mysterious woman said. One day in April, the mysterious woman had lived in the house for nearly a month. It was a sunny day, and the morning sun shone on the wasteland behind the yard. Ran Ran suddenly had an idea and took the tools in the warehouse to start weeding. While she was busy, the woman sat quietly on the swing in the backyard, looking at the grass intently. Ran Ran didn't know how to use a lawn mower, so she could only cut the grass manually with a sickle, then dig out the grass roots with a shovel and throw them aside. She hadn't done physical labor for a long time, and soon she was sweating. The woman observed for a long time, and said, "Are you going to grow vegetables?" "No. No. I found a sunflower seed in the cabinet this morning." Ran Ran answered without looking back. "When I was in elementary school, our teacher taught us the techniques of growing vegetables and flowers. I want to try again." "Sunflowers." The woman looked up at the sky. "It needs sunshine. But it's rare to see the sun." Ran Ran sighed. "That's true. The sky is always blocked by haze, so it's hard to see sunflowers. But even so, we can't give up hope. Right?" The woman nodded thoughtfully. "Hope is what keeps us alive." Ran Ran looked up and smiled at her. However, at this moment, she was distracted and the sickle in her hand cut her finger. She didn't feel any pain at first, until the hot liquid gushed out, and then the pain came from her finger. Ran Ran turned her head, and found that her index finger had been stained with blood. The blood dripped onto the wasteland and was quickly absorbed. Ran shook her finger and then turned on the faucet next to the yard. Just as she was about to rinse, the woman rushed over and turned on the faucet. "What are you doing?" Ran asked. "They're mud and blood. I just want to flush." The woman interrupted her. "This water pipe has obviously not been used for a long time. It's very rusty. Do you want to get tetanus?" The woman motioned for her to wait at the yard. Then she went into the house and took out the medicine box. Skillfully took out iodine and gauze. First cleaned and disinfected the wound. Then picked up a few green grasses from the weeds in the yard and crushed them to apply. And finally wrapped it with gauze. "Your wound is quite deep. This herb can stop the bleeding," the woman said slowly. "I just looked at the sickle. There is rust on it. So you better get a tetanus shot." Ran sighed. Few people go to the hospital to get this shot now, because every pharmacy has medicine to prevent traumatic infection. Just take one. As a student majoring in biology, she is very sensitive to the development of medicines. After listening, she also understood that the tetanus shot is indeed something handed down from the last century. Ran looked at the neatly wrapped gauze on her hand and asked, "Are you a doctor? You even know about herbs. That amazing." "I'm not sure, but I felt familiar with the medicine box. And I also know the names and functions of the weeds on the ground," the woman said to herself. Ran smiled. "Then you may be a doctor. And an amazing Chinese medicine practitioner." Chinese medicine can be regarded as one of the professions with extremely high technical content in this era. Although we can now rely on automated sampling and data analysis to prescribe treatment plans, Chinese medicine is still a mysterious and unique medical field. Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years since ancient times, and still adheres to the method of observation, smell, questioning and palpation. So the fees are also very expensive. After all, labor is very scarce in this era. A Chinese medicine practitioner with some ability will open a clinic, and patients have to wait in line, and sometimes even cannot get an appointment for several days. It is indeed a scarce resource. In theory, university majors and employment trends should be consistent with market demand, but Chinese medicine is different. It focuses more on experience and personal potential. To develop, one must either rely on talent or on the accumulation of time. In the early stage, there will not be much income. So this does not meet the pursuit of most young people. Therefore, Chinese medicine has gradually moved to an extreme. On the one hand, it is in short supply, and on the other hand, no one dares to try it. People who can endure loneliness and study Chinese medicine are actually rare. The woman smiled slightly. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes. "I vaguely feel that I should have some special skills to be selected and have the opportunity to go back to the past." This sentence made Ran realize something. She whispered, "Speaking of which, there is a way to make you recall the past. That is to rewatch the past experience. Since it happened 200 years ago, there should be some records." "Right." Ran thought of it, and did it immediately. She found a projector, and searched for information about astronomy 200 years ago. Space news, let her watch it in a dark room. The woman was very smart, quickly learned to control the projector with gestures, and was able to switch between news freely, and even zoom in on screenshots. Ran watched for a while, and then left to do other things with peace of mind. In fact, at this time, she was not sure whether this method would work, but after discussing it with Qiu also thought that this method was feasible. "Now just take a chance. This woman stays with you, like a time bomb. We must find a way to send her away as soon as possible." Ran nodded. "Yes, I think so too. I have seen what you recorded a few days ago." Qiu unfolded the images on the screen and showed them to her, and these she drew. "It is simply like an absurd world of lies. If you take it to a mental hospital to show the doctor, she will definitely be locked up. It may sound absurd, but my intuition tells me that what she said should be true." Ran defended her. Qiu reminded her, "But do you know? Many schizophrenia patients will take fantasy as reality." Ran took a deep breath. "Then we will wait and see. Let the facts prove everything." The two agreed to a bet to see whose idea was right, and whoever lost would take the other to the beach. For them who were not well off, the stakes were indeed high. Chapter 15, This Person Is Me. In the next few days, the woman was obsessed with news reports from the past. In addition to aviation content, she also paid attention to social news and daily life. She was so fascinated that she often forgot to eat and sleep. But she gained a lot. From time to time, she picked up her notebook to write down a few words. Occasionally, she excitedly called Ran over. Look, this is the taxi we used to take. It gone now. The hustle and bustle of the past and those familiar things made her happy. She said that the mall was like this at that time, full of shopping guides. When buying the products they recommend, the shopping guide can also get a commission. She recalled the school at that time. There were a lot of family homework every day, and often faced various exams. She mentioned, at that time, people mentality was generally fragile, life pressure is huge, various spiritual problems have emerged endlessly. She couldn't help but sigh. People in that era were all kinds of people, there are still porcelain on the road. No one dared to help an old man who fell down. Although various fraudulent methods emerged one after another, there were also many enthusiastic people, and everyone was full of energy. But now? She looked at the window, and then looked at Ran. The atmosphere is so cold now, I want to go home. You have seen so many places, are there any places you are familiar with? The woman shook her head and said, every road is very familiar, like my home, but if you look at it a few more times, the feeling is no longer the same. Ran comforted her, it okay. There's still a lot of time. You can take your time to look. And you find something. Later one afternoon, Ran had just got off work and was going home. Before the car had even stopped, the woman rushed down from upstairs. Her face flushed. I saw myself on the news. Really? Ran also got excited. And immediately ran upstairs. Is it news about aerospace? No. It a photo of the hospital. The woman's voice was trembling. A big group photo, I'm standing among them. Soon, Ran saw the photo in the darkroom. It was a column of a public hospital in the southwest region. There were several doctors in white coats on the cover, and a thin old leader stood in the middle. The title was, The First Department of Surgery of Nanjiang First People Hospital successfully performed a removal operation on a patient with a huge liver tumor. In the following report, it was mentioned that the fat director's surname was Wu, and it was explained that this was a pioneering work of the First Department of Surgery. Because the tumor was extensive, if there is any mistake during the operation, the patient will be in danger of death. The team successfully separated it after more than 10 hours of hard work. Ran saw the woman in the middle of the back row. Her short hair and smile seemed to reflect her appearance 200 years ago. She is indeed a doctor. Surgery department. Ran whispered. It seems that you are not studying Chinese medicine? Yes. The woman sighed. It was really strange just now. In a bunch of pictures, I suddenly saw myself, then she remembered her name instantly. Ran asked, what your name? This question had been asked many times before. And this time she answered decisively, my name is Shaolin. I am a surgeon at the First People Hospital of Nanjiang City. Shaolin. Ran repeated, this surname is very special. Besides that, do you still remember your family? Shaolin shook her head, a little frustrated. Ran comforted. It doesn't matter, it's easy to deal with once you know your name and work unit. I help you check it out. The search engines 200 years ago were already quite mature. After entering her name, her information can be found quickly on the internet. However, several news items are related to medicine. For example, medical seminars, academic discussions, public welfare activities, etc., which have nothing to do with aviation. It is even more impossible to find Shaolin personal information. I am probably an ordinary person. Shaolin laughed at herself. I can't find a decent piece of news on the internet. Ran thought carefully. It would be great if you could recall your old communication account. Wasn't it popular to record daily life at that time? You mean space? Moments or Weibo? Shaolin suddenly realized, theoretically. Yes, but I am very vague about my personal information. Even my name flashed by suddenly. Ran guessed that Shaolin might have experienced some kind of brainwave shock when she returned, which led to blurred memory and forgetfulness. This shock may be temporary or permanent. As she said, although the people in front of her have strange shapes and move slowly, they have wisdom beyond that of earthlings. This wisdom will naturally form a communication barrier. All of these are possible. Ran said, don't worry. At least we have found your identity now. And other problems will always be solved. Shaolin nodded, indicating that she wanted to continue watching it a few more times. And there might be new clues. Ran agreed, and brought the prepared dinner from downstairs. In the evening, Ran told Chiou about this. And Chiou was very surprised. So she really came from 200 years ago? She is not a mental patient? Yes, Let's think about where we should go next. Ran teased. Do we go abroad or domestically? Xiaoyu coughed. Oh, Ran. Don't worry. Wait until I give out the year-end bonus. Haha. Now I have a new discovery, but the truth is still a long way off. I hope there will be new clues. Ran said slowly. Xiaoyu asked, is it true? Then how do you plan to deal with her? She can't survive in this world with this identity. Does she have to be handed over to the higher-ups? Ran was silent. If the situation is favorable, I will report to the higher-ups. Xiaoyu whispered. She may be studied as a monster. After all, black holes, wormholes, and time and space have been studied for so many years. She is the best example. Ran hung up the phone, walked to the door of the darkroom, to check on Sha Rulin. She was staring at the projection screen intently. Her thin figure looked determined and persistent. After a while, Ran turned and left, returning to the bedroom. Sha Rulin continued to pay attention to this matter for several days, and was already quite familiar with the world 200 years ago, but still had not found any more valuable clues. Although she read a lot of news about the aerospace industry, there were very few female astronauts in that era, which made it even more difficult for her to find any information about Sha Rulin. Chapter 16 Strange Things from 200 Years Ago. The two discussed for a while, speculating whether the place Sha Rulin went to was some kind of folk organization. After all, the shape of the airplane she drew was unique, and it was completely different from the airplanes on the market. Ran came up with an idea, and decided to go to the library to find relevant information. The city library has rich book resources, and may be able to provide new clues. This time, Xiaoyu and Ran went together, first to find such books, and then to subdivide them into specific categories, then conduct collaborative research. This process is tedious and boring. The two spent a whole day in the library, but still gained nothing. Although there are many civil organizations, few can actually enter space, let alone reach another planet. There are several planets in the solar system. Except for the Moon and Mars near the Earth, the rest are extremely dangerous. Whether it is extreme temperature or harsh ground environment, they are all inaccessible to humans. The Moon and Mars have been under surveillance since 200 years ago. Although the environment is slightly better, no life has been found so far. And the situation mentioned by Sha Rulin is even more impossible. Therefore, what she is referring to may be a planet outside the solar system. However, the level of technology at that time was far inferior to today, and it was impossible to detect or even reach the area outside the solar system. As the investigation deepened, the two felt more and more absurd, as if they were trapped in an unrealistic dream, and they had to explore with the spirit of pursuing truth, which was really not easy. The reading room closes at 6 o'clock. At 5:50, Ran put down the reading device and rubbed his eyes. Pack up. Let go. I treat you to hot pot. Xiaoyu picked up another book. Wait for me 2 minutes. Finish reading this magazine. It was a magazine called Exploring Science, published in 2005, and was a popular science fiction magazine at the time. It contained many thrilling science fiction stories, as well as some current situation analysis and character interviews. Xiaoyu had read many issues, all of which were outdated information, and there had never been any strange reports about civilian organizations being able to enter another planet. However, this time, when she flipped through the pages, she actually read for a long time. When the bell in the reading room rang, she still did not stand up. Ran on the opposite side reminded her, "Why are you in a daze? Get ready and leave. The door will be closed soon." Xiaoyu looked up, with an obviously strange expression. "I think I found something." Ring, ring, ring. The urging voice in the reading room sounded again. Ran reacted and quickly grabbed the book. Pack up quickly. I go borrow a book. The two rushed out at the fastest speed, and almost rushed out at the last second before the door closed. After walking out of the corridor, Ran breathed a sigh of relief. If you go any slower, we will have to spend the night in the library tonight. What did you just find? Xiaoyu bit her lower lip, and quickly opened the Exploration Science magazine, and turned to a story, and said, "Look, the above-mentioned huge changes in magnetic field, and the people who mysteriously disappeared in the vortex. Could it be that they went to another world through the wormhole? There is also a non-governmental organization called the Strange Walkers. Could Sha Rulin be one of them?" Ran took it, and quickly flipped through it. The article took up 2 pages, and told about the strange things that happened in a small mountain village called Luodan in the southwest border in the early 2000s. Several children in the village suddenly became strange. Their hair grew rapidly, and their upper limbs were particularly developed, their bodies were arched, and they looked more and more like orangutans. They didn't understand what was happening, and thought they had some kind of genetic disease. But they sought medical treatment to no avail, and their bodies continued to change rapidly. The old man in the village said that they must have offended the mountain god. After questioning, it was found that these people had one thing in common. They had all been to Luodai Mountain behind the town. Luodai Mountain is a forbidden area in the area, because it is densely forested, with miasma and bottomless depths, and nearby hunters dare not go deep. These children were all teenagers, fearless, and secretly entered Luodai Mountain for an adventure during their vacation 3 months ago. They described that the mountain was covered with trees and grass, and was completely covered with white fog, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Although the plants were lush, there were no animals at all. There were no wild animals or insects. They wandered around the mountain for a while, took a few photos to prove their courage, and the leader suggested going deeper to take a look, and everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, they were just trees and grass, there would be no danger. Also, although Luodai Mountain was deep, the path was not steep, and it could be explored at will. So the children walked into the mountain. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, and the colder the temperature became. Everyone had goosebumps. 2 of the children couldn't help but ask to go home. The leading child scolded, "We agreed to go on an adventure, but why are you acting like a coward as soon as you get here?" Under his reprimand, everyone had no choice but to move forward, until one of them stopped, pointed ahead and said, "There is a big circle of light." They all squinted their eyes and looked forward. Sure enough, a golden circle of light appeared faintly in the thick fog. The light penetrated the fog and was particularly dazzling. Everyone was stunned by this scene. How could such a phenomenon appear in the air? It looked mysterious and unreal. The leading child suggested, "Let go and take a look, now that we are here." But except for him, the others did not dare to take another step. Facing the unknown, humans always feel fear. The leading child snorted coldly, "You cowards! I will go by myself." He gradually approached the aperture, and everyone stared at him step by step. Then, he stretched out his hand and jumped up, trying to touch the aperture. However, in the next second, the jumping figure disappeared in the air in a hurry. There was nothing under the aperture. It was as if everyone was hallucinating. Everyone looked at each other, and asked each other, all confused by what had just happened. Then, they shouted the child name loudly, but the voice echoed in the valley, but there was no response at all. He disappeared, as if he was swallowed by the light circle. Everyone was terrified, and ran back screaming, falling down and getting up again, bumping into the stone wall and changing direction, running away desperately. The leading child never came back, and the parents were also frightened after hearing about this. After all, Luodai Mountain has always been considered a dangerous and strange place, and it should not be easily set foot in. Chapter 17: The Stranger. The child life story was heartbreaking. His parents died early, leaving only a blind grandmother. The old grandmother asked the village chief for help. The village chief saw that they were really pitiful, so he sent a few people to look for them. Unfortunately, those people did not dare to go deep, but only guessed that the child had fallen off the cliff, and the matter was put on hold. A few months later, several children, who had been to Luodai Mountain, began to undergo terrible changes. Their appearance and body shape seemed to be gradually degenerating. The village was remote, and everyone blamed it on offending the mountain god, so they were helpless about the changes in the children. This situation continued until 2001, when 2 passers-by came to the village, heard the story, and saw the changes in the children, and felt very unusual. Not long after, they ignored the villagers' opposition and organized a civilian scientific expedition team to enter Luodai Mountain. The team included both men and women, carrying large backpacks, carrying all kinds of strange instruments. They explained to the villagers that this aperture phenomenon has actually appeared many times around the world, in various locations, some in busy streets, some in deserts, and sometimes even accompanied by the phenomenon of time and space distortion. For example, someone came out of the garage, although he was clearly on the 2nd floor below ground, but he could never get upstairs. It seemed that a distorted space appeared between the 2nd floor below ground and the 1st floor below ground, and the aperture appeared in this space. This kind of distorted space is not easy to encounter. You may try thousands of times, but you can only enter once. The common feature of the aperture is golden color, with radiant light on the periphery and a deep black hole in the center. There are almost no creatures around this kind of aperture. People who have been exposed to the aperture for a long time will experience anti-ancestor phenomenon in their later life, which means the retrograde change of human evolution. They may grow thick hair. Their facial features and body shape will gradually change. And some people may even grow a tail. For those who approach the aperture at close range, a few will be safe and sound, but most will be sucked in and disappear without a trace. But after being sucked in, the aperture almost disappears. This aperture is called a wormhole by the aliens, and is also regarded as a medium for other civilized creatures to communicate with the Earth. According to legend, entering a wormhole can reach another time and space. Before this, the aliens had been to other places where similar situations had occurred, and took precious photos of the scene, but unfortunately, they were unlucky, and had not seen the real aperture yet. Maybe the wormhole in Luodai Mountain is still there. Let's try our luck, they said cheerfully. The villagers were stunned, as if they were listening to a book from heaven. For safety reasons, the villagers dissuaded them from going there again. But the stranger smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. We have special protective equipment, various instruments, top talents in various industries, and even doctors. There will be absolutely no problem." They also explained the importance of scientific exploration to mankind, and mankind's fear of the unknown. However, these remarks were difficult to understand for the stubborn villagers. So, they entered Luodai Mountain under the gaze of the villagers. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until a week passed, they still could not return. The villagers were uneasy, and finally a young man went out to call the police. But when the police and their men entered Luodai Mountain again, there was no sign of that group of people. The miasma had dissipated a lot, and the light ring was no longer there. It was not entirely true that the whole village was hallucinating, because there were many items left in the forest, such as a deflated lighter, a few empty cans, and some cigarette butts. Obviously, these garbage were recently left behind. The ending of this story is open-ended, and there is no specific result. At the end, there is a sentence. It is based on a true story. The Yixing organization is currently the most mysterious civilian scientific research organization in China. This disappearance incident indirectly confirms the authenticity of the wormhole. Everything is still full of unknown possibilities, waiting for future generations to explore and verify. After reading it, Ran Ran was very excited. "Yixing, I seem to have seen it when I was looking up information before. It was the largest civilian scientific research organization in China 200 years ago. They investigated many famous events, such as the Bermuda Triangle, the Korean plane disappearance case. Then let go back and show it to Sha Rulin. Maybe she will remember it when she sees this magazine." Xiaoyu took Ran Ran's hand and said, "Let go. I go find her." Xiaoyu is lively and cheerful, and is good at interacting with strangers. Therefore, when she saw Sha Rulin for the first time, she greeted her warmly. Sha Rulin was so scared that she immediately hid behind the door and asked nervously, "Who are you?" Ran Ran hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. She is my best friend, and she knows about you. Don't worry. I'm not a bad person." Xiaoyu patted his chest and assured, "I can't even kill a chicken." Sha Rulin's eyes flashed with suspicion, and asked faintly, "If you can't kill a chicken, can you easily kill people?" Xiaoyu angrily counterattacked, "Have I killed anyone? I'm here to help you out of kindness. Don't be unreasonable just because you look like Ran Ran." "How am I unreasonable?" Sha Rulin's face changed slightly. Xiaoyu was anxious. "Are you being unreasonable? Or am I being unreasonable?" Ran Ran interrupted. "Okay, your conversation sounds like a Qiongya drama from more than 200 years ago. Now we are all grasshoppers in the same boat. Can we coexist peacefully?" Xiaoyu and Sha Rulin glared at each other, silently turned their eyes away, both feeling a little dissatisfied. Ran Ran took out a magazine from her bag and handed it to Sha Rulin. "Take a look at the article on page 57, see if it has anything to do with it." Sha Rulin took the magazine and carefully stroked the cover. "Is this really a magazine from 2005? "Of course not," Xiaoyu complained. "It's been so long. How could it be preserved so well? These are all later simulations, and the originals are in the library archives." "Yes, Xiaoyu works in the library, and she knows all this very well," Ran Ran added. Sha Rulin said "oh" softly. Her expression was still cold, and she walked into the darkroom with the magazine and closed the door casually. Xiaoyu was a little dissatisfied. "Ran Ran, this woman is really rude. She is very wary of the outside world. And after this period of understanding, she has experienced countless hardships and survived. Ren Ren looked at the door of the darkroom and said, "She needs us. But she doesn't completely trust us." Chapter 18: The Feet of the Past. Sha Rulin stayed in the dark room for a full half an hour. When she came out, her eyes sparkled. "Can you find some more information about the aliens? I think this article is very familiar. It seems to be something I have experienced before." Ren Ren and Chiao Yu looked at each other, and they both had a hunch that this unexpected discovery might lead them to the right direction. In the following time, the three of them acted separately. Sha Rulin searched on the internet. Ren Ren and Chiao Yu rushed around the major libraries in the city, and finally compiled the information they collected about the aliens. The more they learned, the more shocked Ren Ren was. The aerospace industry of the motherland is like a bright road, and all scientific research is carried out on the premise of safety and reliability. However, this organization called the aliens is completely the opposite. The darker and more dangerous it is, the deeper they go into it. Although the organization was founded in China, its members are all over the world. Almost all of them are elites from all walks of life. Doctor of biology, outdoor adventure expert, retired special police, high-tech equipment maintenance technician. These people have become one of them. What they have in common is the pursuit of excitement and truth. There are many unsolved mysteries in this world. For example, the weeping of the statue in 1995, the crash of the Korean airliner in 1997, the sinking of the Titanic in 1912, and the death of Kennedy, the curse of the Egyptian tomb, etc. All of them are incomprehensible. The original intention of the establishment of the Outer Walkers was to use science and new technologies to explore these mysterious events and reveal the truth. When it was first established, the Outer Walkers had only a few members, mainly amateurs, and they carried out some small-scale ghost hunting activities. For example, why does a deserted place have wailing sounds every night? Or why does an ancient well that has been dry for many years suddenly gush out clear water? And why can a polio patient have extraordinary command ability? Several events caused a sensation. They began to use magazines and media to show their achievements and received a lot of advertising sponsorship. As a result, funds poured in, and they recruited more members and grew rapidly. The wormhole incident became their main research object. They used various channels to explore mysterious areas and track people with atavism. Once these people bodies changed, the abnormalities quickly intensified. In the early stage, it might just be longer hair and older face. But soon they will look like old people in their 40s or 50s, and their walking posture will become hunched. After 2 years of changes, their hormones will quickly go out of control, and their eating habits will become abnormal. For example, they no longer like cooked food, and even prefer raw meat. Their temperaments become violent, and they often directly strangle the necks of poultry, suck blood, and chew violently. Once the atavism develops to this point, there is no other way except to send them to a mental hospital for strict control. Their lives also came to an end quickly. The autopsy revealed that their hearts were severely enlarged and that multiple organs showed signs of failure. Fortunately, they died tragically. Why is this so terrible? It is naturally the result of the radiation around the wormhole. After all, these patients are people who have close contact with the aperture. When they are awake, they can clearly recall the detailed experience of contact with the aperture. These terrible cases did not scare the aliens, but instead strengthened their determination to find the wormhole. In addition to skill training, they also learned professional knowledge such as astronomy and geography, geology and meteorology, atmospheric physics and spacecraft structure. In addition, they also carried out physical training according to the training standards of astronauts. Soon, they discovered many anomalies, such as the Nujiang River in Yunnan, Turpan in Xinjiang, and the fishing village in Hainan. Wormholes appeared, and even the Luodai mountain mentioned in the article was one of them. However, most of these explorations were in vain. The disappearance mentioned in the article, in fact, they found that the wormhole disappeared and went down the mountain through another path. The real disappearance began with the incident in Changbai Mountain in 2007. At that time, they used monitoring equipment to take a photo of the half-moon lake on the top of Changbai Mountain. The photo showed several black fish, with a horrifying appearance, pointy heads, and sharp teeth that were frightening, and the number of them made people wonder, if they were really bitten, the skin and flesh would probably be torn off. After identification, this fish is called the knife-toothed piranha, a kind of atavistic species, which should normally appear in the Cretaceous period, and there are a lot of records of this in paleontology. So, why did the ancient fish appear in modern times? The answer is self-evident. This lake also showed atavism. This is exactly the characteristic of the wormhole. This discovery excited them. The wormhole that had been searched for a long time appeared again. So, the aliens were ready to go, and more than 10 people headed towards Chombai Mountain. They took a plane, a car, and finally had to walk. Half Moon Lake is located behind Chombai Mountain. The terrain is steep, and few people go there. They can only walk on foot. Although it is summer, the snow-covered Chombai Mountain is bitterly cold. They need to wear goggles during the day, and once the sun sets, the vision suddenly becomes dim, and they can only rely on searchlights to move forward. The physically fit people who have undergone rigorous training are not bad. They did not encounter too much danger along the way. Finally, we arrived at the shore of Half Moon Lake at 11 o'clock in the evening. Without taking a break, we quickly started sampling and investigation, and found that there were not only knife-toothed piranhas in the lake, but also water plants and plankton, which also showed atavism. The closer to the center of the lake, the stronger the magnetic field reaction. After discussion, we decided to explore the lake. The team members put on protective equipment, carried sonic controllers to drive away piranhas, and jumped into the lake one by one. There were only 2 people left on the shore, Xiao Zhang, who was responsible for instrument monitoring, and Xiao Wang, who was recording. The 2 of them stared at the monitor. The bubbling lake water was surging wildly, and there was no darkness in their vision, but it was getting brighter and brighter. The initial light was blurry, but when the water plants dispersed, a bright light suddenly poured in from behind, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang stared at the screen intently, until a huge golden aperture appeared on the screen. The outer edge of the aperture was dazzling, but the inside was deep and dark, as if it contained a power that could attract people in. After a long wait, the wormhole finally appeared. As the members at the bottom of the lake moved, the aperture gradually approached. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang held their breath and stared, for fear of missing any details. However, the sudden situation made the screen suddenly dark, and everything disappeared. Chapter 19: A Letter of Request for Battle 200 years ago. Is there something wrong with the equipment? Xiao Zhang quickly checked himself, but when he got closer, he found that the equipment was normal, so the only possibility was that there was something wrong with the teammates at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Wang was a girl in her 20s, and she seemed very flustered at this time, and shouted loudly, but the lake was calm, only a few bubbles were surging gently, and there was no response. In the anxious waiting, Xiao Zhang decided to go down to the lake to check the situation. He went into the water fully armed. 10 minutes later, they brought back the news. The wormhole at the bottom of the lake is gone, and the people are gone too. Xiao Wang opened his eyes wide in astonishment. So many people. Have they really disappeared? Gone? All gone. Xiao Zhang's face was pale, and the fear in his heart reached its peak. The aliens were looking forward to the reappearance of the wormhole every day, and they wanted to use it to explore the unknown world. To this end, they made full preparations, invested in high-quality equipment, accumulated rich knowledge reserves, spent a huge amount of money to buy supplies. However, these equipments cannot resist the attraction of the wormhole, or, after being attracted, no signals from the outside world can be found. Xiao Zhang, who climbed back to the shore, began to check the surveillance repeatedly. After hundreds of times of reverse and slow playback, he finally noticed a clue. They did not disappear instantly, but were quickly sucked in by a force like a hurricane. The 2 were stunned. This was beyond their expectations. They stood on the shore of Half Moon Lake for a long time. Finally, they slowly descended the mountain with the remaining equipment. There were more than a dozen people when they set out, but only 2 people were left when they returned. The missing people seemed to have evaporated, leaving no clues at all. The Chombai Mountain incident had far-reaching impacts. After all, the dozen people were elites in various industries, and it was difficult to cover it up. Negative news spread quickly. Some people submitted letters of accusation to the relevant departments, and some even held collective demonstrations. Some of the families of the missing sat in front of the governments at all levels, demanding a response. Therefore, after several years of development, the Outliers organization withered under such pressure, and there was no news of the dozen missing people. The list of these missing people can also be found, which mentions a female doctor codenamed Sha Sha. The information shows that she is in her early 30s, single, and good at surgical treatment and psychological guidance. Her identity may be Sha Rulin. After everyone read the information, the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, as if you could hear a pin drop. Finally, Xiaoyu coughed to break the silence. Sha Rulin. You are Sha, right? Sha Rulin raised her head, her face pale. Yes. Do you remember anything? Ran asked. She nodded slightly. Yes. Those fragments suddenly emerged like a movie, and it felt like they were about to be connected. Sha Rulin lowered her head, picked up the water cup and took a big sip. I remember my childhood. My parents always quarreled when I was born. When I was admitted to university, they finally divorced. Such a marriage scares me. Therefore, I am determined not to get married and have children. After graduating from medical university, Sha Rulin was assigned to Nanjiang First People Hospital. Her qualifications are not outstanding, but she likes to read science fiction magazines in her spare time, immerse herself in science fiction forums, and communicate with many strangers on the internet. One day, an internet user invited her. Would you like to join our adventure? We need a surgeon. Sha Rulin agreed without hesitation. Of course I will join. In this way, she joined the Outliers organization by accident. It was here that she found the meaning of life, being with like-minded people, and felt happy even in the hard training. During those years, my parents kept saying I was crazy. Sha Rulin smiled bitterly. In our time, older unmarried women would make parents feel ashamed wherever they went. But I chose to hang out with a group of strange people. Ran was deeply touched. I understand your feelings, but how to say it? The long river of history may have changed the views at that time. For example, it seems now that the original intention of the aliens was not wrong, but the understanding of the danger was insufficient at that time, and the level of science and technology was relatively weak. Xiaoyu added, don't say that at that time. Even now, it may not be possible to explore such anomalies. Our country only roughly understood the distribution of planets in the Milky Way a few years ago. The situation you mentioned is most likely outside the Milky Way, which is truly an unknown world. Do you remember what happened after entering the wormhole? Ran asked patiently. Sha Rulin whispered, intermittent fragments. Give me some more time. She lowered her eyes, holding the information tightly, her fingertips tightly clasping them, as if she was holding not only the paper, but the past that was closely related to herself. She turned and walked silently towards the bedroom. Ran stared at her slightly heaving shoulders. A trace of sadness arose in his heart, and he said to Xiaoyu, she disappeared in that world, and she is the only one left in this world. Xiaoyu responded calmly, you said it poetically, but besides her, is there no one else in this world? Or, there will be other travelers. To be precise, they are not travelers. They arrived at that planet through a wormhole 200 years ago. One day there may be equivalent to 1 year on Earth. So when we return to the present, it is 200 years later. Ran analyzed. Xiaoyu nodded. What you said makes sense. But it is still a mystery after all. Yes. Ran pressed her temple and sighed. I thought that solving one mystery would reduce one. But I didn't expect that the more I explored, the more mysteries there would be. Xiaoyu looked at her. We have no way to solve these problems now. And there is no doubt about Sha Rulin life experience. Ran, how do you plan to deal with it? Wait a few days. I will report to the organization. Ran whispered. We can't do anything. Sha Rulin in the room closed all the curtains, sat alone in the dark, and picked up a thin piece of paper. This letter was written by a teammate of the alien. A letter of request. And the words were full of determination. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the unknown scientific truth. If an accident happens, it is also the destination I deserve. Please ask my parents. Family, don't make things difficult for anyone. The handwriting was full of passion, so heavy that it almost cut through the paper. Sha Rulin felt lost, thinking that she had also written such words, but it was a pity that she could not find them. She curled up her knees, wrapped herself tightly, feeling a loneliness she had never felt before, as if the water of the half-moon lake from 200 years ago had returned, soaking into her bones. Recalling those fragments, the first half was full of firm fighting spirit, while the second half was full of blood, forming a huge contrast. Chapter 20 Another. What should I do now? Sha Rulin was once again in this strange world, thinking whether she could go back. I didn't know whether parallel time and space really existed, nor did I know whether I could go back to the past like the characters in the time travel novels. Over the years, Ran gradually learned a little about the planet she had visited through bit by bit of records. No one knew the name of that planet, so let's call it Planet R for now. In order to maintain their dominance, the intelligent, but physically handicapped rock star people controlled the natives of some planets. The ordinary-looking, Low intelligence, but strong Ant-men became slaves and undertook all the physical labor. And the Earth was obviously a planet they were eager to explore. And they even wanted to use it as an alternative habitat. After all, the resources of Rockstar had been overexploited and energy was scarce. While the people on Earth were completely unaware of them, they released a signal to the Earth, a wormhole. Wormholes are not only a medium to attract Earthlings, but also a tool for them to explore the Earth. The term absorb actually implies sampling and investigation. Shah Rukh and his friends are such lucky ones. They did not die while disappearing. They arrived at planet R through this medium and began another thrilling life. The valley bottom, the wasteland, and other dangerous areas made these Earthlings go through many tests. In the eyes of the Rockstar people, these tests are for screening and selecting Earthlings who can integrate. Shah Rukh still has no idea what the Rockstar people want to do. She can only vaguely recall the difficult experience on Rockstar, and a little understanding of the group of Rockstar people with high intelligence and strange shapes. Just when they were in chaos, Xiaoyu suddenly received new news. She excitedly found Ran with a student certificate. Come and see, who is this woman? Ran carefully looked at the paper for a while, and opened his mouth in surprise. She is exactly like us? The woman on the certificate has slightly heroic eyebrows. Under the eyebrows are a pair of gentle and bright eyes. With a hint of smile, looking at the camera, there is also a small dark red mole on the right side of her neck. The text below is a description. This girl named Lin Huira graduated in 2125, became a medical student. Later, she continued to study for a master's degree and was recommended to a doctoral degree. After graduation, she worked in a famous hospital in the provincial capital. Xiaoyu said anxiously, today, the teacher of the academic department asked me to check the alumni records. I accidentally found this photo. This is information from more than 70 years ago. Ran stroked the photo with his hand and asked nervously, is she still alive now? Where are her family members? Xiaoyu nodded and responded, I checked. She has never married. And she was paralyzed in bed 7 or 8 years ago. It seems that there is only one nephew who takes care of her in City A. By the way, she is also type B blood. Shah Rukh 200 years ago. Lin Huira 70 years ago. And me now. Ran murmured in a low voice. Both are engaged in medicine. Both are type B blood. Both are single. And look exactly the same. What does this mean? This means that there must be something wrong with your genes. Xiaoyu bit her lower lip. There can't be such a coincidence in the world. Xiaoyu, can you try to get in touch with them? Ran tightly grasped the student certificate. Xiaoyu nodded. Okay, I call them right away, please wait. Xiaoyu was very efficient, quickly contacted Lin Huira nephew, and arranged a meeting time in the name of the school anniversary gift. During the call, Lin Huira nephew seemed to have some concerns, and asked if they could meet at home instead. Xiaoyu agreed without hesitation. Ran calmed down. She got up and changed into a simple lotus-colored long skirt, combed her hair casually, and stepped on a pair of mid-heeled leather shoes. This scene happened to be seen by Shah Rukh at the door. She stood at the door and thought, how could you wear such clothes? Shah Rukh's doubts were not surprising, because Ran usually wore simple t-shirts, shorts and sneakers, and rarely dressed so ladylike. Ran smiled at herself in the mirror. Today I am going to meet a special friend, and I want her to feel my sincerity. After hearing this, Shah Rukh immediately asked, is this friend related to me? Ran looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect Shah Rukh to be so perceptive and always find clues in other people's words. She took a deep breath and said seriously, I tell you when I come back. Okay. Shah Rukh nodded, okay. Then I continue to look at the information. Maybe I can remember something. Half an hour later, Ran had arrived downstairs of a garden house in the new city area. The garden inside the fence was full of dull climbing roses. Perhaps because of the lack of sunlight and rain. They looked wilted, as if they were barely surviving. Ran rang the doorbell. After a few rings, a gray-haired old man came out and opened the door enthusiastically. Is it Xiao Gu who called? Thank you for your school calling every year. This year, you also sent. He stopped talking subconsciously. When he saw Ran, he was surprised and said, You? Who are you? Ran walked into the yard and said in a gentle tone, Sorry, I am not a staff member of Ms. Lin Huira's school. My name is Ran. Why do you look exactly like my aunt when she was young? The old man stepped back, as if frightened. Ran nodded. and took out his student certificate. It is indeed exactly the same. So I want to know the truth. Old sir, can I meet Ms. Lin Huiru? The old man stared at her for more than 10 seconds, and finally nodded, and turned to walk into the house. Come with me, but I'm not sure if she can see you. 2 minutes later, Ran understood what he meant. In the west bedroom, a hunchbacked old lady curled up on the bed, with her eyes tightly closed. If her body hadn't moved slightly, I would have thought she was dead. And she was Lin Huiru. My aunt had a stroke 7 years ago. She lived alone at the time. I saw it on the surveillance and immediately called the emergency number, but it was too late. The doctor said that if she could be sent to her 15 minutes earlier, she might have regained consciousness. The old woman's eyes were full of guilt. It all my fault. I was going through the retirement procedures at the time, and I didn't notice the surveillance alarm at all. Chapter 21 Repeated Use. His voice was as light as the wind, gently passing by Ran's ears. Although she could hear it clearly, her eyes were involuntarily locked on the old lady on the bed. She really looked very haggard, with wrinkles crisscrossing on her face, with almost sunken eye sockets, and a thin chin that was particularly prominent, and her weight seemed to be less than 70 kilograms. From such a face, Ran could not see any resemblance to herself, except for the conspicuous red mole on her neck. It was blinding. She couldn't help but speak. Her voice was a little hoarse. Can she hear us talking? Maybe. The old man sighed softly. Every week the doctor comes to check, and sometimes when we discuss, anti-brain waves will react, so she probably has some consciousness. He approached the bed, leaned over and said to Lin Huiru, Auntie, there's a girl who looks exactly like you when you were young. Come to see you. Can you hear it? The old lady didn't react at all. Not even her eyelids moved. And the elderly seemed to be used to it. He reached out to support her, turned her over, and tidied up the quilt, and then said to Ran, the doctor said that you should turn her over every 3 hours. Otherwise you will easily develop bed sores. Was your aunt a doctor? The old man nodded and replied, she was the director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine in the provincial capital hospital. And she worked until she was almost 80 before she officially retired. You also know, in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, the older you get, the more experience you have. Doctors are reluctant to let her retire. Traditional Chinese medicine. Ran suddenly thought that although Shaolin is a surgeon, she also has some knowledge of herbs. Although she has not studied it in depth, she is very sensitive to smells. Is this something they have in common? The old man glanced at the old lady on the bed. My aunt has worked hard all her life. She really has not enjoyed any happiness. Ran felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Can you let me see a photo of her when she was young? Okay. The old man did not hesitate and took her to the study next door. He opened the drawer and took out a stack of photo albums. This is a rare thing in this era, he explained, after my aunt retired. Her eyesight was not good, so she asked me to select some photos and print them out, and take them out to look at occasionally. Ran took the album and began to flip through it. These photos almost covered Lin Huiru's life, from birth to adulthood. She was born in an ordinary cadre family. Besides her, there is also a younger brother. Lin Huiru has been excellent in both character and study since childhood, and is a well-known academic master in the whole alley. She has grown up smoothly, from study to work, and never worries her parents. Lin Huiru's younger brother is very ordinary. He dropped out of school after graduating from high school and started a business with others. He achieved some success at the beginning, and then he got married and had children. Unfortunately, the investment failed. His wife left, and his parents became in debt, and life became difficult. In the difficult period, Lin Huiru took on the responsibility of supporting the family. She not only took care of her parents, but also paid for her nephew living expenses, which was the tuition for the elderly man in front of her. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, her nephew was particularly close to her. Just like mother and son, Lin Huiru worked hard and cared for her family. But she never cared about her own affairs, and spent her years from a young girl to old age alone. However, her nephew knew how to be grateful. He was taken care of by her when he was a child, and he also took care of his aunt when he grew up. Lin Huiru has been paralyzed for several years, and he has been taking good care of her. Ran looked through the photos while listening to the old man's story. This is actually a very ordinary family story. But the face in the album that looks exactly like her own made her fall into a trance. This is Lin Huiru's experience. But it also seems like her own experience. When she gets old, will she become like this one day? Xiao Gu, do you want to tell me something? The old man closed the album, asked her. Sooner or later. We have to face it. Ran closed the album. Old man, may I ask if your aunt is your adopted child? The old man looked at her in astonishment. Ran explained. Perhaps you don't know much about the elders, but please recall, has your father ever mentioned her background? The old man looked flustered and excited. Xiao Gu, no. No, I want to ask. How do you know this? My aunt was indeed adopted by my grandmother, my father told me before he died. But how did you know? Sure enough. Ran smiled bitterly. Did they mention where her genes came from? Was it the gene bank in the capital? The old man shook his head. No one said that. My father said that my grandparents had been married for many years and had no children. So they found a way to adopt a child. And soon after, they had my father. But everyone kept this matter a secret from my aunt. I've gotten used to it over the years. Xiao Gu, why do you know that? She didn't know how to explain this question for a while. Ran decided to give a brief answer. Because I'm like this too, old man. Can you find some information about your aunt life? For example, the adoption certificate from that year. I want to find out the source of the genes. At this moment, Ran was very sure in her heart that the root cause of the appearance of 3 identical women in the past 200 years was no coincidence. It was not an ordinary gene donation, but a carefully planned gene reuse event. In this era, the gene law has strict regulations, ethical and moral considerations, and donated genes cannot be reused. One gene can only correspond to one child. Otherwise they will face legal judgment. The old man was stunned, but he shook his head. This happened too long ago, and the elders didn't explain it clearly. So there was nothing left. Ran had no choice but to stand up. It doesn't matter, thank you, old man. For today, I hope you can take good care of her. This sentence came out of Ran's mouth, with a bitter taste. Lin Huiro on the bed is over 90 years old, and she is so sick. How many years can she live? The old man nodded. This is natural, I should take care of my aunt. Ran walked out of the community, looking back at the house again, with mixed feelings in his heart, which is hard to describe. The photo album just now recorded the life of that woman, and now will she become her future self? Chapter 22 quietly proceeding. Just at this time, Xiaoyu called to inquire about the recent situation. After Ran informed him of the situation, she said, I will ask for leave from the institute tonight, and plan to go to the gene bank in the capital. I think the answer there will be clearer. Okay, I support you. Xiaoyu responded quickly. We can't just live in confusion. The two immediately reached a consensus. During this period, Xiaoyu will also go to the old house in the countryside every few days to take care of Sha Rulin. Although City A is thousands of kilometers away from the capital, and the gene bank is heavily guarded, Ran realized that this operation was much more difficult than she thought. When asking for leave, senior brother Qin Yuan asked, why do you need so many days? Ran, did you encounter any problems? Don't hide it from me. I'm willing to help. Ran smiled lightly. I'm just going to the capital to meet some college classmates. Nothing. Remember to ask Professor Chung for leave for me. Don't worry, Ran. Qin Yuan comforted. You seem to be in a bad mood recently, and you don't seem to be focused on your work. When you come back, we have a good chat. Yes. Ran didn't want to say more, and she knew in her heart that as an intern, who could only do some peripheral experiments in the institute, she was not within the scope of Professor Chung's attention. Professor Chung wouldn't care too much if she left for a few days, as long as the internship days and task indicators were completed. This internship would be considered a success. So the problem is not big. Ran chose the earliest flight to arrive in the capital. It was early summer. City A is located in the south. People have already changed into summer clothes, however. The climate in the capital is still cold. Ran wrapped in a windbreaker, quickly walked through the crowd, and took the transportation booked in advance. She booked a hotel in Xiqing district, only a few meters away from the back door of the gene bank. It is really the best choice. This time, she is not going to follow the procedure, after all. She failed to find an acquaintance last time. Since the management is so strict, we have to take a secretive approach. The smog situation in the capital is worrying, and the color is also unusual, with a dim yellow hue, like the rust of iron. According to popular science explanations, there are occasional sandstorms in this season, and the dim yellow is actually tiny sand particles mixed in the smog, which are suspended in the air and do not dissipate for a long time. Therefore, citizens wear masks all year round, and some women wear hoods that cover their entire face to protect their skin. Only the eyes are exposed. Ran saw these scenes, and couldn't help laughing, because she felt that the image of these women was quite similar to the bank robbers a few years ago. However, in this era, the profession of robber no longer exists. Internet fraud has become a huge industry. Breaking in by force is simply impossible to break through the police encirclement. The coding rules for cash are strict. Although she got the money by chance, she couldn't use it. What the point of robbery? After Ran arrived at the hotel, it was just as she wished. The window of the room can clearly see the mysterious building, the yard under the shade of trees, and several smart trash cans outside the door. She can even see several staff members coming in and out of the back door. She did not act rashly. Her last experience taught her that alerting the enemy would only expose herself. She could only find ways to discover the secrets in the Gene Bank. Ran stayed in the hotel for 2 days. During this period, she obtained the floor plan of each floor of the Gene Bank through some means. The first floor is the service hall. The second floor is the VIP service room. The third floor is the office floor. And the fourth floor is the Gene storage warehouse. And the historical archives are also on this floor. The secret is on the fourth floor. And how to enter has become the problem she faces. The Gene Bank belongs to the State Department. And both the network and on-site security are very strict. After a period of observation, Ran eyes focused on the cleaning ant in the backyard. After careful observation, she learned that these cleaning ants work 2 shifts a day, and 7 o'clock in the morning and 8 o'clock in the evening are fixed handover times. One of the ants was dressed very formally, wearing a mask and gloves over her work clothes. Ran decided to start with her. One morning, Ran pretended to be jogging and passed by. When she saw the ant taking out the trash, she took the initiative to help. She immediately gained the ant trust. "Thank you, girl. Why are you jogging so early?" Ran responded, "The air is better in the morning." The ant looked up at the haze full of sand and dust. "Look at the weather. There will be a sandstorm in the next few days. Girl, you should go back quickly." Ran nodded, ran 2 steps and then stopped. "Auntie, are you still short of people? I'm looking for a job recently. You come to do cleaning?" The cleaning lady opened her mouth in surprise, almost enough to fit an egg. "This is not a job for a little girl like you. We work very hard every day. Recently, several colleagues have asked for leave. Each of us is responsible for 1 floor. Even every room has to be cleaned. Do you think it miserable?" Ran asked tentatively. "Really? Which floor is more relaxed?" "Of course it's the 4th floor. No one works on the 4th floor. So it's not that messy." The ant smiled and said, "We all take turns. It's my turn to work the night shift tomorrow." Ran was happy and nodded. "I have to continue running. I sign up as soon as the announcement comes out." The ant smiled and said, "Girl, don't be funny. For someone as young as you, it's better to work in a mall than here. I think it's nice here. The environment is quiet. I have social phobia. And I like this. Quiet is quiet. Just do your own work." The ant nodded. Ran smiled and replied, without saying anything more. She turned around and ran to the other end of the street corner. She walked briskly, but she was nervous inside. I just observed the ant up close, and found that her figure was not much different from mine. But she was a little plump. How should I replace her? Later, Ran came up with a plan. She went to the mall and bought 2 down jackets and pants. When she put them on, she looked a lot fatter. For safety reasons, she also bought a wig of the same style as the cleaning lady. The next evening, at about 7:30, Ran changed her clothes and quietly slipped out of the back door of the hotel. She hid in the alley and waited for the old lady to appear. The weather was perfect. The night fell early because of the heavy haze. The dim street lights gradually lit up, and there were few pedestrians on the path. From a distance, she saw the old lady riding an electric bike, wearing a mask and coming here. The wind blew her short curly hair, which was burnt yellow, and covered her face in a mess. Chapter 23 Identity Replacement. She parked the electric bike in the alley outside and began to lock it. Ran approached quietly from the shadows. The cleaning lady was so focused on locking the bike that she didn't notice her presence at all. When Ran walked behind the cleaning lady, she suddenly took her hand out of her pocket and shook it gently. A wet gauze quickly covered the cleaning lady's mouth. The cleaning lady was caught off guard and fell to the ground before she could react. The effect of this anesthetic was really good. Ran gritted her teeth. He began to drag the old lady to the depths of the alley, where the darkness and the lack of people were perfect for hiding. She silently said in her heart, I'm sorry. I have no choice. This drug is non-toxic. It is harmless to the body. It is a new type of anesthetic developed by the Institute a few years ago. It only requires inhalation of gas. The effect is significant, and the cost is low. So it is widely used in various small operations. Ran skillfully took the bracelet off the old lady's wrist. It is equivalent to a work certificate. Only with this can you pass the security check smoothly and enter the gene bank. At this moment, the fully armed Ran looks quite similar to the ant. She prayed in her heart that she would not meet her colleagues. If she opened her mouth, she would be exposed and it would be troublesome. She walked quickly to the door and showed her bracelet on the time clock. Sure enough, with a beep, she passed smoothly. There was no one in the backyard. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the staff had already left work. In this era, labor costs remain high, and almost no one works overtime. When Ran just entered the door, she saw a woman in cleaning clothes walking out from a distance, holding a remote control and walking straight to the second floor. She guessed, that should be the dressing room. Right? Ran lowered her head, walked over quickly, pushed open the door. As expected, she saw a row of cabinets opposite at a glance, and the number in the upper left corner was exactly the number of the ant bracelet. Ran quickly took out the work clothes inside, put them on, then she found the remote control inside. This is used to control the cleaning tools. Large venues usually use special vacuum cleaners and mops. Ran saw that the cleaning staff of the institute used these devices. She took the tools and flashed into the elevator, and directly pressed the button for the 4th floor. But just as the elevator door was about to close, a hand suddenly reached in. Wait a minute. Ran was startled, and took a closer look. The person was also dressed as a cleaner, and was obviously a colleague of the ant. She immediately turned her head to look at the elevator display screen, avoiding her eye contact with the woman. The lady was talking loudly, patting her shoulder. Sister Luo, did you bring lunch today? Yes. Ran made a sound from her nose. I was going to bring the fish I had for lunch, but it was overcooked, too broken, and even more inedible when heated. The woman started to chatter. Ran said nothing, just staring at the display screen, feeling that this short moment seemed like a long time. The lady continued, by the way, I brought the handicraft I made last time. I show it to you when I'm done. By the way, Sister Luo, why do you feel a little strange today? Did you trim your eyebrows? They were sparse before. Ran felt her heart beat faster, realizing that the woman was getting closer, seemingly wanting to observe her closely. This lady looked to be in her 60s, and the eyebrows and eyes revealed by the mask were completely different from hers. If she was seen, isn't it exposed? At this moment, the elevator beeped and stopped. It had reached the 3rd floor. The woman looked up and walked out. Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She felt her back was full of sweat, and it was already soaking wet. Because of the heat, and because of nervousness, Ran was holding the remote control in her hand, and she was almost sweating. The elevator finally stopped on the 4th floor. Ran got off quickly, looked around, and found a young security guard smoking at the window at the end of the corridor. She still had to save face. Ran found the vacuum cleaner in the tool room, set it to the whole house cleaning mode, and started to rumble. She looked back secretly, and the security guard still hadn't left, and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving in the short term. Ran frowned slightly, and could only continue to pretend to be busy. She began to pick up the garbage in the trash can one by one. The 4th floor was full of warehouses, and in the corner was the archive room. The warehouses could all be opened, and there were rows of frozen fresh-keeping warehouses inside. All of them were locked. It was estimated that only internal employees could open them. Ran didn't care about it. She was most concerned about only one place, which was the archive room in the corner. There were several large computers there, and many files organized into volumes. Most of them were sealed. They should be original files from many years ago. Before she had time to check carefully, the security guard at the door shouted, Sister Luo, if you are late, you will miss the time to throw away the garbage. It will start to be decomposed soon. After hearing this, Ran hurriedly left the cabinet, quickly picked up a few garbage bags, and carried them downstairs. This time she didn't dare to take the elevator again, for fear of meeting the overly enthusiastic lady on the 3rd floor again, because she had seen the cleaning ladies sorting garbage. Ran skillfully threw the garbage into the room according to the category. She might be the last one to throw away the garbage. Not long after she threw it in, the hour came. and the smart trash can began to work. These trash cans can be sorted and processed. Paper was quickly shredded and melted into recyclable pulp. Domestic garbage can be crushed and fermented for secondary use. Garbage that is not easy to decompose is recycled and processed by a special person. Ran was lucky. When she ran upstairs again, the security guard was no longer in the corridor. She was delighted and went straight into the archive room. She turned on a computer on the side and found that there was a password. Ran was well prepared and brought a password cracking program in advance. It only took half an hour to install. Then you can turn on the computer. The rest is waiting time. Ran stood at the door, carefully observing the outside, to avoid someone suddenly appearing again. Time passed by minute. She felt a kind of nervousness and expectation like a thief. The air was so quiet that only the thumping of the heart and the sound of breathing could be heard. Faster, faster, she said silently in her heart, clenching her fists. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, wait and wait, the time on the screen gradually passed. It was almost 28 minutes. When the dawn of victory was just around the corner, a familiar female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sister Luo, are you done? I'm here with my handicraft. Chapter 24, Helping in Times of Need. This is the cleaning lady on the 3rd floor. Just now in the elevator, she seemed a little suspicious, and it would be difficult to deal with her now. Ran heart tightened, and she quickly closed the door of the archive room, pretending not to be there. However, the lady did not back down, and after searching for a long time without success, she began to knock on the door. Sister Luo, Sister Luo? Don't be silent, I know you are in there. Open the door. Didn't you ask me to bring your handicrafts to show you yesterday? You're so weird. You've been acting strange since you came here today. Hey, open the door, Her shouting stopped abruptly, followed by a short cry of pain, followed by a bang sound, as if someone had hit the door, and then it was quiet again. What happened outside? Ran was panicking, and wanted to open the door to check, but the computer showed that 30 minutes had passed. The next moment, the originally blue screen suddenly lit up. Just when Ran thought it was back to normal, a string of characters suddenly popped up on the computer, which meant that the program had entered the background. Ran felt cold in her heart. Oh no! The internal data of this gene bank was far more rigorous than she had imagined. Just as she was waiting for the moment of despair, the door opened with a click. Looking back, the young security guard, who had just been in the corridor, walked in step by step. He was holding the ring of the invisible electric baton in his hand, and his young face was very handsome. He was clearly a young man in his early 20s. Ran wanted to explain, and tried to cover the computer with her body. I just came to clean. You are not Sister Luo. The security guard interrupted her. I found out when you arrived. She would not turn on the whole house cleaning button. Ran's heart became colder and colder, and her face turned pale. She realized that she might be exposed, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. She had made the worst plan, which was to be caught when she learned the secret. She could accept that situation. She would rather be punished than live in turmoil. But what does it matter now? She lowered her head in disappointment, stretched out her hands, and motioned him, come on. The security guard took 2 steps, but had no intention of arresting her. He just stared into her eyes and whispered, you can't open the computer like this. What? Ran raised her head in horror and saw an elusive light flashing in his eyes. The security guard took a step closer, quickly took out a bracelet from his pocket and handed it over. You need to swipe this. After saying that, he turned around and strode away, dragging away the cleaning lady on the 3rd floor who had fallen at the door. It turned out that the collision and screams just now were the evidence that the young security guard had knocked the cleaning lady unconscious. Ran held the bracelet and hesitated for a few seconds. She didn't have time to think about why the security guard wanted to help her, which seemed to be another mystery. However, a few seconds later, she reacted, rushed to the computer with the bracelet, and scanned it on the laser probe. Sure enough, this thing is useful. After scanning, the computer made a slight startup sound. It really started. Ran was very excited. Immediately, she controlled the desktop. The Gene Query logo appeared on the screen. There is even a function of automatic DNA verification. It is very advanced. Ran had memorized the string of gene numbers. She quickly entered and pressed the enter key. The screen showed that it was querying. You can continue to enter other DNA codes, or automatically verify. Ran thought for a moment, pull off a strand of hair, and put it into the automatic verification box. Next, She only needs to wait patiently for the result, while paying attention to the movements behind her from time to time, for fear that the security guard will look back, or another uninvited guest will appear. Just waiting like this, finally, the verification result is displayed on the screen. Ran's fingers trembled slightly when clicking. She was looking forward to this result but also afraid. A paragraph of text appeared on the screen. Ran stared at it, as if time had stopped in an instant. Only she and the cold computer were left. I don't know how long it took. A line of words flashed on the screen. Do you want to send this content? Ran suddenly came to her senses, quickly turned on the Bluetooth transmission of the watch, and clicked to confirm. Soon after, all the results were transferred to the phone. She moved quickly, cleared the query records, wiped off the traces of her use with a wet tissue, and picked up the hair again. Then, Ran quickly left the archive room, went down from the 4th floor. The road was smooth. Even the door to the backyard was slightly ajar. When passing by the monitoring room, Ran glanced sideways, and saw the security guard standing next to the monitor, seeming to be operating something. She wanted to say a few words to him, but swallowed the words back. She wrapped her clothes tightly, walked out quickly, walked along the dark, and when she reached the alley, she quickly took off her clothes, changed into the cleaning lady uniform, and then returned to the hotel along the original route. After returning to the hotel, Ran looked towards the alley again, and found that the cleaning lady had regained consciousness. She stood up unsteadily, pressed her temple for a while, and then slowly walked towards the office building. She probably wouldn't remember what happened tonight, because the anesthetic would cause short-term memory blur, and the work clothes also made the cleaning lady feel that she was in the workplace. Moreover, the security guard should have concealed himself. Ran stared at the direction downstairs, with a complicated expression on his face. The next day, Ran took the earliest flight, left the capital, and returned to City A. She immediately made an appointment with Chiou, and asked her to go to the old house in the suburbs immediately. Chiou did not ask any more questions, and immediately asked for leave. After rushing all the way, as soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Ran standing outside the courtyard gate woodenly, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Are there any results? Chiou asked nervously. You look a little strange. Ran lowered her head. There are results. Let go in and talk. Xiaorulin was sitting on the sofa in the room, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold. When she saw them come in, she stood up and asked, What is the result? Ran motioned her and Chiou to sit down. I can't believe my eyes. And you will find it incredible. But the fact is, only Xiaorulin is a real person. Chapter 25 Nth Generation Life. What? Xiaorulin and Chiou exclaimed almost at the same time, and then Chiou asked, Ran, what are you talking about? Ran smiled bitterly, pressed a button on the watch, and the verification result was displayed on the wall. Look, my codename is SNQ007. The two stared at the text, and in front of them was an astonishing genetic description, and a few paragraphs of text revealed a horrifying past. It turns out that Xiaorulin genes were extracted and stored in a global high-quality gene bank in 2007. And the Capital Gene Bank preserves all high-quality genes of the Asian race, with a number of hundreds of thousands. In the next 200 years, Xiaorulin genes were repeatedly extracted and cloned into high-quality human bodies. Lin Huiru is the 2nd generation, and Ran is the 7th generation clone. So I am you, but not completely you. Ran turned to Xiaorulin. I don't have parents at all, from a biological point of view. It is just a string of cold numbers. Xiaorulin opened her mouth in astonishment. Ran you. Ran smiled bitterly, because we have the same genes. We all have common characteristics. When we were young, we had poor respiratory systems, often coughed and had inflammation. And we may have fractures when we grow up. When we are old, our blood vessels will become thinner, and the blood concentration will increase, which may cause stroke. Moreover, we both have small red moles on our necks, and our appearance is almost exactly the same. Clones. Chiou bit her tongue in nervousness, and said incoherently, Isn't this something that science cannot allow? This is totally unethical. Ran whispered, Yes. At first only one clone was cloned every few decades. But then the interval became shorter and shorter. Currently, SNQ006, who was before me, is still alive, and is only a dozen years older than me. She is working in testing medicine abroad. Xiaorulin's voice began to tremble. I remember. Before I left, I was once asked by the hospital to draw blood. They said it was for blood reserve. And there was no other meaning. That time, they gave me anesthesia. And I was out of energy for several days. Indeed, extracting DNA that can be cloned requires not only blood, but also some human tissues, such as white blood cells, liver or spleen tissues, etc. Ran took a deep breath. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. Xiaoyu shook her head. She was most worried about Ran, and asked anxiously, Ran, what should we do now? What are your plans? Ran shook her head. I can't say. It's so frustrating. I'm not even a human. What the difference between me and those artificial intelligences? Xiaoyu approached, held her hand. Ran, don't be like this. Xiaorulan stood quietly in the corner, feeling very complicated. She thought she was an alien who broke into the future world, but now she found that the girl who had been taking care of her was her clone. All this completely overturned her cognition. Xiaorulan walked to the projection, scrolled the text, browsed the 7 generations after her. The faces were exactly the same, they were engaged in almost the same industry, and their life trajectories were roughly the same. She shook her head painfully. Why? Why is it like this? Ran sighed, brought away Xiaoyu's hand. I want to be alone for a while, please. She walked into the room alone, the lonely back seemed particularly lonely. It was as if she was the only one left in the world. Ran stayed in the room for 3 whole days. Except for sleeping, she just stared blankly at the sky outside the window. There was only one thought in her mind. Who am I? What should I do? All this reminded her of Xiaorulan's confusion when she first came here. Everyone questioned their existence in turn, and had no idea where to go in the future. One drowsy evening, Ran received an unexpected call. It was from the security guard. He said straight to the point, Ms. Gu, I am the same as you. We are the same people. Ran was stunned, staring at the young face. Are you the same? The security nodded. Do you think it's strange? I realized this when I was a teenager, when I accidentally discovered the contract my parents signed with the gene bank. Then, I saw a person who looked exactly like me on TV. He was participating in the international physics competition. Surprised, my specialty is also physics. Ran felt the sadness in the young man's heart. I was shocked at the time. I immediately took the recorded video to ask my parents. They hesitated and couldn't explain it. I was furious and rushed out of the house. As a result, I had a car accident. The security guard whispered about the past. His voice was low. Ran heart tightened. How are they? The security guard smiled bitterly. They are dead. Before he died, my father admitted that I was a child applied for through the gene bank. But he didn't know where my genes came from. Finally, he asked me to forgive him. The security guard choked up. What can I do to forgive? I am a child of unknown identity. How can I forgive? Ran wanted to comfort him. But she knew that no words could change the established facts. The security guard took a deep breath and continued, after they died. They left a rich inheritance. They could have continued to go to school or even studied abroad. But I didn't want to do anything. After dropping out of school, I came to the capital alone, applying for a security guard position at the gene bank. Then you should have known the origin of your genes. Ran looked at him sympathetically. The security guard nodded. Yes, my genes come from 2010, I am the 11th generation clone. The cloning frequency is so high, I believe every generation has extraordinary physical achievements, but my generation has become a waste. He spoke with self-mockery, as if he was in endless darkness, and could not see any future, which made Ran feel desperate. She stared at him quietly, as if she saw herself through him. Why don't you leave? What are you waiting for? Ran asked in a low voice. The security guard smiled at the camera. I don't know where else to go, I just know that here, I can meet people like you, such as Miss Gu. This way I feel that I am not alone. Ran sighed, maybe. Chapter 26 Burning the Boats. Ran did not experience the same deep thinking as him. Comparing with her, she felt that her situation was not so miserable. At least in the past 20 years, she had been living a happy life. By the way, did my rash intervention last time affect you? Ran asked. The security guard shook his head. Don't worry, I am very familiar with the security and monitoring systems. I have modified the monitoring video. And appeased Sister Luo? She didn't doubt it. Ran breathed a sigh of relief. You have been guarding the gene bank for so many years. How many people like me who are looking for answers have you met? The security guard shook his head heavily. Some people have come to consult, but many people have gone through normal channels. I can't be sure of the results. Now we know that. Besides you and me, there are only 2 people. Hundreds of thousands of genetic samples. But only 4 of us were found? Ran couldn't believe it. The security guard also looked disappointed. Ms. Gu, maybe many people didn't notice it. And some people who did notice it might not care. I guess that's the case. Ran took a deep breath. By the way, I forgot to ask you. What your name? Zhou Shan. He smiled. I add you to our group later. Shortly after hanging up the phone, an invitation found Ran. And she clicked on it, and saw 2 other people with similar experiences. Everyone started introducing each other. One of them was a Tibetan herdsman in his 40s. He introduced himself as Sangji. It was dim over there, and there seemed to be a flickering light from a lantern, which set off his face that had been eroded by wind and frost, making him look particularly vicissitudes of life. He said in very unstandard Mandarin, Sorry, I talk to you later. It late, I'm about to drive the yaks back, and it may snow tonight. The other one was a round-faced girl, named Nuanyuan, who was younger, only in her teens at most, and looked like a junior high school student. At this time, she was sitting at the desk biting the pen. And her voice was as low as a whisper. Another young lady has come. It great. I'm no longer the only female outlier. Ran was a little uncomfortable, and waved to them, as if to say hello. Zhou Shan began to introduce. I met Nuanyuan online. She left a message on the official website, and I learned about her. Nuanyuan snorted. I said it myself. My mother likes to post my photos online. As a result, a stranger left a message saying that I looked exactly like his daughter when she was a child. Later, my mother seemed to have been bitten on the tail by something, and immediately cleared the messages and photos. Then I felt something was wrong. Later, I found brother Zhou Shan, and then I realized that I was actually a clone. Does your family know? Ran asked. Nuanyuan replied nonchalantly. I did, but they didn't believe it, and thought I was talking nonsense. At this time, Sangji had driven the yaks back to the cowshed, sitting by the stove, warming himself. You guys are wearing short sleeves, right? It's very cold here. Sangji. When will you come to my place again? Let's drink together. Zhou Shan asked with a smile. Sangji shook his head slowly. It's very uncomfortable. I may not go again. It turned out that when he represented the county to attend a meeting in the capital a few years ago, he found a younger version of himself at the gate of the Polytechnic University, which made him very excited, because his parents had never concealed his background. He knew that he was the child of the genetic application. After seeing the boy, he thought they were brothers, and that it was the fate of the Buddha, so he rushed over, and the student was so scared that he ran away, thinking he had run into a ghost. At that time, Sangji was caught by the security guards, who rushed over, and sent to the police station, and was released after being detained for a night. Fortunately, Sangji took a photo of the student, and took it to the gene bank for inquiry, but he hit a snag, and he was sent away with a few official words. Naturally, he was unable to find any information. Fortunately, he met Zhou Shan, and thus learned about his genetic origin. Since then, Zhou Shan, Sangji and Nuanyuan have become each other's spiritual support. When they doubt themselves, at least they will not feel lonely. Nuanyuan joked, Uncle, what is there to be sad about? In terms of order of precedence, you are a generation earlier than him. He should also call you the boss. Sangji shook his head, picked up a bowl of butter tea and drank it. It a bad fate, it better not to mention it. I have never dared to tell my parents these years, fearing that they would also think I am a monster. As he was talking, Sangji's wife came in, and brought a pot of beef soup. Sangji stopped talking about what happened just now, and greeted his wife and them warmly, and then went offline. Nuanyuan muttered about doing homework, and this small meeting ended. Then Zhou Shan sent a message. We often doubt the meaning of our lives, and Nuanyuan even took a year off from school due to depression. Ran sighed. Yes, what is the meaning of our lives? I also want to know, why is there such a high-quality gene bank? What exactly do they want to do? Are they conducting some terrible experiments in private? You think the same as I do. But our power is too weak. If we can gather more people, we can attract attention. Zhou Shan said. He is right, but how can we gather more people? Zhou Shan has been in the gene bank for so many years. I only met 3 of them. Ran thought for a long time, and she realized that there was only one way ahead of her, which was to burn her boats and make the matter public. The greater the public opinion, the more people of the same kind would be attracted. But there was also the risk that the public opinion might backfire and even hurt them. Moreover, according to the previous taboos, they might be strongly suppressed. Ran wanted to discuss it with Zhou Shan and Qiuyu, but she thought it would be better to just act. What would be the worst outcome? So she got up from her bed in the middle of the night, turned on her computer, and posted her experience anonymously. After more than 200 years of development, the internet platform has now become polarized. Either no one cares, or it becomes popular instantly. Many young people are becoming more and more indifferent, but behind this indifference is a surging hostility. As long as you want to post something, you must be prepared to be sprayed into a sieve. The internet violence that was prevalent in the past is now getting worse and worse. There are endless messages. Compared to the less frequent communication in real life, people are more unscrupulous on the internet, and there are tragedies of suicide due to internet violence every year. Ran doesn't usually go online, and this time she is not familiar with the differences between the various sections, so she just found a place and posted it. However, she waited for a long time, and there was no response. Finally, the administrator sent a message from the background, saying that her information was moved to another section. Chapter 27. Countless of the same kind. In a blink of an eye, messages flooded in like a tide. Dozens of messages were generated in just 3 minutes. Everyone's reactions were different, debating enthusiastically, is this true or false? There are clones? What do they call each other when they meet? Sisters or ancestors? Where is the genetic application form? I vaguely remember seeing it in a drawer when I was a child. Am I also a clone? I have to look for it again. I've only heard of animal cloning before. I've never seen anything about human beings. Is the world going to be in chaos? I think this news is absolutely false. Only fools like you will be fooled. It's normal for people without fertility to apply for genes. It's just cell culture. How can even genes be changed? When Ran was thinking about how to reply to these messages, Zhou Shan called. Ms. Gu, did you send that message? Yes, how do you know? Ran was surprised. I just sent it out less than 2 hours ago. Go and see how many times it has been forwarded. This news has become extremely popular. Zhou Shan whispered. The director of the archives department of the Gene Bank just came here and is investigating to see if any employees spread rumors. Ran said nervously. They actually found such an excuse? Aren't you in danger? It's okay. They are still investigating privately. After all, they have concealed this kind of thing for many years. Zhou Shan's tone was firm. Don't worry you. A girl can make a decision. Why should I be afraid? After that, Zhou Shan added, I will definitely rush to the front line, anyway. I have nothing to lose. Ran said softly. Don't think so, Zhou Shan. We still have each other. The two discussed for a long time, thinking of various terrible consequences, such as the news being suppressed. They had considered being imprisoned for spreading rumors, or even losing their freedom and jobs. In the end, they reached a consensus that since they had already started, they could only move forward and not live in confusion for the rest of their lives. It was late at night, and Ran finally went to bed. However, her dreams were still restless, as if she was still reading those messages and fighting against those vicious trolls. In the early morning, before dawn, Qiuyu came to her door in a hurry. She was so flustered that she buttoned her clothes wrong. Ran. Did you send that message? Why didn't you answer my call? Ran yawned. I sent it. It's too early. I haven't turned on my phone yet. Ran. I'm both excited and nervous now. I feel like something big is going to happen. Qiuyu paced back and forth in the room. Ran stood at the door, her face calm, but her words firm. I support Ran in this matter. If you need me, I am willing to speak out. After all, I am the one who is in the best position to testify. Ran turned her head and rejected her. No. You should know after reading the revelation that I did not mention your existence. I only talked about Lin Huiru and I can't involve you in the storm. Do you want to be regarded as a lunatic and sent to a mental hospital? Ran glanced at her. I am a lunatic in the eyes of others. Aren't you abnormal too? Since it is like this, what are you afraid of? Ran was surprised and touched. She was just a copy of her. Qiuyu slapped her head and said, Crazy, you two are crazy. Are you really not afraid of being cyberbullied? Most people won't believe you. I don't care, Ran said, rubbing her fingers. As long as 1%, or even 1,000th of people believe me, this risk is worth it. What more? She shook her watch. It reminding me, I received many more private messages. These private messages were rich in content. Some people took photos of their parents' genetic application forms, and some proved that they had encountered the same experience. There were also several people who were eager to take action, and suggested that everyone go to the gene bank to ask for clarification. There were countless messages like this. As if when walking in the dark, suddenly, there were countless fellow travelers holding torches behind you, and you felt warm instantly. You couldn't believe it. Are there really so many? Are these people also clones? Even after countless psychological preparations, the word clone still made Ran feel uneasy. She whispered, some of them, maybe some are just my illusions. But I can't verify them one by one. What next? What is your plan? Xiaoyu stared at the rapidly flowing private messages. Ran looked out the window. Wait and see. The plan may not be thought of in advance, but it will come naturally. Well, Xiaorulan understood her meaning instantly. The hotter the public opinion, the more restless the people who lead this matter will be. They will take the initiative to take action. Xiaoyu glanced at the similar faces of the two people. Speaking of which, you two have similar ways of thinking. If everything is calm, can you accept that there is another you in the world? Xiaorulan and Ran were silent. This question was too complicated. It took them a long time to get used to each other's existence. This is still the case without conflict. As for the future, who can predict it? Xiaorulan said she was going to look up information, stood up and left the room. Ran walked into the kitchen, poured a cup of steaming coffee, and handed it to Xiaoyu. You scared her. She might think I will replace her. I think she trusts you very much. Xiaoyu didn't think so. If she didn't trust you, she would have escaped long ago. To survive in such harsh conditions, she must be very strong. Ran lowered her head and poured herself another cup of coffee. I hope she can believe me. After this incident, I will find a way to find her companions. As for her future stay, let her decide for herself. Xiaoyu nodded. Okay, I will go to work first. If there is anything, remember to contact me as soon as possible. I am always here. Ran nodded vigorously and looked at Xiaoyu gratefully. Fortunately, you have been with me all the time. After knowing my true identity, you didn't leave either. Xiaoyu smiled. I don't think there is any difference, whether it is natural birth or clone. So what? We all grew up under the care of our parents, received the same education, and shouldn't be looked at with harsh eyes. When Ran said Xiaoyu out, she still reminded him worriedly. Don't pay attention to the words of those trolls on the internet. They are the real monsters with vicious minds. Ran nodded, and waved to send her away. At this time, the sun had risen, the light shone through the clouds and haze, the faint sunlight sprinkled down, dispelling the darkness in my heart. Ran closed her eyes, looked up to feel the warmth of the sun, quietly dazed, immersed in the quiet time. Chapter 28 Comprehensive Suppression. At this time, Zhou Shan was very busy in the rented house. He extracted all the private messages of suspected clones, after a simple screening, added the clones that were basically confirmed to their group. This group became more lively than ever before. Everyone was talking, criticizing the gene bank. Everyone thought, they must have some terrible motive to do such a thing. The gene law clearly stipulates that normal reproduction is allowed. One gene can only correspond to one person. They are breaking the law. Yes, they all look the same. Wouldn't the world be in chaos? When I thought about being a clone, I was shivering with cold. I asked my parents yesterday, and they were still lying. Let's find a time to go to the gene bank and ask. It better to do it on the same day as the next day. How about in the afternoon? Finally, this proposal was recognized by everyone, and more people signed up. We agreed to go to the gene bank in the afternoon to seek an explanation. Zhou Shan observed silently, and echoed a few words at the critical moment, which promoted the development of the situation. He always remembered Ran words. Only by making things bigger, the mastermind behind the scenes will surface. That afternoon, a large group of people really poured into the hall of the gene bank. They shouted and demanded to check the source of the genes, and they urgently hoped that the gene bank could give a reasonable explanation. This group of people was aggressive, and some people said, if you don't explain, we will all die together. The security guards of the gene bank went all out, and according to the instructions of the leader, they politely invited the people who came to the reception room. Then, a person in charge appeared, and he arranged to draw blood on the spot, and said that he would give a reply in 3 days. After hearing such an answer, everyone didn't know what to say, and could only discuss to come back in 3 days, and gradually dispersed. However, the next day, something puzzling happened. The group that was hard to establish was disbanded, and Zhou Shan, the group leader, was completely unaware of this. He firmly stated, I will never disband. It's so hard to gather these people together. How could I be so stupid? Could it be that someone hacked my account? Ran asked. He was not sure. No way. I have never encountered such a situation. But it doesn't matter. I can add them back in private messages. After Zhou Shan went there, he was even more shocked. The previous explosive post had disappeared, and all the comments and private messages were completely gone. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Ran saw this, and felt a chill on his back. It seems that this is really not a coincidence. The people behind the scenes have started to take action. They want to suppress this matter. Such a big reaction, which shows that the reuse of genes is indeed true. Zhou Shan clenched his fists. These people are crazy. Then let continue to expose the news. Ran turned around and checked the computer, but then shook his head. I have checked it, and anything involving genes, cloning, etc. cannot be sent out. Soon. Xiaoyu called. Did you see it? The Gene Bank released the official news. They are just talking nonsense. Ran was shocked and quickly opened the official account to see a statement to refute the recent gene reuse incident. The most speechless thing is that they also found several so-called parties to speak out, saying that all this was just a fake revelation spread to attract attention. One of the parties was actually the most powerful one in the group before. Ran felt cold in her heart. Although she expected that this incident would be suppressed, she did not expect that the suppression would come so quickly. It was like a bucket of ice water poured down, completely extinguishing the flames rising in her heart. At this moment, the phone rang with a ding. After the call was connected, it was Lu Ran, who was in charge of logistics. Ran, are you in City A? Yes. Ran was puzzled. Lu Ran quickly said, can you come to the institute immediately? Professor Chung is looking for you. Ran was a little confused. She had taken several days off. When she was about to ask why, Lu Ran hung up the phone immediately. Come on. I wait for you at the door. Ran was in a state of confusion, but she still packed up and drove to the institute. Sure enough, Lu Ran was waiting there, waving and running towards her. Ran. Come in quickly. Professor Chung is waiting anxiously. What happened? I don't know. Lu Ran whispered. Director Mu just came. He is still in Professor Chung's office. Director Mu, full name Mu Qinshan, Professor Chung's student, has become the director of the institute before he is 40. If Professor Chung is the technical core of the institute, then Mu Qinshan is the helmsman who protects this big ship. Ran internship was not long. She only met him 2 or 3 times at that time. An employee in the technical department made a mistake. Director Mu directly asked him to get out. The method was very decisive. She always kept a distance from him. I was a little afraid of him. Ran felt that the situation was not good, but then she thought, maybe it was just a coincidence. Director Mu's arrival might not have anything to do with her. She took a few steps forward, and gradually relaxed, thinking that when she decided to expose the news, she had already thought about these consequences. After thinking it through, she felt much more open-minded, and her pace quickened. As soon as she reached the corridor on the 3rd floor, she saw Mu Qinshan standing at the door of Professor Chung's office, and it seemed that he had just come out from inside. When their eyes met, the air around them seemed to freeze suddenly. His eyes, as cold as his fine suit, matched his nearly 1.9-meter height perfectly, like a CO in a novel many years ago. Ran nodded to him and greeted him. Director Mu. Mu Qinshan glanced down at her. Ran? An intern this year? Yes. I came here for an internship at the beginning of the year. Ran's voice was flat. Mu Qinshan responded coldly. Go in, your professor is waiting for you. His voice also seemed cold and ruthless. Ran nodded politely, walked past him, and knocked on Professor Chung's door. Come in. Professor Chung's voice came from inside. Ran noticed from the corner of her eye that Mu Qinshan was still behind her, looking at her. His eyes were like sharp knives, piercing her sharply, and her own secrets seemed to be pouring out at this moment. But even so, what? Things have already happened. Ran straightened her back, and her thin body seemed to be full of the words. Never give up. Under the pressure of such eyes, she firmly pushed open the door and no longer looked at Mu Qinshan. Chapter 29 Professor Chung's words. Professor Chung's office was dimly lit and filled with a strong smell of cigarettes. Ran glanced at the ashtray on the table and couldn't help thinking that Professor Chung, who was addicted to smoking, had smoked a lot of cigarettes. At this time, the sky outside was getting dark, but he didn't turn on the light. He sat hunched behind a large desk, still wearing the washed white lab coat. as if he was a master who silently dedicated himself to the bottom. When he noticed Ran Ran coming in, she looked up and glanced, pointing to the sofa next to her, and said, "Xiao Gu, you are here? Sit down." Ran Ran nodded, sat down quietly, and asked, "Professor Chung, do you have anything to talk to me about?" "Yes. I heard that you are on vacation." Professor Chung looked at her. "A few days ago, I asked Qin Yuan to send you 2 sets of data, and he told me that you received it." "Sorry." Ran Ran lowered her head slightly. "Some personal matters have delayed my work recently. I hope I will not affect the progress of the project." Professor Chung coughed lightly. "Xiao Gu, do you know why I chose you from thousands of internship applications?" Ran Ran was silent for a moment, and shook her head. Although her resume was outstanding in the field of biology, commendable talents are not uncommon. But Professor Chung Laboratory is the top team in the country, and excellent biology students like her are not uncommon. Of course, you are a genius in biology. I have carefully read all your competition papers from junior high school to college, proves your outstanding professional skills. Professor Chung said in a gentle tone, "This is why you can beat 80% of your competitors. As for the remaining 20%, Ran Ran raised her head, looking at him in confusion, curious about the reason. Professor Chung did not keep it a secret, because Qishan recommended Mu Qishan, the director of our institute. This news surprised Ran Ran, because she had no contact with Mu Qishan before. They only had a brief conversation at the door, which was their first conversation. "Qishan told me that this girl is very good. Her eyes are very persistent, and she is someone who can stabilize the situation and do great things." Professor Chung smiled and said, after listening to Qishan's advice, "I chose you." Ran Ran was a little ashamed. "My performance may not be as good as you think." "Yes. Since she came to the institute for a few months, she has been doing auxiliary work, sometimes even doing odd jobs. I was more exposed to office supplies than the project itself." "What amazing performance," Professor Chung said gently. "It's not your fault. Tempering your character and being able to calm down and do every basic work well is a step that you young people must go through." "Is Professor Chung testing himself?" Ran Ran looked up at him, guessing in his heart that the real purpose of him calling her over was perhaps more than just a simple heart-to-heart talk. "I will do my job conscientiously and responsibly," Ran Ran said firmly. Professor Chung tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers, looking at her, and said calmly, "Xiao Gu, I heard about the gene bank." Ran Ran's heartbeat accelerated instantly. It was indeed this. The thing she was worried about before finally surfaced. After a moment of panic, she quickly calmed down and slowly replied, "I have never regretted tracing my background, including what happened later. I will never regret it. If the professor thinks that I will affect the reputation of the institute, I will cooperate with your decision." Professor Chung looked at her deeply. "Xiao Gu, it seems that you have prepared yourself mentally before coming here." "Yes, hasn't this matter been suppressed?" "Even you, Professor Chung, know it," Ran Ran said firmly. "Since they can call the wind and rain, I must also show my courage." Ran Ran stood up and spoke clearly. "I will face it calmly. After I go back, I will carefully hand over the work at hand, and the documents and passes will be properly handled." Professor Chung couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Do you think I called you here to fire you?" Ran Ran didn't answer, still standing with his back straight, brave and determined. Professor Chung pointed to the sofa. "Sit down, Xiao Gu. I want to talk to you about something you may not know yet." Ran Ran was very curious about this, so he sat down, folded his hands on his knees, looking at him quietly. "Xiao Gu, do you know what my biggest wish in life is?" Professor Chung suddenly asked. "I saw in the interview that you hope to develop a special medicine to treat bone diseases, so that all suffering people can be cured," Ran Ran answered. "In this era where terminal diseases such as AIDS and cancer have been solved, a new round of diseases has begun to appear, such as bone diseases that appeared decades ago. The symptoms include body pain, inability to walk over time. The limbs will gradually degenerate. This disease progresses very quickly, and most patients will become paralyzed within a few to 10 years, and eventually die with deformed hands and feet. Professor Chung's studio is dedicated to the research of this type of disease. Over the years, they have made some progress in the development of drugs to slow down this disease. Although it is only a slowdown, it is already a major breakthrough." Ran Ran listened to Professor Chung's speech when he was in college, and he had the idea of joining his studio. Together, they developed a special medicine for bone diseases. This is why she gave up her high-paying part-time job and resolutely applied for an internship. She was very lucky. Not only did she get an internship opportunity, but she also had an excellent mentor like Professor Chung. In the 3 years of studying for a master and doctoral degree, she should be able to achieve considerable success. Her classmates all thought that she had a bright future. You are right. This is my biggest wish. Professor Chung sighed. You may not have been to the Institute of Pathology. The patients there are all special cases, only 1 in 10,000, and this is just the beginning. Bone diseases will affect a large number of people in the next few decades, and many patients are in a latent state, which is what I am most worried about. Ren lowered his head, and a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. Throughout the history of mankind, we have always been fighting against terrible diseases. After conquering one, new diseases emerge, making people endlessly exhausted. However, the most terrible thing is not just this, Xiaogu. Do you know what it is? Professor Chung stared at her. Ren closed her eyes, sighed, and opened them again. Is it a fertility problem? Xiaogu, you are right. Professor Chung's face was heavy. In the past 100 years, the fertility rate has continued to decline. In the past, everyone thought that the reason was people didn't consciousness, but now it is the change of body functions, which makes many people unable to have normal fertility. Chapter 30: Degeneration and Extinction. Is this the reason why the gene bank collected high-quality genes and mass-produced them 200 years ago without paying attention to ethics? Ren asked excitedly. Professor Chung shook his head. No, I didn't think about it that much at the time. It was just a reserve function. Later, especially in the past 100 years, the fertility problem has become more and more prominent. And social security, education, and real estate have also collapsed one after another. The aging phenomenon is becoming increasingly serious, and the population is declining by several percentage points every year. To put it in a scary way, in a few years, humans may face the crisis of extinction. Ren was dumbfounded. She had seen similar remarks in various commentary news in the past few years, but she always regarded it as the alarmist remarks of marketing accounts. At this moment, when these words came out of Professor Chung's mouth, they seemed so real. Will humans really become extinct? Ren felt a tightness in her chest. Professor Chung said solemnly, if we let things go, that day will come. Therefore, establishing a high-quality gene bank is a key step to prepare for a rainy day. Xiaogu, do you understand? Ren shook her head painfully, but she hesitated, not knowing how to express it. Are we clone people considered human? We are just a string of cold numbers. What the difference between us and those artificial intelligences? Have you ever considered our feelings? Professor Chung came over and patted her shoulder. Why are you not considered a normal person? It's just that the way the embryo is generated is different. You are essentially no different from those test tube babies. Professor Chung continued, when you were in college, you took a course on reproductive isolation. Do you still remember the content? Ren nodded and whispered. Reproductive isolation refers to various reasons that prevent closely related groups from mating under natural conditions. Even if they can mate, they cannot produce offspring or fertile offspring. For example, a mule produced by the mating of a horse and a donkey is an animal that has lost its fertility. Yes, this is related to the famous lake effect. Professor Chung explained. A species reproduces by the lake and gradually spreads to both sides. The offspring can hybridize under similar conditions. But when the offspring of both sides reach the other side of the lake and meet again, earth-shaking changes have taken place. Can no longer merge. Just like ancient microorganisms, some evolved into plants, some evolved into seaweed, and some evolved into animals. Although their essence is still microorganisms, after years of evolution, they have completely become different species. This is the process from close relatives to distant relatives. Ren felt increasingly cold in his heart. So the emergence of a large number of fertility problems now, is it also because the genes cannot be integrated? What causes this? Yes, it is precisely because the genes cannot be compatible that two normal sperm and egg cells cannot produce a normal embryo. According to our analysis, there are many reasons. Changes in the atmosphere, climate and temperature changes, ultraviolet rays, pollution, including food, air, and human spiritual cognition, all of which affect us. Professor Chung sighed. Numbers of babies born normally are decreasing, and most of them have physical problems. Humans are degenerating. This change is unstoppable. Ren took a deep breath. Unable to accept these remarks, which completely overturned her 20 years of cognition. She could not accept the terrible statement that human beings were degenerating and extinct. Professor Chung poured her a glass of water. Therefore, the existence of the gene bank can prevent this change. It is very important to obtain high-quality genes to maintain the continuation of human beings. Ran, you are the crystallization of high technology. But you are not monsters. You are the same as normal children. Flesh and blood. Thoughts. And soul. Do you understand? Professor Chung. If you are like us, and you meet another self one day, what will you do? Ran asked back. Professor Chung frowned and thought seriously. I will choose to coexist peacefully. After all, after such a long time and space, the chance of meeting is very small. Even if we meet, it is just a chance encounter, and will not change the overall situation. Will it not change? Ran was confused. She took a sip of water, and felt the water stinging her throat. As it slid into her throat, her heart also became cold. Xiaogu. Life should focus on the overall situation. Staying alive is the most important thing. Right? Professor Chung said firmly. Humanity cannot go to that step. All of our scientists will do their best to prevent this from happening. Do you believe us? Ran raised her head, looking at the light flashing in Professor Chung's eyes. She suddenly realized he is trying to save the world. After some inner struggle, she nodded. I will try to accept it slowly, and try to understand it. Professor Chung nodded with satisfaction, and patted her shoulder. Xiaogu, I know you are very smart. Everyone feels helpless, but the more helpless, the more courageous we should be to take on this responsibility. Professor Chung, there is another question I don't understand. Ran looked at him intently. Is there a connection between bone disease and fertility problems? With your research style over the years, it seems unlikely that you can take both into account at the same time. You see it very clearly. There is indeed something behind it. Professor Chung answered firmly. Both bone diseases and fertility problems are contemporary civilization diseases. I studied bone diseases and also pay attention to fertility facts. Through previous screening, it was found that among patients with fertility problems, 80% also have invisible bone disease factors. In other words, they are also carriers of this disease. These factors may coexist peacefully with them for a long time, or they may show symptoms over time. These all need further observation. So there must be some special connection between the two. Ran's heart gradually chilled, thinking of her parents, who also had fertility problems. Could it be that they also carry bone disease factors in their bodies? In the future, will they? Xiaogu. Professor Chung seemed to see through her thoughts. Sometimes worrying is pointless. What we have to do is to face the problem. Solve the problem. Ran's heart was churning. After saying goodbye to Professor Chung and walking out of the office, she still couldn't calm down. She stood at the window, looking at the sky quietly. Although it was pitch black outside, there were no stars. She stared silently for a long time. When she walked out of the door, Ran suddenly stood up from the desk. Ran, are you okay? Ran shook his head. No, are you not off work yet? I'm worried about you. Ran quickly packed up the items on the table. Let go together. After walking out of the institute, Ran asked, what did Professor Chung talk to you about? Chapter 31 Core Laboratory. Teach me some academic questions. Ran took the opportunity to change the subject, mention the study of human development history. Discussing the lake effect is a suitable academic topic. Ran's face was full of disbelief. That it? Professor Chung is usually very busy. Ran was unwilling to continue this topic. You haven't had dinner yet? I heard that a new dumpling restaurant opened on East Street. It pretty good, shall we go and try it? So, the two girls drove to the dumpling restaurant. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. They talked about interesting things in the institute, and some social gossip, avoiding sensitive topics. But for Ran, these joys were only superficial. She felt mixed emotions in her heart, thinking about their experiences and what Professor Chung said. She didn't know what else to do. While Ran was talking with Professor Chung, Zhou Shan was brewing a big plan. During this period of time after learning about his own life experience, he had been lurking for a long time, intending to find people of the same kind and discuss countermeasures. However, as soon as the plan was implemented, he encountered strong pressure. This made him feel extremely angry and irritated. Therefore, he decided to take the last step, using hacking methods to intercept the archive information of the gene bank, and prepared to report it layer by layer. Zhou Shan was full of confidence in this. because he had taught himself hacking skills over the years. And the bracelet he made before was stolen by copying. He knew how to sneak into the computer of the gene bank and steal the original data silently. From the inception of this idea to its implementation, it was put into practice in a short time. Half an hour later, Zhou Shan took advantage of the gap before the handover and sneaked into the archive room. He turned on the computer skillfully and glanced at the surveillance in the corner. The surveillance had long been overwritten by his yesterday records, and it couldn't capture his image at all. He quickly retrieved the original data and copied them one by one. This process took a long time, after all. The data had been around for 200 years, the amount was huge. He waited for a full hour before he completely copied it. Zhou Shan got the bracelet, glanced at the monitor with pride, and walked out of the institute quickly. Under his precise plan, no one noticed the process. Zhou Shan rode his electric bike quickly to the municipal office. He was speeding along the way, and his thoughts were flying. He thought of the scene when his parents had a car accident, the days when he was alone and helpless, and his predecessor. The same gene person who participated in the international physics competition that year. Over the years, Zhou Shan has been following him silently. From TV to the internet. The boy, who is 2 years younger than him, became famous in the competition, entered the world top 3 universities, published many important papers, and interned at the local top research institute, becoming a rising star in the scientific research community. At the same time, he also got a beautiful girlfriend. Photos of the two of them enjoying each other often appeared on social networking sites. These made Zhou Shan's heart ache like a knife. He had thought countless times these should have been his destiny. He should have a good life. But now, all of this has been taken away by others. He is alone and helpless, and has lost everything. His car speed is getting faster and faster, and has exceeded the speed limit. The electronic police reminded him many times. Zhou Shan knew that they would come to arrest him in 10 minutes at most. But he didn't care anymore. He rushed to the municipal office building, waved his bracelet and rushed in. "I want to see the mayor, let me in." He had already investigated clearly that the mayor was holding a quarterly meeting today and would work overtime until late. Several security guards rushed up to arrest him. But Zhou Shan shouted, "I have all the secrets of the gene bank in my hands. If you don't let me see the mayor, I will publish them all." His threats seemed to work, and he was soon taken to the reception room. After a while, the person seen in the news slowly walked towards him. At the same time, Ran Ran had returned home after trying various ways. She still couldn't get in touch with Zhou Shan. He didn't answer the phone, he didn't reply to the message, and she couldn't find him at all. She was anxious and called Qiuyu to tell her, but Qiuyu didn't care. Maybe he is sleeping or working. You have to understand, we don't turn on our phones sometimes. If it was normal, Ran Ran might not care too much, but it happened to be during this sensitive period. Ran Ran waited for a long time. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the bracelet suddenly rang, received a message from Zhou Shan. "I left the capital, I may go to a far place. Don't look for me anymore. Forget about those things." The few short sentences made Ran Ran tremble with fear. "What happened to Zhou Shan?" She replied immediately, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, no response. The call also showed that it could not be connected. Zhou Shan disappeared silently, along with the people who had been contacted with great effort before, and Sang Ji and Nuan Nuan in the group of 4. They also disappeared, leaving no trace of their past. If Qiuyu and Sha Rulan hadn't been able to prove all this, Ran Ran would have thought it was just a dream. But what can he do? Professor Chung repeatedly emphasized that the secrets of the gene bank must not be leaked, because once it is made public, it may cause unrest around the world. Yes, these hidden facts are realities that humans cannot bear. Although large-scale unrest is terrible, it involves the entire human race. And Ran Ran feels that this is something that no one can bear. At Professor Chung's repeated invitation, she returned to the laboratory to work. But compared with before, her state of mind had changed a lot. She was more serious and worked hard to complete the work at hand, hoping to develop drugs to treat bone diseases and solve fertility problems, as Professor Chung said. As for her future, she decided to leave it to fate. On the 3rd day of returning to work, Qin Yuan brought good news early in the morning. Ran Ran, "Professor Chung asked me to inform you, from today on, you can enter the core laboratory." "Really?" Ran Ran confirmed. Qin Yuan nodded. "Of course it's true. Professor Chung has always recognized your ability." Ran Ran didn't say anything more. She knew in her heart that this was probably a compromise and a gesture of goodwill between each other. Entering the core laboratory was her wish. And it was fulfilled. Qin Yuan said gently, "Let go. I take you in to have a look." This was the first time Ran Ran entered the building. The core laboratory is located in the deepest part of the institute, surrounded by lush forests and towering walls. This is the darkest and most mysterious place in the institute. Chapter 32 Pathology Hospital. Although the trees block most of the view, the air conditioning valve is always open here, and the temperature is kept at about 20 degrees. When Ran Ran just walked in, she felt a chill. Qin Yuan handed her a white lab coat. "When you first arrive, you will feel this way. It will take some time to adapt. Let go and see the lab. There are 4 labs here, completely equipped, and under the floodlight, everywhere is bright." 2 staff members around him were wearing protective masks and busy tidying up. When they saw someone coming, they just nodded slightly. As long as Professor Chung is not on a business trip, he will come here every day. We don't have a fixed time to get off work, and we can only rest after completing the tasks at hand. Qin Yuan said softly, "Ran Ran, just adapt to it. I'm fine." Ran Ran turned his head and looked at the office opposite. "Are those offices?" "Yes. There is a lounge upstairs for rest and bathing. I will take you to see it later." Qin Yuan continued to show her around. Although the office is not big, it is equipped with some simple office equipment. The lounge upstairs is like a small dormitory, with beds and cabinets, and even a mini bathroom. While she was watching, Qin Yuan received a call. After a brief conversation, he said apologetically, "Ran Ran, you watch first. I have something to deal with." "Okay. I'm fine," Ran Ran answered. She walked around the house for a while, and then went downstairs. The tall trees in the yard blocked out the sun, and she could only see part of the sky through the gaps between the leaves, which made her feel secretive and insignificant. As Lu Ran said, "We are tiny dust in the universe." At this time, there was a slight knocking sound in her ears, and Ran Ran looked in the direction of the sound, and found that the sound came from a heavy iron door on the left side of the laboratory, and the door trembled slightly in the knocking sound. Perhaps that the pathology department? The pathology department is located in the core laboratory, which is the most mysterious place in the entire institute. It is home to patients with special bone diseases, who voluntarily signed the experimental application in the past, and became the first batch of users of the new drug. These patients are inaccessible to ordinary people. Ran Ran had only analyzed their index data before, and had never observed them up close. Therefore, she was curious at this moment, and wanted to get closer to find out. Ran Ran stepped forward gently. The door was still shaking. Although the sound was small, it continued. She reached out, and felt the knocks on the door. The sound was like the sound of a woodpecker pecking at wood. Although the iron door was closed, there was still a gap at the edge. Through the gap, Ran Ran vaguely saw a black and white hospital gown, guessing that it was the patient clothes. At this time, the man seemed to notice something was wrong, stopped knocking, quickly flashed through the gap, and disappeared from sight. Ran Ran stared at the iron door in confusion. I thought to myself, why is he so scared? While thinking, Qin Yuan's voice came from behind. Ran Ran, what are you looking at? Oh, just now someone seemed to be knocking on the door. Ran Ran was at a loss. I was just about to ask him what was going on, but he suddenly ran away. Qin Yuan carefully observed the iron door for a while. Oh, maybe they are too bored, so they knock for fun. It okay. Let go, Professor Chung is here. On the way back, Ran Ran looked back at the iron gate and couldn't help asking, brother, are the patients inside not very free? Why do they have to be locked up? Because the experimental cycle of bone disease is long. A confidentiality agreement was signed in advance, so only closed experiments can be carried out. Qin Yuan explained. Then can we go in? Ran Ran asked again. Qin Yuan smiled, of course. When you are on duty, you can go in. It turned out that the core laboratory was on duty in turns. Someone has to be on duty at the pathology hospital every 3 days. And Ran Ran is one of them. On that day, Professor Chung did not give her any buffer time, and quickly arranged a lot of work. However, this was exactly what Ran Ran wanted. She was keen on the feeling of focusing on the laboratory, and it also helped her temporarily forget some unpleasant things. She met some new colleagues. They were generally older, ranging from 30 to 50 years old, and it was said that many of them had been following Professor Chung for many years. Qin Yuan, as her senior, has been following Professor Chung since his graduate school days. He is now his important assistant and plays a key role in the core laboratory. Ran Ran is determined to work hard and strive to achieve results here. Perhaps only in this way can she realize her self-worth. If she doesn't do something, she really can't understand the meaning of life. The next night, she really received a notice, and was on duty at the pathology hospital with another female colleague named Gu Man the next night. Gu Man is nearly 40 years old, but she has an elegant temperament. She used to work as a clinical doctor in the hospital, and is now responsible for the management of patients in the pathology hospital. She told Ran, "Wear an extra coat. It is especially cold during the night shift." Ran nodded in anticipation. However, the next night, when she casually put on a thin sunscreen jacket, thinking that it was only 20 degrees, it wouldn't be too cold, she saw Gu Man and found that she was wearing a sweater. Ran was puzzled. She looked in good health. How could she be so afraid of the cold? But 5 minutes later, Ran regretted her rashness. The 4-story pathology hospital was as cold as an ice cellar. As soon as she walked in, the cold air hit her head, and the cold air from all directions wrapped her tightly, as if she was wearing a coat made of ice. Her pores shrank due to the cold, and she glanced at the temperature display next to her, which showed only 10 degrees. No wonder Gu Man wore a sweater. Later, Ran learned that the tolerance of the new drug is low, so in order to achieve better results, the indoor temperature was greatly reduced. Ran saw the patients of the pathology hospital for the first time. Although she had conducted index tests many times in the past, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. The vast majority of patients were in serious condition, and most of them lost the ability to walk due to long-term bone diseases. Some had swollen legs like pillars and swollen hands. The most serious ones had their hands and feet turned into fuzzy balls of flesh, which was very scary. Chapter 33 Towards Hostility. The patients lay on their beds with their heads down. When they saw someone passing by, they looked up quickly, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Gu Man seemed to have gotten used to all this. She walked through the crowd indifferently, and went straight to the nurse station to get the test results of temperature, blood pressure and blood sugar. After checking, she said to the nurse, "Beds 6, 13, 27 should change to number 2 medicine. Beds 1 and 19 should change to number 3 medicine. And test again at 5 in the morning." The nurse nodded, and quickly wrote down the information. Then, Gu Man went to those patients with particularly serious conditions, and checked their conditions. One of the wrinkled old ladies shakingly grabbed Gu Man's hand. "Doctor, can my leg be cured? Can I stand up again?" Gu Man pursed her lips silently, and after a period of silence, she said, "Take the medicine well, maybe there will be hope." A glimmer of light flashed in the old lady's cloudy eyes. "I'm still waiting for my leg to get better, go back to see my grandson." She mentioned her grandson in a nagging manner, and showed Gu Man a photo, happily saying how well behaved the child was, and that he could help with housework at the age of 3. After leaving the ward, Ran asked in a low voice, "Can her legs really recover?" Gu Man shook her head. "I changed several kinds of medicine, but it had no practical effect on her. At most 3 months, she may not be able to make it." Gu Man spoke of this cruel reality in the calmest tone, making Ran tremble. "She doesn't know it at all, right? No need to tell her. She has no relatives." Gu Man looked back at the ward. Her grandson was also picked up by her. It turned out that the child was an abandoned baby that the old lady found when she was collecting waste. He was abandoned by his biological parents because of lung disease. So she brought him back and raised him carefully. The old lady used all her savings to treat the child, and the grandparents and grandchildren depended on each other for survival. But when the child was 3 years old, she suddenly had leg pain and could not walk. The condition deteriorated rapidly, and the doctor was helpless. She had no choice but to accept the hospital advice and apply to the institute for an experiment. Fortunately, her application was approved and she was finally able to receive free treatment. Her condition seemed to have improved a little. However, her grandson could not be with her. So she sent him to an orphanage and told him that grandma would come to pick him up after she recovered. "So, the child is likely to be adopted," Gu Man said slowly. "And the child is still young, and his memory is not deep. So it may not matter." Ran couldn't help but feel a little sad. How can it not matter? The child shouldn't forget her. It's too cruel. Gu Man shook her head. "You just came to this kind of place, so you think so. When you get used to it, you will be like us. The so-called cruelty, actually a kind of self-protection. People will die." Ran was speechless. Although Gu Man was right from a rational point of view, she couldn't understand it emotionally. The grace of giving birth is not as great as the grace of raising. The child should have remembered her. The two did not continue to discuss this topic, and continued to move forward. At the end of the corridor, a middle-aged woman in a thin hospital gown stood there. She looked haggard, and her complexion was sallow. When she saw them approaching, she walked quickly with a cane and took out her own test results. "Doctor, can you please help me see if my indicators are better?" Gu Man lowered her head and took it, and checked it. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of expectation. He stared at Gu Man intently. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to continue asking questions. But he was a little scared. Ran Ran noticed the number plate on her chest. Number 9. She had some impression of it. Most of the patients here were seriously ill, and there were not many mild cases. Number 9 was one of them. Gu Man checked for a long time and smiled slightly. Yes. After a new round of drug treatment, the indicators in the body have improved. Continue to take the medicine for a month and observe the situation. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. She hurriedly asked, Doctor, why do some people use intravenous injections? Can I also use it? Gu Man frowned. The specific treatment measures will be decided after Professor Chung unified consultation. The middle-aged woman nodded disappointedly. Okay. Okay. Thank you, doctor. She bowed and walked slowly into the ward. Gu Man whispered to Ran Ran, her name is Li Hui. Unlike others, she has been ill for more than 10 years. The condition keeps recurring, sometimes getting better and sometimes deteriorating, like a tug-of-war. Ran Ran silently memorized the patient information in her heart. Although she was not responsible for clinical work, she hoped to understand more for future work. After the inspection, Gu Man began to check the medication distribution at the nurse station, and check the types and proportions of the drugs in detail. After confirming that they were correct, she let the nurse send them to the ward. It was already past 10 o'clock, and she called Sha Rulin to ask about her condition. On the other end of the phone, Sha Rulin had just washed her hair and was wiping it with a towel, looking a little tired. Ran Ran reminded, there is an instant drying towel in the cabinet. I told you before. Sha Rulin replied, that thing is hot, as if it is electrified. I am always worried that if I wrap it, my head will be electrocuted. Ran Ran was helpless. How is it possible? It just adds some adsorbed ions, and it feels hot because it absorbs the heat in the air. Sha Rulin avoided the topic and asked, when will you come back? Ran Ran comforted her. I've been at work these days. I asked Chiu Yu to see you tomorrow. She knew that Sha Rulin was afraid. She had experienced too much hardship, and now she was in a strange environment again, so she was inevitably nervous. By the way, have you found the whereabouts of my companion? Sha Rulin suddenly asked. Ran Ran shook her head. I asked my friends to keep an eye on him, but there is no news. Don't worry. I will continue to inquire. Sha Rulin was silent for a moment, and said softly, okay. After hanging up the phone, Sha Rulin took off her AR glasses, stared out the window, and her heart was surging. In fact, an hour ago, she had a nightmare. She dreamed that her companion was tied to a metal table with a cold glow, and there were two people who looked like doctors holding scalpels and gesturing at him. Chapter 34 2-on-2 Confrontation. The companion opened his eyes in horror, and before he could scream, his abdomen had already been cut open. The two doctors seemed very calm. They looked at each other, and then began to remove all his internal organs. Finally, the doctor took out his heart, which was still beating with bloodshot, and was soon thrown into an ice pack. During this process, the companion was awake, but he did not feel any pain. He could not scream. There was nothing she could do, until her whole body was hollowed out, only an empty shell remained. In the dream, Sha Rulin was like an illusory bystander, witnessing all this, until she woke up from the dream, and found that her back was already soaked, and she was covered in sweat. She quickly ran to take a shower, and later received a call from Ran Ran. Why did she have such a dream? Perhaps it was the result of anxiety and delusion, or perhaps it was subconsciously. Sha Rulin believed that she and her companions would reach that point sooner or later. She would be regarded as an alien by this world, and be isolated and dissected. Sha Rulin knew that she could not fit into this world. Even if she got an identity, there was no meaning for her to survive. No one expected her. No one recognized her. And now she was just getting by. As for Ran Ran, who had been helping her, Sha Rulin had mixed feelings. She was dependent on her, and thought she was the only person she could get close to. But she also felt that she was an intruder. The two would eventually become enemies. Her heart was torn into pieces by two emotions, and she lived in chaos every day. These days, she accidentally walked into the old writer's study and found many unfinished manuscripts. The book tells a story about the end of the world, and the text reveals sad emotions. For example, there is a paragraph that reads, Songji looked at the strange woman opposite, but his eyes glanced at the sky behind her. The dazzling sun was much larger than usual, as if it was brought closer countless times. The heat waves from the ground rose up, and it seemed that they would melt at any time. The woman stretched out her hand to stop him, but Songji took out a pistol and shot at her head. With a bang, the bullet penetrated the woman's head, and she fell to the ground. Her brain and blood mixed together and scattered all over the ground. When Sha Rulin saw this, her heart was shocked. When she was on Star R, she had seen many death scenes, and situations like this were not only more tragic, but also horrible experiences. However, what she was concerned about was what was mentioned in the text. The sun was much larger than usual. Does it mean that the distance between the sun and the earth is shortening? Or is the sun spreading? Whichever it is, it will lead to the destruction of the earth. She vaguely remembered some things she had seen on planet R. It seemed that the earth was indeed going to experience some kind of catastrophe, but it was unclear what it was. Could it be the situation predicted in the book? Sha Rulin said to herself. She thought indignantly again, if it is destroyed, then destroy it. Anyway, there is no hope for me to live. We will all perish in the end. She pulled down the curtains with all her strength, turned around and walked to the bed, and sat down in frustration. The next evening, Xiaoyu arrived as promised, bringing a bouquet of pink roses. Do they look good? I grabbed them from the internet with great difficulty. Do you need to grab them? Sha Rulin glanced at them listlessly. These flowers don't look very fresh. What? Xiaoyu carefully put the flowers into the vase. She also threw a preservative. It's great that the flowers can grow like this. Unlike your era. Sha Rulin felt uncomfortable. I also want to go back to that era. Xiaoyu looked at her thoughtfully. The reason she came was because of Ran Ran's request. Ran Ran said that Sha Rulin's mental state was not very good, and hoped that she could come to accompany her. Xiaoyu calmly analyzed, unless time can go back. Or you could enter the wormhole again. There may be hope to go back to the past. Sha Rulin listened attentively. You may be right. Wormholes can connect a certain area, or perhaps another time and space. So you have to cheer up. You can't be depressed. Xiaoyu comforted her. How many people in the world are not suffering? But no matter how hard it is, we must persevere. Sha Rulin looked at the girl in her early 20s in front of her, and suddenly felt surprised. Are the young people of this era so insightful? Xiaoyu was holding back a lot of bitterness, sharing her troubles with her. You see, I seem to be quite cheerful, but in fact I am extremely miserable. My father used to do business, and lost all the money in the family, and still owed a large sum of debt. The creditor has been chasing us for more than 10 years, and we have been on the run for more than 10 years, and now we are threatened from time to time. Sha Rulin looked at her with contempt. Then why don't you pay it back? I have paid it back. What I earn and what I owe are not proportional at all, and what I owe is really despairing. Xiaoyu explained. My monthly salary is not enough to maintain basic living, the rest was all given to the family, but it was of no use at all. My father owed too much. Sha Rulin sympathized a little. Your father is really too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Xiaoyu was unhappy. You rashly broke into Half Moon Lake that year, and it seems that you also don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sha Rulin was criticized by this, but she couldn't help laughing. She seemed right. But how could a 30-year-old adult lose face in front of such a little girl? So she forced an explanation. We are also devoting ourselves to science, but your father's behavior is a disaster for the family. Xiaoyu wanted to get angry, but thinking about what Ran Ran said, she barely held back. Okay. I won't argue with you. By the way, if you are particularly bored, you can ask Ran Ran to apply for a robot to accompany you from a welfare agency. It's free. Sha Rulin turned her head away speechlessly when she heard it, thinking of the last time that robot was as strong as an ox and had a hideous face. She almost scared her to death. She thought of him as a bad guy, fighting for several days. Another one? Forget it, she didn't think this kind of robot was interesting. Xiaoyu chatted with her for a while. The two glanced at each other. After a simple dinner, Xiaoyu drove away, saying that he had to work far away, and it was inconvenient to live here. Sha Rulin stood by the window, watching the car going farther and farther away, turned back to the table, and continued to draw. At this time, Ran Ran was busy in the laboratory. She had to work with her senior brother Qin Yuan today. to calculate a set of data. The two tried many methods: separation, substitution, paragraph, but all failed. Finally, at the last minute, Ran thought of a good way, and this time it worked in one fell swoop. Sure enough, it was found that the previous data was wrong. Chapter 35: Gu-man Death. Jin Yuan was very happy. Ran, you are really talented. Ran remained silent. Her so-called talent was just intentional, and it was not worth being proud of. She knew this. And Professor Chum also knew it, but the senior brother in front of him did not know it. Ran took off her lab coat. I asked Lu Ran to go out for lunch at noon. I heard that a porridge restaurant opened in front of the institute. Senior brother, are you going? Porridge is something you little girls like. I can't eat enough. Jin Yuan shook his head and said, I eat in the cafeteria, you guys go. Lu Ran is an honest and somewhat timid girl, and she is also the first friend Ran met at the institute. After she graduated from college, her family found a connection and assigned her to the logistics work of the institute. Her work ability is not strong, she often makes mistakes, and is repeatedly criticized by the leaders, but she has never been fired. Although her personality is a bit dull, she is kind-hearted and has helped Ran many times. Ran was grateful for this. At lunch, Ran insisted on treating us, ordered 2 bowls of porridge, and a few light side dishes. The two chatted about interesting things in the unit while eating, and the atmosphere was pleasant. LV Ran mentioned the security uncle who was about to retire. Ran, yesterday I asked Uncle Lu what he was going to do after retirement. Guess what he said? Ran shook his head. Taking care of grandchildren? Retirement? Farming? None of them. LV Ran took a sip of porridge. He said he was going to ride to Tibet, because only there can you see blue sky and white clouds. He is tired of places full of smog, and tired of city life. I can't see that Uncle Lu also has a desire for freedom. Ran sighed, but the weather in Tibet is very bad, not as good as before. I saw in the news that there will be sudden snowfalls and hail in July and August, and it will be very painful to ride there. He has bought a bicycle and supplies, saying that he will retire at the end of the month and leave at the beginning of next month. Lu Ran looked envious. I suddenly envy him so much. Ran nodded. Retirement is really good. By the way, Ran, have you heard? Our pathology hospital will have another new patient this afternoon. Lu Ran suddenly said. Ran shook his head. I didn't pay much attention to it. Isn't it normal to have a new patient? This patient situation is different. He was transferred from the West Suburb Mental Hospital. Lu Ran whispered, I heard from the people there that he has something in his body that ordinary people don't have. Shijiao Mental Hospital. Ran dropped the spoon in her hand and hit the wall of the bowl. Is he a mental patient? Not sure. But he should be. Otherwise, why would he be in that place? Lu Ran shook his head. I just heard a few words when Director Luo answered the phone. And I didn't dare to ask more, fearing that she would cause trouble for me. Director Luo is a serious woman in her 50s, in charge of trivial matters in the office, and is Lu Ran direct superior. She is demanding, meticulous, and extremely dissatisfied with the confused Lu Ran. Her salary was deducted several times. In the afternoon, Ran took a nap in the lounge of the core laboratory. She planned to go home after the meeting in the afternoon. She hadn't been home for a few days. She was also worried about Sha Rulin. She had just fallen asleep. A man's scream suddenly came from outside the window. It was shrill and desperate. Then it returned to calm. Ran got out of bed and walked to the window. She saw a commercial vehicle driving into the big iron gate of the pathology hospital. She guessed that this was the patient sent from the mental hospital mentioned by Lu Ran. After returning to bed, Ran could no longer fall asleep. So she simply went downstairs to check out the laboratory. As soon as she walked downstairs, she met Gu-man, who was rushing out. She was holding a notebook in her hand and was walking too fast. And she almost bumped into Ran. Are you okay, Sister Gu? Where are you going? Ran picked up the notebook she dropped and handed it to her. A new patient came in this afternoon, and I have to go for a checkup. Gu-man replied, I need a full body checkup, and Dr. Zhu can't handle it alone. Ran hummed, thinking of the car she had just seen, and also thinking of the situation mentioned by Lu Ran. Why are the mentally ill patients sent to us? We are all suffering from bone diseases. Gu-man smiled slightly. I'm not sure about this. Maybe there is a suitable case. After that, Gu-man left in a hurry, and Ran didn't think much about it. Speaking of the mental hospital, the first person she thought of was Sha Rulin companion. who escaped from the mental hospital at that time. But it wasn't from the one in the western suburbs. So she thought there was no connection. After get off work that afternoon, Ram returned to her old house in the suburbs. And this time she could take a day off. After returning, she found that Shah Rulin had drawn many strange-shaped paintings again, claiming that they were scenes she had experienced. For example, those huge and towering mining robots, and one round recycling truck after another, which were similar to the scenes in science fiction movies. Shah Rulin said seriously, "I should have worked in this mine. I remember being locked in a big jar, controlling the machine. I do have such a memory." Ram pointed to the top of her head. "It seems that the R-Star has many secrets. But the place you were talking about is really desolate, not quite the alien planet I imagined. I also feel something is wrong." Shah Rulin replied, "I should be able to remember everything after a while." "Well, don't worry." Ram comforted her. "You can stay with me first, other things will be discussed later." It was a peaceful night, but it was also the quiet before dawn, because the next day, an amazing event happened in the institute. It all started with a patient sent from the West Suburb Mental Hospital. When Ram went to work, she found that Gu Man had not returned all night. She was worried, and asked about the senior brother Qin Yuan, who also felt strange. "It shouldn't be. Yesterday Professor Chung asked Sister Gu to help with the physical examination. It should be finished in a few hours at most. But her things are still on the table." I asked the security guard downstairs. He checked the surveillance and found that after Gu Man entered the pathology hospital, she never came out again. Qin Yuan frowned. "I go to the pathology hospital to check the situation. Maybe something delayed her." Half an hour later, the pathology hospital sent a message that Gu Man was dead. The body fell in the small warehouse at the end of the 4th floor. There was no sign of struggle on the body, but there was a big hole in the back of the head. Blood and brain matter flowed all over the floor. She died quietly. Chapter 36 Explosion and Death. Qin Yuan immediately called the police, and found after checking the surveillance, Gu Man went straight to the warehouse from the isolation ward at 5 p.m. yesterday, and never appeared again. There was no sign of other people staying in the warehouse, and only a nurse delivering medicine passed by in the corridor, who was the murderer. The forensic doctor examined the wound, and was shocked to say that it was not caused by external force, but more like the skin bursting after being stretched. In this case, it was as if the sausage was heated at high temperature. The skin burst, and the meat splashed. This statement was unbelievable. The human scalp had a certain elasticity. How could it be so tight that it would burst? Qin Yuan speculated that Gu Man might have some unknown disease. So, he immediately retrieved Gu Man medical records, which only showed minor insignificant diseases such as mild arthritis and gallstones. After collecting evidence, the police carried the body away. Ran, who heard the news, stood at the door of the pathology hospital, watching Gu Man's body being carried into the car. The white cloth swayed slightly in the wind, revealing Gu Man's pale profile. Ran was filled with fear. What happened to Sister Gu, who was still talking happily yesterday? She couldn't help but find Qin Yuan, who was walking out of the pathology hospital. "Big brother, could this be related to that mental patient?" Sister Gu said she was going to have a physical examination in the afternoon, and mentioned that she was with Dr. Zhu. Qin Yuan shook his head. "Dr. Zhu has been questioned. He said it was just a routine physical examination. There is nothing abnormal. The patient was isolated, and nothing could happen to him." "Really?" Ran felt a chill down her spine. Did Sister Gu really blow herself up and die? Qin Yuan sighed. "The body has been sent to the laboratory, awaiting further results. We must cooperate with the forensic doctor and the police." Gu Man's death shocked the institute, and everyone gathered in the big office to discuss the matter, and everyone was panicked. Especially Dr. Zhu, who did the physical examination with Gu Man. She was even more terrified. How could this happen? "We did a physical examination for the patient together the day before, and then I left first, and Dr. Gu was in charge of the follow-up. How could this happen?" "Who did it?" Director Luo asked. "There is a surveillance camera in the isolation room. Did the police retrieve the footage?" "Yes." Dr. Zhu's voice trembled. "The police asked me to see it, and the process was normal, all infusion and intubation, and there was nothing abnormal." Ran frowned. "Did the patient show any abnormalities?" "No. Except for nonsense." Dr. Zhu shook his head. But mentally ill patients almost always talk nonsense. As they were talking, the phone rang suddenly. It was the laboratory that asked Director Luo to come over to discuss security issues. She left in a hurry after giving a few instructions. Lu Ran nervously pulled Ran's sleeve. Ran. I feel uneasy. Do you think the isolation ward is haunted? How is it possible? There must be some reason. We should wait for the police notification. Ran shook her head. She was a typical materialist. She did not believe in those mysterious things. She firmly believed that there must be a reason behind the incident. Although Lu Ran nodded half doubtfully, he kept looking at the laboratory, obviously with a little fear. Other people in the laboratory continued to work, but everyone was uneasy. The colleague who was joking suddenly passed away. The cause of death has not yet been determined. He was uneasy. Tonight, Ran and Dr. Zhu were on night shift. In the afternoon, Qin Yuan came over and asked, Ran, if you are afraid, you don't have to. Ran shook his head firmly, and said softly but firmly, It okay, I can handle it. Qin Yuan cast an approving look. Don't worry, the pathology hospital has strengthened its protection now, and we have to trust the police, and things will soon have results. Ran also thought so. The darkness will eventually be dispelled by light. All the dark things will eventually come to light. The same is true for Dr. Gu incident. At night, they entered the pathology room according to regulations. The patient had entered the ward, but many security guards were added to the corridor and the yard. When Ran was in the ward on the 3rd floor, he found that there were also 2 security guards guarding the staircase leading to the 4th floor. Everyone was on high alert. Their faces were solemn, and the tension in the air was almost frozen. The working procedures of Ran and Dr. Zhu were the same as before. First, they took the temperature at the nurse station, blood pressure, blood sugar and other examination data, and then adjust the medication according to the changes. And finally check the patient condition. Walking to Ward 9, the room of the middle-aged woman named Li Hui, Ran asked nervously, Doctor, did something happen on the 4th floor? Why are there so many police today? Nothing. Just a routine check. Dr. Zhu replied after a moment of silence. Li Hui glanced at Ran next to her. Really? But why are there so many police? Ran comforted her. Don't think too much. Do you feel better today? Li Hui nodded and shook her head. It was better in the morning. But it started to hurt again in the evening. Dr. Zhu checked the notebook. The day after tomorrow is the consultation time. We will see if the treatment plan can be adjusted then. After leaving the ward, Ran suddenly felt unbearable abdominal pain and suspected that her period had come. She would experience lower abdominal pain every time she had her period, and it would take 2 days to recover. So, she walked quickly to the toilet at the end of the corridor, carrying sanitary products with her, and quickly solved the problem. As soon as she came out of the toilet, she saw a black shadow walking at the end of the corridor. The man was dressed in black, very tall, and very fast. If it was normal, Ran might not care. But an accident just happened in the laboratory. She was alert and felt that there was something wrong with the black shadow. So she subconsciously followed him quickly. At this time, there was no one in the corridor. Dr. Zhu should still be in the ward. Ran didn't want to alarm the people in front of her, so she followed carefully. However, at a corner, she heard 2 familiar voices on the balcony. They were Professor Chung and Director Mu Qinshan. Qinshan, are the results of the identification out? Yes, the results are consistent with the previous ones. But the forensic doctor mentioned that Dr. Gu's blood sample was a little abnormal. Then bring back a sample. Professor, I was thinking of that. Look, it already here. Okay. I asked someone to do a test right away. Chapter 37 Familiar Scene. Ran cheeks were slightly hot, and she felt embarrassed. She was like an unknown peeper, clinging to the wall at the corner, trying her best not to be discovered by them. When the sound gradually faded away, and the 2 left, she hurried away to meet up with Dr. Zhu. After the 2 hurriedly checked the room, Dr. Zhu began to get busy. Ran felt the air was a little stuffy, and decided to go to the balcony to get some fresh air. As soon as she reached the stairs, she saw a nurse holding a medicine bottle and running downstairs in a hurry. The nurse ran too fast and almost fell down. Fortunately, Ran reached out to stop her. What happened? Ran asked. Why are you still going up to the 4th floor? Aren't you not allowed to go? The nurse turned pale with fear. Dr. Zhu asked me to change the medicine. Ran glanced at the medicine bottle in her hand. What are you holding in your hand? The nurse trembled. That patient is so scary. He kept talking nonsense, and even reached out to grab me. He said he was not from this world. Is he really a ghost? I don't want to change the medicine. Whoever wants to change can change it. I don't want to be like Dr. Gu. Speaking of this, The nurse suddenly shut up. Because Director Mu had ordered that the patient information must be kept confidential to avoid unnecessary panic. Ran was panicked, remembering what the isolated mental patient said, which was similar to the man she met outside the institute before. Could it be that the patient above is Sha Rulin's companion? Is such a coincidence possible? Didn't the man escape long ago? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Ran said to the nurse, "Give me the medicine bottle, I go upstairs to change it." Really? The nurse was skeptical. Ran nodded, "Of course it's true. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about this." The nurse was relieved, and quickly handed over the tray. "Just insert the infusion tube directly, thank you." "Miss Researcher, you must be well protected. Director Mu said that we need to take level 1 protection when we go to the 4th floor. The doctors and nurses in the pathology hospital are very polite to the researchers. Especially researchers like Ran who have helped a lot. In the eyes of the nurse, they are even more like saviors." Ran nodded, changed into protective clothing, put on a mask and gloves, and went to the 4th floor alone. Although she was a little scared, she was more confused and curious, because she promised Sha Rulin to help her find her companions. She slowly walked to the 4th floor with the tray. The 2 security guards there saw her appearance and let her in without asking any questions. Probably because her clothes were similar to those of the nurses who changed the dressings. The 4th floor was silent, all the doors were closed, including the 2 huge operating rooms on the right. She had heard from Dr. Gu that the operating rooms were rarely used, and were always locked. Ran looked forward. The first few rooms should be the isolation rooms. Currently only room number 1 was occupied. As her eyes swept over, she naturally caught a glimpse of the small warehouse where the accident happened. Her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, thinking of the dead Dr. Gu. When she was carried out that day, the wind blew, and she happened to see her pale and scary profile. The momentary imagination frightened her, fearing that once the warehouse door opened, the dead Dr. Gu would walk out. Ran shook her head and laughed at herself in her heart. Death is death. What was she thinking? She took a deep breath after straightening the protective suit and mask. She walked straight to the number 1 isolation room, swiped the bracelet given by the nurse, and opened the door. This was her first time to enter the isolation ward. She was startled as soon as she entered the door, because a figure in white flashed across the room. Looking more carefully, the shadow seemed familiar, and it turned out to be her own shadow. There was only a simple preparation area behind the door, and there was a metal door with a faint glow across the door. The display screen on the door could clearly see the situation inside. The patient was lying on his back on the bed, with all kinds of tubes inserted into his body, instruments all around him, and his limbs fixed. But he seemed to be very awake, because he could be seen struggling on the screen, his lips opening and closing. But no sound could be heard. Ran stared at him, and only felt that his face was sloppy, and his build was medium. It was difficult to confirm whether he was Sha Rulin's companion. After a long time, the man's appearance was a little blurry. She swiped the bracelet again, opened the second door. The door opened smoothly, and the scene in front of her surprised her. It was very big, at least 70 or 80 square meters. In addition to a few metal cabinets in the corner, there was a bed in the middle. The man on the bed sensed the movement, and suddenly roared and struggled violently. If he hadn't been fixed, he would have pounced on her. He gasped in his throat, and then began to curse. "You will die soon. Your body will rot, and turn into a pool of meat paste. The intestines will be tangled together, and become dregs. You useless people. Stop struggling." This voice. Ran slowly approached, holding the tray steadily in her hand. The fear she once had was gone. She recognized this voice. The hoarse voice that was almost torn now seemed quite familiar. It was Sha Rulin's companion, the man who had caused trouble outside the institute. He was still cursing. Ran stood 1 meter away from him, looking down at him through the isolation hood. I was filled with emotion. The man looked ragged at first, and now he looked even more miserable. Although he was wearing a hospital gown, his exposed neck and elbows were covered with old and new wounds, and the worst part was even ulcerated. His eyes were full of bloodshot, his face was covered with dirt, and he looked like a trapped beast. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot outside during this period. "What are you looking at? Bitch. Don't think you can trap me. You will all die soon." Ran frowned slightly, and walked quickly to the bedside to change the dressing. Although the dressing process was simple, She couldn't calm down in her heart, and kept thinking about how to calm him down. He was Sha Rolin's companion, and he was also a person who had experienced the wormhole incident. But he fell into this situation by chance. Chapter 38: Strange Substances. During this process, the man was still struggling violently. His body was bent like a cooked shrimp. Because Ran was beside him, his head kept twisting to the right, seemingly using all his strength. His eyeballs bulged, looking extremely scary. "What did you do to Dr. Gu?" Ran asked coldly after inserting the medicine tube. The man's lips opened and closed, like a dying fish. He parted his lips, revealing a weird smile. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Come closer. Take off the mask. And I tell you." Ran stared at him, her eyes complicated. At this moment, the door behind her suddenly slammed open. A hand quickly grabbed her clothes and dragged her out mercilessly. "Stay away from him." Ran looked up and saw that it was Mu Qishan. Her heart tightened, realizing that she had been discovered for sneaking up to the 4th floor. Just as she was about to explain, Mu Qishan had already dragged her out of the isolation ward. He quickly closed the door. After releasing her, Mu Qishan wiped his hands with a tissue and said coldly, "No matter what happened this time, go downstairs and stay where you should be. 4th floor, don't come again." Ran was stunned for a moment and seemed to have not recovered from the shock, but 2 seconds later, she turned around quickly and ran downstairs in a hurry. As soon as she went downstairs, several fully armed nurses surrounded her and quickly pushed her into the disinfection room. Thorough disinfection was carried out from head to toe. It turned out that Guman's blood test results had come out. Her blood contained a strange substance, which could not be analyzed by any machine at present. The structure of this substance was similar to a substance in a meteorite found near the desert last year. Everyone speculated, was this the cause of Dr. Gu's death? But where did this substance come from? Everyone turned their attention to the patient in the isolation room on the 4th floor. Then the previously extracted blood was tested, as expected. The same substance was found in his blood. Everyone was scared, because after this patient was admitted to the hospital, there were several doctors and nurses who came into contact with him. Some of them did not even take proper protection. The young nurse said in panic, "Sister researcher, I'm sorry. I didn't know the situation was so serious." Ran lowered her head. "It has nothing to do with you. I wanted to go up by myself." Fortunately, Director Mu arrived in time. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. The young nurse crossed her arms across her chest. With an admiring look on her face, he was so handsome when he rushed over. Ran didn't care about his handsomeness, but just thought that after Mu Qishan let go of her, his first reaction was to wipe his hands with disinfectant tissues, presumably to avoid blood transmission. However, meteorites are stars. Ran suddenly thought of something. If the patient on the 4th floor really had that substance in his body, did Sha Rolin also have it? She shook her head again. She and Sha Rolin had been together for so long, even when she was unconscious. I treated her wounds. If it was true, I should have been infected long ago. How could I wait until today? Ran thought about it, and then found a remote place, called Sha Rolin, and asked, "When you and your companions were on planet R, did you come into contact with any free substances, such as ore or blood?" Sha Rolin was stunned for a moment. "I remember I was in the mine, but I was always in a sphere, so I don't know much about my companions." Ran was a little disappointed. After hanging up the phone, she suddenly remembered that she had extracted Sha Rolin blood. It was used to test NDA. She took some blood and kept the rest in the refrigerator inside the office desk. She quietly found the test tube and asked a colleague in the blood test department to test it. "Please help me check if there is that substance in this blood." A few minutes later, the results came out and the colleague shook his head. "No, Xiaogu, don't worry. You are not infected." Ran was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." Her blood type and DNA are completely similar to Sha Rolin, so it's not surprising that they are mistaken for the same person blood. Her blood is normal, so Ran is relieved. In the afternoon, the police made new progress. After repeated comparisons of surveillance, they found that when Guman pulled out the patient blood drawing needle at close range, a drop of blood splashed out, facing her eyes. Everyone analyzed that although she was wearing a mask at the time, but her eyes were not blocked, so the blood instantly eroded the back of her head, causing her to have a splitting headache. She wanted to find a place with a signal to ask for help, but she ended up accidentally entering the warehouse and died there. If it was normal contact, including body fluids and air contact, there would be no problem, because that substance also exists in the patient blood. It can be said that Gu Man was unlucky and encountered this one in 10,000 chance. Therefore, it is certain that the patient in the isolation room on the 4th floor is very dangerous. Where did he come from? Why does his blood contain such highly radioactive stray substances? These are all mysteries. But he is talking nonsense. Even with instruments, it is impossible to tell the truth from the false. This patient who has been tossed around in the mental hospital has now become a hot potato for the institute. In Professor Chung's office, Mu Qingshan discussed this matter with him. If the patient stays, something may happen again. Professor Chung held a cigarette in his hand and exhaled a puff of smoke. The whole person seemed a little confused. Is there any place safer than here? And he has some secrets. If we don't find out, all the previous work will be in vain. Mu Qingshan was silent for a while, finally said, "Okay, I will arrange it immediately. There will be someone in charge of the 4th floor in the future. By the way, Qingshan, that little girl." Professor Chung flicked the ash of his cigarette. "You should pay more attention to her." "Okay." Mu Qingshan had no expression on his face, turned and left the office. The institute quickly formulated a hard rule. Except for the 2 doctors assigned, no one was allowed to enter the ward. At the same time, multiple instruments were sent in one after another, and a monitoring room was specially renovated near the ward to observe the patient condition. Ran Hard was in turmoil, because she had really inquired about this person for a long time, and had promised Sha Rulin to help find him, but now that he was found, it was such a strange situation. Saving him is impossible. If he is healthy, I might try to save him. But now, saving him is equivalent to endangering everyone. So this kind of thing must not be done. Ran was in a complicated mood. At night, she received a call from Sha Rulin. Ran, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. Why are you asking about my companion? Is there any news about him? In order to prevent Sha Rulin from doing something stupid, Ran quickly replied, "It okay. Don't think about it. If there is any news, be sure to tell me." Sha Rulin said with tears in her eyes, "He is my only hope in this world." Ran sighed helplessly. "Okay." Chapter 39, Anonymous. Her answer seemed a little far-fetched. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been tired of lying, but the helplessness of life forced her to hide some of the truth. In the following week, Ran learned about the man through various channels. He was under tighter control, and every subtle movement of his body was monitored by the machine. He cursed day and night, occasionally fell asleep for a while, and then continued to curse, repeatedly. In addition, Professor Chung began to conduct experiments on him. No one knew the specific experimental process. But according to the eldest brother, once these experiments began, he would be completely silent, and even his consciousness might disappear. Although the eldest brother Qin Yuan was not qualified to enter the isolation room on the 4th floor, he still had some advantages over Ran. He was able to view the surveillance video on the 4th floor with the permission of Professor Chung. There was even one time when, under Ran's soft and hard persuasion, he secretly took a photo of the patient. In the photo, the man's upper body is naked, and his body is full of various tubes. Those tubes are intertwined with the scars on his body, as if it is a net covering his whole body. He looks like a monster, miserable and pitiful. Ran stared at the photo in silence for a long time, and couldn't help thinking of Sha Rulin when she was changing clothes. Her body was also covered with scars. Obviously, she had experienced too much pain on Star R. Ran asked the senior brother, "Did he say anything?" "What?" Qin Yuan showed a sardonic smile. "Even if it nonsense. What the point? He said he was from outer space. He was not from this world. He said this world would be destroyed. And he even said everyone would turn into a pool of meat paste. That all." Ran said nervously, "Is there really no credibility in what he said?" Qin Yuan smiled. "Junior sister, are you always stupid? Have you seen aliens? Have you seen people from other worlds? Besides, what destruction? Human civilization is gradually reaching its peak, and our bright future is still to come." Qin Yuan's words made Ran fall into silence. In fact, she believed it. Although she didn't trust it before, after experiencing what Sha Rulin had experienced, she finally believed it. But how could she say all this? She was a replica of Sha Rulin, and the original was staying safely in the old house. This bizarre and heartbreaking thing, even if I tell him, no one will believe it. "Brother, I go back first. I'm not on duty today. I've asked Professor Chung for leave. I want to go home. Ran started to pack up. Qin Yuan responded, well, Ran, you should go back and revise that paper. At this time, Ran was already in the second year of his master and doctoral studies. He had to complete a high-level academic paper every year within 3 years and gain enough work experience and achievements in a national laboratory. The requirements are extremely high. She has been busy with her thesis recently, but her mind is not quite there, which caused the school to raise many questions, and the result was that she had to rework many times. Ran nodded, picked up her backpack and walked out the door, still feeling depressed, until she entered the parking lot and got in the car. The heavy feeling still could not be dissipated. She started the car, and the miserable picture of the man kept appearing in her mind. Everyone thought he was just talking nonsense, but they treated him harshly because of his blood problem. Conduct various experiments. As a clone, will she also suffer such a fate one day? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Ran stepped on the accelerator hard, not even caring about speeding. The car sped back, arriving at the old house in the suburbs within half an hour, taking 1/3 less time than usual. Sha Rulin heard the car stop, and ran out quickly, with a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Are you back? Ran didn't dare to look her in the eye. Well, have you been okay these days? It okay. Sha Rulin pointed to her eyes. My eyelids twitch a lot. Others say that a twitching left eye is a blessing, and a twitching right eye is a disaster. Ran got out of the car. It's just a spasm of the eye muscles. As a serious surgeon, you still believe in this? I didn't believe it before, but after going through so much, there's nothing to rely on. I occasionally put my hopes on some metaphysics. Sha Rulin said lightly. For example, I have nightmares every day recently. I dreamed of my companions. I don't understand why. Ran felt guilty. Maybe I dreamed about what I thought about during the day. Let go. I'm so hungry. Let go cook. Recently, Sha Rulin has become more skilled in the kitchen, and is tired of the food processor, preferring to prepare some simple dishes herself. This time when Ran went home, she also hoped to show off her cooking skills. She cooked wild vegetable porridge, using the rice scent and some sparse wild vegetables in the yard. In addition, I fried some tomato and eggs, and mixed some celery. Although the porridge was a bit too thick, and the tomato and eggs were a bit burnt, Ran ate it with relish. After eating 2 bowls of porridge, he touched his stomach with satisfaction. This tastes a bit like the delicacies my grandma used to make. Sha Rulin's mouth twitched slightly. If we talk about seniority, I should be higher than my grandma. Ran cleared his throat. We can't count by seniority. We all have the same genes. It's just that we live in different times. Sha Rulin looked at her. What do you plan for me? About you? Ran was shocked. In fact, she had asked herself this question many times. She had considered sending Sha Rulin to the research department, but after seeing the man in the isolation room, she felt scared. She didn't want Sha Rulin to become like that. Sha Rulin nodded. Of course it's about me. I haven't thought about it yet. Ran said frankly. Hiding you here is not a long-term solution. What about you? Have you ever thought about what kind of life you want? Sha Rulin hesitated. Of course I stay where I should be. But this idea is actually contradictory. Ran analyzed. Even if there is still a wormhole in this world, the probability of you finding and escaping through it is less than 1 in 10,000. Not to mention that you can't predict where you will enter. But this world, Sha Rulin sneered, it will not accept me at all. Ran took a deep breath. Not necessarily. If you are willing to live in anonymity. Sha Rulin shook her head. Let's talk about it later. Wait until I find my companions. Ran stopped talking. She didn't want to continue discussing the topic of her companions. So she quickly stood up and put the dishes and tablecloths on the table into the cleaner. Have you thought of anything in the past few days? Still those fragmented and vague fragments. Sha Rulin pressed her temple. It suddenly occurred to me that I could write down those fragments. Just like your grandfather did. Chapter 40 Impure Motives. Ran smiled slightly. Of course, maybe you can submit an article online. There is a market for independent creators, like my grandfather. If you do well, you can support yourself. Live with your identity? Sha Rulin asked in a low voice. Well, maybe there will be unexpected opportunities. Find an alternative identity. Sha Rulin remained silent. Her eyes wandered outside the window. There was a tree that was about to die. A winding vine was wrapped around it, as if it was absorbing the remaining nutrients from the trunk. Sha Rulin felt like that vine. In this strange world, she seemed to have no ability to survive. At night, Ran opened his notebook to revise his thesis, while Shah Rulin looked through the books left by the landlord. Until late at night, Ran yawned and said, "Do you want to read more? I'm so sleepy. I have to go to bed." Shah Rulin didn't look up. I read for a while. After Ran finished washing and lying down, she soon began to breathe softly and fell asleep. At this time, Shah Rulin put down the book in her hand and walked slowly towards her. She stood quietly for a long time, and the expression on her face seemed erratic. At 6 o'clock the next morning, when it was just dawn, Ran drove to the institute. The weather was a little cold in the morning, and she put on a hat to hold down her hair. When she swiped her wristband when she entered the door, it seemed that because of the hat, the clock and machine paused. Voice prompt, "Please show it again." Ran clenched her wristband, swiped it again. This time, combined with facial recognition, she was finally allowed to pass. She thought to herself, it was still early, she should not have met other colleagues yet, but just then, a female voice came from behind. Ran, you are here so early today." Turning around, a round-faced girl with short hair ran over and took her arm affectionately. "Director Liu arranged a lot of work for me today. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to finish it in time, so I came early." "Why are you here so early too?" Liu Ran, who was in charge of logistics, still had that innocent and ignorant look. Ran felt a little uncomfortable and tried to pull his hand away several times but failed. He quickly explained, "I have work." Ran, "Let go to the cafeteria for breakfast." Liu Ran pointed downstairs. "We have to fill our stomachs first." Ran shook his head. "I'm not hungry." "You go," Liu Ran said. She let her go and walked downstairs slowly. She felt that something was wrong with Ran today. Her voice was muffled, as if she had a cold. Moreover, she was too cold to her. Did something happen? Ran stood there, watching Liu Ran leave, and quickly went into the office. After checking the information, she went to the core laboratory. After wandering around there for a while, she went straight to the pathology hospital. Today was not Ran duty time. The moment she swiped her wristband and entered the door, the two security guards on duty at the door asked, "What up?" Ran showed the file bag in her hand, sending a report. They didn't suspect anything, and let her in. It was the time when the morning light was slightly bright, and the sun was about to rise. However, the pathology hospital seemed unusually silent. It was dark and damp here, because the trees were too dense, and the branches blocked the sunlight above. If it weren't for the faint light in the gap, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed that it was almost dawn. In order to strictly control the temperature and humidity, the windows of the building are all closed, and the air exchange and temperature control are carried out by thermostats. Looking up, the building with all the windows closed looks like it is dead. Ran lowered his head, walked in quickly, holding the file bag tightly, and subconsciously walked towards the elevator. As soon as he reached the door, he was suddenly bounced back by a beam of light. Ran had no time to react, staggered back, and the file bag in his hand fell to the ground. Then came an electronic warning. "Please wear protective clothing. Please put on protective clothing." Ran realized that she had forgotten to change clothes. She hurriedly packed her things, looked around, and then went into the dressing room to change clothes. This time everything went smoothly. She went directly into the elevator, stared for a long time, and pressed a 3. After all, this elevator only has 3 buttons, and it is impossible to go directly to the 4th floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors are where bone patients gather. As soon as the elevator door opened, a patient in a walking chair rushed past, almost bumped into Ran. The man saw this and quickly adjusted his direction. "Sorry, I didn't bump into you. Did I?" Ran was about to answer, but his eyes caught a glimpse of his swollen and deformed limbs. They had become a mess, as if they were pork filled with water, which made people feel uncomfortable. "What wrong? Researcher Gu?" The patient was surprised and asked, "Did I bump into you? How about I call a doctor?" Ran took a step back and said hurriedly, It okay. I didn't hit him." The patient nodded half doubtfully, and then turned and left. Ran heart was pounding. She glanced at the stairs beside her, and quickly walked up. She originally wanted to go to the 4th floor, but there was an isolation door on the 4th floor, and swiping the wristband was ineffective. Just as she was hesitating, the door suddenly opened, and a man in his early 30s walked out. That was the senior brother Qin Yuan. Hey Ran Ran? Qin Yuan seemed surprised. Why are you here? Ran Ran hesitated. I want to go to the 4th floor to take a look. Qin Yuan frowned. Nothing to see. This is a serious matter. Director Mu has issued an order. No one is allowed to enter the isolation room. I don't think I don't know. You are upset about Dr. Gu's death. But Ran Ran? It was an accident. Qin Yuan persuaded. Let go. I take a look at the paper you revised. Ran Ran grabbed his sleeve. Please. I just take a look. I'm very curious. I also need some information for my paper. Please. Qin Yuan has a gentle personality and is a good man. How could he bear Ran Ran's soft and hard persuasion? Finally, he couldn't help but give in. How about this? I take you to the monitoring room to take a look. You have to come out in 5 minutes at most. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you. Senior brother? Ran Ran laughed. Qin Yuan glanced at her. Ran Ran, have you been tired these days? You look a little haggard. Really? Ran Ran quickly touched his face. I have had insomnia these days. And I often have nightmares. Alas, I am also very sad about Dr. Gu's matter. Qin Yuan comforted. Devoting oneself to scientific research is full of risks. We should all be mentally prepared. Shouldn't we? Chapter 41 Escape from the Isolation Room. Ran Ran nodded in agreement. Yes, I will adjust it. In the monitoring room on the 4th floor, there was only one staff member checking and recording data indicators. When he saw Qin Yuan coming in, he called out, Brother Qin, what are you doing back this time? Qin Yuan lowered his voice and said, Bring my junior sister to see. The staff member glanced at Ran Ran, didn't say anything, and continued to concentrate on recording. As soon as Ran Ran entered the monitoring room, my attention was drawn to the big screen. The picture was extremely clear, and it was facing a hospital bed. The man on the bed had a beard, his upper body was naked, and had numerous tubes inserted into him. His head was tilted to one side, and he was silent. The first impression he gave was that he was dead. Ran Ran asked nervously, What happened to him? Is he dead? The recording staff looked up and glanced. How is that possible? Look at those instruments, they are all running. Qin Yuan patted Ran Ran's shoulder. Don't be nervous. Ran Ran's voice became hoarse. Why do these experiments? Why torture him like this? Qin Yuan frowned and said, Of course, it's for scientific research. Ran Ran, there are unusual ingredients in his blood. But he will die. Ran Ran said excitedly, Use the searchlight day and night, he will die in the end. There is a reason for doing this. Qin Yuan explained, because we found that, under the irradiation of light, the activity of that substance will be enhanced. Experimental experiment? You only know how to experiment. The veins on Ran Ran's neck were about to burst. And he said angrily, This is completely inhumane. Ran Ran. Qin Yuan's voice became serious. You are not in a good mood today, I will send you down first. Ran Ran's body was shocked, and she immediately lowered her head. I am a little scared, after all. It is a living person. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Qin Yuan's tone also softened. Ran Ran. For science? For the country? And for the future of mankind? These are all unavoidable. We also want to respect human rights and humanity. But the death of Dr. Gu, and the countless people who suffered, where do their human rights and humanity come from? Ran Ran did not speak again. Her eyes were fixed on the man on the screen. And her eyes flashed with complex emotions, sympathy, pity, empathy, and more helplessness. At this time, a fully armed female doctor appeared on the screen. She pushed the medicine cart to the man's side and began to change the medicine. Then, she conducted a close examination of the man's pupils and skin condition and made an okay gesture to the camera. But just as she turned around, the man who had been unconscious on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. The right hand that had been fixed was released at some point, and he suddenly grabbed the female doctor's arm. Quick, something happened. Let the security guard in. I will notify Director Mu and Professor Chung immediately. Qin Yuan quickly pressed the emergency alarm button on the table. And the alarm sounded in the corridor immediately. In the picture, the doctor was obviously panicked and struggled hard. But the man was very strong. Not only did he fail to break free, but he pinched her arm and left a deep bloody mark during the struggle. The man opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But the doctor was stunned for a while. Then he actually bent down and obediently untied the ropes. Junior sister, go quickly. After Qin Yuan called the police, he looked back and found that Ran Ran, who had been standing silently in front of the screen, had disappeared. In the isolation ward, the doctor was still frantically untying the ropes with one hand, and the man was holding the broken glass. And the sharp end had already cut the doctor's arm. Hurry up. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. While speaking, the man showed a mouthful of bright red teeth. It turned out that he had already bitten his tongue, and secretly took the glass bottle and broke it while changing the dressing. He tried to take this opportunity to escape. The doctor's arm was already injured. If he was sprayed with blood from his mouth again, the consequences would be disastrous. He would most likely become the second Gu Man. Her strong desire to survive forced her to obey his orders. Soon, the man's hands were free again. He ordered the doctor to get out of the way, quickly untied the ties on his feet, and then pulled out the tubes fiercely, and struggled to get out of bed, because he had been lying down for too long. The man was very weak. As soon as she got off the ground, she almost fell. It can be said that this is the best time to stop him. But the female doctor was also very scared. How could she dare to stop him? She curled up in the corner, not daring to make a sound. The man easily snatched her bracelet and opened the two doors leading to the outside. The corridor was silent, which seemed a little weird. There were closed doors on both sides of the corridor, and it was impossible to see the stairs clearly. The man hesitated for 2 seconds. But at this moment, several fully armed people ran out from the other end of the corridor. The security guards holding electric batons shouted at him to stop. The man turned and ran away in a hurry. He knew he couldn't be caught. If he was caught, he would die. The doors on both sides flashed past him in his peripheral vision. His bare feet stepped on the cold ground. The man felt like he was running on the edge of a knife. In a trance, many fragments of the past flashed through his mind. In the fragments, he was running, whether in the desert, in the mine, or in the pile of corpses, and a forest covered with vines. Even on this strange earth, there are always countless people chasing after him. In order to survive, he can only keep running. The footsteps behind him gradually became denser, and the shouts became louder. The man suppressed the idea of looking back and ran desperately. Finally, he saw a staircase at a corner. He went straight to the first floor. Just as he was about to go out, he saw 2 security guards walking in with warning guns at the door. The footsteps on the stairs were getting closer. Opposite him was a place that looked like a tool door. No matter how he pushed and pulled, the door did not respond and seemed to be unable to be opened. At this time, he was trapped from both sides and had no way to escape. There was nothing here, not even a weapon for self-defense. The barefoot man in hospital gown stood at the stairs, gasping for breath, his eyes red, like a trapped beast. He knew that at most half a minute, no, even 10 seconds later, he would be caught again, tied up again, and thrown back to the laboratory until he died. His mind was blank, and he had only one thought in his mind: rather die than surrender, and to perish together. Then let die together. Chapter 42. The two confronted each other. Just when he made up his mind, the tool door in front of him quietly opened. A hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed his arm fiercely. Come in. Quick! The man was dragged into the door by force, and the door closed immediately, and it was pitch black all around, so narrow that it was almost suffocating, and only the sound of each other breathing could be heard in the ears. Then, a female voice came. Don't be afraid, it's me. The man was silent for a moment, and whispered, I know, the moment I turned around just now. I saw it clearly. I thought you were dead. How come you are here? Ran was about to explain, but suddenly heard footsteps outside the door, and she immediately fell silent. She knew that the security guards had chased after her, but she was not sure whether they would find this place. Just now in the observation room, she took the opportunity of the chaos and ran out, and the only thought in her mind was to save the man. She originally planned to break into the isolation room. As a result, they heard the sound of the door opening at the door. So they went downstairs decisively and hid in the tool room on the first floor to wait for an opportunity. In fact, there was nothing special about the door. Any bracelet could open it. The man couldn't open it because he was too flustered at the time and didn't think of it. The footsteps and shouts outside the door continued to sound, and the two of them held their breath involuntarily, because the group of people could open the door at any time. However, the two of them were lucky. The sound at the door lingered for a while, and then gradually faded away. Ran lowered his voice and said, Maybe you went to search other places. They would think you went to other rooms downstairs. I thought you were dead. Why are you here? The man asked. Ran was silent for a moment. It a long story. What wrong with your blood? I don't know. The man smiled bitterly and continued, maybe you were infected with that virus in the mine. Is there anything wrong with your body? Ran shook his head, nothing special. Either you have developed antibodies, or you have been transformed by them. The man said with a smile. Transformation? Ran chewed on the word. Frowning, I can't remember. Maybe it a good thing that I can't remember. The man's voice sounded hoarse and sad. Ran listened carefully. It seems that there is no sound. Why don't we go out? The man was silent. And there was still no response after 5 seconds. Ran felt something was wrong, reaching out to touch him. She found her fingers touching something sticky. At the same time, a strong smell of blood came to her mind. And then with a bang, something seemed to fall to the ground. What happened to you? Ran was startled, squatting down and groping in the dark. But she didn't know where she touched him. Blood gushed out, spraying her all over with blood. She was stunned with fear, and tried desperately to pull him up. But the man's whole body was like a blood gourd. He let out a faint cry, as if he wanted to say something, but his voice was blocked by the blood. Finally, he used up his last bit of strength to hold Ran, and murmured, I want to go home. Then, his head tilted, his hands and feet stopped twitching, and he was completely silent. Ran's hands trembled involuntarily. In the dark, she sat in a pool of blood for a few minutes, and finally stood up against the wall, tremblingly took out her bracelet, and swiped the door open. Then he walked out step by step. At this moment, an incredible scene appeared. In the bathroom opposite the staircase, another Ran suddenly appeared. She looked serious and motioned over. You actually stole my bracelet. You want to save him? Haven't you been lying to me? I really have no choice. You know his blood is poisonous. You may have already. Are you scared? If you are scared, why don't you stay away from me? It turned out that the one who appeared in the bathroom was the real Ran. And the Ran who tried to save people was actually Sha Roland in disguise. She put sleeping pills in the milk last night, and then stole Ran bracelet and checked some information from it. Most of the content had nothing to do with her. But the photo taken by Qin Yuan made Sha Roland stunned, because the man tied to the hospital bed was the companion she had been looking for a long time. So she made a quick decision, put on Ran clothes, and went to the institute to save people. Then the previous scene happened. Now, the two of them were facing each other, full of hatred, and the scene was chilling. The bathroom in the blind spot of the surveillance camera was not noticed. 2 minutes later, the security guard who was searching reappeared and found a series of bloodstains. At the same time, he also found a man lying in the tool room who died suddenly, and Ran who came out of the bathroom in her underwear and covered in blood. Her face and hair were wet, and her face was pale. He said in horror, Don't come over here. I have blood on me. The security guards took 2 steps back in shock. One of them shouted loudly, Call a doctor. Call a doctor. Ran stood there blankly, but his eyes were attracted to the direction of the tool room. Where the door was open, the man's body looked terrible. He was lying on the ground. His whole body was soaked in blood, but it was hard to tell where he was injured. The blood seemed to be gushing out from his pores. Ran couldn't help thinking, how could a person have so much blood? As she was thinking, 2 doctors in protective suits and masks walked out of the corridor. They pointed forward, enter the disinfection room. In the disinfection room, Ran took off all her clothes and stood in the disinfection pool. Disinfectant kept spraying out of her head, washing her whole body more vigorously than a shower. Ran closed her eyes tightly, letting the liquid wash over her. Her mind was blank. She would rather keep this blank state, because once she regained consciousness, she would remember the scene she had just seen. The tragic death of the man, and that the virus carrier could also explode and die. Half an hour later, Ran was led into the isolation room. Fortunately, it was not the one she was in before. Then another doctor came in and took samples of her blood, saliva, bone marrow, skin, dandruff, and hair. The next 3 days were silent isolation, unable to move on her own, and unable to engage in any entertainment activities. She couldn't even look at the sky outside the window. There were no windows in the isolation room, and there were only 6 white walls in front of her. Even so, Ran still felt fortunate. At least she didn't have to be like that man, tied up and inserted into various tubes. Nor did she have to spend her days and nights in the light. That feeling was truly waiting to die. Chapter 43: A Narrow Escape. 3 days later, the doctor came in again. Ms. Gu, you can be discharged from the hospital. Really? Ran asked. I don't have an infection? The doctor nodded. You are very lucky, maybe because you didn't have any wounds at that time. Go out quickly, Professor Chung is waiting for you. Ran's slightly relaxed mood became heavy again. If she faced anxiety and fear in the first 3 days, then what she faced at this moment was undoubtedly questioning and disputes. Ran didn't want to lie. But she had to face the upcoming difficulties. She was taken to Professor Chung's office, which was already filled with more than a dozen people. In addition to Professor Chung, there were Director Mu, Director Luo, and the senior management of the institute. Even in the corner of the door, she saw senior brother Qin Yuan. Their eyes met, and Qin Yuan quickly looked away, as if he didn't want to have too much contact with her. Ran sighed in her heart, and this time she really implicated him. Xiao Gu, do you know why you were called here? Professor Chung asked sternly. Ran lowered his head. I made several mistakes. First, I shouldn't have pestered senior brother to go to the monitoring room on the 4th floor. Second, I shouldn't have run out during the turmoil. Third, I shouldn't have had close contact with the male patient. Why did you go? Professor Chung asked. What do you want to do? Ran was silent. How should I answer this question? What do I want to do? How can I make it up to be true without exposing Shaorulan identity? It's really a difficult problem. However, the atmosphere can't remain deadlocked. She must find a reason, so Ran said, because of Dr. Gu's death. When he ran out, I got excited, and my first reaction was to go out and stop him. So, is that exactly the case? Professor Chung narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Gu, I always thought you were a smart kid. The second half of his words probably meant, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Ran understood what he said, but she pursed her lips and acquiesced. As long as she could get rid of it smoothly. This little grievance was nothing. Professor Chung turned to the others around him. Everyone. How do you think this matter should be handled? The senior executives around him reacted fiercely, saying that this matter was too serious and must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. 2 people glared at him, as if their eyes were about to spit fire. At this time, Qin Yuan at the door said, Professor, I believe in my junior sister. She will never do anything to harm the institute. The situation was urgent, and everyone was in a panic. If there is a punishment, let me take the responsibility. Ran was surprised. She stared at Qin Yuan in confusion. She didn't expect him to speak for her like this. It was obviously she who implicated him. As soon as Qin Yuan spoke, 2 leaders in the institute expressed their opinions. They agreed that this was not an ordinary mistake and must be dealt with seriously. They suggested that he be expelled directly. Ran pondered silently. What else could she explain at this critical moment? If they have made up their minds to expel us, anything else will be in vain. When everyone was arguing, Mu Qishan said, Everyone knows how scarce high-quality students with biological talents are. He looked around with a cold gaze. It can be said that these students are trained by the country at great expense. If we expel them when they are of no use, the only loss will be to ourselves. The expulsion will be postponed for the time being. Ran will continue to stay here. We discuss it later. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door without waiting for others to react. When he passed by Ran, his eyes turned to her, and his cold eyes were like a sharp blade, piercing her in an instant. Ran was worried, but she didn't understand why he would help her. At the same time, she also knew that no matter how scared she was, she couldn't lose her confidence, so she tried to restrain the urge to lower her head and look straight into his eyes. Mu Qinshan's mouth curled up a faint smile. Then he opened the door and walked out. Professor Chung waved his hand weakly. Everyone go away. Xiao Qin, please stay for a while. When leaving the office, the senior executives kept their distance from Ran intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously out of fear. Ran had a blank expression on his face. He walked to the balcony at the end of the corridor and breathed a sigh of relief. In Professor Chung's office, Qin Yuan was whispering, Professor, I don't understand why you asked me to say those things. Whether it me or Ran, they should all be punished. Professor Chung tapped the table with a clear rhythm. Xiao Qin, do you think Xiao Gu's situation is a bit suspicious? Well, she's lucky. Although her body is covered in blood, she has no wounds. No wounds. Then there are no contact parts? Are the mouth, nose, ears and eyes well protected? Professor Chung asked. You need to know, How did Dr. Gu die? Qin Yuan was stunned. Professor Chung, are you saying that junior sister might have antibodies in her body? That possible. Professor Chung said slowly. So we have to let her stay and figure things out. Don't you think? Qin Yuan's eyes showed uneasiness. Professor, do you want to use junior sister for experiments? Let observe first. Don't spread this matter first. Professor Chung stared at the door. You go back to work. After Qin Yuan left, Professor Chung looked through the documents on the table. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. On the cover, there was the isolated patient who died of body explosion, curled up in a pool of blood, looking miserable. After a moment, he pressed the button on the table. Qin Shan, when will the autopsy be performed? I will go in person. The other party was silent for 2 seconds. Professor, your physical condition is not suitable. My life is dispensable. But this matter is crucial. Qin Shan, tell me after you set the time. Professor Chung finished speaking. After hanging up the phone, he lit a cigarette. In the smoke, his old and haggard face was vaguely visible, with a complicated expression, and it seemed that his inner thoughts were also obscured by the smoke, making it difficult to understand. That night, the autopsy of No. K-35 officially began. In addition to the 2 forensic doctors, there were also several members of the institute. K-35 was the number of the patient in the isolation room. The institute had compiled a unique number for every patient who entered the isolation room, and he was no exception. No one knows his name, and maybe he doesn't know it himself, because when he was asked about this before, his brain waves showed no activity. On the contrary, when words like alien planets and spaceships were mentioned, his reaction was extremely intense. But in Professor Chung's eyes, this was just a typical mental patient unfounded fantasy. Chapter 44. Check the scene again. This person did not have a chip implanted, and the corresponding code could not be found after NDA inspection, and no one knew his origin and identity information. The forensic doctor stared at his face for a few seconds, covered it with a piece of white cloth, and then cut open his internal organs with a knife. After his death, a comprehensive examination was conducted, and it was found that he had multiple fatal injuries, all located in the aorta, and these parts seemed to have been squeezed and burst by some force. He lost blood rapidly in just a dozen seconds, and eventually died from coma. This is what people call explosion. Because the disease was too sudden, he didn't even have the chance to shout. Compared with Dr. Gu's death, this way of death was both quick and much more serious. After testing his body tissue and blood, it was found that the density of the mysterious substance in his body increased significantly. It seems that it is a substance that can spread and regenerate. The purpose of this autopsy was to further examine the condition of the internal organs. The forensic doctor quickly opened the abdomen, and the gray-white skin lost its elasticity and drooped on both sides. The forensic doctor began to check one by one. There is gravel-like material in the lungs, and there are many fibroses, which are gray-black. The stomach is severely atrophied, and the heart is abnormally enlarged. In addition, tumors were found in the intestinal wall and liver. In short, many organs in the body are in a state of failure and damage, even more serious than an 80 or 90-year-old man. However, this man was only a young man in his early 30s. Why did he end up in such a state? After the forensic examination, the doctor planned to suture the incision, but was stopped by Professor Chung. Take out his organs and store them first. They may be useful in the future. So the forensic doctor carefully removed his heart with a scalpel and placed it in a container filled with liquid, followed by other parts. After they completed this series of operations, Mu Qinshan and Professor Chung walked out of the autopsy room. Start disinfection and cleaning. Professor Chung rubbed his hands and asked, Qinshan, what do you think of Ran Ran? Mu Qinshan picked up the disinfected paper towel and wiped his hands attentively. There are many doubts. I plan to start the investigation from her. Professor Chung took off the isolation suit. She was not infected, which means her body is different from ordinary people. Maybe she was just lucky. Professor Chung showed a firm face. My principle is, I would rather kill 3 people by mistake than not one will be spared. Moreover, this research will not put anyone to death. Mu Qinshan walked out of the dissection room and drove to the institute. He wanted to check the surveillance footage of the day of the incident again. Ran Ran was indeed suspicious. His intuition told him that this girl had concealed a lot of things. When they arrived, it was almost dawn. Mu Qinshan asked the security department to retrieve all the surveillance footage of the day and check it carefully frame by frame. On the day of the incident, Ran Ran entered the institute at about 6:30 in the morning. She was obviously flustered in the video, pausing for a moment when clocking in, and seemed absent-minded when communicating with colleagues. Afterwards, she forgot to wear protective clothing in the pathology room and was ejected by the electric light, which seemed particularly suspicious. Mu Qingshan played back the surveillance frame by frame, until it stopped at the moment of the incident, turned up the volume, and repeatedly listened to the quarrel in the monitoring room. The subsequent events were as described in the investigation. Ran Ran escaped when the man rioted, wandered for a while, and went straight down the stairs. Finally, she rushed out of the tool room covered in blood, and stumbled into the bathroom. But the contrast between her covered in blood and her wet underwear was indeed strange. Mu Qingshan zoomed in the camera and observed carefully. Suddenly, he found that there was a round scar on the right side of Ran Ran's neck when she entered. But the scar mysteriously disappeared after she came out. He became more and more confused. After thinking for a while, he turned off the surveillance, got up and went downstairs, and went straight to the women's restroom of the pathology hospital. It was late at night, and the patients in the pathology hospital had already fallen asleep. There was only a dozing cleaning lady in the corridor. When she saw Director Mu, she stood up in panic and was about to say hello. But Mu Qingshan went into the women's restroom without looking back. The cleaning lady was stunned for a long time, rubbed her eyes, and couldn't believe what she saw. Yes, how could Director Mu go into the women's restroom? Since the incident, the women's restroom has obviously been cleaned, and there is no blood to be found. After Mu Qingshan glanced at the sink, just as she was about to go in, she heard a woman exclamation from behind, "Director, is it really you? I thought I saw it wrong. Are you here to inspect the work? I cleaned it very well." Mu Qingshan turned around and interrupted her. "Did you clean it on the day of the incident?" The woman nodded hurriedly, "Yes. There was blood all over the bathroom floor at that time. I followed Director Liu's instructions, put on a full set of protective equipment, and then cleaned it. I even wiped the windowsill." "Windowsill?" Mu Qingshan stared at the place she pointed at. That was the side of the bathroom. Under normal circumstances, Ran Ran would not go there. "Yes, there are also a lot of bloodstains on the windowsill. I rinsed it and sprayed it with disinfectant twice," the woman explained in a nagging manner. Mu Qingshan strode to the windowsill and looked carefully. He found a blood spot in the crack of the wall. The blood spot was dark red and obviously had solidified for a long time. Seeing his eyes focused on this, the cleaning lady also came over to take a look, and then hurriedly explained, "I will clean it again immediately. I may not have noticed this place." Mu Qingshan ignored her, and after leaving the bathroom, he went straight to the back. The ground was covered with weeds, and the surrounding trees were lush. There was a damp and rotten smell in the air. He put on protective gloves, squatted down to check, and sure enough, there were also a few spots of blood on the grass. He searched all the way, and finally came to the wall of the backyard of the institute. "I found the locked small door there." Mu Qingshan saw the tire marks outside the door. Looking back, it rained a few hours before the incident, and the road must have been muddy at that time, so these marks were left. He called the head of the security department to ask, and the head kept shaking his head. "There is no surveillance on this road in the backyard, because it is densely covered with trees and dim, and anyone passing by cannot be photographed." That night, was there no one on duty at the small door? The head of the security department was silent for a moment. There was before, but 2 people resigned recently, so there was a shortage of staff, so there was no one guarding there at night. Chapter 45. The car lights behind him. Seeing that he couldn't answer, Mu Qingshan was furious, and immediately decided to suspend him, and rearrange the safety measures, and at the same time instructed the logistics department to carry out a thorough disinfection. After returning to the office, he repeatedly checked the screenshots, and doubts arose in his mind. The person covered in blood that day was someone else. That person was somewhat similar to Ran Ran, and they had handed over in the toilet. Mu Qingshan called Director Liu to ask, and learned that Ran Ran had left 10 minutes ago. At this time, Ran Ran was driving towards the old house. Although there was a moon in the sky tonight, it was dim and dim. She stared at the empty road ahead, feeling as if she had experienced an absurd dream, and was in a trance. She accelerated, wanting to go back as soon as possible to check on Sha Roland's situation. That woman was so bold that she actually stole her bracelet and ran to the research institute to save people. How capable did she think she was? Ran Ran rushed to the old house at a speed 1/3 faster than usual. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The old house was completely dark, with only the street lamp outside the door emitting a faint yellow light, which was specially installed by Ran half a month ago in order to add some vitality to the old house. This way, when driving at night, there would be some light. Ran parked the car, opened the door, and suddenly the figure on the sofa stood up. "You're back?" This was Sha Rulin's voice. Ran frowned and turned on the light. "Sitting here in the middle of the night, are you crazy?" Sha Rulin's face was pale, her eyes were bloodshot. "You haven't been back for a few days. Are you okay? Did they make things difficult for you?" Her concern made Ran original intention to blame her less. "It okay. They checked and confirmed that I was not infected and let me go." Sha Rulin suddenly stood up and looked out the window. "Are you sure they believe you?" Ran also subconsciously looked back, of course. I paid attention on the road. No one followed me. And I guess they didn't suspect anything else. "Really?" Sha Rulin frowned. "Anyway, I am older than you. I won't think so simply." Ran sneered. "Yes, your thinking is much more complicated. Otherwise, why would you steal my bracelet to save people?" "You are quite courageous." Sha Rulin said anxiously. "You lied to me first. You clearly knew that my companion was in your institute. Why didn't you save him?" Ran laughed instead of getting angry. "You also saw the scene at that time. Can I save him? What more, his physical condition. Everyone will die if we rescue him. You knew his body was different. Right?" Sha Rulin was speechless. "I don't know. At that time in the tool room, he said he got the virus in the mine." "What virus?" Ran got to the point. "Does he know what virus it is?" Sha Rulin shook her head. "I don't have time to ask again. He also asked me if there was anything abnormal. After I answered, he said I either had antibodies, or they have transformed her." "Transformed?" Ran was puzzled when he said they. Did he mean our research institute? Sha Rulin smiled bitterly. "What do you think?" "Of course not. I suspect he was talking about the R-Star people. Those round monsters without hands and feet?" Ran took a step closer and looked at her carefully. "Did they do anything to you?" Sha Rulin pressed her temple. "I can't remember. After coming back? I thought about it for a few days, but I still don't remember anything." She was in a heavy mood. The man's last words kept echoing in her mind. His voice was blocked by blood in his throat. The clearest sentence was, "I want to go back, home." Every time she thought of this sentence, Sha Rulin couldn't help but burst into tears. Go home? How easy is it to say these two words? How to go back? They no longer have a home. Sha Rulin looked at Ran with red eyes. "Do you know where his body is?" Ran shook his head. "Do I think I dare to ask? I was almost fired." "I'm sorry." Sha Rulin lowered her head, looking helpless. "I didn't mean to hurt you, and I couldn't do anything. Now I have no relatives at all." Ran wanted to say, "That man is not your relative at all," but she held back. She didn't want to rub salt into her wounds. Forget it. Just based on that face that looked like hers, let her go. Ran sighed slightly. "I'm tired. I want to take a rest." Sha Rulin was silent. After seeing her go upstairs, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, when you came back, was there a car behind you?" "No." "What happened?" "I seemed to see the car lights outside the window again." Sha Rulin's words made Ran nervous. He quickly ran to the window, lifted the curtains and observed. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, a car was quietly approaching. It didn't honk, nor did it turn on the headlights. Just two faint lights. If Sha Rulin hadn't accidentally caught a glimpse, the car would have arrived downstairs, and they would still be in the dark. Could it be a nearby resident? Sha Rulin asked. Ran shook his head, his face serious. There are not many residents nearby. Even if there are, they are all elderly people. It's impossible for them to go out at this time. Who could it be? Sha Rulin lowered her voice and stood silently behind the curtain, staring at the two car lights. They all felt alert and worried. But what was coming would eventually come. The car really stopped downstairs. And then the door opened, and a black figure walked out. The man took 2 steps forward and entered the range of the street light. Ran saw his face clearly, and her heart suddenly rose to her throat. "Oh no! Why did Director Mu come to my house?" Sha Rulin reacted. That thing may have been exposed. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Ran held Sha Rulin's hand tightly and ran downstairs quickly. This scene seemed like Ran wanted her to surrender. Sha Rulin was stunned for a moment, but she quickly shook her head. Ran would not do that. Otherwise, he would not have saved her at the institute before. Sure enough, Ran pulled her directly to the stairs on the first floor. skillfully lifted the mat on the ground, pulled up a board, and revealed a small hole that could accommodate one person. What do you mean? You want me to hide? We may not be able to beat that man. Sha Rulin looked back with disdain. Ran shook her head helplessly. Thinking of the rumors about Mu Qingshan, believe me, you will never be able to beat this man. Hide first. There is a secret room downstairs, and there are everything in it. Come out when it's safe. Chapter 46: The Hidden Person in the Secret Room. The knocks on the door continued, and then there was a violent banging sound. Ran panicked. Quick, our door can't withstand such a bang. Sha Rulin was silent for a few seconds, but finally decided to act. She quickly entered the secret room, and Ran hurriedly closed the lid, pulled the cushion over to cover it, then tidied her hair as if nothing had happened, and went to open the door. Mu Qingshan stood outside the door with a stern face. Ran spoke first. Director Mu, what are you doing knocking on my door late at night? Mu Qingshan glanced over Ran's shoulder, and pushed her aside and walked in without saying a word of explanation. Director Mu, what do you want? Ran tried to hold him back, but he walked in before she even touched the corner of his clothes. Mu Qingshan began to search the house. Ran felt uneasy, and could only stand in the living room and watch quietly. She guessed that Mu Qingshan seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't know the specific situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to search in the middle of the night. There was nothing unusual on the first floor, and Mu Qingshan went to the second floor, which made Ran even more nervous. The second floor was where Sha Rulin often stayed, and it would definitely expose her whereabouts. In a panic, Ran rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Director Mu, what do you want to do? The police can't just break into private homes without a search warrant. Mu Qingshan turned around and glanced at her coldly. What do I want to do? You should understand in your heart. He said the most cruel words in the calmest tone, which was Mu Qingshan's usual style. Ran knew in her heart that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. It is said that he was a member of the National Special Agent Team, who could single-handedly break into the nuclear radiation zone and take away important evidence, and could also rescue hostages under the eyes of drug dealers. Later, he became the director of the Institute of Biology by chance. His arrival played a positive role in promoting and protecting this national secret-level institute. Whether it is his courage or efficiency, it has greatly helped Professor Chung, who is focused on research. Now, the two complement each other. One is responsible for scientific research, the other eliminates interference, and the cooperation in the past 2 years is very tacit. No one dares to provoke Director Mu, and so does Ran at this moment. However, no matter how scared she is, she cannot let Sha Rulin be exposed. If she is taken away, her fate will be the same as her companions. Therefore, she said firmly, there is nothing in my family. This is just an old villa. Director Mu, please respect yourself. Mu Qingshan stared at her with his head down. Is there really nothing? I just saw 2 figures at the second floor window. Besides you, where is the other one? Ran's heart tightened when she thought of the time when they stood at the window. The car was 100 meters away, and there was no light in the house. How did Director Mu see it? Just when she was distracted, Mu Qingshan had already strode to the second floor and began to search every room. This time, there was no surprise. Mu Qingshan quickly found clues. 2 beds in the bedroom, a strange painting on the desk, and a few pieces of clothing casually placed on the back of the chair. These are... Ran tried to explain. Mu Qingshan pointed to the wet towels and the toothbrush that had just been used in the bathroom. Don't tell me these are what you used. You don't have time. Tell me quickly, where are the people? Ran shook his head. No one, these are what I used. I am the only one. And that shadow is your illusion. No matter how Mu Qingshan pressed her, Ran always gritted her teeth and refused to say a word. She even said something harsh. You can fire me, or put me in jail. I really don't have anyone hiding, whatever you think. Mu Qingshan was not a pushover either. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and went back to the first floor. Soon after, he actually discovered a secret under the stairs, and then he opened the lid of the secret room. Seeing him enter the secret room, Ran's face turned pale. She could foresee the terrible situation of Sha Rulin being brought out by him. Being tied up, imprisoned, and then subjected to terrifying experiments and dissections. Those scenes flashed in her mind. However, surprisingly, 10 minutes later, Mu Qingshan came out alone. He pursed his lips, said nothing, opened the door, and walked out. What was going on? Didn't he find Sha Rulin? Ran was suspicious. I personally sent Shahrulin in. How could she just disappear like that? Ran closed the door tightly, took out the laser flashlight from the cabinet, and walked into the secret room tremblingly. Speaking of which, this was her first time coming in. My parents had mentioned this when I was a child. They said that my grandfather was obsessed with writing apocalyptic novels at the time, and asked someone to dig and build this secret room, and kept filling it with supplies, including food, water, weapons, and medicines, and regularly replaced and replenished them. Grandpa repeatedly told his family, if a terrible virus appears, people and animals nearby mutate, or encounter a major disaster such as nuclear radiation, you can save your life by hiding in the secret room. My parents thought it was ridiculous at the time, thinking that hiding in such a place for a few days would be fine, but it would be impossible to hide there forever. And if there was nuclear radiation, not to mention the deepest place, even the strongest fortress, it would be impossible to avoid the invasion. After Grandpa passed away, the secret room was naturally forgotten by them. Ran also remembered this at the critical moment just now. The entrance was narrow, but going down the stairs, the space soon became wider, until he saw a room of about 10 square meters. There was no one in the room. Because there were several small lighting devices and ventilation systems in the dark, the secret room did not seem stuffy and dark. There was only the smell of dry soil in his nose. Ran looked around, and saw 2 rows of shelves in the corner of the room and a double bed in the corner. Feeling a sigh, the bed was piled with supplies, which were estimated to be more than 10 years old. Ran wondered if there was some kind of passage in the secret room, but no matter how she looked, she did not find anything unusual. There were no signs of doors on the walls, the cabinets showed no signs of being moved, and the double bed also looked very normal. Moreover, Mu Qingshan had entered this place before, and he must have checked it. Ran stood in the room, and could not help feeling a chill in her heart. She felt strange. How could a living person disappear here? Could this secret room be the legendary wormhole? Shahrulin, are you there? Ran lowered her voice, and called out several times. Her voice echoed in the basement, but there was no response at all. Shahrulin seemed to have disappeared for no reason. Chapter 47 The Trap of Self-Awareness. Those golden circles, once someone approaches, they will be absorbed into them, and thus step into another world. Although this world is far away, maybe it is located in another galaxy, and no one can confirm it. Ran felt confused, and she couldn't figure out what kind of vicious circle she had walked into. She walked out of the secret room unconsciously, and instinctively went upstairs to check again. The items used by Shahrulin were still here, but the owner seemed to be missing. She couldn't help wondering, will Shahrulin appear again after a while? So, she ran to the first floor again, and waited for a long time at the stairs, but there was still no movement in the dark secret room. In this way, she waited from dusk to dawn, and her mood became more and more depressed. Suddenly, she was puzzled. Was everything during this period an illusion? With this doubt, Ran called Qiuyu. I have been working normally at the research institute, right? I have never seen anyone who looks like me, nor have I been to a gene bank, or even seen a companion with the same background, right? Qiuyu was awakened, and said blankly, Ran, what are you talking about? Did you feel any stimulation during the quarantine period? Qiuyu, answer me quickly, did the things I just asked actually happen? Qiuyu took a deep breath. Of course, Shahrulin, the gene bank, and those clone people, they are all real. Why do you ask these questions? Because? Ran suddenly felt powerless. Shahrulin suddenly disappeared, in the secret room downstairs. Qiuyu was stunned for a moment. Secret room? Wait for me, I come right over. Maybe I know something. Qiuyu didn't arrive until very late. She told Ran that. She went to Ran's staff dormitory first, and found a novel written by Ran grandfather. Secret Room Horror. From there, she handed the book to Ran. You haven't read this book? Ran stroked the old cover. No, where did you find it? It under the bookshelf in your dormitory. Qiuyu hurriedly said, I found it by accident when I was cleaning. Ran recalled, I remember that. A few months ago, when I was doing business in the city, I found this grandfather book in a small bookstore. At that time, I wanted to buy it as a souvenir, so I brought it back. What does this book have to do with Shahrulin's story? Qiuyu eyes suddenly lit up. Ran. I have finished reading this book. Your grandfather believes that all secret rooms are not only places for storage and hiding, but also escape routes. Qiuyu opened the book and explained to Ran. The protagonist in the book is a decadent college student who was unemployed as soon as he got a job. Because he is introverted and has difficulty interacting with others, he was fired from his first job. At this time, a zombie virus broke out in his city. Since he stayed at home all day, he was safe and sound. However, staying at home is not worry-free. Although zombies cannot invade, food and water are running out. He suddenly had an idea. He remembered that his home was isolated in a supermarket. But the supermarket has been closed for many days. There should be a lot of supplies inside. It is unlikely to go to the supermarket by normal route. So he thought of digging a tunnel, although it is a stupid way, but it was the only choice for him. So he started digging hard. Thanks to the electric motor left by his parents, he dug a tunnel from home to the supermarket in just 5 days. Fortunately, the supermarket was empty. Apparently, the owner of the supermarket had fled the city before the zombie tide came. Thus, the protagonist obtained a steady supply of supplies through the tunnel, and continued to live a happy life as a dead house. Of course, he also protected the doors and windows outside, except for a few small gaps for air circulation. The outside world is almost invisible. And there is no chance for things outside to get in. I don't know how long it took. Sometimes time is relative. If you are waiting, it will feel long. But if you are in a happy time, it will feel like time flies. For him, staying at home, playing standalone games, reading books, sleeping in, and eating a canned meal are the happiest things. Therefore, he feels that time passes quickly. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I seem to have aged several years overnight. When I look at the calendar again, I wonder how many days have passed. In this way, he lived in this secret room for many years, until he died, but he never took a step out. Many years later, there was a sudden knocking sound outside the window. A group of fully armed people entered the house, dismantled the protection of the secret room, and found the protagonist, who had already turned into bones on the bed. They followed the passage and went to the supermarket that had been abandoned for many years. The supermarket had been cleared out, and the place was in a mess. Undoubtedly, it was this supermarket that solved his survival problems for many years. The autopsy revealed that he had died a year ago. The cause of death was unknown, and the zombies had disappeared 10 years ago. In other words, for the last 9 years of his life, he lived in a safe outside world, but could never get out of this man-made fortress. Therefore, he eventually died in the shackles of self-consciousness. The one who killed him was not the zombies, but himself. If he had taken one step bravely in these 9 years, he would not have ended up in such a miserable situation. The book says that if the secret room is just a secret room, lacking an escape route, it will eventually become a grave for mankind. Ran. I have read this book carefully, so when you mentioned the secret room downstairs, I felt that there must be a passage. Sha Ruling could not have disappeared out of thin air. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with hope. After hearing this, Ran opened the cover of the secret room again, and the two walked in again. This time, the two carefully knocked on the wall with tools, especially the bottom of the bed, and spent a lot of time checking. However, the two still found nothing. These places looked very ordinary, and there seemed to be no signs of passages. The shelf became the last place they searched. The shelf was full of items. If they wanted to move them, they had to take the items down little by little, and then move the shelf together. The workload was quite huge. Chapter 48. Prepare for a rainy day. They didn't hold out much hope for this, thinking that Sha Ruling wouldn't go to such great lengths to move these items. However, reality soon gave them a blow. Behind the shelf, they noticed something strange, and the hollow sound when they tapped lightly attracted their attention. The two looked at each other, and began to explore the existence of the mechanism. Sure enough, the mechanism was hidden on a beam of the shelf, and that small bump could not be found without careful observation. As soon as the mechanism was pressed, the shelf automatically moved away. It turned out that there was an invisible track hidden underneath. After the shelf was moved away, a narrow passage was revealed. Xiaoyu rubbed her hands excitedly. Let go, find her. The two of them entered the passage one after the other, and walked forward along the route for about 2 minutes. They felt a gust of cool breeze blowing. Ran knew in her heart that the wind meant the exit was just ahead. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, they arrived at the exit. What caught my eye was a well-designed stone door. When I pushed it open, I saw a mountain 100 meters behind the old house. The mountain was like a deep forest, full of dense trees. The thick dead leaves under my feet made a crackling sound with every step, and the fallen leaves covered the ground. Ran often came here to play when she was a child. She remembered that there was a wild persimmon tree in front of her. Every late autumn, the tree was full of orange-red persimmons, as festive as small lanterns. However, these persimmons look good, but they taste really astringent. Even if you cover them with straw for many days at home, you can't get rid of the astringency. It's really hard to swallow. Ren looked at this familiar place, and his thoughts were like a tide. All kinds of memories of the old house emerged in his mind. It's amazing. Xiaoyu was so excited that he was incoherent. Your grandfather seems to be decadently writing a book. But he actually did such a big thing in secret? How insecure is he? He has always been cautious and prepared for a rainy day. Ren said frankly. He used to call us from time to time, telling us to pay attention to the unrest in the world and suggesting that we return to the old house. Xiaoyu frowned and said, it is really powerful to have such a passage. But if it is really like what is described in the novel, and the zombies really come, there is no point in running out. This may be a glimmer of hope in Grandpa's heart. Ren looked around. Where do you think Sha Rulin will go? I definitely won't go in the direction of the old house. That should be. Xiaoyu turned around and pointed forward. Could it be over there? Let go and take a look. Xiaoyu pointed to the riverside. In fact, it was a dry river. The river dried up more than 10 years ago, exposing the stones at the bottom of the river. Some weeds have grown over a long period of time, looking very desolate. The forest also seemed to end here. After walking a little further on the gravel road, it intersected with the highway. Therefore, there is no way to find out where Sha Rulin went. Sha Rulin doesn't have a chip. Where can she go? In this era, she can't survive. Xiaoyu frowned. Ren stared at the road in the distance and whispered, I only know that she has made up her mind and doesn't want to come back. She may have wanted to leave a long time ago. Why? Has she revealed anything? Xiaoyu asked. Ren shook his head. No, but I can feel her thoughts. After all, we are the same kind of people. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then said, actually, Ren, do you feel that our generation is very lonely? Few people have brothers and sisters. Living in this cold and fast world, there is nothing to rely on around. Yes, when I was a child, I envied my desk mate very much. She had a naughty brother, and we played together every day. Every time she complained, I thought she was showing off. Ren responded. So actually, I envy you about Sha Rulin. Xiaoyu said seriously, although you are 10 years apart. No, 200 years apart, your genes are the same, so you are brothers and sisters in a sense. After hearing this, Ren felt a pang of pain in her heart. Yes, maybe she had never realized that Sha Rulin had already occupied the position of a relative in her heart. The two of them had been together for so long. If there was no affection, that is absolutely impossible. She shook her head immediately, but she finally chose to leave. This may be what she wanted. I just hope that nothing will happen to her. The two walked along the river for a long time. It was already dawn. They looked at the glimmer behind the clouds and stared for a long time. The layers of clouds were like countless quilts stacked together. The glimmer was dim and blurred, as if it could never penetrate. These clouds were also waiting for a crack to come. 1 month later, one day in early June, the weather was particularly hot and humid. Ren was sweating all over when he got up, sat by the window, and was in a daze for a while, then went downstairs and ran a few laps, finally took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to work. As soon as he entered the institute, a doctor was waiting at the front desk. It turned out that he had to do a routine blood test again. This was a daily operation in recent days. Everyone was used to this arrangement. No one complained. Just after the test, Ren walked in with the documents. Ren, this is what Qin Yuan gave you. You are asked to finish it before leaving. Get off work. Ren took the document and looked through it. I see. Would you like to have lunch together? Ren smiled slightly. Okay, let's go eat pickled fish. There is a new restaurant on the street. Life seems to have returned to peace. This peace makes people feel dazed. Looking back on the past, it seems like a dream. Ren works hard every day and returns to school every week to deal with some paper revisions and research meetings. In addition, she ran 5 kilometers every day, went to bed at 11 o'clock every night, and had a regular diet and life. Her life returned to its previous pattern. However, she knew in her heart that some things were different. It was fine when she was busy, but once she was free, she would always be in a daze and think of the past. Ren often paid attention to social news and wanted to check the news about Sha Rulin, but she always ended up with nothing. Sha Rulin was the same as Zhou Shan. Mysteriously disappeared. Also changed was the attitude of some people in the institute. Whether it was Director Mu, Professor Chung, or Qin Yuan, they paid more attention to Ran Ran. And this attention troubled her. She even heard people talking behind her back, thinking that Qin Yuan initiative and Mu Qinshan support implied some kind of unknown hidden rules. Ran Ran heard these rumors many times, and she felt uncomfortable. Once Lu Ran asked, "Aren't you angry?" Chapter 49 Strange Fellow Travelers. What there to be angry about? Ran Ran seemed nonchalant. No matter when, there are always people who like to spread rumors. Let them go. LV Ran whispered, "If someone talks about me behind my back, I will definitely be sad. It's not worth feeling sad for them." Ran Ran smiled slightly. Adjusting your mentality is the most important thing. The two were chatting. At this time Mu Qinshan walked in, looked around, called Ran Ran, "Come to my office for a moment." Ran Ran followed him inexpressionlessly. The office behind him suddenly became lively, and the two women began to whisper. "See," she said, she had nothing to do, but she was asked to go to the office as soon as she arrived. "Xiao Gu is quite capable. She was able to attract 2 golden bachelors from our institute." After the two talked for a few words, they glanced at Lu Ran again. And one of them said to her, "I have long said that Ran Ran and them are not normal, only you are stupid to think everything is normal." Lu Ran lowered her head and said nothing. She whispered, "Don't say that. They are not that kind of people." The two women curled their lips, showing no interest in her words, and turned away. Lu Ran stood there, staring at Director Mu's office, as if thinking about something. At this time, the atmosphere in the office was tense. Mu Qinshan sat behind the table, staring at Ran Ran with cold eyes like a knife. Ran Ran straightened his back and looked back bravely. This scene seemed to be still. It lasted for 2 minutes. In the past month, the two had experienced countless confrontations, and each of them had taken the initiative, but this time, no one was too lazy to speak. After an unknown amount of time, Ran Ran finally couldn't help but said, "Director Mu, I have said many times, there is no so-called other person. You have been to my old house so many times. Which room have you not checked?" Mu Qinshan stood up, looking down at her, finally mentioned the words that made Ran Ran nervous again. "You have checked your own life experience in the gene bank, and that woman looks a dozen years older than you." This tone gave Ran Ran an illusion, thinking that he had found some evidence. However, she immediately avoided his gaze. "I don't know what you are talking about. If this person really exists, I hope to meet her." Of course she hoped to see her. If Sha Roland insisted on leaving, she also hoped to say goodbye. But the premise is that it must be safe. Mu Qinshan seemed to have something else to say. But at this time, the phone rang. After listening, he did not embarrass Ran Ran anymore, and turned to walk out of the office. Ran Ran walked out of the office. Her legs were weak, and leaned against the door, and took a deep breath. Who could bear such a suffocating conversation every 1 or 2 days? She felt that this was like another kind of torture, and she was like a passionate young man of that era, and would never easily reveal her secrets. She hoped that she could stick to it, and never waver. At lunch, Lu Ran looked up at her from time to time, as if he had something to say. Ran Ran put down his chopsticks helplessly. "What wrong?" Lu Ran hesitated. "Ran Ran, what does Director Mu want to see you about?" "Same as before." Ran Ran replied. "He must think there is a secret in that matter." "Really?" Lu Ran finished speaking, and immediately added, "I mean, is there really a secret?" Ran Ran looked at her warily. "Of course not." "Okay. Eat quickly, the food will get cold later." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Ran immediately tried to ease it. Ran Ran stared at the exquisite pickled fish on the table, and suddenly lost his mind, thinking of the meals made by Sha Roland. Although there were some fires, and the kitchen was messy, there was still life. "I really hope she is still alive. As long as she is alive, there will be hope. Isn't it?" At this time, in an apartment dozens of kilometers away, there is also a woman sitting at the dining table, staring at the dish in front of her. There was also a pot of steaming pickled fish. The white fish fillet was soaked in a clear yellow soup, and it was dotted with green coriander and fiery red chili pepper, emitting a strong aroma. However, the aroma seemed a little fake, with no sense of reality. She stared at the table for a long time, finally lowered her head. "I can't eat it." The man opposite looked at her expressionlessly. "You will die if you don't eat it." This man was like a painting. He was tall and masculine. His muscular body made his shirt bulge, as if the buttons would burst at any time. There was no emotion on his cold face, but it revealed a kind of abstinence temptation. "Everyone will die." The woman looked up at him and said, "This is not something you, a robot, can experience." The man stood up. Say one more word. You are? After the woman muttered in a low voice, she gave in instantly, picked up a piece of fish fillet with chopsticks, forced to stuff it into her mouth. She ate it mouthful by mouthful, her cheeks were bulging, she didn't even want to chew, and just swallowed it directly. This action carried a sense of revenge. But in the end, she was the only victim. Suddenly, she coughed twice with a pale face. She was actually stuck by a fish bone. She rushed into the bathroom, coughed several times, drank water and spit it out, but the fish bone was still stuck inside, and she couldn't get it out. The man walked forward indifferently, he grabbed her suddenly, stretched out his slender and strong finger, and slowly reached for her lips. The woman wanted to hide, but her body was fixed, unable to move, and could only let the finger slowly enter her mouth. I don't know what he did, but the tingling in her throat suddenly disappeared. He pulled back his finger, and there was a bloody fish bone on it. The woman was stunned, not knowing what to say, and looked away, pretending that nothing had happened. The man let go of her. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Shasha. The woman interrupted him quickly. Don't call me Shasha. I don't know why we have come to this point. The person who spoke was Sha Rulin. She hid some past information in her bracelet. This robot found it, and let her know her name. But she hated his intimate tone. In your human words, this is fate. The man spoke in a low voice, pulled her hand forward, and forced her to sit down and eat. This time he was extremely careful, picking out the fish bones first, and then putting the fish meat in her bowl. Sha Rulin swallowed the fish meat mechanically helplessly, recalling the scene when they first met. At that time, she heard the movement outside, and found the passage in a panic, and successfully escaped. Chapter 50 XT009. Sha Rulin stumbled out of the passage, walked forward for a while, and finally saw a person beside the dry river. No, to be more precise, it was this artificial intelligence robot codenamed XT009. He was lying beside the river, without a single wound on his body, and felt extremely cold, with no breath at all. Sha Rulin thought he was dead for a while, and when she was about to leave after checking him, he suddenly opened his eyes. A series of tiny code symbols flashed in his pupils. Under the moonlight, Sha Rulin carefully looked at his face. At that moment, she was stunned, because his appearance was so outstanding, almost comparable to the stars in his previous life. The clear brow bones and high nose made her sigh. This man is so handsome. Although he opened his eyes, he still couldn't move. Maybe it took time to restart, or it might be that the battery was exhausted. Sha Rulin had some understanding of AI robots, therefore, she quickly determined his identity. She remembered what Ran had said, these robots are not cheap to rent. If they are damaged, you can't afford to pay for them even if you lose everything. So she didn't think much about it, and decided to save him first. However, it was not easy to help him up. This robot was at least 1.9 meters tall, and naturally not light in weight. Sha Rulin used all her strength, and was already out of breath after dragging him for just a few dozen meters. Later, I don't know if it was due to sweating or the rising temperature, she felt her body warming up, especially where their skin touched, which no longer felt as cold as before. After taking a few more steps, she seemed to feel his weight lighten. She looked at him in surprise, and found that his eyes had regained consciousness. He was now looking at her with a pair of eyes that flashed with strange light. It turned out that he had fully activated. Sha Rulin vigilantly let go of her hand, stepped back 2 steps, and said to herself, "It's good that you're okay." At this moment, the robot asked, "Where are we going?" Sha Rulin frowned. You actually asked this question? The AI robots she had seen usually only repeated instructions mechanically. How could there be any doubts? Is he really a robot? Sha Rulin fell into a brief doubt. The robot seemed to sense her doubts, and immediately said, "You can call me XT009. We need to leave here immediately. Someone is coming after us." Sha Rulin was startled. She quickly looked back. But there was no one behind her. Where is the person? "If you stay here, you will see him," XT009 replied. Sha Rulin began to think, and the idea of leaving this place had been in her mind for a long time, as if she was a bird trapped in a cage, eager to escape, but with some concerns in her heart. These concerns were partly because of her companions, and partly because of Ran, although she was reluctant to face the latter. But now, the companions were dead. No matter what happened to Ran, the meaning of her existence seemed to be only to hurt her. Sha Rulin sighed softly, let go. Go far away. So the two of them formed a temporary companion, and walked along the river. Fortunately, they actually encountered a dusty car. They stopped in front of the car. Sha Rulin had watched many videos before, and had some understanding of this world. In addition, she had driven Ran car before, so she quickly recognized, this is a solar car, it should be possible. Before she finished her words, XT009 had already opened the car door easily and quickly got in. Sha Rulin was stunned. How did you open it? XT009 frowned. This simple fingerprint lock, it shouldn't be difficult to crack. Right? Sha Rulin was shocked. This robot with excellent appearance obviously has a different IQ. Could it be the legendary boutique? No, Ran once told her that, although most robots have simulated appearance and temperature, but they are not human after all, without thinking, without self-awareness, and cannot act independently. However, the robot in front of her is obviously unusual. While she was thinking, XT009 spoke again. If you don't want to get in the car, you can stay here alone. Sha Rulin didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly got in the car. For the next half hour, she kept observing him quietly, and finally they stopped in front of an apartment. Where is this? Sha Rulin looked around. This place looked like a high-end residence in the city center. It had strict security measures and excellent equipment. She had seen such a place on the video. The house price was expensive. XT009 looked up at a place in the apartment. This is a safe place. Let go in. Sha Rulin thought to herself. Is he kidding? How can people like them enter such a place? One is an artificial intelligence, and the other is a person from another world without a chip. They were totally unqualified to enter such a luxury apartment. However, 2 minutes later, when they passed the lobby, took the elevator directly to the 28th floor, and successfully entered room 2809, Sha Rulin was stunned again. A miracle happened to them again. This house is very large. The living room is a full-length floor-to-ceiling window. Facing the bustling city center, the lights are bright under the night sky, and it is particularly dazzling. The luxurious layout of the house shows the wealth of the owner. XT009 is like a person with nothing to do. He waved and turned on the light. With another wave, the curtains closed silently, and the air conditioning system in the room started to work. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. Don't worry. The owner has gone to the United States, and will not be back in the short term. XT009 explained. How did you know? Sha Rulin asked. Because XT009 was silent for a long time. She is my first owner. Sha Rulin realized that this robot seemed to hide many secrets, but she couldn't bear to ask. After all, she also had many unknown stories. She yawned. I'm going to take a shower, and then have a good sleep. I'm really tired. However, not long after, she ran into trouble. Before, she only lived in Ran ancestral home, where the facilities were relatively old, and she was a little unfamiliar with the bathroom and bedroom of this luxurious apartment. When taking a shower, she made a mistake in operation, and got soaked without taking off her clothes. She also chose a bathrobe by mistake, and ran out in a men's bathrobe. There are many rooms here, and she thought that since she was a guest in someone else's house, she should be polite. So she chose the most ordinary guest room to live in. Who knew that just as she sat on the bed, the cushion suddenly bounced up, and almost bounced her out. Chapter 51 Tearing off the hypocritical window paper. Later, Sha Rulin discovered that this was a mattress that automatically switched between winter and summer. The switching function was blocked because no one lived there. It was not until she approached that it was restarted. In this way, Sha Rulin and her robot partner lived here. Time seemed to pass quickly and slowly. Unknowingly, a month had passed. During this time, XT009 fully utilized its service function. It can easily complete tasks such as cooking, cleaning, storage, etc. And it also takes the initiative to collect some social news that Sha Rulin likes for entertainment every day. Sha Rulin lives a very comfortable life, and often has the illusion that she has nothing to ask for. Living in such a large flat, with a robot that takes care of her meticulously and handsomely, is simply the pinnacle of life. However, last week she accidentally discovered the secret of XT009, which made her feel horrified and weird. It turned out that XT009 was a robot base that escaped after a major accident. The truth of this accident is that XT009 caused the death of its owner in a special way. The news did not elaborate on the specific situation, but Sha Rulin knew that XT009 was extremely dangerous, and that she should escape quickly. She tried many times, but no matter what method she used, XT009 always found her in the first place and brought her back quickly. In the end, XT009 tore through their hypocrisy on the surface. You can't leave. There is no leaving. Only disappearing. This sentence is exactly the same as the popular saying 200 years ago. There is no divorce. Only widowhood. Sha Rulin felt a chill on her back after hearing this. And the methods of killing wives flashed through her mind. Finally, she shook her head and asked with a hint of fantasy, "Why? I am not your master. We are just walking together." Her voice was gentle. So gentle that even she was moved. But XT009 looked at her. With a deep meaning in his eyes. "Now you are." Sha Rulin was stunned on the spot. And then she realized how ridiculous she was. She actually wanted to reason with a robot. In their system. Perhaps they did not have the ability to understand reason. At this time, Sha Rulin sat at the dining table, swallowing the fish meat with a tasteless taste, and thinking about the troubles of the past month. She even thought of the saying 200 years ago, just out of the tiger den, into the wolf den. Isn't this her current situation? However, the tiger den is not where Ran Ran is. It's Star R. She looked up at the window inside. Maybe the star behind the clouds is Star R. Today human beings can never uncover the secrets of the universe. Are you unhappy? XT009 frowned at her. This damn robot. Frowning is so good looking. Sha Rulin glanced at him and continued to sigh helplessly. What does it matter if he looks good? It's just a fake after all. Sha Rulin pushed the plate away. I'm full. Go back to the room and watch the news. Okay. XT009 moved his eyes slightly and carefully checked his own operating system. Last week, he was negligent. Now, the content she is exposed to every day is screened, and no accidents can happen again. Sha Rulin biological clock has been formed. Every day, she wakes up when the sun is high, eats brunch, and then goes back to the room to watch the news for the whole afternoon, and lies on the rooftop to watch the stars at night, and goes back to bed to sleep late at night. In XT009 opinion, this extreme self-discipline is actually a chronic suicidal lifestyle. He would repeatedly remind her to get up and go to bed at 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and would bring her to the dining table during normal meal times. He would even force her to go to the gym. However, all this was useless. Sha Rulin didn't know why she had to be self-disciplined. She felt that her life was just a waste of time, and she was living in a dark corner. It will eventually disappear. She had already prepared herself for this. She was just waiting for that day. That afternoon, she sat slumped in the audiovisual room, controlling the screen, looking at the bizarre world, and couldn't help laughing. People in this era are really self-centered. Now there will be no more street scams, because once there is a fall, it will be detected by Skynet immediately, and the nearest mechanical police will arrive in time, after completing the simple rescue, send people to the hospital. There will no longer be super low-income people, beggars, lonely elderly people who cannot survive. Because the social welfare system is extremely complete, especially for vulnerable groups, people who enjoy social welfare housing, plus the minimum living allowance that can guarantee their lives. As long as they are not greedy, they can live a well-fed life. Abandoning babies is unheard of. The fertility rate has dropped to the lowest level in history. The number of babies born each year is far less than the rate of aging. Children are precious treasures. The state will also bear most of the birth and upbringing expenses. Who would be willing to abandon them? Only online fraud is rampant. Their methods are no longer the childish phone calls to cheat verification codes 200 years ago. They are all very professional hackers. They can easily get your fingerprint information. Sha Rulin felt more and more that she was out of tune with them. Holding the pillow, she became sad. She thought that if she went out to make a living, I am afraid she would not survive for more than 3 days. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she felt thirsty. She called a few times but no one responded. So she had to get a cup to get water. When she passed the bedroom next door, she suddenly stopped. The door of the bedroom was closed? That was XT009 bedroom. It was natural. Sha Rulin had never seen him go in to rest. She guessed that the robot should not need to rest, and at most just charge. After she got the water, she looked at the closed bedroom door again, and her curiosity suddenly rose. Gently pushing the door open a little, I saw a man lying on the bed. He was sleeping with his eyes closed, just like the first time I saw him. Sha Rulin didn't know what was going on, but she walked in and got closer to see him. He wasn't breathing, and his heart wasn't beating. She reached out and felt his hand, which was cold. as if his whole body was dead. This should be his most vulnerable moment. Right? When she got so close, she could even clearly see his eyelashes that were as thick as a brush. But he still showed no signs of waking up. Is he charging? Sha Rulin decided to verify it. She reached out and felt around, from XT009 chest to his back, and then to his abdominal muscles, but she didn't find any place to charge. In any case, his figure was perfect, completely model-like. As for going further down, Sha Rulin glanced at the belt around his waist, resisted the urge to continue exploring, gently pulled her hand back, thinking how could she have such thoughts about a robot? It was a bit like a hooligan. Chapter 52. Are you her cure? She glanced at the curtains with boredom, and pulled them all closed without hesitation. Since she was going to rest, how could she fall asleep in such bright light? At the moment of pulling the curtains, a thought suddenly flashed through Sha Rulin's mind. Isn't now the best time to escape? He was completely unaware at the moment. If he didn't leave now, then when would he leave? She turned around excitedly, ran to the bed, and leaned over his chest, listened quietly. When he was awake in the past, you could hear the sound of countless gears running in his chest when you approached him. But now you could hear nothing. He was obviously in a dormant state. Sha Rulin stood up excitedly, ready to turn around and leave. At this moment, XT009 on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Countless codes flashed before his eyes. Then he sat up suddenly, straddled his long legs, and grabbed Sha Rulin, who was about to open the door. What are you doing? Sha Rulin's heartbeat quickened with fear. She was shocked. How could he wake up so quietly? She hurriedly explained. I'm a little hungry. I came to see what you were doing. Sha Rulin pulled her hand back and walked into the house, trying to pick up the water cup on the table to hide her embarrassment. There were faint footsteps behind her. In the next second, she was pulled back by a force and bumped into XT009 warm chest. His voice was low. Did you close the curtains? The close contact made Sha Rulin flustered and uneasy. She hurriedly replied, yes. I thought you were sleeping. So, I don't need to sleep. XT009 hand gently stroked her neck. It just charging. But you are very honest. You didn't take the opportunity to escape. Sha Rulin pursed her lips slightly, not knowing how to respond. In fact, she had thought of escaping in her heart. After all, he had a history of causing the death of his master. But just as this thought came up, he woke up. Before she could answer, XT009 had already leaned down close to her ear. Sha. Why are you taking off my clothes? What do you want to do? As he spoke, his warm breath hit behind Sha Rulin's ear, making her nervous instantly. This robot really knows how to seize the opportunity. Before she could react, XT009 hand slid along her neck. Your heart is beating so fast. Normally it's 75 times per minute, but now it's 90 times. And your body temperature has also risen by 1 degree. Do you have any ideas? Help. Sha Rulin woke up instantly. She took a deep breath and said coldly, I'm hungry. Shouldn't you go cook? Sha Rulin fled quickly, forgetting to take the water cup on the table. She ran straight into her room and slammed the door shut. She ran to the mirror, covered her face. Her cheeks were burning hot. What was she thinking just now? When XT009 teased her, she actually felt something. She was inexplicably moved. He was not a human. He was just a robot. She put down her hands and looked at herself in the mirror. Although she was beautiful in the mirror, her eyes were bright and energetic, which was completely different from the haggard image she imagined in her mind. She touched her face in confusion and felt that her skin was much smoother. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes seemed to have disappeared. So the self in the mirror doesn't look like a 30-year-old woman, but more like Ranran age. Sha Rulin felt strange, rushed into the bathroom, picked up the skincare products without instructions and looked at them for a long time. Then opened the door and went straight to the kitchen. XT009 in front of the stove was wearing a black apron, busy with a spatula, and his right hand moved smoothly and powerfully. At this moment, he changed into casual clothes, looking particularly homely. This robot with high-quality appearance, always multifaceted. Where do these cosmetics come from? Sha Rulin asked directly, while avoiding eye contact with XT009. XT009 glanced at her. Homemade. I added the latest internationally developed small titanium chrysanthemum ingredients. Is it good? Sha Rulin was surprised. You can actually make cosmetics? What else can you do? XT009 put down the spatula and said bluntly, Is this strange? I have the ability to learn and develop independently, let alone skin care products. I can make the most advanced weapons. Sha Rulin couldn't help but feel a chill. Is this still the robot she knew before? Ran Ran had repeatedly emphasized that today robots must serve humans, and all functions are limited. Otherwise it will cause serious problems. Her voice trembled a little, and her eyes fell on the high-grade Japanese marbled steak in the frying pan. Where do we get the food, clothing and daily necessities to live here? XT009 turned around. He stroked her face with his left hand. Are you worried about this? Don't worry. I have many ways to make money. I won't let you go hungry. Sha Rulin's voice was hoarse. Did you do online fraud? Do you have hacking skills? XT009 mouth corners slightly raised. Sha. I don't need to rely on such low-level means. Go wash your hands and sit down. You can eat soon. Sha Rulin was in a complicated mood, and put down the skincare products in her hand heavily. Then she ran to the tool room which she never entered normally. After pushing open the door, her mood became more complicated. There were various tools neatly displayed there, the exquisite distillation system in the corner, the fumigation furnace, and the glass jars containing plant raw materials, showing that these were tools for making skincare products. XT009 was so versatile. But the more versatile it was, the more frightened she felt. Sha Rulin looked around and found 2 glass medicine bottles in the corner, which contained light green pills. What is this? She picked up the bottle, uncorked it, and was about to study it, when the door behind her was suddenly pushed open. XT009 walked in quickly, took the bottle from her hand. You can't touch this. Why? Sha Rulin asked puzzledly. XT009 responded. This is a drug for depression, which will make people sleepy to some extent, and normal people can't take it. Did you make this? Sha Rulin continued to ask. But there is a lot of dust on the bottle. This is what I made before. XT009 pulled her out. Let go. Let eat. At the table, Sha Rulin was cutting a tender and delicious steak, while asking, I remember you said, this owner is your first owner. XT009 was silent for a moment. Yes. It was made for her. Does she have depression? Sha Rulin asked again. XT009 didn't seem to want to answer this question, but seeing her puzzled expression, she still said, she has severe depression, so she took me home. Sha Rulin's heart suddenly tightened, and she couldn't help but blurt out, so you depend on each other, are you her medicine? Chapter 53 You are jealous. After listening, XT009 suddenly smiled. Sha, are you jealous? He, who always had a blank expression, now seemed much gentler, as if the cold ice was melting. Sha Rulin lowered her head, concentrating on cutting the steak. Can you, a robot, say something serious? You humans have a saying, express your feelings, otherwise the future will always go against you. XT009's voice was filled with emotion. I don't want us to be like this. Sha Rulin sighed in her heart, thinking, a robot that can speak warm words, but has done terrible things. What future can we have? She shook her head. You and I are both hopeless. Really no? XT009's eyes dimmed slightly. Sha Rulin smiled bitterly and said, yes. If there was hope, we wouldn't have escaped like we did that night. Right? He never asked Sha Rulin why she escaped that night. And Sha Rulin never asked him his own reasons. Finally, she learned something from the news. XT009 stared at her, with a calm look. Sha, that world, you can no longer go back. This sentence made Sha Rulin surprised. What did you say? Yes, she is from another world, except Ran and Chiou. No one else knows this secret. XT009 stretched out his hand, pointing to her forehead. I knew it a long time ago. You don't have a chip, and the aura on you is different from others. Sha Rulin stared at him blankly. You are indeed a unique robot. XT009 didn't care. No matter what you say, I will take it as a compliment to you humans. Sha Rulin finished her food silently, pushed the plate away, and returned to her room. XT009's voice came from behind. Sha, let's spend the future together. Sha Rulin's heartbeat accelerated again, and her steps paused for a few seconds, but she suppressed the urge to look back. She walked into the bedroom and pretended not to hear. She couldn't deny that she liked XT009's attentiveness and handsome appearance. As a 30-year-old with almost no love experience, he had a fatal attraction. But, is love really that important in this world? The answer is no. If love could last, there wouldn't be so many breakups and divorces. What more? Her and XT009 identities had almost no future. They are not even the same species. What future can we talk about? A few days later, Sha Rulin suddenly woke up early in the morning, lying on the bed and staring at the overhead projection light, completely forgetting how long it had been since she woke up early. She suddenly wanted to see what XT009 was doing at the moment. So she quietly got out of bed and walked towards the living room. However, there was no one in the living room, nor in the study or tool room. Sha Rulin searched for a while and found that the door of the master bedroom was open a crack. It turned out that XT009 was inside. Sha Rulin looked inside through the crack in the door. This master bedroom is very dark. The curtains are drawn tightly, and there is only a small yellow lamp in the corner that emits a faint light. Under the light, XT009 is standing in front of the dressing table by the window, concentrating on an object on the table, and has not moved his eyes away for a long time. Sha Rulin retreated to the living room, poured herself a glass of water, and had curiosities for what XT009 was observing. She was lucky. In the afternoon, XT009 entered the charging dormancy period again. After observing outside the door for a while, Sha Rulin walked carefully to the master bedroom and pushed open the door. This was her first time entering here. It might not be accurate to say that she was just curious. She subconsciously hoped to know more about XT009. The master bedroom was very spacious, several times larger than the guest room. The decoration style was dark and obscure. A heavy carved wooden bed, a dark wardrobe, and dark curtains. Sha Rulin wanted to open the curtains, but for some reason the curtains were fixed to the wall, and she couldn't open them. She looked closely at the dressing mirror in the corner, and found a mirror painted black. This owner is really strange. Is he so depressed that he doesn't even want to see people or the day? Sha Rulin felt a little sympathetic, and her eyes swept across the items on the dressing table. Her sight stopped at an old-fashioned photo frame, which showed a middle-aged woman in black. Her face was plain, eyebrows drooped slightly, eyes full of sorrow. Although the person was in the camera, her eyes were wandering outside. Is this woman the first owner of XT009? Is she the one who went abroad? There were several cosmetics scattered on the dressing table. Sha Rulin looked at the packaging and couldn't help but feel depressed. These were also made by XT009. I thought I was unique before, but it was ridiculous. She sighed slightly, and instinctively wanted to put these cosmetics in the drawer. But as soon as she opened the drawer, she was stunned. There were some special things inside: a pistol, a bottle of unknown black liquid, and a thin rope. There were a lot of dark red blood on the rope, and the bottle of liquid looked more and more familiar to her. She closed the drawer and went to the tool room to check. Sure enough, she found 2 bottles of such liquid in the glass cabinet in the corner. Why did the previous owner put these things in the drawer? Sha Rulin was puzzled, but she realized that these must be closely related to XT009. He can make medicines and skincare products. This black liquid may be made by him. After thinking for a while, she decided to find the answer and do something she had thought about for a long time, but never did: contact Ran Ran. It is difficult to contact Ran Ran. I tried before, but there is no signal in this house, and I can't dial any number at all. If I run away, I don't know what XT009 did. I couldn't even get out of the hall. But if I couldn't get out of the hall, I could try to go to the corridor. Maybe there would be a signal there. Sha Rulin walked gently to XT009 door and peeked inside secretly. He was lying there quietly, and it seemed that he wouldn't wake up for a while. Sha Rulin closed the door tightly and locked it for safety. Then she took out her hidden AR glasses and quietly slipped out of the door and kept going up along the fire escape stairs, and each floor she climbed, she checked everything. And finally on the 33rd floor, the AR glasses received a signal. However, when she dialed Ran Ran number, it took a long time for the call to be connected. Sha Rulin thought about it and called Xiaoyu again, and this time it was connected. Xiaoyu in the library said in surprise, "Sha Rulin? Where are you? Do you know that we have been looking for you for a long time?" "Shoo." Sha Rulin lowered her voice. "The signal here is very poor. I would like you to help me check a robot model XT009, which is the one that had an accident in the previous news report. Please." Chapter 54 Failed Product. Xiaoyu was very smart. He didn't ask any more questions. He just said that he would check it immediately and asked Sha Rulin to wait for a call back. So, Sha Rulin curled up in a corner of the stairs, noticing the movement up and down, and quietly waiting for the AR glasses, just hoping that the red indicator light would light up. At this time, her mood was quite complicated. On the one hand, she hoped to find something. On the other hand, she hoped that XT009 was innocent, was wronged. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, the red indicator light of the AR glasses finally lit up. Shahrulin quickly put on the glasses and answered the phone. "How is it? Is there any result?" "Well, I found it. It's a very scary robot." Xiaoyu tried to organize his words. "It can be said that it is a failed product under high-tech attempts." Shahrulin said nervously, "Please tell me everything you know." Xiaoyu quickly said, "XT009 is a new energy company, that is, the new product launched by the largest AI robot manufacturing base in China. Compared with the previous robots with rigid appearance, this series can be customized. Whether it is body shape, appearance, personality, and ability, all can be adjusted according to customer needs, and they also have empathy. I will send you the details. You can read it yourself. Some content is not convenient for me to say directly." Xiaoyu immediately sent a few pages of information. Shahrulin immediately looked through it. It turned out that the things that Xiaoyu mentioned that were inconvenient to say were about sex. This customized robot can not only perform ordinary service work, but also help alleviate the repression between the sexes. Therefore, it was favored by customers as soon as it was launched. However, popularity is one thing, but there are very few people who really spend a lot of money to customize it. After all, the price of this customized robot is extremely expensive, roughly equivalent to an ordinary person's salary for 10 years. The information contained pictures of robots XT001 to XT011. Some of them were majestic, some were charming, and each robot was a star. Shahrulin saw XT009 at first glance. His temperament was the most special, with a hint of melancholy in his indifference, as if he was a combination of a domineering president and an artist. Then, she saw a brief introduction, which mentioned that XT009 was the most expensive model, because it had the most complete functions. However, the specific functions were not detailed. No mention was made of the users of these customized robots, but Shahrulin could guess that XT009 obviously had amazing capabilities such as drug manufacturing and cosmetic production, and was naturally worth a lot of money. Shahrulin turned to the next page. The content was horrifying, recording the experiences of several owners of XT009. The first owner was the widow of a wealthy businessman, who suffered from severe mental illness, and after repeated suicide attempts, she customized this robot on the advice of her doctor. XT009 lived with her for only half a year, but then died of illness, and his ashes were taken abroad by his children. Afterwards, XT009 was sent back for repair, and then bought back by the second buyer at a high price. However, the second sponsor was unfortunate, and died tragically at home not long after. The police found that her body was covered with scars. She was introverted and did not socialize much, so the police became suspicious of XT009. The police questioned XT009, but it had no expression on its face and resolutely denied any involvement. So no useful information could be obtained. So, the police found Professor Xiong who made it. Professor Xiong could not bear such interrogation and revealed the biggest secret of XT009 under tension when it was originally made. He somehow added the latest learning system and emotional responsibility to it. When the police asked him why he did this, Professor Xiong's original words were, "After adding these two things, it has become a perfect robot that surpasses humans. It is my honor to make such a robot, and it is worth it in my whole life." Professor Xiong's behavior has violated the National AI Robot Management Regulations, and he was sentenced to 1 year in prison, and fined heavily, and then imprisoned. XT009 was required to be destroyed immediately according to regulations. The data ends here, and there is no follow-up content. However, combined with what happened outside the old house that night, Shahrulin has already guessed the process of XT009 escape. At the same time, there are still two doubts, namely the death of these two sponsors. In Shahrulin's opinion, XT009 may be related to the death of the first sponsor, and the death of the second sponsor may also be related. In short, there are many doubts. Xiaoyu, I have read the information, but there are still some unclear questions. Has the police found out the truth of the accident? What is the current whereabouts of XT009? Did he really destroy it? Shahrulin asked. She knew that XT009 was hiding at home, but at this moment she had to pretend she didn't know. Xiaoyu replied, I will continue to look for information. You have to know that. These are just news, and it may be difficult for us to obtain confidential documents. It doesn't matter, if there is new information, just send me a message. Shah Rulin was about to hang up the phone. I have to leave here, it's not safe to stay here for a long time. Wait! Shah Rulin, where are you? Are you safe now? Xiaoyu was anxious. Shah Rulin smiled bitterly and replied, maybe it's safe, I'm not sure. We contact each other next time. After hanging up the phone, Shah Rulin was about to leave, but suddenly she heard a sound coming from the stairwell, which scared her. She was too late to hide, because a cleaner in work clothes came out of the fire door downstairs. Shah Rulin lowered her head, put away the AR glasses calmly, and quickly went downstairs. She wanted to go back as if nothing had happened, but as soon as I walked out of the stairs on the 28th floor, I saw XT009 standing at the door, with an expressionless face. His hands were in his suit pants pockets. Although he had no expression on his face, the coldness in his eyes and his body posture showed that he was furious. Shah Rulin looked up at him, feeling a little flustered, but she didn't want him to notice. So she greeted him casually, have you finished charging? I just went out to get some fresh air. Get some fresh air? XT009 asked back, the voice was as low as ice. Can't you breathe at home? Shah Rulin looked at him, unable to figure out whether he was simply asking a robot-like question or some kind of sarcasm. This intelligent robot is too high-end, making people feel embarrassed. Shah Rulin fanned her hand gently. Really, I suddenly want to go out for a walk, you know? I also need socializing. I haven't been out for a long time. But I didn't go out either. XT009 replied. Shah Rulin was speechless. How can this be the same? I am a human. XT009 frowned. Are you saying I don't understand? No, that's not what I mean. Chapter 55 Interrupted Signal. When the two were confronting each other, the elevator door suddenly rang, and a charming woman in a tight red suspender skirt walked out of the elevator. She looked at the two people at the door in surprise, and her eyes stayed on XT009 for a long time. Hey, this handsome guy looks familiar? She smiled slightly, and her red lips opened and closed. Have we met somewhere before? No. XT009 responded coldly. Then he grabbed Shah Rulin, brought her into the house, and closed the door. Shah Rulin pointed at the door. Is she greeting you? She should be your first owner neighbor. Right? It seems that you know each other. XT009 frowned. Impossible, she never interacts with outsiders. Shah Rulin thought of the relevant information, which mentioned the woman who had been with XT009 for a very short time, and died of illness in just half a year. She asked, why did she want to go abroad? I saw in the news that there has been unrest abroad. Refugee riots, ecological wall collapse, and fires in North America. XT009 was silent for a moment. She died. How did she die? Shah Rulin asked. XT009 said frankly, she suffered from severe depression. Shah Rulin looked into XT009's eyes, and it was difficult to tell whether he was sincere or not. Can robots really kill people? In my past memory, they should not. However, the robot in front of her obviously has such ability. XT009 approached her. Shah, you haven't told me yet. How did you leave? Do you want to escape from me? Shah Rulin raised her head, and was blocked by his tall figure. She felt a sense of oppression shrouded in shadow. Her voice lowered. If I leave, what will you do? XT009 said word by word. I said it before. If I don't leave, only disappear. Yes, it seems that this robot seems to have murderous intentions. Shah Rulin took a step back nervously. I'm going to take a shower. Do you need help? XT009 asked seriously, expressionless, seemingly without any intention of teasing. Shah Rulin immediately waved her hand. No. She almost ran into the room, like she was escaping. Her heart was full of contradictions. On the one hand, she was wary of him. On the other hand, she couldn't suppress the attraction in her heart. This phenomenon made her feel uneasy. At this time, Ran finally walked out of the laboratory. She went to the locker room to get the bracelet, and found countless missed calls and messages on it, all from Xiaoyu. When she opened it, there was actually a message from Shah Rulin. Ran immediately called. Xiaoyu, did Shah Rulin come to your place? No. Ran, she called and said she couldn't get through to you, so she came to me. Xiaoyu said hurriedly. She was in the hallway at the time. But she didn't say where she was. Ran asked again. What did she say? She asked about the XT009 robot. After I sent her the information, she asked me about the truth of the matter and the whereabouts of XT009. What do you think she wanted to do? At this time, Ram was already browsing the information sent by Chiou. The more she read, the more she felt strange. Why is she interested in such a high-end robot? I remember that she has always disliked artificial intelligence in this era. Chiou boldly speculated, could they have mistaken XT009 for a real person? Maybe they already knew each other. This, Ram pondered for a while. If possible. Chiou, I go to your place now. Let's check the robot. It may be a clue to find Sha Rulin. That night, the two read a lot of news. But the reports about the robot were inconsistent. And there were no useful clues. Ram thought, I have a classmate Jiang Yuan in the Public Security Bureau. Maybe he has a channel. I will go and ask him. After questioning, Jiang Yuan did provide useful information. He said that this robot was indeed related to two cases. It has killed people. But the reasons are complicated and involve some special laws. It can only be regarded as a dangerous item and destroyed. Jiang Yuan told Ran in detail about the incident and said, however, XT009 escaped the night before the destruction. The police are looking for it. Ran, do you have any clues? Ran shook her head. No, if I do, I will tell you. Okay, it will be very dangerous to touch it. After hanging up the phone, Ran felt very worried. Sha Rulin would not ask these questions for no reason. Since she asked, it must be related to this matter. How should she remind Sha Rulin to escape from this robot? Chiou, can I still contact her? Chiou shook her head. She said she would contact me again if she had a chance. After that, there was no signal. Don't worry, she is very smart. She will definitely protect herself. Ran lowered her head and turned on the bracelet. Let's do this. I will send her what Jiang Yuan said. I hope she can see it. Okay, I will try to contact her every day when I am free. I hope I can get through. Chiou also said. However, things did not go smoothly. In the next few days, the phone could not be connected. And there was no response to the message sent. Both of them were guessing about Sha Rulin's situation. Ram wanted to call the police several times, but was dissuaded by Chiou every time. We can't call the police. Sha Rulin is not a normal person. She escaped with great difficulty. Do you want her to go back and die? Ram clasped his hands weakly, and then released them, then let wait a little longer. Chiou habitually took out the bracelet and dialed the number again. How about I try again? What if I can get through this time? After dialing, there was a long beep from the bracelet. Sha Rulin actually had a signal. The two of them gathered around the bracelet nervously and excitedly. The call was quickly connected. Sha Rulin's voice came. I've read the message. I know. I call the police immediately. After a few beeps, there was no sound again. Chiou tried the bracelet a few times before realizing that the bracelet had been hung up. Dial again, but there was no response. Chiou said helplessly, maybe there is only a few seconds of signal? She not as busy as digging diamonds in a black coal mine. Ran helplessly spread his hands. This sentence is a popular joke recently. A while ago, a strange black coal mine appeared in a place in the southwest. Glittering gold sand flashed in the coal. After high-tech testing, it was found that there were actually many precious metals in the mine, even including diamonds. This news caused a heated discussion among everyone. They all excitedly said that it would be better to go to the black coal mine to mine. Ran quite agrees with this. Chiou smiled and said, Sha Rulin physique, to be honest, she is definitely better than you at doing physical work, even though you have the same genes. I believe this, she suffered a lot on that. Ran's tone was full of pity. Although genes determine 90% of things, the acquired efforts and luck also account for 10%. Although we both have talents in medicine and biology, the paths we take are destined to be different. Chapter 56 Flesh and Blood. As she spoke, the setting sun outside the window cast a golden light, shining on her head, as if her whole figure was shining against the backdrop of the setting sun. She didn't know that, in the apartment dozens of miles away, Sha Rulin was in a disaster. 10 minutes ago, she slipped out of the house again, while the XT009 was charging. She climbed up several floors skillfully, and finally found the signal. As soon as there was a signal, several messages immediately came in. The senders were all Ran. She thought it was just some messages asking about herself, and clicked on them casually, but she was stunned, and her heart was filled with turmoil. It turned out that XT009 first owner also died at his hands. after suffering from depression. The woman customized this robot, but XT009 arrival was not a blessing for her, but a nightmare. XT009 prepared a large dose of sleeping pills and a potion that could make people faint for her. All of them are not available anywhere else. Later one day, her daughter came to the apartment and found that she had hanged herself on the window frame of the bedroom. The woman-daughter questioned XT009, "Why didn't you save her? How did you take care of her?" XT009 answer was very calm. "This is the way she should go. I just followed her instructions." XT009 has the function of automatically recording past videos. After inspection, it was indeed correct. The owner asked him to make medicine, he made medicine. And asked him to pass the rope. And he passed the rope. When she suffocated and struggled, XT009 watched her fluttering her legs in the house. Until she died quietly. For him, it was just an ordinary process of executing orders. Death, for people who have been troubled by severe depression for a long time, is a relief. Of course, whatever the master wants. XT009 is it. The daughter of the deceased was full of hatred for him, but she couldn't ask a robot to take responsibility. Hit him, he didn't feel pain, scolded him, he didn't feel anything. So, after completing her mother's funeral, she made a phone call and asked the manufacturer to recycle him. For a robot, being recycled by the manufacturer is a tragic experience, which means that your service performance and quality are not up to standard, you are not loved by customers, and can only come to an end. However, XT009 was very lucky. He met Professor Xiong, who originally made him. Professor Xiong couldn't bear to destroy his carefully crafted artwork. So he adjusted his sensor. From the previous obedience to enhanced self-awareness. From the previous gentleness and harmlessness to the ability to force rebuttal under certain circumstances. After the adjustment, the texture of XT009 was greatly improved. Whether it was emotional response or appearance, it was difficult to identify his true identity. He was like a real flesh and blood, thinking human being. This amazed the employees of the entire AI company. They also tacitly accepted Professor Xiong's behavior, and believed that XT009 had regained hope. They quickly repackaged it, and recommended it to other customers. Many customers were interested in such top-quality robots, but they backed off because of the high price. Only a young, rich second-generation female customer insisted to the end. In this way, XT009 had a new owner. The new owner name was Zoe. 21 years old. Hot in appearance, her family is engaged in real estate business, so she is not ordinary rich. To put it in a nutshell, her daily pocket money is equivalent to the middle-class monthly salary. Her family is all abroad, and she came to Xiagua as a student, and her mansion in the city center covers a large area. The garage is full of super sports cars, each of which is specially customized, and every move exudes luxury. She has money but nowhere to spend it, so she chose to customize this high-end robot. XT009 was sent to her residence. When they first met, she smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. She looked around him for several times. Her perfect muscles and facial features made her feel relaxed and happy. She not only looked at him with her eyes, but also began to flirt with him and touch him. At first, XT009 was a little patient, but in the end, he brushed her hand away and reminded her to respect herself. This action made Zoe laugh, and she clapped her hands and praised, "Interesting. This robot really suits my taste." She quickly paid the balance. I took XT009 home. Of course, Professor Xiong also added important information that Zoe is the new owner to XT009 system. This is the key to high-end robots serving humans. After Zoe took XT009 home, she seemed to be having a very happy time. Every time the AI company called to ask about her experience, she always smiled and said that there was no better robot than XT009. However, a week later, the situation began to change. Zoe either didn't answer the phone, or they would answer the call and hang up hastily after a few words. But in the eyes of AI companies, this is all normal. After all, customers are always impatient, just like facing insurance salesmen, so they don't care. Half a month later, the engineer came to conduct routine inspections. The after-sales service of this customized robot is very complete, not only lifetime warranty, daily inquiries, but also on the third day after the product is sold, half a month, 3 months, half a year, even within a year. A special person will be sent to conduct comprehensive inspections to ensure that customers will not encounter any problems during use. The engineer made an appointment with Zoe in advance. but after entering the door, he only saw XT009. He coldly told the engineer that the owner was resting in the bedroom. After the engineer quickly completed the inspection, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He smelled the blood in the air. And when he inspected XT009, he found blood on the back of his sleeve. The engineer asked Zoe again. She said she needed to put her fingerprints on the feedback form. XT009 immediately took the form and went into the bedroom. The engineer mustered up the courage to follow, hiding in the dark and observing quietly, and finally found the woman lying naked on the bed, covered in blood, her hands hanging weakly on the edge of the bed, seemingly dead. XT009 took the feedback form very calmly, grabbed her finger and pressed it. The engineer was terrified, and retreated to the sofa trembling. After waiting for XT009 to take out the feedback form, he immediately said goodbye and left. After leaving, he immediately called the police and informed the company of the incident. Everyone rushed to the scene, controlled XT009, and then checked the scene. Sure enough, Zoe was dead. There were many bloodstains on her body, but the cause of death was cerebral hemorrhage caused by brain impact. They also found many strange tools at the scene. Small ropes, whips with soft spikes, etc. The investigation found that these were all purchased by XT009 a few days ago. The police believe that this was evidence of XT009 violence against the owner. Professor Xiong did not believe this, and questioned whether there might be a misunderstanding. He asked to check XT009 automatic video recording device, but the police said that the videos had been checked long ago and only recorded the situation a few days after XT009 came here. Chapter 57. Do you want to leave so badly? They suspected that XT009 had erased the traces after the incident. As a high-quality robot with super intelligence, this is indeed an easy task. Professor Xiong was limp and powerless, and could only accept the decision that XT009 would be sent to the factory for destruction. The last time it could be said to be suicide, but this time, it was actually murder. XT009 had a blank expression on his face, and did not show any intention of resistance or excuse when he was sent to the factory. But during the destruction, he mysteriously disappeared. No one knows how he escaped from the closed container, and no one knows where he went. During this period of time, the police searched everywhere, but because they were worried about alerting the enemy and causing panic among the people, everything was done in secret, and only a few people knew the truth. The information also included a photo of the scene of the death. Zoe in the photo looked pale. Her head drooped to one side. Her eyes wide open, the exposed shoulders and legs were covered with bloodstains, which was horrible to look at. Sha Rulin stared at the photo for a long time before hastily closing it. She was shocked. XT009 actually did such a terrible thing. Before, she had illusions, and believed that there must be a deep meaning behind the murder. But reality is reality. The robot she lived with turned out to be a murderer. She had to escape, and leave here immediately. Just as she ran downstairs, her bracelet suddenly rang. It was Chiou calling. The corridor was silent, so the vibration buzzing sound was particularly clear, and could be heard from 2 floors away. After she quickly answered the call, she just said a few words, and suddenly felt something was wrong, as if a figure appeared in front of her. Then, XT009 appeared at the corner of the lower stairs, like a nightmare. XT009 exuded a creepy chill all over his body, and his expression became extremely fierce. Obviously, he had discovered Sha Rulin escape, and heard her say she was going to call the police. Last time she could lie and say she was just taking a breath. What else could she say this time? Sha Rulin turned off the bracelet reflexively, but it was too late. She was quickly grabbed by XT009. While being dragged over, the bracelet was kicked to pieces by him. XT009 grabbed her throat. Do you really want to leave me so much? Do you want to call the police? Sha Rulin felt suffocated. The hands were tightly pinching her. She struggled desperately, kicked XT009 violently with her legs. Tears welled up in her eyes. As breathing became more and more difficult, her lungs felt a stinging pain, and the memories of the past flooded into her mind. At the moment when she felt despair, she didn't know whether XT009 was soft-hearted, or her resistance was too strong. He finally let go of her hand. The air rushed into her nose instantly. Sha Rulin was like a dying fish, and she gasped for breath in a hurry, and it took a while for her to calm down. XT009 leaned over and reached out to touch her face. I didn't expect you will want to betray me. Sha Rulin looked at him angrily. Why do you want to kill humans? Killing a powerless woman, Does it make you feel accomplished? Do you want to kill me too? XT009 opened his mouth to explain, but there were footsteps in the corridor. He frowned, grabbed Sha Rulin and hugged her tightly, and went straight back to the 28th floor. After entering the door, he threw Sha Rulin on the sofa, looked down at her and said, "You are so brave. You challenge my patience again and again. I wanted to be honest with you. But you? Haha. Be honest?" Sha Rulin sneered, with a sarcastic look on her face. "Before you killed Zoe, you thought so too. Right?" This sentence completely angered XT009. He approached step by step and pulled off his coat. "Did I give you too much freedom? Making you so bold and making random guesses?" Sha Rulin looked at him warily. "What do you want to do? I have always been treating you in the way you humans like. And I have been gentle with you. But you always challenge my limits." XT009 said coldly. Sha Rulin angrily scolded, "You must remember that you are a machine, not a human. Even if you look like one, you are not a human." "Really? As a high-quality robot, one of my important functions is to comfort you and let you experience rare happiness." XT009 sneered, pulling off the buttons of his shirt. His muscular chest muscles were exposed. Sha Rulin had been pressed to the back of the sofa, with nowhere to retreat. Seeing XT009 approaching her, she instinctively raised her foot and kicked him, with great force, but it was like kicking on an iron plate, with no deterrent effect. Faced with this, XT009 became more and more furious, reaching out to grab Sha Rulin, like a demon abusing her. Sha Rulin reacted quickly, turned around and rolled under the sofa, tried to escape. But before he could run a few steps, he was caught by XT009. XT009 was like a demon at this time. His simulated skin was terribly hot. His pupils flashed with unstable red light, and countless codes flashed wildly. He was like being possessed. He covered Sha Rulin's mouth with one hand, and held her tightly with the other hand. He easily picked her up, kicked the door open, and threw her on the bed in the guest room. XT009 began to take off his clothes, from loose shirts to suit pants. Finally, he appeared in front of her naked. Then, he held Sha Rulin's hands with both hands, and leaned over to kiss her. The robot lips had obviously been specially treated, softened like skin, and the place where it touched was warm and soft, indeed, like a real human. Even the trembling feeling of lips and teeth touching each other was exactly the same. In the intimate contact, their bodies were completely pressed together, and Sha Rulin naturally felt his unusual parts. She was terrified. The illusion that had tempted her before became real and frightening at this moment. Seeing XT009 approaching her, Sha Rulin felt more and more frightened, because the man in front of her was like a murderous demon, and such an action seemed to be the prelude to murder. She stared at the projection light above her head in horror. She had thought it was just a strange white cloud before, but now it seemed like an alien aircraft. When the hole was exposed, it was about to swallow people. Countless fragments flashed through her mind. The aircraft shuttled through the layers of clouds. The violent turbulence made her unstable. The occasional collision brought real pain. Indeed, it was so real, her body also felt a burst of tearing pain. Chapter 58. It really happened. She could still struggle a little at first, but after pushing hard for a while, she had no strength left in her body, and could only let herself be torn and bumped, and finally fell into an endless ocean. This ocean is sometimes like a fainting anesthetic, and sometimes like a strong liquor with a very high degree, making people feel scared and disgusted, but unconsciously begin to indulge in it. The last scene Sha Rulin saw was an endless white light. In this white light, countless creatures of different shapes were fighting frantically, holding weapons that had never been heard of or seen before. Finally, her head buzzed, as if a heavy hammer had hit her, and Sha Rulin completely fainted. She had a long dream, in which she was still a vibrant woman, preparing to go to the half-moon lake in Chonbai Mountain with the team. She went there with a mission. As the only registered surgeon, she had to deal with injuries in times of crisis. She was full of curiosity. Do wormholes really exist in this world? Can those golden circles of light really lead to another world? Chonbai Mountain is covered with snow all year round. Especially the back mountain where they were heading. The snow was knee-deep and extremely steep. This area can only be advanced by climbing ropes and crampons, and some team members suffered from hypoxia during the journey. After many adjustments, they finally arrived at the shore of Half Moon Lake at 11 o'clock one night. After some investigation, everyone decided to explore the lake. Since Sha Rulin was a great swimmer, she also went in. They put on protective clothing and brought sonic controllers that could repel the razor-toothed piranhas. The lake water was icy cold, and even thick diving suits could not resist it. The coldness instantly penetrated the body like a needle and penetrated the bone marrow. They swam deeper and deeper, and gradually saw vague spots of light in the dim water. These spots of light flickered in the water grass. At first, there were a few spots, then more and more. And finally, after passing through a dense patch of waterweed, the golden light poured out, making people unable to open their eyes. Everyone cheered, including Sha Rulin. She had seen this kind of light ring in rumors and photos, and thought it was just a fantasy, but she didn't expect it to be real. She squinted her eyes and looked inside, and felt that it was extremely deep. The black in the center of the light ring was dark, and people had the illusion of being sucked in at first glance. Everyone approached step by step. No one hesitated. Sha Rulin followed closely, feeling excited. Even though the light circle was very strange, there was an irresistible attraction. As they gradually approached, until they were only a few steps away from the light circle, Sha Rulin suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. You can't go to that place. She shouted loudly. Don't go, you will die. She forgot that she was wearing a diving suit, and the sound echoed in the protective cover. The ear was hurt by the shock, but it could not be transmitted at all. At this moment, a strong golden light rushed towards them, accompanied by a hurricane. Suddenly, there was nothing under their feet, and they were sucked into the light circle as if they had lost weight. Ah! Sha Rulin screamed, sitting up from the darkness, soaked, with a splitting headache. Was it just a dream? However, she quickly remembered the scene before she fainted. After a few seconds of pause, she quietly reached out her hands to herself, and after a moment, she let them go weakly. The previous one was a dream, but that thing was real. At this moment, she could not describe her feelings in words. There was a strange emotion mixed with anger. It was incredible that a robot could do that. She should have felt pain, but she had a happy reaction. She could not control it. The door creaked open, and in the darkness, a tall figure walked in. It brought a suffocating sense of oppression. He held a box in his hand. When he approached, Sha Rulin shouted, Stop! Don't come over. XT009 didn't think he was wrong at all. I just did what I always wanted to do. And you seem to enjoy it. It is our duty to serve the master. I don't like it. Sha Rulin interrupted quickly, and I am not your master. XT009 was silent for a while. You may be injured. I brought some medicine here. XT009. Sha Rulin suddenly said, Let's talk. She didn't want to get entangled here. She was no longer at the age to cry about these things. Now she just wanted to propose conditions when he felt a little guilty. XT009 put down the medicine box, turned on the bedside lamp. What do you want to say? Sha Rulin deliberately didn't look at him. I already know what you did. Although there are many problems, I believe you may have some unknown reasons. We hurt each other. I poked your scar, you hurt me, so we are even. I swear I won't tell anyone where you were after I get out, and you don't bother me anymore. How about that? XT009 stared at the woman in front of him. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, still revealing her smooth and white arms. There were 2 glaring scars on her arms. XT009 knew she had more scars on her body. The green box is scar removal medicine. Give it a try. XT009 suddenly spoke. Sha Rulin frowned. What I just said, you didn't listen at all? Sha, I won't let you go. XT009 finished speaking, turned slowly, and left the room. In fact, he had something else to say. Sha was the light of his life. If she left, he would lose hope in living. He didn't understand why. When he first saw Sha, many gears in his brain started running fast, instantly feeling a strange emotion stirring in his heart. XT009 realized the taste of love. He just liked her indifference, and her laziness. In contrast, the sadness she inadvertently revealed made XT009 distressed, and he wanted to do his best to make her happy. However, this woman just wanted to escape. Her browsing history was vivid in her mind. Sha Rulin had always wanted to check her own affairs, and even searched for what the robot weaknesses were. How can robots destroy such terrible words? These words made XT009 angry, so after hearing Sha Rulin call, he wanted to kill her. But he couldn't do it. Every time he thought of killing her, XT009 felt inexplicably irritated. So he took another approach, thinking of keeping her, and also wanting to punish her in this way. All 3. But after the violence, seeing her tears and miserable appearance, XT009 regretted it again. These complex emotions wrapped him. He had forgotten that he was just a robot. Perhaps in the days to come, he could still influence her? XT009 thought so. Chapter 59 Regaining Freedom. In the next few days, life seemed to have returned to normal. XT009 continued to take care of Sha Roland as usual, with meticulous care. Sha Roland did not resist, but passively accepted it, but the smile on her face disappeared without a trace. She became very depressed, lost all interests, even the news she used to love to watch. Every day she either curled up in front of the French window to watch the scenery, or lay in bed in a daze. She was filled with a listless atmosphere. XT009 was very gentle to her. He accompanied her when she was quietly looking at the scenery, and hugged her tightly when she fell asleep, and comforted her softly. The woman in his arms was extremely quiet, almost as if she didn't exist. Except for occasional questions and answers, even her desire to speak seemed weak. Whenever XT009 had a more intimate move, she would be like a frightened hedgehog, her whole body tensed, even her toes tensed unconsciously. At this time, XT009 always sighed involuntarily, decided to give her some more time. One side was waiting quietly, but the other side was withering in silence. True emotions do not always happen at the right time. Until one day a week later, Sha Roland seemed to have a new realization. After dinner, she curled up in a recliner and looked up at the stars, and suddenly asked XT009, "Do you know where Star R is?" R? XT009 quickly searched in his mind. There is no known planet with this name in the Milky Way. No. Sha Roland looked at the gray sky again. But I stayed there for a long time. XT009 looked at her. Sha, do you still want to go back? Why do you ask? Sha Roland looked at him. Her voice was a little hoarse. XT009 blurted out, "If you want to go back, I will accompany you. I have figured it out. I can go anywhere." Okay. Sha Roland smiled bitterly, and saw deep affection in XT009's eyes. XT009 was very happy to hear her answer, and leaned over and kissed her hard. Sha. I'm very happy that you think so. Sha Roland usually didn't react to kisses, but this time, she put her arms around XT009's neck and responded to him. A month ago, XT009 always believed that intimacy was a disgusting thing, because the second owner left a bad impression on him. However, since he met Sha, his thoughts have completely changed. He likes to do everything with Sha. The kiss between the two became more and more passionate, and the temperature of their bodies rose accordingly. Sha Roland's hands tightly hugged his neck, which made XT009 emotions almost out of control, and the gears of his body seemed to be spinning wildly, and it might explode at any time. He leaned over and picked up Sha Roland, and ran quickly to the bedroom. Sha Roland's hands stroked his hair, and her head lowered, buried in his chest, calling his name from time to time. When he reached the bedside, XT009 suddenly stopped, feeling uneasy, because Sha Roland's hand was slowly moving to the back of her head, where there was a small round button, and after pressing it, he would enter for sleep and would not be able to recover. Is it his illusion? XT009 lowered his head, and leaned close to Sha Roland's ear. Sha. Sha Roland did not move. She had already pressed the button. She knew that if she pressed it hard, the AI robot in front of her would become harmless, and would be recycled by the company, and eventually turned into a pile of scrap metal. She knew about this a few days ago. The information sent by Ran detailed the method of controlling the intelligent robot, and emphasized that safety must be ensured, because this button is the lifeblood of the robot. Its strong self-protection consciousness will make them fight. All this, eventually, must be done. Sha Roland closed her eyes, gritting her teeth. She pressed hard. At this moment, XT009, who had been holding her tightly, suddenly let go. It seems to have succeeded. Sha Roland sat on the bed in a daze. Her hands kept the same movements as before. The stabbing pain in her heart gradually spread, making her feel even more uncomfortable. After a while, she gently pushed XT009. Have you been dormant? The robot in front of her was silent, with its eyes tightly closed. Sha Roland whispered, I'm sorry, I don't want to do this, but I have no choice. XT009 was silent. As a robot in hibernation, he certainly wouldn't make a sound. Sha Roland sighed softly. You are really good. I have never met anyone as good as you. Really. During this time, I felt happy for the first time. It a pity that you are not a human. And I am not a human of this era. We are destined to be tragic, she said, while stroking XT009's face. This was a tenderness she had never experienced in the past. Unfortunately, this tenderness came too late. After Sha Rulin finished speaking, she stood up, straightened her clothes, and prepared to leave. At the moment she opened the door, XT009 suddenly said, "Do you really want to leave so much? Even willing to let me disappear?" Sha Rulin's heart was shocked, and she turned around suddenly. "I obviously already." Hee. XT009 stood up, walked a few steps, and stopped 1 meter away from her. "Do you think a sleep button can control me? I will never allow such a weakness to appear. Don't you want to explain something to me?" He exuded a cold aura, which was always the case when he was angry. But this time, it was particularly strong. After all, Sha Rulin almost killed him just now. If he hadn't handled the button in advance, I'm afraid everything would be over. In the darkness, XT009's expression could not be seen clearly, but he could feel the breath of death emanating from him. Sha Rulin made up her mind. He didn't intend to beg for mercy for the sake of his life. "I've already done it. I have nothing to say. You can kill me or chop me up." XT009 was silent for a long time. Just when Sha Rulin thought he was planning to kill him, he suddenly said, "If you want to leave so much, then go." "What?" "Go," XT009 said impatiently. "I don't want to repeat it for the third time. I count to 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I kill you immediately. Just like the woman before." He quickly began to count. 1, 2. As the 3 sounds were about to come out, Sha Rulin bit her lower lip, gave him a fierce look, turned around and forcefully opened the door. Her lungs seemed to be about to explode, and she forced herself to use up her last bit of strength to quickly rush out of the house, and successfully took the elevator all the way down. Finally, she successfully passed the security check, and after walking out of the apartment door, she truly understood that XT009 really gave her freedom. She ran quickly, but when she ran to the other side of the road, she couldn't help but look back at the building. The building was brightly lit, but it was difficult to distinguish the lights of the house. Sha Rulin suddenly realized that there would never be a robot waiting for her and caring about her again. Chapter 62 Muchishan. Sha Rulin stared for a long time, finally couldn't help but run madly. She felt the wind whistling past her ears, and her mind became clear, and the past troubles and sorrows seemed to be left behind. "I'm sorry, XT009, I'm sorry." Sha Rulin repeated it over and over in her heart, imagining that if she said it a few more times, the robot would forgive her. Sha Rulin crossed 2 streets at the fastest speed. It was late at night, and there were almost no pedestrians on the street except for the flashing lights. When she could no longer run, she finally put her hands on her knees and began to pant. It took a long time for her to calm down. She took out her AR glasses and called Ran. "Hello? Ran? Where are you?" Sha Rulin?" Ran in the picture suddenly stood up. "It really you? I thought I saw it wrong. I'm in the dormitory. Where are you? Don't move. I pick you up." Sha Rulin looked around. "I don't know. This might be the city center." "I see. I saw the Jinbeishing building next to it. I be there soon." Ran hung up the phone. Sha Rulin slowly took off her AR glasses and sat on the stone steps at the corner of the street. The night was deep. The weather was hot and humid, and she had just run 7 or 8 kilometers, and her clothes were already soaked. Sha Rulin looked at the empty street and felt a little powerless. At this time, Ran had already rushed out of the dormitory and drove straight to the city center. It takes about 20 minutes to drive to where Sha Rulin is. If Ran speeds up, she can get there in 15 minutes. Ran didn't need to ask. Seeing Sha Rulin's miserable appearance, she knew that she had experienced a life and death moment. Those evil robots were like devils who killed people without blinking an eye. If you fall into their hands, you will definitely die. She was angry and thought of Professor Xiong who made the robot. I wondered what he was thinking. Implanting human thinking patterns into robots? Humans naturally have 7 emotions and 6 desires, which are the most basic emotions. However, if they are applied to robots, they will develop terrible obsessions. They may lose control and pursue things that originally belonged to humans. Ran guessed that Sha Rulin must have suffered a lot and was lucky to escape successfully. She was not at peace during the journey and made 2 more calls. When she found Sha Rulin still sitting there, she was slightly relieved. "Don't run around. I be there in 10 minutes." "Okay. I know." Sha Rulin was powerless to answer. After hanging up the phone, she looked towards the apartment. Across 2 streets, she could only vaguely see a corner of the apartment. The lights on the top were flickering, and she stared at it silently for a long time. At this time, Ran was desperately pressing the accelerator. But when she was 1 street away from her destination, there was a traffic accident ahead. 2 cars collided. Warning lines were quickly drawn on the road. It was temporarily forbidden to drive. Ran could only take a detour. Although it was a little far, it was only a delay of 2 or 3 minutes. When she was about to arrive, she called again, but found that Shah-Rulin did not answer. She was worried whether the AR glasses were out of power. After all, they were charged by sunlight. If they stayed in the dark for a long time, they would shut down due to power outages. She drove quickly to her destination. Arriving at the intersection where Shah-Rulin was, she found that there was no one there. Ran got out of the car quickly and whispered, "Shah-Rulin. Shah-Rulin." There was only the sound of the wind whistling around her. She felt uneasy and called Shah-Rulin number again, but still couldn't get through. Not good. She must have met with an accident. Maybe the robot took her away. But the guy shouldn't have gone far, so it should be in time to catch up now. Ran immediately drove after him. When passing the previous accident section, I asked the owner, "Brother, when you passed by, did you see a woman?" The owner shook his head, but another passenger replied, "It seems that there was indeed a woman. She sat there for a while, then got into a black SUV and drove to the right." SUV? Ran frowned, and a thought flashed through his mind. Mu Qingshan was also driving a black SUV, so it was very likely him. As she drove to the right, she called Lu Ran, "Are you on duty today? Go to the parking lot and check. Is Director Mu's car still there? If not, what time did it leave?" Lu Ran quickly replied, saying that he had not seen it and had asked the security guard. The security guard said that Mu Qingshan drove out 20 minutes ago, heading to the city center. 20 minutes ago. City center. The time and place match. Not good. Mu Qingshan may have discovered Shah-Rulin whereabouts, waiting for the opportunity. Ran gritted her teeth and accelerated, swearing not to let Mu Qingshan succeed. She must rescue Shah-Rulin. She drove at the fastest speed. The wheels almost burst into sparks. This poorly configured solar car has never been so fast. 5 minutes later, she finally saw the familiar black off-road vehicle in front of her. The license plate was very familiar. It was Mu Qingshan's car. However, when she got closer, she realized that something was wrong. The car was driving slowly, and it stopped at the intersection. It seems that he has encountered something. Ran observed carefully, and found a man standing on the sidewalk at the intersection. The man was tall, wearing an ordinary shirt and trousers. With an extraordinary temperament, it was Mu Qingshan. Suddenly, several police cars drove from the end of the road. A policeman stuck his head out and shouted loudly to the man on the sidewalk, but he not only did not dodge, he had a smile on his face and looked extremely arrogant. The police car was getting closer and closer, and they would encounter each other in a dozen seconds at most. At this moment, the door of the black SUV suddenly opened, and another Mu Qingshan got out of the car and yelled at the man. This scene made Ran eyes widen. 2 men with similar appearances stood together. The scene was as strange as when she first saw Shah-Rulin. However, she soon realized the difference between the two. The former slightly tilted his head to look over here, and his facial features became more gloomy. The latter was the real Mu Qingshan. Although they looked similar, they felt completely different. Their conversation was brief, but after a few seconds, Mu Qingshan seemed to want to pull the man into the car, but the other party did not respond, until the police surrounded them. Chapter 61. The faster, the more guilty. Ran finally reacted, jumped out of the car and ran forward. She realized that Shah-Rulin was probably in Mu Qingshan's car. Running to the front of the car, opening the door, she was a little surprised. The car was empty, and the trunk was empty. What was going on? Ran glanced at the chaotic crowd around her, decided to avoid Mu Qingshan and avoid trouble, so she quietly returned to the car and drove in the opposite direction. She thought back to the man just now. Why was he so similar to Mu Qingshan? Was he also a clone? She shook her head, thinking that everything was too confusing. She looked at the previous intersection again, called Shah-Rulin, and the call was connected miraculously. "Where are you? I've been looking for you everywhere," Ran asked eagerly. Shah-Rulin's voice sounded a little strange. Ran? Why did he do this? What? Ran frowned. Shaw Rowland said in a low and painful voice. XT009, why did he save me? XT009? Ran suddenly understood. The man who looked like Director Mu just now turned out to be XT009. Shaw Rowland, where are you? It very dangerous now. Don't move. I come to find you. That right. When he first met XT009, Chiu Yu said that he was somewhat similar to the director of the institute. Ran also deeply understood. It just that the photos in the file may be distorted. Maybe they just have similar temperaments. Ran didn't speculate in other directions. Today, she saw the two of them together. The scene just now was also easy to explain. XT009 escaped from the factory during the destruction process. And Mu Qingshan just caught Shaw Rowland. So XT009 deliberately appeared in front of him, distracting the police, in order to save her. He was betting on Mu Qingshan. Mu Qingshan also took action. In the end, he abandoned Shaw Rowland and tried to stop XT009. But it was too late. What secrets do Mu Qingshan and XT009 have? One is a human, and the other is a robot. After Shaw Rowland sent the coordinates, she looked ahead with empty eyes until Ran arrived quickly, pulled her into the car, and continued to drive forward. I take you to a safe place, and we talk about it when we get back. Mu Qingshan and XT009 have no time to take care of you now. How is he now? Shaw Rowland asked in a low voice. Ran answered truthfully. He may be sent for destruction according to the procedure. However, if Mu Qingshan is here, the situation may change. Shaw Rowland looked out the window silently. Ran glanced at her. He turned out to be XT009. He didn't hurt you, did he? Shaw Rowland shook her head. Still immersed in the shocking scene just now, she saw Mu Qingshan at the corner of the street. He dragged her into the back seat, and then drove away at high speed. Even though Shaw Rowland struggled hard, it was useless. Just when she thought there was no way to escape, she miraculously saw XT009 on the road ahead. Her first reaction was she silently calling his name, hoping that he would come to save her? XT009 stood on the road, looking at her with a smile. And then the police car arrived. Mu Qingshan began to curse angrily, and finally rushed out of the car. Shaw Rowland also escaped from the car at this time, quietly avoiding the crowd, ran aimlessly for a long distance, never daring to look back. She was afraid to look at XT009 again, could not help but rush back, could not help but want to hug him. Ran, he is seeking his own death. Shaw Rowland clenched her fists. He knows that the police have been chasing him, and he is ready to be destroyed. Ran responded. It is true that he has no intention of resisting, but isn't it natural to send him to be destroyed? Why are you sad? Is it obvious? Nonsense. Ran glanced at her and boldly guessed, you wouldn't fall in love with a robot, would you? Shaw Rowland was shocked and subconsciously responded, no. Do you know? Ran said slowly, experts have confirmed that the faster you refuse, the more guilty you feel. Shaw Rowland remained silent. Ran asked again, also, when you saw Mu Qingshan, you were not surprised? They look very similar. Shaw Rowland shook her head. Maybe I know XT009 too well, so I can subconsciously tell that they are different people. I guess Mu Qingshan may be his template. Template? Ran pondered the word. Maybe you are right. Shaw Rowland leaned back in the chair, looking out the window. Where are you going? This should not be the way to the old house. Ran smiled mysteriously. You will know when you get there. I just found out that my grandfather has a secret base. It turned out that during this period, she had collected all of Grandpa's books and unpublished manuscripts by all means. After careful study, she had a bold guess that what he left behind was more than just a tunnel. The manuscript mentioned that there was a natural protective barrier in Nanhui Bay, where there was a very deep rock layer containing special substances, which could block all electromagnetic radiation, isolate signals and pollution, and create a pure land for people in the end times. Grandpa described the location of this place in obscure words, on the west bank of Wenjiang River, the southern peak of Yuping Mountain. Following the trend, one can reach hundreds of miles in a day. Ran had nothing to do, so she asked Chiu Yu to go around the area for a survey. After a few times, she found a clue. She found that the place her grandfather pointed to was indeed a road into the mountains. It was steep and dangerous at the beginning, not to mention hundreds of miles in a day. Even 1 mile was difficult. But after persisting for half an hour, After passing a sloping path, the view suddenly opened up, and an abandoned slide appeared. After pulling out the slide, we sat on it and went straight down, and went around an unknown valley. It was like traveling hundreds of miles in a day. It was just fast, and the excitement was really exciting. This slide had been abandoned for many years. It was full of rust and dense thorn branches. If we didn't pull the brakes in time, we would probably get scratched and bloody. The two slid all the way to the bottom of the slide, and an abandoned forest park appeared in front of them. There were weeds everywhere, and the trees blocked out the sun. There is also a wide artificial lake. The lake has been unattended for a long time, and is already full of dead leaves, and emits a strange smell. The two walked around with their noses covered, and Ran began to look for it according to the detailed description in the article. Finally, she pointed to the woods on the right. Xiaoyu, do you think it looks like a cave there? It does look a bit like a cave. Xiaoyu also used a telescope to look carefully. Finally, the two walked there carefully, and indeed found a cave that only one person could pass through. After entering, the inside was suddenly open like a peach blossom spring, and a spacious cave appeared. The interior was well arranged, and there were air holes in the hidden places. The design was very clever. Chapter 62 Mu Qingshan Memories. The most precious thing is that this cave was formed naturally, and there are almost no traces of artificial excavation. And it is located between the calls, and it does have the geographical conditions to shield some pollution. This slide is one way. If you want to leave, you can only go around for hundreds of miles, reach the Wingjiang River, and then leave by boat. After Ran found this secret base, she suddenly felt excited. So she spent some time. She went there several times. Today, she planned to take Xiaorulin there, a place Mu Qingshan would definitely not be able to find. Xiaorulin remained silent all the way. After walking for half an hour, she suddenly said, Ran, can you check the current news? I want to know the situation of XT009. Ran nodded, dialed a police number. After listening to a few words, she turned to Xiaorulin and said, XT009 has been forcibly detained. They said that the people from the factory have come. It may be destroyed in 3 days. Forced destruction. Xiaorulin's heart was beating violently. Ran responded, and my classmate also said that he had no intention of resisting and seemed to agree with this decision. However, whether the robot agreed or not, it was not cared about. Xiaorulin clenched his fists. Does he really agree? You don't want him to be destroyed, right? Ran asked. Xiaorulin was silent for a moment. I don't want to. But I can't stop him. I can't stop myself. Ran has never been in love. But at this moment, she felt the inner entanglement and pain of Xiaorulin. She wondered, is there any kind of emotion between Xiaorulin and XT009? But she really couldn't understand. He was a murderous demon. 2 hours later, the two had entered the cave. Ran pointed to the wooden box in the corner and said, there are food, drinks, and sleeping things in it. Although it is simple, but before it is completely safe, I don't want you to take risks. Xiaorulin nodded. I know, these are not important. Then I leave first. If you need information about XT009, I will continue to inquire. Ran said after thinking. Xiaorulin hesitated for a moment, slowly shook her head. No, that day will come sooner or later. Ran felt indescribable. She nodded, left the cave. After walking around for a long time, she dragged an electric boat out of the grass by the river. She drove away from that place. When she returned, it was already daybreak, but there was an uninvited guest waiting for her in the dormitory. Ran took off her coat, glanced at the man on the sofa. Since when did the dormitory of the institute become so unsafe, allowing outsiders to come and go at will? Mu Qingshan stood up. Ran, where did you take her? Smart people don't talk much. You answer me a question first, and I tell you mine. Ran looked at him. What is the relationship between XT009 and you? Why do you want to save him? Mu Qingshan's lips were pursed into a straight line, obviously unwilling to answer this question. Ran didn't care. If you don't say it, I won't say it either. Let go, I want to sleep. That woman is very important to us. Mu Qingshan said, she is an opportunity. We should focus on the overall situation. I don't care whether she is important or not, I just know that she did nothing wrong. Ran said word by word, obviously not intending to continue to cover up. And you, but you want to hurt her. Mu Qingshan held her shoulders. Ran, first figure out your identity before you say these words. Ran smiled slightly. It's useless to say anything. Director Mu is very capable. He will definitely find her. Seeing that she was not moved by soft or hard words, Mu Qishan had to leave the dormitory angrily. Today, he has lost control of his emotions twice. One is because of the appearance of XT009, the other is because of the stubborn intern in front of him. He sat in the car. Suddenly I remembered an afternoon more than 10 years ago, when I was sitting at my desk and looking at the teacher on the blackboard. She was looking at me with a smile. In fact, she was a few years older than me, gentle in appearance, and talented. The high school teacher was very kind to them. She invited them to eat fried chicken, and got along well with them. To them, she was like a sister. But not long after, she resigned because she got married, and there was no news. Later, the news came that she was dead. She had been suffering from depression for many years. But few people know about it. He first saw XT009 at his teacher funeral. The man had a face very similar to his own, holding a black umbrella, staring at the crowd in the distance, with no expression on his face. Mu Qishan saw his true identity at a glance. Although he looked similar, he was indeed a robot. Mu Qishan was surprised. Why would a high school teacher choose a robot that was so similar to himself? Soon, he found the answer in his mailbox. I received a letter from my high school teacher. The letter reads, Qishan, when you see this letter, I have already left this world. You all know the reason for leaving. I have lived in that besieged world for too long. So long that I can't remember the first time I taught you, and I even forgot that I have students like you. You may not care about me after all. I left school 2 years later, and embarked on a road that seems bright, but is actually full of thorns. Many people thought I was lucky, marrying into a rich family, and having everything I wanted. At that time, I was so vain that I could not see anything else. My husband was 30 years older than me, had a rough temper, and was moody. My married life was full of suffering. Until he died, I saw some hope. I thought I could live again. However, I was immersed in pain, and could not escape, and later I realized that I had severe depression, which was difficult to cure. I think about suicide every day. When I close my eyes, I will think back to the time when I was a teacher. When I think of you, I have no life. I try hard to fall asleep every day, because I can go back to the past in my dreams. But the more I think about it, the harder it is to achieve. I have been suffering from insomnia for a long time. The dosage of sleeping pills has gradually increased. In the end, the doctor dared not prescribe medicine for me anymore. Going to AI company became the last straw for my family to grasp. You should have seen the robot I customized. Right? He looks a lot like you. I found it among countless templates. At that time, I thought, if there were familiar students around me, would I feel happy? So I chose him. He is a high-quality robot. He can configure sleeping pills according to my needs. These are only temporary solutions, and I woke up from the chaos. My heart was still full of despair. I asked him for help. At first, he was unmoved. I knew this was the defense barrier set up by my daughter. I used his charging time. I quietly removed the barrier. After I made my request again, he immediately prepared the poison according to my needs. I just wanted to die, so I decided to drink it all in one breath, and then end my life with a rope. I told XT009 about this, and he nodded to indicate that he would follow my orders. Qishan, I told you all this, because I have always trusted you, and you were the monitor of our class at school. I beg you, to save XT009, and not let him be destroyed because of this. Although he is just a robot, he is also a unique existence. Chapter 63 AI Factory. After receiving the letter, Mu Qishan used his connections to successfully persuade the head of the AI factory to agree to keep XT009. However, the prerequisite was that Professor Xiong must perform a second transformation on it. As for the specific operation, Mu Qishan did not interfere too much. He thought the matter was over, but he did not expect that the news of XT009 causing death would come soon. In response to the teacher's last wish, Mu Qishan inquired about the matter. The result shocked him greatly, and he felt that XT009's situation was not worth it. Therefore, under the circumstances at that time, he impulsively got off the car, trying to stop him from destroying his future. However, it was all in vain. Although he had a strong sense of individuality, he no longer had the will to survive. Mu Qishan frowned, and a woman who looked exactly like Ran Ran appeared in his mind. He guessed that this matter might be related to her. At this time, Ran Ran stood in front of the window, watching Mu Qishan start the car and drive away from the staff dormitory. She sighed and sent a message. Mu Qishan doesn't seem to want to give up. You should be careful during this period and stay there. This message can only be seen by Sha Roland tomorrow. Because the two agreed that Sha Roland would go out of the cave at 7 o'clock every morning to check the information on the bracelet. This is their only opportunity to communicate. The next morning, Ran Ran got up early and planned to contact Sha Roland before 7:30. Then she went to the institute. The time was just right. But as soon as she went downstairs, she saw the familiar black SUV in the parking lot. Outside the car door, Mu Qingshan stood indifferently. Ran Ran wanted to ignore him, but he just blocked the way to the car. Ran Ran could only walk towards him. Director Mu. What a coincidence. Coincidence? Mu Qingshan glanced at the bracelet. I waited for you for 1 hour and 3 minutes. I know what you are here for, but sorry, I cannot agree with that, and I will not reveal her whereabouts. Ran Ran remained polite. Mu Qingshan said slowly, what if I tell you that another reason for finding her is related to XT009? XT009? She has escaped, but it has nothing to do with him. Does she really think so? XT009 is facing destruction because of her. And doesn't she want to know the real reason why XT009 kill people? Mu Qingshan spoke clearly. Ran Ran was shaken. She really wanted to know the truth about the murder. At this time, some people in the dormitory building had left the house one after another. Mu Qingshan opened the car door. Let talk in the car. Ran Ran didn't want to be the focus of everyone's attention, so she had to accept his suggestion and got in the car. Mu Qingshan then got into the driver's seat, entered the destination, and set off quickly. Ran Ran glanced at the operating screen. Aren't we going to the research institute? Why are we going to the AI factory? Take you to see XT009. Since she wanted to see it, Ran Ran didn't say much. She was more concerned about the truth of XT009 murder. Along the way, Mu Qingshan also remained silent. He adjusted the speed to the fastest, avoiding all traffic planning areas and traffic lights along the way. Because of the high speed, the two of them quickly drove out of the city and headed for the suburbs. As they drove out of the city, the buildings gradually decreased, but the number of country villas increased. These villas are located in large grasslands. It looks like a pastoral landscape. But Ran Ran knows that all this is just an illusion on the surface. Due to the serious air pollution of the time, vegetation is limited. And the grass in front of him is just a substitute. The real plant is mortar grass, and botanists have added a plastic-like component to the basic gene. Therefore, even if there is a lack of sunlight and water, it can remain intact. Although this plant was scarce a few years ago, it is now cultivated on a large scale. And its value has also been greatly depreciated. Ran Ran's eyes swept over. These mortar grasses seemed lush, but in fact they were just artificial plants. She felt that the world was full of fakes. Mu Qingshan, who was focusing on the front, seemed to be indifferent to the scenery. And this car actually does not need manual driving. Cars in today's era are different. Although Ran Ran entry-level model also has automatic driving function, it can only follow a set route. And Mu Qingshan car is smarter and more flexible, just like the difference between a robot. The AI assistant she rented before was rough in appearance, had a single function, could only perform tasks mechanically, and had a few simple responses in the voice library. This also made Sha Roland very angry. And she even cut off the assistant arm. As for XT009, although she had never come into contact with it, it looked outstanding from the outside. Ran Ran glanced at him. Why do you look so much like a robot? Mu Qingshan was stunned. It should be because he looks like me. Can you? A woman! Speak? They're no difference. Ran Ran looked ahead. Is it the modeling face he used? You should report the AI company. Mu Qingshan was silent for a while. The first person to customize him was my teacher. Ran Ran said. Oh! And was about to say something. But Mu Qingshan added, there are not so many inexplicable reasons. My teacher used my face just because she was familiar with it. It was just her idea that she wanted her students to send her off for the last time. This idea is really creepy. Ran Ran looked out the window. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Mu Qingshan didn't quite understand. Are personal feelings so important? Of course, we should live for ourselves, live in the present consciousness. Ran Ran said quickly. Mu Qingshan shook his head. Personal consciousness is so insignificant. Only by completing meaningful things in a limited life can you be considered to have lived a good life. If you can't do this, it is difficult to become a qualified researcher. Ran Ran disagreed. I don't want to use any means to achieve my goal. I want to keep the good part of human nature. What's wrong with this? How can there be so much good and evil? Mu Qingshan smiled sarcastically. For example, you look at XT009, think he is a murderous demon, a robot that must be destroyed, but do you know what the truth is? Ran stared at him intently, waiting for the following text. But at this time, Mu Qingshan has parked the car. We're here. Ran got out of the car and looked up. It turned out to be the back door of the AI factory. There was an electronic security guard registering at the door. They approached one after the other. After Mu Qingshan swiped his wristband, he took Ran into the factory. Ran was puzzled. Don't you need to register? The person in charge of the factory is my friend. Oh! Ran responded weakly. Are you going to take me to see XT009? Yes, but we have to pass the processing workshop. Mu Qingshan pointed to the path on the left. Let go. Chapter 64 Mysterious Workshop. Ran was full of expectations for this trip. After all, she had never had the opportunity to enter an AI factory. It was undoubtedly a wonderful experience to witness how an AI robot was produced. The AI factory has 3 workshops, namely the main production workshop, the sculpture workshop, and the intelligent programming department. The 2 first enter the main production workshop, where everything depends on the assembly line, and the workers are all intelligent arms. They quickly put the various parts together, then put it into the model of hands, feet, torso, and head. Each production line has its specific task. Finally, after assembly of the bus, a roughly complete robot is formed. However, this robot looks quite rough, gears and parts are exposed, it looks a bit creepy, as if human organs are exposed. Ran eyes fell on a spacious warehouse at the end of the production line, where all the semi-finished robots were neatly arranged. It was like an army ready for battle. She couldn't help but say, if they are equipped with combat programs, they can also go to the battlefield. Of course, but intelligent robots have not yet been used on a large scale in the military, because their systems are vulnerable to hacker attacks, which will cause backlash. Mu Qingshan replied. While the two were talking, they had already entered the sculpture workshop, where a group of real human craftsmen gathered. Each worker had a large operating table. They are responsible for making the robot appearance, including facial features, body, and finally implanting hair. This work process made Ran blush, because the details of the carving were too realistic. She glimpsed a male robot with 8 abdominal muscles, and the staff was carefully implanting hair for it. The more she looked, the more embarrassed she felt. Ahem. Does it really need to be so realistic? Ran couldn't help asking. Mu Qingshan nodded. Of course, all AI robots for sale must have human appearance. The more advanced, the more realistic. I checked your records. You have rented one before. Right? Ran blushed, and explained embarrassedly, it was a special offer. Don't tell me I looked at it carefully. In fact, she rented it just to take care of Sha Rulin, and she didn't want to take a closer look at the ugly eye man. To hide her embarrassment, she quickened her pace and kept saying, these robots seem to be different in height, weight, and size. Yes, it is divided into high, medium, and low grades, and there are all kinds of types. The production process and cost are naturally different. Mu Qingshan pointed to the right, that the intelligent programming department. Ran was originally full of expectations for the intelligent programming department, because it was the core of technology. But he was a little disappointed after entering. There were only a few computers inside, and the staff were concentrating on writing codes. Those symbols were completely different from common codes. Even if there was a special person to explain, she might not understand. Different trades, different worlds. She felt bored after staying there for a while. She suddenly remembered something. Customized robots, such as XT009, are made here? Mu Qingshan shook his head. Those are made in secret workshops. There is a strict access control there, and even I can't easily enter. Forget it. Ran didn't care. I have visited enough today. I am not interested in other people's secrets. Where is XT009? Where is he? Let go. Mu Qingshan walked forward. He is in the warehouse, and will be destroyed in a few days. A few days later, Ran heart tightened, and she wondered if she should tell Sha Rulin. From her point of view, the survival of XT009 had nothing to do with her. But as a person with the same genes, she could feel Sha Rulin care, as if there was an unknown story between them, and she didn't want Sha Rulin to regret it in the future. The two walked along the factory path for a long time. After about 10 minutes, they finally saw the warehouse covered in black. She knew that black paint was a material that blocked sunlight. The factory obviously used this method to prevent the robot from starting up automatically. The warehouse also had access control. Mu Qingshan said something to the bracelet, and the door opened. It was pitch black inside, and there was no light. Ran widened her eyes, and was about to go in the dark. Mu Qingshan threw her a pair of glasses, used night vision glasses. Ran took the glasses and put them on. And then the two entered the warehouse one by one. After putting on the night vision glasses, she finally saw the surrounding environment clearly. It was a bit like a container. Each container was closed, and there was a narrow path in the middle. Ran asked in a low voice, "Where is he?" "The one in the innermost." Mu Qingshan took the lead and walked forward, looking very skilled, as if he had been here before. The two walked to the deepest part, and Mu Qingshan stretched out his hand to open the door of the container. Ran noticed his movements, and wondered if he forgot to swipe the bracelet. Would he still be able to open the door like this? Just as he was thinking, he easily opened the door, and Ran looked inside, and immediately understood. Although the XT009 inside was standing, it closed its eyes and did not move, and was obviously in a dormant state, so it did not need to be locked, and it could no longer start on its own. Mu Qingshan stood outside the container, staring at the XT009, with complex emotions in his eyes. Ran could empathize with him, guessing that he might have regrets about his high school teacher, and also had endless feelings for XT009. After all, they had similar looks. She whispered, "You should now understand why I am determined to protect Sha Rulin." Mu Qingshan glanced at her. "You protect her purely out of emotion, and I want to save him because of practical considerations." "Okay. You can tell me about XT009 now." Ran responded with a smile. Mu Qingshan began to tell the story, but his tone was a little heavy. "His second master Zoe is a pervert." "What?" Ran was stunned. On the surface, Zoe looks like a passionate and sexy rich second generation. But in fact, she is addicted to pleasure, and was notorious for abusing others. The truth is chilling. Her family spent a huge amount of money to cover up her scandal with the gigolo. Ran looked at the dormant XT009, unbelievable. So there is such a thing. XT009 has been specially modified, and has self-awareness. Although the program requires loyalty to the master, he will form his own preferences. At first, XT009 was very indifferent to her, which aroused Zoe's interest. Mu Qingshan looked at the face that looked like his own, and his emotions became more complicated. As a result, he was taken home by Zoe, and began a life of torture. Chapter 65: Losing the Will to Live. Ran was a little bit unbelievable, but she still listened carefully. How to torture? Force him to follow orders, buy some special props, and force him to have sex with others. Although XT009 felt annoyed, the obedience consciousness in his body still existed, so half of the time, he still followed her instructions. Mu Qingshan frowned, but this mechanical obedience did not make him succumb. Instead, it aroused his rebellious consciousness. Therefore, when Zoe tried to call her companions to let XT009 serve, he began to fight back. When Zoe was aroused, he could no longer bear it, grabbed her head and slammed it against the table, finally quietly cleaned up the scene, and then modified his automatic recording device. At this time, he had a sense of survival. Ran suddenly thought of something, but it not right. There were countless bloodstains on her body at that time. Were those also done by XT009? No, Mu Qingshan said in the calmest tone. Ran, don't you know that people with special hobbies like whips and ropes the most? She likes to abuse herself and others, and those are traces left from the past. Ran suddenly realized, this time she played herself to death. But the real reasons, the police have never announced. Because of Zoe family power, the police will give face to her to some extent. Mu Qingshan was silent for a while, but XT009 murder is an established fact. Destruction is also an inevitable procedure. Ran frowned. This is unfair to XT009. Although he is just a robot, facing such a dirty human, he has to resist. Robots' lives are cheaper than humans. Mu Qingshan sighed, and cast his eyes on XT009 in the box. I have considered saving him, but it is very difficult. Zoe family is now very emotional, and they want to see XT009 being destroyed with their own eyes. And the scariest thing is, XT009 has no will to survive now. What did that woman do to him? Ran realized that he was referring to Sha Rulin. She said frankly, to be honest, I am also curious about what happened between them. Maybe bringing her here, letting them meet. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Mu Qingshan suddenly said. Ren Ren was very alert. You want to achieve a double purpose? Mu Qingshan did not hide. I just hope everyone can follow the established track. I can't decide on this matter. Ren Ren said quickly. It depends on her own wishes. I will convey it to her. Mu Qingshan did not force her. Okay. Wait for your news. Let go. It's time to leave. Ren Ren glanced at the bracelet. It was almost 10 o'clock. For safety reasons, she turned off the network of the bracelet all the way here. She didn't know if Xiaorulin had any news. Mu Qingshan closed the door of the container again. And the two walked out of the warehouse one after the other. I happened to meet two workers driving a small transport vehicle at the door. After asking, I learned that they were here to destroy the robots. The two workers opened the warehouse door, drove the transport vehicle indirectly, used the mechanical arm to lift the two AI robots, and then threw them into the vehicle. The movements were easy and skillful, as if they had done it hundreds of times. In this way, they loaded a total of 5 dormant robots. From the appearance, although they were of different heights, but none of them were as good as XT009. After loading, they exited the warehouse again, locked the door, and continued on. Ren Ren followed the car as if possessed by a ghost. She just wanted to see where they were transported. Fortunately, the car drove very slowly, and the destination was not far away. About 2 minutes later, they stopped in front of a huge tank, and used a mechanical arm to throw the robots one by one onto the conveyor belt. This scene looked a bit frightening. These robots, placed in a mess, were like human corpses, and were dragged away by the conveyor belt. Ren Ren was fascinated. Mu Qingshan beside him explained, after sending them over, the memory device and the intelligent device will be destroyed first, and then decomposed again, leaving the useful parts, and the others will be thrown into the furnace. These words made Ren Ren shudder. After all, she herself could not be completely considered a real human being. She did not want to show her weakness in front of Mu Qingshan. So she turned around and said, Let go back to the institute. On the way back, the atmosphere was particularly silent. The institute phone calls came one after another. It seemed that something had happened. Mu Qingshan accelerated the car to the highest speed. Ren Ren felt that the whole car was about to fly. After arriving at the institute, Mu Qingshan quickly entered the office. Ren Ren found a chance to quietly open the bracelet. Sure enough, she saw a message from Xiaorulin. She said that she was used to living in the cave, and that environment could help her prompt her to remember everything on Rockstar as soon as possible. Ren Ren replied, Don't worry, we still have a long time, maybe I can write a memoir by then. After a while, she sent another message. I went to the IA factory today, XT009 is about to be destroyed. Do you want to meet him? Mu Qingshan said he has no will to live. Next, she wrote down the things about XT009 and sent it. After completing these, Ren Ren felt relieved. After all, everyone had misunderstood XT009, and she hoped to make up for it as much as possible. She believed that if people lived with regrets, they would suffer. So she hoped that Xiaorulin could understand all the truth. She looked forward to getting a positive response from Xiaorulin. After 7 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Xiaorulin reply arrived. But the content was, we are not from this world. And this is the only way for him. No matter what his motive for killing is, he will disappear sooner or later. After reading this message, Ren Ren knew that there was nothing to say, and could only let her do what she wanted. Later, when Mu Qingshan asked again, Ren Ren told the truth, she doesn't want to meet. That woman is as weird as a robot. Mu Qingshan was speechless. Before XT009 was forced to sleep, he only had one chance to appeal. But he chose to give up. It seems that this time, he is powerless. There is no way to make up for the guilt towards the deceased teacher. Ren Ren remained silent, feeling that the more she said, the more wrong it would be. Anyway, she would never reveal her whereabouts. Mu Qingshan probably thought that she and he were clones from the same era, and he never thought that Xiaorulin was her original body. After a period of questioning, seeing that she had no reaction, Mu Qingshan could only leave first. Ren Ren looked at his back, feeling a little scared in her heart. This man might still take some measures. He had found Xiaorulin before me, so I had to be extra careful. A few days later, news came from the IA factory that XT009 had entered the destruction process. That day, Mu Qingshan went to the scene in person and witnessed the robot that looked like himself being disassembled into pieces and then sent into the furnace. Chapter 66 XT009 Remaining Memories. Mu Qingshan was about to leave, and the program was completed. At this time, Professor Xiong came over and handed him a box. Director Mu, I kept this thing for selfish reasons. You are the one who saved him, so you should keep this thing now. Mu Qingshan took the box, opened it, and saw a chip inside. He closed the lid. Is this his memory? Professor Xiong nodded. Yes. To be honest, I feel very ashamed. For many years, I have devoted myself to the research of intelligent robots, and only want to create the most perfect robot. However, he is the reason for my success and my failure. Mu Qingshan understands this very well. Professor Xiong was originally a core technician of the AI factory. After experiencing this incident, his life is also in jeopardy. I heard that after he came out of prison, he is now on unpaid leave. With your ability, you will be able to return to work sooner or later. Mu Qingshan comforted. Professor Xiong sighed. I understand the decision of the leadership. After all, after this incident, our stock price plummeted, and sales were also seriously affected. All this is my responsibility. XT009 no longer exists. Mu Qingshan said slowly. But you did not hurt the foundation. His meaning was very clear. One disappeared, and the other still exists, so why sigh? Professor Xiong looked sad. I often think now, is it right or wrong to inject human emotions and thinking into robots? Previous robots only performed tasks mechanically, and could not achieve emotional communication at all, but XT009 is really perfect. Of course it is wrong. Mu Qingshan said firmly. No matter how perfect he is not a human being. Although I sympathize with his experience, we are powerless to change it at this point. Professor Xiong sighed heavily, nodded to Mu Qingshan, and then turned and left. Mu Qingshan looked at the box in his hand, and then got in the car. In the car, he quickly called up the contents of the chip to browse. Unexpectedly, Professor Xiong saved some pictures of XT009 and Sha Roland getting along. The two people in the picture were very harmonious. Although they both looked gloomy, the atmosphere was very compatible. They were obviously from the same world. Mu Qingshan noticed a sentence Sha Roland said. We are not from this world. Then XT009 also replied, I detected that there is no chip in your body. Mu Qingshan stared at the road ahead, thinking that these things were getting more and more interesting. He took out a microcomputer and processed the chip a little, then put it back into the box. Mu Qingshan immediately handed the box to Ran Ran. Your friend may need this. Before Ran Ran had time to ask, he had already turned and left. Ran Ran took the box and checked the contents. She felt a little uneasy, realizing that it was impolite to read Sha Roland's secrets in private. However, since she had seen it all, Mu Qingshan must have also done some research. For safety reasons, she retrieved all the content and checked it carefully. She felt sad watching it, and even thought of the classic movie Ghost from 200 years ago. No matter what kind of emotion it is always the most regrettable to love each other across time and space, but not be able to stay together. Although Sha Roland and XT009 were together for a short time, in a sense, they were still separated by time and space. XT009's deep affection is obvious. He did a lot of things for Sha Roland in private. He prepared food for her every day, picked the freshest flowers to put in her room, and spent a long time preparing skincare products and healthcare medicines for her. When doing these things, he always enjoyed it, and a smile unconsciously hung on his face. The cold-looking XT009 seemed like an ice cube melted by the sun, and began to radiate warmth. However, Sha Roland seemed to be unaware of this, and was still in a daze. Ran Ran looked at these. I couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering if Sha Roland really had feelings for XT009. The next day, Ran Ran was resting, so she decided to go to the secret base in person to bring the things. Before leaving, she checked carefully to make sure there were no surveillance or trackers, and then drove out of the city carefully. When she arrived at her destination, it was already noon. Ran Ran was thirsty and hungry. On the way, she accidentally saw dark grapes on the roadside trees, so she picked a few and stuffed them directly into her mouth. But when the juice gushed out, she almost vomited. It was sour and astringent, and mixed with a fishy and bitter taste. How could the wild grapes become like this? Ran Ran quickly entered the cave and met Sha Roland. At that time, Sha Roland was preparing lunch, wearing home clothes, with her hair loose, and looked listless. After hearing the footsteps, Sha Roland looked back vigilantly, and she was slightly relieved to see her. I have been a little nervous recently. And I always feel that someone has come in. I just thought it was an illusion. Maybe it's too empty here. You're alone here. And you can't help but have wild thoughts. Ran comforted. Just bear with it for a while. Director Mu still won't give up. I know. Sha Rulin nodded to show her understanding. Do you want to eat? I just heated up the curry chicken. Of course. Ran opened the box. I brought a lot of things this time. In order to prevent you from being bored, I also prepared some puzzles. Sha Rulin glanced at the box and seemed a little uninterested. She took out another box of fast food, heated it up with the built-in heating device, and handed it to Ran. Eat it quickly. The two sat at the stone table, each holding the rice in their hands, and were silent. Ran was so hungry that he ate half of the box in big mouthfuls before he felt some strength. What's wrong with you? Do you seem to be worried? No. Ran. I thought of something new recently. I want to record them all as soon as possible. Sha Rulin replied. Ran shook her head, took out the wooden box from her pocket and said, Don't be so anxious. I came here this time to give you something important. Sha Rulin didn't take it. She stared at the box for a long time, and finally asked faintly, Is it the relic of XT009? This sentence hit Ran a little. She said carefully, You guessed it. No. It actually is memory. About you? I'm sorry. I've already seen it, for safety reasons. It okay. Sha Rulin took the box. You must think it ridiculous. I was forced by a robot. No, I don't think so. Ran said frankly. He is actually very charming. Since I learned about his past, I think he did nothing wrong. And I guess, he regards you as everything in his life. Sha Rulin lowered her head and quickly ate all the rice, and put the empty box in the homemade trash basket next to it. Thank you, Ran. Chapter 67 Attack Again. Ran stared into Sha Rulin's eyes, and said boldly, You are not as calm as you appear. Right? I can feel your emotions. Like me. You are always stubborn and want to hide something. Sha Rulin reached out and gently stroked her face. Ran. Maybe you are right. Ran stayed with Sha Rulin for a long time, and said goodbye to her in the evening and left by boat. Sha Rulin stood at the entrance of the cave, watching her ship disappear into a black dot. At this moment, she felt that she had become a lonely person. This day finally came. Sha Rulin took out the wooden box from her pocket, and stroked it with her palm, but she could not open it in her heart. She did not dare to face the past, nor did she want to look at herself. And she had decided to become strong, to complete what she should do, and she did not want to look at anything that made her vulnerable. She quickly returned to the cave, and began to meditate. She found that only in meditation could she clear herself. Thoughts flashed in her mind when her brain was blank, and fragments of the past flooded into her heart. Even if it was a brief moment, it seemed precious. So she meditated in the dark for a long time. In the research institute dozens of miles away from here, Mu Qingshan felt increasingly bored looking at the screen. Doesn't this woman want to open the box at all? The chip in his hand was programmed, which was equivalent to installing a surveillance camera. Can accurately grasp Sha Rulin every move. This program does not need to rely on the internet. Even in remote and closed places, it can transmit sound and coordinates through sound waves. However, the program did not work. The only reason is that Sha Rulin never opened it. Forget it. Not opening it today does not mean that it will not be opened tomorrow. As long as the box is in her hands, there will always be opportunities. Mu Qingshan thought so in his heart. However, the next few days were still like this. He never received any sound wave signals, and there was no abnormal movement from Ran. Except for work, she almost stayed in the dormitory and seldom went out. Professor Chung insisted on drawing blood every day, but after many tests, Ran blood was still no different from that of ordinary people. Professor Chung often frowned at such results. This is impossible. How can there be no abnormality? Mu Qingshan said meaningfully, Maybe this has nothing to do with her. No. Professor Chung responded eagerly. There are not so many chances. This blood must continue to be checked, and no possibility can be missed. Professor Chung is a person who is willing to give everything for academic research. Even failure cannot give him a mental blow. Especially in the past few years. His health has been poor, and he has fainted several times in the laboratory. Mu Qingshan knew it well, so he decided to conceal it before there was more progress. Colleagues in the institute complained about the daily blood tests. Only Ran, as smart as she is, she instantly guessed that Professor Chung didn't know about Sha Rulin's situation. She felt that all this chaotic situation was actually beneficial to them. At least before a better solution came out, there would be a space for relaxation. Ran, do you have work this afternoon? Lu Ran suddenly patted her and asked in a low voice. Ran glanced at her and noticed that Lu Ran's face was not quite right, just some small things. What wrong? Lu Ran covered his stomach and said, I have severe stomach cramps. Can you accompany me to the hospital? Okay. Ran immediately replied, then ask Director Luo for leave. Director Luo was quite dissatisfied with this. He complained a few words before letting her go. Before leaving, he muttered, if you are in such a bad health, don't come out to work. Let your parents take care of you. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Lu Ran, making her already pale face even weaker. Ran helped her walk out, and said softly, don't mind what she said, just ignore it. Lu Ran said weakly, I hope so too. But I really can't control my body. These are all problems I have had since birth. Ran was very sensitive to this. So she didn't respond, but just quickened her pace, opened the passenger door, and gently helped Lu Ran sit down. Which hospital should we go to? The First People Hospital. This is an old problem of mine, and I always go to an old Chinese doctor there to see him. He can cure it with 2 prescriptions. Lu Ran leaned in the back seat, looking listless. The First People Hospital was in the city center, far from the institute. Ran glanced at the almost exhausted battery, looked at the gloomy sky, and prayed silently in his heart that the battery could be charged a little more. Lu Ran had a stomachache, and curled up in the seat after sitting for a while, looking extremely painful. Ran accelerated the car, and after 40 minutes of rushing, he finally drove to the First People Hospital. It was crowded here. Although they had made an appointment in advance, there were still many people who wanted to cut in line, and the hospital was crowded. Ran appointment was still a while away, so she asked Lu Ran to rest on the chair for a while, and she walked to the beverage vending machine next to her, to buy her a cup of hot milk. But when she came back with the beverage, she found that Lu Ran was gone. She looked around, walked several times, and finally saw Lu Ran at the end of the corridor. She was holding her stomach, looking out the window in a daze. Ran looked over and saw that a protective tent had been set up in the backyard of the hospital, and countless patients were queuing up. A doctor in protective clothing was conducting tests in front of him. What happened? Ran frowned and said, is the infectious disease coming again? Lu Ran was also confused. Just now I heard a patient say that the number 2 inpatient department was completely closed. So I came to take a look. Forget it. Let go quickly. If a comprehensive investigation is carried out, we may also be isolated. Ran pulled Lu Ran upstairs to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. As expected, they were lucky. 2 hours after they finished the examination and returned home, the First People Hospital announced that the entire hospital would be quarantined and disinfected on a large scale, and that external reception would be stopped immediately. As for the reason, it was initially suspected that the clot virus had reappeared. Ran shook his head and sighed after seeing it. The clot virus is really a cancer that is difficult to overcome. In the past 100 years, the clot virus has appeared many times. Each time it comes with great force and without any warning. The most frightening thing is that every time a new vaccine is developed, after the virus disappears, it will always lie dormant for a period of time, and then come back with a new look. The mutated clot virus is more violent, making it difficult to guard against. Therefore, everyone has long been accustomed to this state, and everyone is adept at early warning, large-scale testing, isolation and protection. Therefore, once the news is released, everyone will start ordering daily necessities and medicines as soon as possible, fearing that they will not be able to buy them if they are one step late. Chapter 68 Strange Diseases. Ran still had some masks and preventive medicines that her unit had distributed in her dormitory. She usually ate in the cafeteria, so she didn't prepare anything else. However, her parents kept calling her, and kept persuading her to go home and stay for a few days. After Ran refused, they said they would come over to give her some things. She hurriedly said, "Don't come, we have to follow the instructions. Staying in our own places when infectious diseases strike can reduce the risk of transmission. Don't come. I just went to the First People Hospital today." After hearing this, the parents became even more worried, and kept reminding them for a long time before hanging up the phone. Not long after, a delivery robot really brought a lot of food and protective equipment. Ran deeply felt the meaning of the phrase parents' love is the same as others. although she was not their biological child. Her parents' love for her was no less than that of others. While packing up, she said self-deprecatingly, learning to let go may also be a kind of growth. In the evening, the news began to broadcast the first batch of test results of the First People Hospital. The tests of the number 2 inpatient department have been completed, and the number of people with suspected viruses in their bodies is 12. There is no external infection at present, and I hope that the general public will be vigilant. The symptoms of these patients are similar to those before. Initially, they had fever like a cold, chest tightness, cough and nausea, general fatigue, and then gradually developed symptoms of respiratory failure. Once the condition turns into an emergency, the situation will deteriorate rapidly. If the patient cannot enter the ICU in time, his life will be in danger. The first 2 cases have been admitted to the ICU of the First People Hospital. People from the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention also arrived quickly, and experts from the Institute of Biology also participated in the formulation of drugs. I heard that all the well-known experts were present, led by Professor Chung. But I was not sure whether Mu Qingshan was involved. This mysterious man who liked to get to the bottom of things made Ran Ran feel a little irritated. That night, Ran Ran kept checking the news, fearing that there would be new revelations. She didn't fall asleep until 1 in the morning. When she woke up the next morning, she found that it was cloudy outside. The thick clouds made it hard to breathe. Ran Ran opened the curtains, and was surprised to see several CDC cars parked downstairs in the dormitory. A dozen doctors in protective suits came down and walked towards their building. At this moment, there was a knock on the door behind her, and Lu Ran's voice rang out, "Ran Ran, oh no! We are going to be quarantined." Ran Ran opened the door. "Didn't they say that only the number 2 inpatient department was closed?" Lu Ran said anxiously, "I heard that after the closure yesterday. A patient sneaked out, so everyone who went to the First People Hospital yesterday will be quarantined. Fortunately, we didn't go anywhere else after we came back yesterday." The 2 said a few words, and the doctor came upstairs and asked them to strictly implement the 15-day home quarantine and arrange for someone to guard it. Very strict. In addition to them, the dormitory manager, a cleaning lady, and 2 colleagues on the same floor, who had contact with me when I came back yesterday, were also quarantined. They must undergo virus screening twice a day, and meals are delivered by robots. Although it is not very free, it is tolerable. The 2 have experienced many similar situations. Although they were a little nervous, they quickly regained their composure. Ran Ran decided to use this time to read some professional books at home. And Lu Ran also found the handicraft hidden under the bed, and excitedly said that he finally had time to do it. On the night of the quarantine, more than a dozen patients were added, and the speed was really fast. Chiao Yu called and shared her experience. "Ran Ran, I was really scared. My uncle was hospitalized in the number 2 inpatient department a few days ago. Today, the CDC sent someone to notify me, and I learned that his condition had worsened. After learning about it today, what should I do? No one is taking care of him. Since Chiao Yu's father got into debt, he has almost become a lonely person. His relatives and friends have all left him. Only his single uncle often lends a helping hand. His uncle himself has a hard life and relies on the minimum living allowance to survive. But he always squeezes out some money from his meager income to help Chiao Yu with her tuition and gives her the most warmth." Ran Ran comforted her. "Don't worry. There are doctors and nurses in the ICU to take care of her. And if it is discovered in time, she will definitely be able to recover." This time, many well-known professors participated in the treatment. "I hope." Chiao Yu's voice trembled. "I can't accept any accidents, Ran Ran. I want to go to the hospital." "Don't be impulsive," Ran Ran advised. "You can't get in, and going in will only cause trouble. All we can do is follow the arrangements and wait patiently." Chiao Yu, who has always been cheerful, suddenly cried. Ran Ran felt extremely distressed, and could only comfort her gently. The 2 chatted for a while, and the staff who delivered the test drugs came again. The item was handed over through the crack in the door. Ran Ran skillfully put on gloves and a mask to take it, then tore open the package, used a small tool to prick the fingertips to obtain blood, then repackaged the materials for testing, and handed it back through the crack in the door. "Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, you still need to fast for testing," the staff said through the mask. Ran Ran replied, "Thank you for your hard work." The staff waved his hand, turned around and left. The door opposite opened a little. A colleague stuck his head out to take a look, and then immediately closed the door, fearing that he would be infected by the invisible virus. This caution is not unreasonable. After years of evolution, The clot virus has become pervasive. Although vaccines can be developed quickly every time, patients often die in the early stages. Moreover, the pathogen has not been found yet. From flying squirrels to black-headed flies to sables. When humans think they have found the source of the disease, they find something more similar elsewhere. This highly contagious virus, it also led to major changes in the international situation. At that time, several developed countries did not pay enough attention to the virus, which led to a sharp decline in the economy and a surge in the mortality rate. However, due to proper prevention measures, the people worked together, and there were many scientists, doctors, police and other heroes who were willing to contribute to the country. We were able to escape unscathed every time we faced an epidemic. Ran believed that this time would be no exception. But this virus that has lasted for more than 100 years, when will it really end? She took a deep breath and prayed in her heart that this storm would pass as soon as possible. At night, Ran checked the news and learned that all hospitals in the city had strengthened the screening of patients with fever. And the exits outside the city had also strengthened the screening. Residents of City A were required to undergo strict half-month isolation measures after traveling. In the next half-month, I don't know if it was because the preventive measures were in place, or if the virus was not so fierce this time. The number of new cases per day was only in the single digit. What's even more amazing is that before the vaccine was developed, all those patients were successfully turned from critical to safe. Chapter 69, Empty the Ward. Several early critically ill patients were in critical condition when they were sent to the ICU. They were connected to emergency equipment, but miraculously, their breathing gradually returned to normal, their heartbeat stabilized, and they soon regained consciousness. The experts gathered here confirmed this phenomenon after a special consultation, and believed that this might be a weak virus event. But out of caution, they decided to rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. The next time a similar situation occurs, they will still take emergency measures. This crisis came swiftly, but was inexplicably resolved. After being confined for half a month, Ran finally walked out of the dormitory building and saw the outside world. She squinted at the sun behind the clouds and called Chiyoyu. Chiyoyu was driving at the time and said excitedly, "My uncle is fine. I'm on my way to pick him up." Ran asked, "How is his recovery?" Chiyoyu happily responded, "No sequelae at all, the doctor said he is completely fine. I am so happy. After picking up my uncle, I must go buy delicious food to celebrate." Being sensitive as a biology student, Ran told her, "You should ask in detail about your uncle's illness. I always feel that this virus is a bit strange." Chiyoyu nodded, "Okay, then I hang up first." Ran looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. She sent a message to Shaolin, informing her of her situation, and said that she would visit her in a few days. A few minutes later, Shaolin replied, "Don't come here too often, lest you be discovered by Director Mu. The material reserves are in good condition. Don't worry." After this message, she also attached a picture to show her recent achievements. A diary filled with more than 10 pages, and attached a smiling expression. "I should be able to recall everything soon." Seeing this message, Ran's first reaction was why Shaolin was so anxious. Although our star is mysterious, how is it related to the Earth? She has consulted many years of records, and has not found any mention of wormholes. Could it be that our star no longer sends signals to the Earth, and therefore no longer opens such a medium channel? Ran guessed in her heart. Or another possibility, these wormholes still exist, but have become more hidden, just like when Shaolin came back, after a sudden flash of white light, then appeared on the street, which sounded bizarre and strange. Ran took a shower and prepared to go to work. After arriving at the office, she found that the atmosphere was extremely tense. After asking, she learned that Professor Chung and another associate professor had been busy with virus-related matters in recent days, and Director Mu had been on a business trip for many days. Knowing that he was on a business trip, Ran was relieved, thinking that it was best for him to leave, and it would be best if he didn't come back soon. Director Luo suddenly stopped Ran in the office. "Hurry. Go to the pathology hospital to help. They need to clean up some wards. Time is urgent. Go to the warehouse to get some things, and send them to the 4th floor." Ran, who had just sat down, stood up immediately and responded reflexively, "Okay, Director Luo. I go right away." After Director Luo left, Ran smiled bitterly. "I have to do hard labor again. But what is the pathology hospital busy with?" "I don't know." Ran's heart tightened. 2 people had just died there recently. Thinking of the tragic state of the two bodies, she couldn't help but feel a chill. When Lu Ran was about to leave, Ran stood up and said, "I go with you. I'm familiar with that place." LV Ran felt relieved. Excitedly, he took her arm and started chatting. The previous haze dissipated. Ran, luckily you accompany me. You don't know, I would be really scared to death if I went to the warehouse and the ward alone. As an office clerk, Lu Ran. Normally, she was not qualified to enter the pathology hospital, so she naturally did not want to go. She carefully followed Ran to swipe the card at the door, explained the situation to the security guard on duty, and finally entered the pathology room. She was wearing thin clothes, and her teeth were chattering with cold. Ran went to the locker room to find a piece of clothing for her. When I first came here, Dr. Gu also took care of me like this. Ran, don't say that. Lu Ran looked around and whispered, "Your words make my back cold. Dr. Gu has passed away." Ran smiled, took her out of the dressing room, walked towards the warehouse, and when they reached the door, took Director Luo's list from her. "Are we going to clear out the upstairs to add more wards? These are all monitoring equipment. Are we really going to send them to the 4th floor? Director Luo asked me to send them to the 4th floor, which is the operating room and isolation ward. Dr. Gu died there. How can it become a ward?" Lu Ran asked, puzzled. They took their things, each carrying a box and taking the elevator. When they reached the 4th floor, they saw people busy in the corridor. Some were using remote control arms to command small robots to transport beds. Some were disinfecting equipment, and others were testing the lights in the wards. At this time, the 4th floor was no longer as eerie and scary as before because there were so many people. Lu Ran also breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the ward with his things. Several wards were previously vacant and filled with garbage. Now, after cleaning, it looks brand new. The staff chatted while working, and the topic was nothing more than what happened on the 4th floor. The patients might not want to live here. Everyone worked very efficiently, and they cleaned several rooms in just half a day. While washing her hands, her eyes swept towards the isolation ward again. She had been there when delivering medicine, and had seen Sha Rulin companions with her own eyes. The shocking scenes overlapped, and she was stunned for a while. At the same time, Sha Rulin, who was sitting quietly in the cave, suddenly opened her eyes. Her mind was blank just now, and suddenly she heard a woman's voice, "Go in, that the man assigned to you." The voice was like a whisper in her ear, real and strange. Sha Rulin looked around. The cave was still dark, although there were 2 hidden holes on the top, but the light could not penetrate. It was still blurry. Chapter 70. The condition worsens. She was anxious, reached out to the energy storage lamp next to her, and quickly turned it on. When the light came on, she quickly looked around, and did not see any woman. It seemed that this was just her own illusion. After so many days of suffering, she had understood that there were no hallucinations without reason. For example, the spherical vehicle that she had dreamed of countless times before, later in the hallucination. She learned its name. It turned out to be the lunar rover. So that voice must also be an illusion, but it also means something happened in reality. Mentioning those assigned men. For some reason, when she heard this word, Ran felt her stomach churning, and almost wanted to vomit. What did she experience on planet R? She quickly stood up, ran to the simple desk, opened her notebook, and recorded everything. Although Ran provided her with a recorder and a computer, she was still used to using pen and paper, which allowed her to return to her previous life. After finishing the recording, she looked through her previous notes, and then slammed the book shut. It was almost noon when she saw it, and it was time to eat. She felt numb about eating. There were abundant supplies in the box, but she didn't even have the interest to choose. She always took one at random, heated it up, and swallowed it, as long as she could survive and maintain the basic functions of the body. How important was the desire for food? Just as she was eating, the sharp edge of the lunch box suddenly cut her hand. Blood gushed out instantly. Sha Rulin wrapped the wound with toilet paper, and the urgency of XT009 when the fish bone was stuck flashed in her mind. She subconsciously looked at the bottom of the table, and found that the wooden box was there. She had never opened it in all these days. Sha Rulin hurried over, quickly picked up the wooden box, and wanted to open it immediately. But the moment her hand pressed the lid of the box, she realized that she couldn't do it. She couldn't let this thing affect her mentality. The so-called tenderness and compassion are nothing but sharp knives that hurt people. They themselves are the abandoned children of this world. Rulin put down the wooden box again, returned to the table, wolfed the rice, and swallowed it without chewing and digesting it. As for the taste, it was impossible to appreciate. Ran had learned the details of her uncle's illness from Chiou. He has always been in poor health, and usually doesn't like to go out. Before he got sick, he went to the street to collect the low-income items. The store was having a promotion, and they let everyone try milkshakes. He drank one. After he came back, he started to have a fever and cough. He initially thought it was a common cold, so he took some medicine. Unexpectedly, the condition did not improve, but worsened. His uncle had no choice but to go to the hospital for treatment, because he had a minimum living allowance. The basic hospitalization expenses could be reimbursed. He was sent directly to the second inpatient department, and then to the intensive care unit. He was in a daze for a few days. When he woke up, it felt like a dream. Chiou also mentioned, by the way, my uncle said that one of the two patients in the same bed with him also drank that milkshake. But I don't know if it was a coincidence. This is indeed a bit far-fetched. Ran asked, how did he get better specifically? Was there any opportunity? Chiou shook his head. My uncle said that suddenly one day, he heard the bird singing outside the window, and felt his eyelids open easily. I instantly saw the nurse in front of me. It seems that this is indeed an inexplicable improvement. Ran said, as she flipped through the previous medical records about the clot virus, clearly recording that the patient recovery process was very slow, and it was not possible to get better all at once. She held her chin and stared at the screen, and suddenly had a bold guess. What do you think? Could this not be the clot virus at all? Not an infectious disease, but something else. What could it be? Chiou was confused and said, I still believe the expert explanation. This virus is very mild. The two had a small-scale debate, but did not come to a conclusion. This was an irrelevant discussion, and had no actual impact on the public opinion situation. A few days later, Chiou's uncle had some problems. A neighbor called Chiou and told him that he had fainted on the steps at the door, and had a bloody head. The ambulance had been notified. Chiou was shocked and hurriedly asked for leave to rush to the hospital. When we arrived, my uncle's head had been bandaged. He waved his hands and said, Go back to work. I'm fine. I'm fine. Maybe I'm just a little anemic. Uncle, I asked the doctor. He said you fainted for no apparent reason more than once. Chiou said angrily. You shouldn't hide it every time. What if something happens? Chiou's uncle was silent. He did faint several times during this period, but he was afraid of troubling his niece. I never dared to say it. It okay. The doctor didn't say anything during the examination just now. Chiou was about to refute, when a nurse poked her head in and said, Have the relatives of Bed 4 arrived? Dr. He? Please come over. As soon as she left, the doctor news was horrifying. The examination report of my uncle showed that his organs had failed in a very short time. There is currently no good way to prevent this situation from developing. If it continues to deteriorate, at most 3 months, my uncle's life will come to an end. Why is this happening? My uncle was just hospitalized for the epidemic, and he was discharged only after the examination was completed. Chiou's voice trembled. The doctor shook his head. It may be a sequelae of the epidemic, or it may be other reasons. How can there be no way to treat it? Chiou was anxious. You are the best hospital here. Sorry. I understand your feelings. The doctor looked at her with pity. Chiou's heart was almost broken. Her uncle was the person she cared about most besides her parents. The doctor's words made her collapse. She shook her head and turned around. If you can't do it, I will change hospitals until I find a hospital that can treat it. The doctor looked at her back and said slowly, But I still want to remind you that there are risks in transferring patients to other hospitals. When Chiou returned to the ward, her uncle was looking at her expectantly. Chiou, did the doctor say when I can be discharged? Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? Chiou didn't dare to tell the truth. Uncle said weakly, I'm not used to it here, and hospitalization costs a lot of money. Although most of the hospitalization expenses can be reimbursed by the minimum living allowance, there are some self-funded items that cannot be avoided. Uncle's income is not enough to cover the expenses, and he really can't afford the trouble. Chiou said softly, Don't worry, I'm here. I don't know you. Your father is like that. You are also in a difficult situation. Chapter 71 New Project Team. As the conversation deepened, the air was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Chiou's tears almost burst out. She hated her poverty more and more at this moment. She tried to comfort her uncle. Don't worry, I just asked the doctor, he said all the expenses can be reimbursed. The uncle seemed skeptical, so Chiou found an excuse to go out. I go to work and come back in the evening. She really didn't go to any work instead. She retrieved her uncle's medical report from the hospital and prepared to find people who could lend her money. On the way, she was not idle. She called colleagues and friends to borrow money to pay for her uncle's transfer. The first call was to Ran Ran. Ran Ran said oh, and checked the medical record sent by Chiou, and then hung up the phone. Chiou was disappointed. Ran Ran was her best friend. She borrowed money from her. She didn't say a word? This result made her feel unbelievable. But half an hour later, Ran Ran called her back. Chiou, don't go to the hospital. What? I just sent the medical records to several of my alumni and mentors in the medical school. They have already checked the situation in China. Don't worry about the cost. I'm here, Ran Ran said gently. Chiou couldn't help but get excited after hearing this. And tears welled up again. Ran Ran, I thought you didn't care about me anymore. Woo-hoo. I just asked several classmates, but they all refused to lend me money. In the past few years, Chiou has gone through many hardships. Her father is in debt, which is like a cancer forcing the family to hide everywhere. Naturally, not many people are willing to associate with her. When they heard the word borrow money, those classmates immediately found excuses to shirk their responsibilities. Ran Ran didn't have time to listen to her complaints. Okay, let's go back to the hospital and wait for news. Yeah. Chiou nodded like pounding garlic and got off the bus immediately. On this day, the two waited and waited. But what they finally got was not good news. Ran Ran's voice was heavy. They have inquired everywhere, and there is no precedent for this kind of inexplicable organ failure. The slightly better hospitals only agree to observe, and there is not much guarantee. And as the doctor said, there is a great risk when transferring to another hospital, because your uncle is now mainly maintained by drugs and instruments. What should I do? Chiou stamped her feet anxiously. Am I just going to watch my uncle die? How about I transfer to a better hospital, ask an ambulance to take him there, and let the doctor try to help? Ran Ran was also anxious, but she knew that Chiou's approach might hurt both sides. She thought about it and said, Don't worry, I ask around. That night, Ran Ran began to look up relevant foreign cases, but didn't find many similar ones. However, at 11 o'clock, she suddenly got a piece of news that there were several cases in Sitia recently that were similar to Uncle Chiou's situation. And they have one thing in common, that is, they were all hospitalized because of clot virus before. This is a major discovery. The Institute and the CDC should have known about it. Right? Ran Ran was about to ask his senior brother Qin Yuan. Chiou called. Ran Ran, there is hope for my uncle case. What? Someone from your institute came tonight. They said that my uncle has become an experimental subject of the research project, and he can receive free treatment from today until healed. Chiou's voice was extremely brisk. After hearing this, Ran Ran felt a little uneasy. Did they say which research group it was? It seems that your mentor Professor Chung is in charge. Professor Chung. Ran Ran felt that something was a little strange. Professor Chung has always focused on the research of bone diseases, and now he is involved in this strange disease. Is there any connection? Chiou was very happy. Ran Ran, I have already promised them tomorrow morning. Their car will come to pick up my uncle to go to the pathology hospital. I will go to handle the formalities first. After hanging up the phone, Ran Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She remembered that the institute had specially vacated the ward on the 4th floor a few days ago. I hope this is just a coincidence. If it is deliberate, then this world is too evil. When she went to work the next day, she asked Qin Yuan, Is Professor Chung going to start a new project? No. Qin Yuan glanced at her. We are too busy with the original project. The condition of the patients in the pathology hospital has deteriorated recently. He had just said half of his words when Director Luo came over. Xiao Qin and Xiao Gu. Professor Chung notified you to go to the meeting. Ran Ran frowned and glanced at Qin Yuan. Go and listen, and you will know. Qin Yuan still didn't believe it at this time. But 10 minutes later, Professor Chung's words were shocking. Due to the sudden deterioration of the condition of the patients infected with the clot virus, the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Ministry of Health negotiated and decided to set up a special research group in the institute. Research and treat these patients with sequelae. This research group is led by Professor Chung and assisted by 2 associate professors. Naturally, their students are also included in the research group. This matter is very difficult, but it is also the trust of the country, and the organization in us. Fortunately, the pathology hospital is ready, and the patients will arrive one after another. Everyone, go and prepare, Professor Chung said. Qin Yuan and Ran Ran walked side by side to the pathology hospital, ready to welcome new patients. On the way, Qin Yuan glanced at her. Ran Ran, how are you feeling recently? I'm fine. Ran Ran was confused by this. Qin Yuan sighed slightly. I've been worried about what happened last time. Ran Ran smiled and decided to say it directly. I know. The institute checked blood so many times afterwards, probably because they were afraid that I would infect everyone. Ran Ran. It doesn't matter. This is good for me and everyone. Ran Ran didn't care. I have always understood. I just don't want to say it. Qin Yuan said solemnly. Professor Chung is the best biologist of our time. No matter what decision he makes, it is for the good of the institute and the country. You must believe this. Ran Ran looked into his eyes, and nodded after a long silence. I know. She felt a little ashamed of being found out. She actually doubted Professor Chung just now. She shook her head. She had always been full of respect for Professor Chung in her heart. How could she doubt him? All this, maybe just a coincidence. After entering the pathology hospital, she saw a nurse pushing a cart at the elevator door, so she and her senior chose to climb the stairs. Just when they reached the second floor, a middle-aged lady came over with a cane. Excuse me, when will the new patient arrive? Chapter 72 Targeted Medication. Ran Ran recognized her. You are Li Hui in bed number 9. Right? The new patient is on the 4th floor. It won't affect you. Go back and have a good rest. No. No. Sister, my son is there. My son is also on the patient list. She was anxious. Can I go downstairs to pick him up? Ran Ran glanced at her. No, you are also a patient. It is inconvenient to move, and the medicine you take has temperature requirements. Do you want to give up all your efforts? Li Hui's eyes were full of tears. I haven't seen my son for many years. Please let me see him. Please. Ran Ran felt a little reluctant, turned to the senior brother. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, I will ask the professor. If he agrees, I will let you see him. Great, great. Li Hui was so moved that tears came out of her eyes, and she bowed to them repeatedly. You are really good people. After leaving, Qin Yuan whispered, It's not that easy to meet. All patients who enter the pathology hospital must sign an experimental agreement. Director Mu may not allow them to meet. I haven't seen my son for a few years. Ran Ran looked back. This is indeed cruel. But for those who are sick, where is it not cruel? Fate is so unpredictable, who can control it? Qin Yuan disagreed. The two discussed in a low voice, but their steps did not stop. On the 4th floor. Except for them, there were several doctors. And everyone was on high alert, carefully checking all the equipment, fearing that something might go wrong. Since all the patients had organ failure, the equipment they needed was also very complete. About half an hour later, an ambulance brought in patients one after another, and the doctors and nurses took the patients to the ward one by one on a cart. Ran Ran and her senior brother assisted in the registration. Among the crowd, she saw Chiu Yu uncle Gao Chung Kai. Ran Ran had seen him before. In his 50s. Short, he is a quiet person and doesn't like to communicate with others. But when he saw his niece and her friends coming, he secretly bought snacks for them. However, when he saw him this time, he looked sick, with pale skin and dull eyes. When he saw them coming, he struggled to get up. Doctor, are you really not charging? He couldn't recognize Ran Ran at all. Come to think of it, the girl in front of him was fully armed, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Ran Ran comforted him softly. Uncle Gao, don't worry. It's free. We have research funding. Gao Chungkai recognized her voice and looked at her in surprise. Are you, Xiu Yu classmate? Well, just call me Xiega. Ran Ran was about to say something else, when a female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Xiega, please come out for a moment. She hurried out of the room and saw a woman dressed as a nurse at the door. About 30 years old, with her occupation and name written on the name tag on her chest. Chief Nurse Fong Qi. Fong Qi also wore a mask, revealing only a pair of slightly tired eyes. Xiao Gu, let me tell you about bed number 9 Li Hui. Professor Chung just said that in order to avoid cross-infection, patients are not allowed to have visitors. Since she is looking for you, explain it to her yourself. Got it. Ran Ran nodded, feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. She understood a mother worries and longing for her son, after not seeing him for several years. She was afraid that it would make people collapse. Sister Fang, what her son name? Which bed is he in on this floor? Ran Ran asked. In fact, she had noticed it a long time ago. However, among the patients who arrived this time, there were several of the right age, and 2 of them were still unconscious, so it was impossible to confirm. Fang Qi glanced at the notebook in her hand, and pointed to bed 22. His condition is quite serious. Let wait for the consultation. I go and get busy first. Ran Ran saw the name, Li Zifeng, a 16-year-old high school student. He looked fair and handsome in the photo. She seemed to have some impression, because he was still in a high fever when he was sent in. Ran Ran accidentally touched his arm, and could feel the burning heat of his skin through the protective gloves. She hurriedly flipped through the medical records in her hand. Li Zifeng's condition was similar to Uncle Chiuyu, but the reaction was more severe. He had been having a fever for 2 days and 2 nights. He was sent to the emergency room. Ran Ran looked through the glass. He tilted his head and closed his eyes. He didn't know whether he was unconscious or asleep. He looked weak and frail, very pitiful. When he was about to leave, Li Zifeng on the bed turned over, and his arm stuck out from under the quilt. Ran Ran looked at him for a long time, feeling heavy in her heart, and turned her head away. It turned out that Li Zifeng's hands were different from those of ordinary people. Normal people have 5 fingers, but his left hand was a bare ball of flesh, and his right hand had only 4 fingers. Such a child, I am afraid that his parents will worry about him, since he was a child. Add to that Li Hui, who already had bone disease. And this family was really unfortunate. She noticed that the column for relatives' contact information was blank. Could it be that Li Zifeng's father was gone? After lunch, Ran Ran went to Li Hui ward again. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When she saw the door open, she immediately sat up from the bed. Sister, have you seen my son? Can I go see him? Ran Ran said as gently as possible. Sorry. You can't meet now. Why? Li Hui's expression became painful. I only have this one son. His father has long abandoned him. I have to take care of him. Don't worry, Auntie. There are doctors and nurses taking care of him here. We don't let you meet now. It also to avoid cross-infection. You have to know that in his condition, it's easy to get worse. Ran Ran persuaded softly. Li Hui wiped away her tears, and after a moment, she seemed to accept the fact. Forget it, as long as he can recover. Sister, can he really recover? Ran Ran hesitated for a moment, nodded. We will try our best. Walking out of the ward, she was very depressed. According to the results of the previous experiments, the virus this time was indeed abnormal, and caused such severe organ failure. Even if it recovered, the damage was irreversible. On the day the patient arrived, several professors in the working group discussed the treatment plan overnight. They decided to use the new drug number 12 first. Directly act on the lesion through targeted technology. New drug number 12 is a drug that can promote cell regeneration. It has been used in bone diseases. It can be said to be the right medicine for patients with organ failure. After the plan was approved, drug number 12 was quickly delivered and began to be infused into the patient body. During the drug infusion, the patient will have some reaction. Vomiting and drowsiness are normal. The group waited until the situation stabilized slightly before they could rest. Everyone was looking forward to the effect of the drug, but things did not go as they wished. That night, suddenly, news came that the patient in bed 11, who was the most seriously ill, suddenly had epilepsy. While convulsing, his heart rate and blood pressure rose rapidly, and the monitor frequently alarmed. Each sound was like a death warrant. Chapter 73, Successive Deaths. Several professors and doctors rushed to the scene, but when they arrived, the patient had already died, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood and then stopped breathing. Even if he was put on a ventilator immediately, and used equipment to try to restore his heartbeat, it was useless. After half an hour of first aid, the sweaty doctor shook his head at Professor Chung. There is no way, the disease progressed too fast, there is no time at all. Is it caused by drug allergy? Another doctor asked quietly. An associate professor shook his head. We have already conducted local tests with a small dose of drugs. It should be caused by the disease itself. Professor Chung remained silent, his lips were pressed into a tight arc, his eyes were fixed on the lifeless body on the bed. After a long while, he slowly said, "Send it away." Before the patient was admitted to the hospital, the institute had signed an agreement with the family. Any accidents during the treatment process, everyone needs to take personal responsibility. And the family members have no objection to this. Then, the nurses began to dismantle the equipment, covered the patient with a white cloth, and pushed him out. During the process, everyone was silent, and their mood seemed particularly low. Everyone go back and rest. I will be here tonight. Professor Chung habitually wanted to take out a cigarette, but found that his pocket was empty. Professor, let me do it. You have been up all night. Go and rest. Qin Yuan persuaded. Professor Chung shook his head. Tonight is critical. If we can get through it, there will be hope. I am worried. The nights after that were relatively peaceful. Cell regeneration drugs were injected into the patients drop by drop. They gradually fell into a coma. The monitoring showed that all indicators were normal. At dawn, Professor Chung dragged his tired body back to rest. Qin Yuan whispered to Ran Ran, they should be through the critical period now. Brother, can drug number 12 really cure their disease? Ran Ran asked. Qin Yuan lowered his voice and responded, to be precise, we can only block the progression of the disease, but as long as the pathogen is not found, it may change into other situations, conquering cities and territories. This is a protracted war. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the research team began the first ward rounds. The results this time were quite ideal. The condition was relatively stable. The body fluids extracted at 7 o'clock in the morning. The blood test results also came out. The indicators have improved significantly. Everyone was ecstatic. The victory in the first battle is a good start. Ren Ren paid more attention to Gao Chengkai and Li Zifeng. They were in good condition. Gao Chengkai vomited twice last night and was now in a coma. Li Zifeng woke up quietly. His eyes were always fixed on the white wall above his head, and the sound coming from the side did not make him turn his head. Ren Ren approached him and greeted him. Zifeng, how do you feel? Li Zifeng did not respond, still kept moving. Ren Ren was not sure if he heard it. She came closer and asked, did you hear that? This time, he slightly moved his eyelashes. Ren Ren smiled in her heart, guessing that he was just a teenager with a weird temper. Teenagers are rebellious, sentimental, and sensitive. This is also a stage she has experienced. So she went straight to the point. Your mother wants to see you, but she can't at the moment. You have to cooperate with us and get better soon. Li Zifeng turned his head away and whispered, I don't want to see her. I would rather never get well. Ren Ren frowned. Why? None of your business. Li Zifeng glanced at her quickly, with disdain in his eyes. You are just meddling in other people's business. Ren Ren had a blank expression. Even if I meddle in other people's business, when you grow up, maybe you will learn to be sensible. After that, Ren Ren was about to leave. Li Zifeng said angrily behind, there is no way to save people like us if we die. We die. You are so young. Can you please stop being so gloomy? Ren Ren turned her head and said, in this era, how many people are not suffering? You have your suffering, and so do others. If you cannot live because of these sufferings, are you worthy of the people who have paid for you? When she spoke, she thought of her own experience, the good times before the age of 20, the turmoil after the age of 20, and what she will experience in the future. No one can predict. Really, who is not suffering? After speaking, Ren Ren walked out of the ward quickly, at the same time. He told the nurse outside the door, keep a close eye on Li Zifeng. I'm worried that he has suicidal tendencies. In the afternoon, Ren Ren finally found a chance to call Chiu Yu. She was so anxious on the other end of the phone that she spoke incoherently and unclearly. How is my uncle? Have you made a plan? When will my uncle recover? Ren Ren briefly recounted the situation last night. Don't worry. My uncle is doing well now, the professor said. As long as you can get through the first day, the drug will work quickly, and the damaged parts will be repaired. We are actively studying the second step of treatment. Chiu Yu rubbed his hands excitedly. Really? I told my mother right away. She was so worried that she didn't sleep all night last night. While chatting, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Ren Ren turned around and saw the nurse hurriedly running out of Chiu Yu Uncle Ward. Her heart tightened, and she immediately hung up the phone with an excuse. I have something to do now. I tell you later. Her heart was beating like a drum. Ren Ren hurriedly asked the nurse, what wrong? What happened? The nurse's voice trembled. The uncle inside. Suddenly his body became cold, and he seemed to have died. Ren Ren's heart was in a frenzy. She had just seen her uncle in good condition. How could he suddenly? She quickly rushed into the ward and saw the doctor trying to save him. Thank God. It was the bed on the inside, not her uncle. And Ren Ren breathed a sigh of relief. The patient was also a middle-aged uncle, about 50 years old, tall and strong, with a ruddy face. When he was sent here yesterday, he was in the best condition. chatting and laughing with everyone, and confidently said that it must be a misdiagnosis and asked for another test. Only one day had passed. How could it suddenly? Ran watched the alarm sound on the monitor become increasingly urgent, and saw the doctors sweating profusely to rescue, while the uncle on the bed had no reaction, and his mind went blank. After a while, the doctor weakly lowered his arm and called the nurse behind him. Useless. Remove the equipment. Notify Professor Chung and his family. The uncle passed away, and the cause of death was a sudden deterioration of his condition. After examination, it was also confirmed that it was not an allergic reaction caused by drug number 12. Chapter 74, Mixing in Vitamin C. In the years of working at the Institute, everyone has become accustomed to this. The patients sent here, without exception, are in a situation where there is no other way out, and they regard this place as their last hope. During the experiment, the risks are obviously huge. Although the new drug has been tested many times, and has been verified countless times in animal experiments, the number of times it has been used in human experiments is relatively limited. Each patient has different individual differences, and the adaptability of their body cells. This may lead to various reactions, including worsening of the condition. On the other hand, as in the two recent cases, the patients themselves are already terminally ill, and even without the injection of drugs, they may face sudden deterioration and death. Everyone covered the uncle with a white cloth with a heavy face, and pushed him out. This did not alarm other patients, including Gao Chunkai, who was still sleeping. A patient disappeared quietly. Ran's head was buzzing. Before coming to the Institute, she had only seen corpses in the hospital anatomy courses. However, after coming here, she witnessed such scenes one after another. She walked to the end of the corridor, stood on the balcony, and looked up at the gray sky. She felt more and more that human beings were insignificant, like dust in the universe, coming and going without a trace. At this time, a tall, fair-skinned nurse in the pharmacy was staring at the medicine cabinet in a daze, staring at the bottles and jars in the cabinet. Occasionally, she looked back at the large freezer behind her, and her busy hand stopped until someone passed by. She came to her senses and continued working. In the next few days, the patients did not show any obvious discomfort, but only some mild drowsiness, vomiting and dizziness, which were considered normal. Everyone was finally relieved. After discussion, the research team decided that since the condition had stabilized, whether the second step could be carried out to test the viral factors in the body in detail, targeted drugs, in order to overcome this medical problem as soon as possible. However, this proposal was immediately rejected by Professor Chung. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's wait for a week. Some indicators have not yet reached expectations. It may be unwise to act rashly." Professor Chung is an authority in the field of biology. Everyone agreed with this. So, the treatment of drug number 12 was continued, and no in-depth research was carried out. After the meeting, Ran sat at the back of the conference room, taking notes from time to time. Occasionally, she looked up at Professor Chung and found that his fingers were always tapping on the table. This was his habit when he was thinking. After the meeting, Ran discussed the thesis with another intern next to her. When she left, she found that there was no one in the corridor. On a sudden impulse, she decided to go to the pathology hospital to see Chiu uncle. So she turned around halfway and went directly to the pathology hospital. It was already afternoon, and the pathology hospital was particularly quiet. There was almost no sound when she walked up to the 4th floor. Ran swiped her bracelet and entered the ward. She saw Gao Chunkai half leaning against the bed, his eyes staring out the window. "Uncle, how do you feel?" Ran asked. "You were sleeping the last few times I came." "Yeah. My head was dizzy." Gao Chunkai pressed his temple. "I don't know what's going on. I feel foggy all day long, and there are very few moments of clarity." Ran explained. "This is a side effect of the new drug. Sleepiness is a normal phenomenon. If you feel unwell, please tell the doctor immediately." Gao Chunkai looked puzzled. "Xiao Ge, I want to ask a question, but they won't tell me. Where is the patient next to me? Why did he disappear when I woke up?" Ran was silent for a moment. In order to avoid affecting his mood, she decided to conceal it temporarily like other doctors. He went to the ward on another floor. "Oh, I see." Gao Chunkai nodded. After coming out of the ward, Ran sighed softly. After all, it is still happier to be a child, live truthfully and frankly and fearlessly. But adults always lie for various reasons, and every time they are helpless, and even have to cover up with more lies. This seems to be an inevitable fate. She walked quickly to the elevator at the end of the corridor, thinking to call Chiyo-yu after she got out. However, after walking a short distance, suddenly a nurse with a tray appeared from the pharmacy. The two had no time to avoid each other, and bumped into each other. The tray in the nurse's hand fell to the ground with a bang. The pills were scattered all over the floor, mixed with the several documents in Ranran's hand. The nurse apologized immediately. Ranran looked and found that it was Fong Chi. She quickly comforted her. "It okay. I help you pick it up." Fong Chi refused. "No. These are special medicines for the 4th floor. I have to send them over immediately." Ranran had no choice but to pick up her own documents and stand aside to observe. Fong Chi quickly picked up the fallen medicine box, put the tray back, nod and leave quickly. Ranran was about to put the information back into her bag after walking out of the pathology hospital, when suddenly a white pill fell out of it. Ranran thought, it must have fallen in accidentally just now. She picked up the pill, and was about to return it, when she suddenly stopped. She lifted the pill, checked it carefully, and found a clear C on it. This is clearly ordinary vitamin C. Why did it appear in the medicine box of the patient on the 4th floor? Ranran clearly remembered that the auxiliary drugs of drug number 12 only had 2 accelerators, and no vitamins were added. She was worried that she remembered it wrong. So she called her senior brother Qin-yuan. He shook his head and said, "Drug number 12 is uniformly prepared by Professor Chung. He never does this kind of thing personally. The nurse is only responsible for taking out the prepared medicine from the freezer and delivering it to the pharmacy on time." Ranran, why are you asking this? Is that so? Ranran held the pill tightly. She guessed that it might be Fong Chi's mistake. If she really made a mistake, she would inevitably face the risk of being fired. So she decided to hide it first. Nothing. Just asking casually. Ranran was determined to go back to Fong Chi to find out the situation. If she really made a mistake, she must correct it immediately. She turned around and walked quickly to the pathology hospital. But this time when she went back, she didn't find Fong Chi. After asking, she learned that she had just left work. Ranran ran back to the ward again and found that the patients had taken the medicine. There seemed to be no obvious reaction under observation. She began to hesitate. Was this pill really dropped by her? Maybe it was just a misunderstanding? She felt a little confused. After staying in the pathology hospital for a while, she finally chose to leave. Chapter 75: Stealing Medicine Secretly. The next morning, Ranran still contacted Sha Roland at a fixed time. Her voice on the phone sounded particularly excited. "Ranran, I dreamed of several terrible things last night. It's just a dream, they are not real." "No, Ranran, I must have experienced those things, and they feel very familiar. When I woke up, I felt even more familiar. I wrote them down, and I show them to you later," Sha Roland said eagerly. Ranran nodded and said, "Okay, I come to see you in a few days. Director Mu has been staring at me from time to time recently. We have to be careful." "Understood." Sha Roland responded obediently. As time went by, the tacit understanding between the two deepened day by day. Each other thinking patterns and personalities allowed them to always guess each other's thoughts, and also to perceive each other's feelings. Ranran often had an illusion that perhaps she and Sha Roland could become good sisters for life. This feeling was amazing, and the long-term loneliness seemed to be alleviated a lot. She even felt that having someone with the same genes around her might not be a bad thing. That night, when Ranran almost forgot about Fong Chi, she found another clue. She worked overtime until late, and planned to stay overnight in the dormitory of the institute. Before going to bed, she thought of going to see Chiyo-yu uncle and the rebellious boy Li Zifeng. But as soon as she walked to the door, Fong Chi flashed through the corridor, very fast and suspicious. Ranran followed curiously, and found that she had closed the door of the pharmacy. She stood at the door and frowned. Was it really a coincidence this time? Is Fong Chi hiding something, or am I overthinking it? That afternoon, the research team held another meeting, still discussing the second stage. Professor Chung was silent for a moment, and said slowly, "Although the patient repair function has improved, but the efficacy of the medicine is not satisfactory." At this time, Ranran remembered Fong Chi matter, and asked, "Professor, if these medicines are used with vitamins, will the effect be better?" Professor Chung was surprised and said, "Of course not. Vitamins will greatly reduce the efficacy of the medicine. These two cannot be mixed. I mentioned this before." Ranran's heart tightened, as if he confirmed something, and whispered, "I understand. Combining these two, The poor efficacy of the medicine is indeed related to the vitamins that Fong Chi replaced. Ran thought about it again and again, and decided to quietly inform his senior brother Qin Yuan about this. After hearing this, Qin Yuan seemed a little unbelievable. Ran, did you see it wrong? Fong Chi has worked in our pathology hospital for more than 10 years, and everyone has always had a high evaluation of her. Otherwise she would not have been promoted to head nurse. Senior brother, I'm not 100% sure. But won't it be clear if we check it out? Ran said in a low voice. Qin Yuan frowned. You mean secretly check? Yes, I have inquired. The pharmacy on the 4th floor has 3 time periods for picking up medicine every day, around 9:50 in the evening. As long as we go there during that time period, won't we know after checking it out? Qin Yuan pondered for a moment, nodded and replied, Okay, go and take a look, it can also eliminate our doubts. The two immediately took action. At 9 o'clock that night, Ran quietly entered the pathology hospital and hid in a small warehouse on the 4th floor. Yes, it was the room where Dr. Gu died. Although this place made her feel uneasy, it was facing the corridor and had a window, which was the best place for observation. Ran leaned against the wall, still some distance away from where Dr. Gu died. However, she couldn't help but glance at that place frequently. She even wondered, would Dr. Gu's body appear there again in the blink of an eye? This thought made her shudder. She clenched her fists to stay calm, looking out through the cracks in the window. I don't know how long I waited. I finally saw Fong Chi walk into the pharmacy. She glanced at her bracelet. It was 9:35. It was expected that in another 10 minutes, she would come out. She immediately sent the information to Qin Yuan through the bracelet. Most areas on the 4th floor had almost no signal. This was also due to the numerous instruments here, in order to eliminate unnecessary interference. Shielding was done. Wait patiently for a moment, sure enough. At 9:45, Fong Chi came out with a tray. Just then, a young nurse ran from the corridor and said something to Fong Chi. Fong Chi hurriedly handed the tray to her, and then hurried to the elevator. This was a plan that the two had agreed on. Because Fong Chi had a daughter who was in junior high school, they asked the intern nurse to find her and tell her that her daughter had an accident at school and broke her leg. Although this approach was a little unethical, but for Fong Chi, her daughter is her dearest. So this method can make her let down her guard and leave quickly. After Fong Chi left, Qin Yuan walked out of the stairwell, took the tray from the nurse calmly, and asked her to leave. Ran out of the small warehouse, looked at him, and then the two of them took the tray into the medicine room, and quickly locked the door. They began to check the medicine boxes on it. After checking, Qin Yuan was stunned. Ran. You are right. The medicines in these boxes are indeed all vitamins. Fong Chi changed the medicine. Ran thought for a moment, opened the cabinets in the pharmacy, searched for a while, and went straight to the nurse locker on the 4th floor. Sure enough, she found a large number of number 12 medicines packed in plastic bags in Fong Chi's locker. Seeing these medicines, she felt heartbroken, because this kind of medicine is scarce and expensive, and must be kept at low temperature to remain active. Now it is thrown here casually, the drug has lost its effect. Ran picked up the bag and walked out. Qin Yuan, who was waiting at the door, took a quick look. Is it really her? Yes. Ran nodded weakly. I really regret it. I should have caught her earlier and asked her carefully. This might have saved some losses. Qin Yuan reached out to take the bag. It's not too late now. I mean, why can't the drug effect always meet expectations? It turns out that Fong Chi actually. I don't understand why she did this. If it was to steal the drug, this is no longer effective. Ran was also puzzled. Perhaps only she can answer this question. How about we? Before she finished her words, there were hurried footsteps from the other end of the corridor. The footsteps were so fast that the two of them had no time to retreat, and they met Fong Chi, who had hurried back. Chapter 76 Analysis of the Cause. When Fong Chi saw the bags in their hands, her face suddenly changed, and she turned and ran away without saying a word. Stop! Fong Chi! Ran shouted. The more she shouted, the faster Fong Chi ran. Her panicked expression clearly showed that she had something to hide. Qin Yuan and Ran followed closely behind. Although they were uneasy, they thought that if Fong Chi went downstairs, the security guard would stop her, and there would be no problem. But what they didn't expect was that Fong Chi went all the way up. She actually ran to the rooftop. The building of the pathology hospital has 4 floors in total. The rooftop platform has been abandoned for many years, and usually no one goes up there. Fong Qi ran wildly on the rooftop. As soon as she got there, she realized that she had no way out. Facing Qin Yuan and Ran Ran, who were gradually approaching, she stammered, "Don't come over. Don't come over. Fong Qi, are you crazy? Why do you want to change the medicine? Do you want to sell the medicine, or do you want to kill these patients?" Qin Yuan's tone was full of excitement, gradually approaching her. Fong Qi retreated in fear, and retreated to the railing behind in panic. It had been in disrepair for a long time, and was rusty, and the railing had broken in several places. She retreated to a cracked place. She was about to fall, and Ran Ran reached out to pull her, but Fong Qi could no longer stop the car, and fell headfirst. The screams and violent collisions in the air made Qin Yuan and Ran Ran look at each other in horror, and then they hurried to the railing, witnessing Fong Qi falling to the ground. The two panicked. They could not say a word and ran downstairs. Ran Ran calmed down and started to call the emergency number. When they ran down, the security guards had arrived. Several patients upstairs also looked out and looked at Fong Qi on the ground with concern. Qin Yuan rushed to check the situation. And Ran Ran's palms were sweating. And her voice trembled. "How is she?" "The breathing and pulse are stable, but he was unconscious, and his leg was seriously injured. He needed to be operated on immediately, and sent to the city hospital." Qin Yuan instructed the security guards, "Hurry up and call the surgeons for emergency treatment." Although the Institute Pathology Department had internal and external surgeons, they mainly provided auxiliary treatment for scientific research. For patients who fell from a building, they were not fully equipped and had limited capabilities. They could only provide emergency treatment. After the surgeon's simple treatment, the ambulance arrived. They lifted Fong Qi onto a stretcher, sent to the hospital. Ran Ran was about to follow, but Professor Chung came over, called them, and arranged for his colleagues to go with him. "Xiao Qin, Xiao Gu, come here." After the ambulance left, Professor Chung called them. What was supposed to come finally came. Under the gaze of everyone, the two followed Professor Chung into the office. The curtains in the office were always drawn. Even during the day, it was still dim. Professor Chung turned on the desk lamp, and there was a dim light in the room. Under the lamp, Professor Chung's wrinkles were particularly deep. He looked at them and asked, "What happened to Fong Qi?" Faced with such a major incident, the two dared not hide it, and immediately recounted the cause and effect of the incident in detail, including the previous suspicion and the subsequent discovery process. After listening, Professor Chung sighed. "So this is where the problem lies. Fong Qi is really brave. I thought she was an honest child, but I didn't expect. Fortunately, it was discovered early. The medicine has only been changed for a few days, and there is still room for correction. Yes, I even wondered if the sudden deterioration of the two patients before was related to the change of medicine," Ran Ran suddenly said. Professor Chung pondered for a moment. This may not be the case. Individual differences naturally lead to different results. Ran Ran looked at him. "When she wakes up, all the truth will be revealed." At this moment, Professor Chung's phone rang. He answered it and listened for a while, and put down the phone. "Fong Qi is not in danger of life. It's just that the leg needs an immediate surgery, scheduled for tomorrow morning. You can rest assured." "That good?" Qin Yuan stroked his chest. "As long as she's fine." Ran Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was an accident just now, Fong Qi going upstairs was inseparable from them. Life is priceless, and cannot be taken away because of her mistake. That night, Ran Ran returned to the dormitory from the institute, and thought carefully about everything that happened during the day. She felt more and more strange. She called Lu Ran to ask, "Are you familiar with Fong Qi?" "I don't know her." "What happened? Is she okay?" Lu Ran asked. Ran Ran whispered, "She's not in danger. I just want to know about her family situation. She doesn't have any debts." "Right." Out of concern for money, Ran Ran thought that she might be sabotaging the institute project for money, or trying to steal drug number 12. Lu Ran thought for a while. "I don't know about the debts, but I heard from my colleagues that she got divorced last month and lives alone with her daughter." "What is she like?" "That right?" Lu Ran shook his head. "I haven't had much contact with her, but she has worked in the institute for more than 10 years. I haven't heard of her having conflicts with anyone. She should be easygoing." The two chatted for a while, but didn't find any useful clues. Fong Qi's daily life seemed extremely ordinary. So ordinary that there was no breakthrough. Ran Ran decided to find a chance to go to the hospital tomorrow. As long as Fong Qi woke up, he would be able to find out the reason for the change of medicine. The next day, Before she took any action, Professor Chung called her and Qin Yuan. Let go. Fong Chi leg needs surgery today. Let go and take a look. The three of them got into Qin Yuan business car and headed for the city hospital. The atmosphere in the car was particularly dull. After all, with the respected Professor Chung here, Qin Yuan and Ran Ran did not dare to speak casually. Professor Chung occasionally looked at the bracelet, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Looking very tired, Ran Ran secretly glanced at him. Thinking that ordinary old people of this age are about to retire, Professor Chung worked overtime like a young man. It was not easy. The car rushed to the gate of the city hospital. The three people got off the car and walked towards the operating room. As soon as they walked out of the elevator, they saw two doctors in white coats running to the operating room in a hurry. There were two nurses behind them. Their nervous expressions made Ran Ran curious. What happened to them? It probably the patient emergency treatment. Qin Yuan glanced at the operating room. Ran 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 to the front desk to ask, and learned that Fong Chi was still in the operating room. The three of them waited quietly in their seats for a while. After a while, a doctor hurried out and looked around. Who is Fong Chi family member? Chapter 77 Fong Chi Death. In the crowd, a tall teenage girl stood up and looked at the doctor nervously. I am her daughter, doctor. How is my mother now? The doctor hesitated. Where is your father? Or other relatives? Only me. The girl pursed her lips tightly and straightened her back. You just need to tell me the truth. Professor Chung stepped forward. Doctor, I am the head of Fong Chi unit. Please tell me directly. The doctor looked at them, with regret on his face. Fong Chi fell into a coma during the operation, and then had severe convulsions. We tried our best, but... What happened to my mother? Tell me quickly. The girl screamed, rushing forward and grabbing the doctor's arm. The doctor sighed. I'm sorry. I don't believe it, you are lying. It's just a small operation on the leg. Your hospital is lying. The girl shouted angrily, preparing to rush into the operating room. Ran Ran hugged her tightly when she saw this. The doctor looked a little pale. Every step of the operation was carried out according to the procedure. We are still investigating the specific reasons. Professor Chung was silent for a while, and finally turned around. Qin Yuan, you take Xiao Gu back first. I will stay in the hospital to deal with this matter. He said to the girl, Little girl, I am the leader of your mother unit. Please believe me, I will definitely find out the situation and give your mother an explanation. The collapsed girl was pulled by two nurses. One on each side held her arms. And she burst into tears, shouting that she wanted to go into the operating room to see her mother. This scene made Ran Ran's eyes sore. She wanted to comfort the girl, but she was speechless for a moment. Qin Yuan patted her shoulder lightly. Let go. Listen to the professor. Let go back first. There are too many people here, and it's useless. Let go. Ran Ran nodded weakly, and after walking a few steps, she looked back at the closed door of the operating room. Brother, I don't understand. It was clearly a leg surgery. How could she die so suddenly? Qin Yuan shook his head. I thought she was lucky. She fell from the 4th floor and was caught by a tree branch, so it was not a big deal, who knows? Brother, can the professor be there alone? If a medical dispute occurs, it will be very difficult. Ran Ran said again. Qin Yuan comforted. Don't worry. Professor Chung is very familiar with all aspects of the hospital, and we have cooperated many times. It will be better to have an acquaintance. The two walked out of the hospital slowly. At this time, there were still many patients coming and going in the lobby on the 1st floor. Ran Ran felt that her vision was a little blurry. She lowered her voice. Why do most of them seem to be elderly? Qin Yuan smiled helplessly. Yes, the aging problem is already very serious. This year statistics have risen again, reaching a historical high. But the birth rate and marriage rate continue to decline. Let go, I take you back to the dormitory, and have a good rest. Ran Ran thought, perhaps Professor Chung is right. If no intervention is made, the population will probably become extinct sooner or later. She lowered her head. Brother, please send me back to the institute. I'm not in the mood. Work may calm me down. Okay. There are a few data that need to be reconfirmed. Let's finish them together today. Qin Yuan opened the car door. Ran Ran, who was sitting in the car, was still restless. The figure of the girl just now kept appearing in her mind. She was only 12 or 13 years old. A child who had just entered junior high school. There were no relatives at home. And the death of her mother, the only person she depended on, was a devastating blow to her. She even thought, if she hadn't chased her at the beginning, Would this have happened? However, as soon as this thought came up, it was quickly rejected by her heart. Under the circumstances at that time, if she didn't stop her, it might cause harm to more patients. Maybe more than 2 people would die. That day, after returning to the institute, Ran and Qin Yuan devoted themselves to the laboratory. Start a new round of experiments, fighting with the data to the end. At the same time, there were many discussions in the office about Fang Qi death. In the afternoon, when Ran and Qin Yuan came out of the laboratory, Professor Chung also returned to the office. He held a few pages in his hand. This is Fang Qi's surgical accident report. The hospital found a large number of sleeping pills in her body, which she brought with her, and took before the operation. This is the reason why she fell into a coma and died during the semi-anesthesia operation. Qin Yuan whispered, "It seems that she committed suicide out of fear of punishment." Yes, in order to find out the reason, I also contacted her neighbors. The neighbors said that her husband cheated on her and left her a few months ago. Since then, she has been complaining frequently, and her temper has become very strange. Professor Chung frowned. I also notified the police. Everyone analyzed her behavior. It seems to be a revenge against society after emotional injury. Alas, Fang Qi is really disappointing. Ran felt mixed emotions after hearing this. Indignant, just because of a scumbag. She hurt so many people. What was she thinking? Did she want everyone to be buried with her? Qin Yuan sighed. Professor, what about her daughter? Didn't the child become an orphan? That not the case. Fang Qi's mother is still alive. But she is old. In her 70s or 80s. Now her daughter is very emotional. After her funeral is handled, I will send someone to send her to the countryside to live with her grandmother. At least she will have someone to rely on, Professor Chung said slowly. Under Professor Chung's arrangement, Ran felt a little relieved. She said quickly, "That good, Professor, I go check the ward first. The psychologist has intervened this morning, and is comforting and counseling the patient. I go find out the situation." Okay, Professor Chung said with relief. Xiao Gu works very hard, so that young people can work hard in their careers, which is good for the future. Ran nodded and left quickly. Despite this, she still felt depressed. When she talked about Fang Qi, she still felt depressed. When she returned to the ward, she saw 2 patients walking in wheelchairs. Ran recognized Gao Chengkai at a glance. She immediately walked over and held the wheelchair. "Uncle, why did you come out alone?" "I'm fine, Xiao Gu." Gao Chengkai smiled and said, "Look, this wheelchair is so advanced. It can be controlled with your fingers. I have never seen such a thing before." Chapter 78 Fang Qi Afterlife. Ran said slowly, "You will never see her again. When you recover and leave the hospital, you won't need to sit here anymore. I'm looking forward to that day." Gao Chengkai sighed. "I live here. My sister and niece are so worried. I also hope to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible." "I will." Ran smiled and comforted him. She chatted with him for a while, then went to the pharmacy to check the situation. Today medication situation has been restored to normal. Medicine number 12 is neatly arranged and ready to be sent to the ward. The nurse in the pharmacy is looking down and recording something, smiling at her from time to time. The name tag on the nurse uniform says intern nurse Shou Tong. Ran clearly remembers that she was the nurse Qin Yuan called to help that day. She said gently, "Thanks to your help for what happened that day." Shou Tong shook her head. "Although I am just an intern, the research institute affairs are also my business. If Sister Fang Qi did that, it would really harm the patient. This little girl has a very positive outlook on life." Ran admired her very much. "How old are you this year? You look less than 20 years old." "Right, Sister Gu. I am 17 years old this year, and I am studying special nursing in my senior year of medical university," Shou Tong explained, hesitating for a while, and suddenly asked, "Sister Fang Qi, are you okay?" This question made Ran feel nervous. She was silent for a moment, and shook her head and replied, "There was an accident during the operation. She has already." "Ah!" Shou Tong screamed in fear, and the pen in her hand fell. "How could it be? When Brother Qin came to me, he clearly said that she would be fine. Sister Fang Qi has a hard time. She is divorced, and she is raising Duo alone, but she has never complained. She has always been very serious at work. I think there must be a reason why she changed the medicine." "Never complained?" Ran frowned, clearly remembering that Professor Chung said Fang Qi often complained since her divorce. Her temper also became strange. Who is telling the truth? Zhou Tong nodded seriously. Really? She sometimes talked to us, saying that it might not be a bad thing for that kind of man to leave. It's just that she is very worried about Duo, and wants to protect her view of marriage. Sister Gu, Sister Fang Qi is really a good woman. I understand. Ran patted her shoulder. Just work with peace of mind. Don't take this matter to heart for the time being. Zhou Tong responded, bent down to pick up the pen, and continued to record. Ran slowly left the pharmacy, feeling a little heavy in her heart, thinking about what Zhou Tong said just now, and couldn't help wondering if there was a misunderstanding. At this moment, a male voice came, bent down to pick up money. Ran looked up. In front of the ward across the street, Li Zifeng was leaning against the wall, looking at her sarcastically, wearing thin clothes. Although it was summer, the temperature in the pathology hospital was set very low. Ran walked over, go back to the ward to put on clothes. Li Zifeng said disdainfully, my hand is disabled. Not my foot? I don't need your help. Besides, am I running naked without clothes? Why are you so rebellious at such a young age? Ran retorted, rebellion won't make you get better faster. Li Zifeng smiled coldly, snorted through his nose, you are not much older. Don't be so old-fashioned. It's ridiculous. No matter how much older, I am still your senior in life. Ran grabbed his arm forcefully, dragged him into the ward. Facing a rebellious teenager like Li Zifeng, reasoning is far less effective than taking tough measures. Because in his life, there are too many people who listen to reason, over time, which makes him bored, and gives him the feeling of whoever listens to eternal chanting sutras is stupid. Li Zifeng may have no strength because of his illness for a long time, and he was easily dragged into the ward by Ran, and forced to sit on the bed. He glared at her with dissatisfaction, and then glanced out the window. That woman that day, how is it? It fine. Ran knew he was referring to Fang Qi. Professor Chung had told all staff members not to mention Fang Qi's death in front of the patient, so as not to cause panic. Everyone said that she fell down accidentally, and she is out of danger. It doesn't look like she fine. Li Zifeng glanced out the window again. I saw her fall. She was blocked by the eaves first, and then by the branches, and when she fell to the ground, there was not much noise. Ran asked, how did you see it? I was watching the fun from the window, and I just happened to see it. Li Zifeng didn't seem to want to talk about it anymore. He lay down on the bed, curled up. Okay. I'm going to sleep. You can go. He was very thin, wearing a thin hospital gown, and the bones of his shoulders were clearly visible. Ran stood for a while, walked up and quickly put the quilt on him, then turned and left. If you have anything, you can come to me. I come to the pathology hospital every day. Li Zifeng did not answer. His eyes were still looking out the window, but his heart was paying attention to Ran, until he heard her footsteps fading away. He turned his head, silently staring at the empty doorway, and fell into a long contemplation. He vaguely remembered that his frail mother also liked to cover him with a quilt. But while covering him, she disappeared, and he never saw her again. It's okay for her to disappear, after all. With her body, living in the world is also a kind of pain. A few days later, the news about Fang Qi changing medicine and committing suicide by taking medicine quickly spread throughout the institute. However, Professor Chung said that since the person is dead, there is no need to pursue the matter. The institute handled Fang Qi's funeral very thoughtfully, sent a special person to handle it, and gave a pension, ensuring that Duo has funds for study and life every year. Ran thought, this is also the best result. Don't let those mistakes be exposed to the outside world. It was indeed a kind of protection for Fang Qi. On this day, she came out of the conference room and saw Professor Chung on the balcony of the corridor. He was staring at the woods in a daze, holding a cigarette in his hand, but not smoking it. The cigarette butt was almost burned out, and burned his fingers. After Ran reminded him a few times, he threw away the cigarette butt, and stepped heavily on it twice. Xiaogu, I was just thinking about the drug ratio, and I actually forgot the cigarette in my hand. Professor Chung laughed. Although he was laughing, Ran found that he looked much more haggard. He seemed more hunched, and his wrinkles increased. Thinking back, Professor Chung was not even 70. And this really shouldn't happen. Ran thought. The successive incidents at the pathology hospital might have made him feel heavy-hearted. She thought for a moment and asked, Professor, have you dealt with Fang Qi affairs? Do you need my help? Professor Chung hesitated for a moment and said, the funeral will be held tomorrow, but there won't be many people at the scene. If you want to go, go ahead. After all, we are all colleagues in the institute. I also want to comfort the child. Alas. Chapter 79 Funeral Scene. Ran nodded. I will ask senior brother to go with me. Then I will go and get busy first. That night, Ran set the alarm clock to 5 in the morning because she needed to get to the funeral home before 7 o'clock, which was about an hour drive from her home, and she was worried that she would be late if she got up late. She tried to fall asleep quickly, but the more anxious she was, the harder it was to fall asleep. After tossing and turning several times, she simply sat up. She turned on the bracelet. I called Chiyoyu. What are you doing? I'm in a bad mood now. Can we talk? Chiyoyu, who was reading at home, replied, Okay, I'm studying a book on organ failure. Although it's too late to study medicine now, it's always good to know more. Are you worried about something? Ran thought for a moment, and told Chiyoyu about Fong Chi. Can you help me analyze why she changed the medicine? As a bystander, Chiyoyu raised two questions after listening. First, since she changed the medicine, why didn't she change it to poison, but chose vitamins that were harmless? Second, she broke her leg and was admitted to the hospital. How could she steal a large dose of sleeping pills? Doesn't this look suspicious? Do you trust your Professor Chung too much? This sentence reminded Ran, and she realized that she didn't doubt Professor Chung. But those doubts did exist. She had read the accident report, but it didn't mention how Fong Chi got the sleeping pills. In addition, she also thought of a third question, which was the medicine that Fong Chi replaced. The so-called number 12 medicine. Did it really have no other ingredients? After all, these medicines were prepared by Professor Chung himself. Ran hesitated for a moment, and called Qin Yuan, Big brother. Is the medicine that Fong Chi replaced in the box last time still there? Qin Yuan thought for a while. Yes. I just put it in the utility cabinet of the pharmacy. Why are you asking this? Nothing. I'm just asking casually. I'm worried that they mixed it with the medicine in the freezer. Ran was silent for a while, and made up a reason, not that she didn't trust the senior brother, but about Professor Chung, it better to be careful. Qin Yuan yawned. Don't worry. Ran, it won't happen. Go to bed early, it's already late. Ran hung up the phone, tossed and turned several times, and finally fell asleep. But this sleep was not peaceful. She had many unpleasant dreams. In a dream, she kept running, and there were footsteps coming and going behind her, and strange roars. Although she was filled with fear, her feet could only move forward instinctively. If she was a step slower, she would be torn and swallowed by the thing behind her. She didn't know how long she ran in her dream, until the alarm clock rang, and she woke up suddenly. Her pajamas on her back were almost soaked with sweat. She hurriedly got up to wash up, and looked at her tired self in the mirror. Her pale skin and bloodshot eyes showed that she was in a bad condition. Ran inside, took out a set of all-black clothes from the closet, and quickly changed into them, then went out. It was only 5:30. The night sky was still dark, and the few barking sounds from downstairs soon returned to silence. She drove to the funeral home. There were almost no people on the streets in the early morning. Only the diligent road-sweeping robots started working with a roar. Ran suddenly thought, Grandpa Book mentioned that these robots took away too many people's jobs. Humans created them, in the end. He ruined himself. She felt that her grandfather's view was too extreme. The existence of robots is to liberate humans, so that they can get rid of heavy physical labor, and have more energy to do more important things. The so-called job grabbing is actually only for those who have poor learning ability, and can only live at the bottom. Nowadays, there are many universities in society, and they are all free. As long as you spend more time and energy, you will learn skills. For example, cleaning work. Now some of the work is done by people, especially in large offices. They do not sweep and mop the floor mechanically, but operate robots, and are responsible for some fine sorting and garbage sorting. What is really worrying is that robots like XT009, due to coincidence, they have acquired super high IQ and learning ability. In a sense, they are better than humans, and they have self-awareness. Once they have consciousness, it will have jealousy, desire, conquest and other desires. So it will fall in love with Shaolin, use its intelligence to find financial loopholes to make profits, and infiltrate the public security system Skynet to quietly erase its own traces. Fortunately, its advantages are also its flaws. Its feelings for Shaolin make it willing to risk its own life for her. To be honest, Ran was also shocked when she knew about it. which is why she repeatedly persuaded Sha Rulin. Although it is just a robot, but its love is no less than that of humans. And even pure. So pure that it is willing to let go. And even sacrifice its life for her. Ran never understood why Sha Rulin was so cruel. XT009 still had a chance to appeal. But Sha Rulin was unwilling to comfort him. And refused to see him for the last time. After learning that XT009 was destroyed. She didn't even shed tears. How cruel was this woman? Ran was secretly surprised. After that, she thought about it again and again. I found that Sha Rulin and I actually have the same thinking. So what would happen if I were in such a situation? The conclusion is that Sha Rulin might take extreme measures. What exactly she would do is an unsolved mystery. Ran was thinking about it all the way. But the speed of the car did not slow down at all. The road was empty in the early morning. And she arrived at the funeral home faster than usual. Fong Chi farewell ceremony was held in the Wanju Hall of the funeral home. When she arrived, the staff were already busy preparing. It was claimed to start on time at 7:30. Everyone was waiting outside the door. Actually, there were not many people. Fong Chi's elderly mother and daughter Duo, and a young woman who seemed to be Duo teacher, were supporting them. In addition, there were several colleagues from the institute. It was cold and lonely, and the air was filled with a desolate atmosphere. Duo and her grandmother kept crying, although they suppressed their voices, but their tears could not stop falling, and the appearance between the grandparents and grandchildren was heartbreaking. Everyone was silent, and their eyes were fixed on the door of Wanju Hall, until 7:30, the door slowly opened. Ran walked in slowly with the crowd, until she saw Fong Chi's face on the farewell bed. Chapter 80 The Pills I Got. After sorting them out, she looked like a sleeping girl, with a blush on her cheeks. She stared at Fong Chi's face, feeling a little dazed, as if she would open her eyes and jump out of bed in the next moment. At this moment, a shrill cry suddenly came from the side. Mom, Mom! Mom! Get up quickly! I am Duo, Mom! Fong Chi's daughter fell on the body without knowing when. She held her tightly, refusing to let go. The grandmother dragged her hand, and her hoarse throat made it almost impossible to speak. The two of them cried together. Everyone came forward to comfort her. Duo teacher also gently stroked her shoulders and advised her, let Mom leave in peace. Don't mess up her makeup. Let her go beautifully. With the teacher words of comfort, Duo finally calmed down a little and stood up straight. But she continued to sob, her body trembling. And she even forgot the etiquette of bowing. Ran was depressed, looking at Fong Chi, thinking to herself, if you have any grievances, please tell me in some way. I will find the truth and clear your grievances. Of course, if you are innocent. She bowed to the body 3 times, then turned and left. Just as she reached the door, Duo suddenly rushed over and shouted to her excitedly, stop! Ran looked back, looking at her sympathetically. Please accept my condolences. Why did you chase my mother? If you didn't chase her, she wouldn't have fallen. Duo became angry, like an angry little lion. Ran looked into her eyes, answered word by word. Even if we didn't chase her, there would still be countless others who would chase her. Because your mother made a mistake. You're talking nonsense. Duo burst into tears. My mother is a good person. She won't do bad things. The teacher came over, put Duo in his arms, and said to Ran apologetically, sorry, it's none of your business, please leave first. Ran sighed, turned and left. Just a few minutes after walking, she heard hurried footsteps behind her, and heard a female voice calling, Ms. Guh, please wait a moment. She turned around, and it was Duo teacher. The teacher ran over breathlessly, with sweat on his forehead, and stopped. She took a deep breath. What the matter? Ran asked. The teacher calmed down a little, said slowly, I am Duo teacher, my last name is Sun. I am really sorry for what happened just now. Duo is young, and she is ignorant. Ran shook his head. Don't blame her. No one can accept this. Her mother matter? Is there a final result? Teacher Sun asked anxiously. Actually, I don't believe it either. Miss Fong Chi is gentle and kind. She can't possibly steal the medicine. It's even more impossible for her to take revenge on society. She still has a daughter. A mother cares most about her child. She won't risk going to jail to do such a thing. As a mother, I understand this very well. Ran was shocked. This reminded her, will Fong Chi really go so crazy for revenge? She took a deep breath and looked at the teacher. I understand, Teacher Sun. Don't worry. Even if the institute doesn't investigate, I will also investigate carefully. Whether you say this or not, I will do it. Teacher's son nodded vigorously, and bowed to her, and then turned back. Ran stared at her back, and got into the car after a moment of silence. She drove all the way, and rushed to the research institute, ready to test the bag of pills. She rushed to the research institute quickly, and it was only a little after 8 o'clock, but the result made her feel helpless. In the pharmacy on the 4th floor of the pathology hospital, all the medicines that Qin Yuan had put away disappeared. Even the plastic bag containing the medicine was gone. A cleaner happened to pass by. Ran called her. "Excuse me. Where are the things in this cabinet?" The cleaner replied, "The institute arranged for me to clean this cabinet this morning, and the things inside have been thrown away." Ran immediately turned around and ran to the trash can downstairs. The cleaner said behind him, "Don't look for it. It's just a pile of discarded pills, which have been classified as medical waste and disposed of." Ran was stunned. Is it just a coincidence? It hadn't been clean for a few days, but it was suddenly clean today. The things were gone. How to continue the investigation? Ran suddenly thought, and decided to open the freezer to check the medicine number 12, but when she walked to the freezer, she found that it was actually locked with a fingerprint lock. She ran to the nurse station and asked, "Is the medicine cabinet locked now?" "Yes," Shou Tong replied. "This is the rule set by Professor Chung. In order to avoid human damage, the medicine can only be taken out by a designated person at a fixed time." Ran felt desperate, and felt even more suspicious. How could it be such a coincidence? She walked to the corridor in frustration. Just as she was thinking about what else she could do, a voice called her. "You bent down to pick up money again?" Ran looked up, and saw that it was Li Zifeng. He was still wearing a thin plaid hospital gown. His hair was messy like straw, and he was leaning against the door of the ward, his eyes full of contempt. Ran was upset, and had no mood to talk to him. She was ready to leave, but Li Zifeng rushed over in 2 or 3 steps and stopped her. When Ran looked at him, he sensitively retracted his disabled hand, and put it back into his pocket. "Well, come in with me. I have something to show you." This was the first time he took the initiative. He was usually weird and gloomy, but he actually invited her. It was really surprising. Ran couldn't bear to hit him, so she followed him into the ward. Li Zifeng didn't move immediately after entering the room. When she got closer, he took something out of his pocket like a magic trick, held it in his fist, and then slowly unfolded it. "Is this what you are looking for?" When Ran saw what was in his palm, her pupil shrank. "How did you get this?" Li Zifeng shrugged. "I saw the Qin man ask someone to clean up, and out of curiosity, I took a few pills." "What is this? Big brother?" Ran was very surprised, and quickly took the pills. "Those are experimental drugs." "Thank you. Please don't tell anyone else about this." After Ran finished speaking, she nodded gratefully at him, and then turned and left the ward. The pills in the palm of his hand were like a branding iron, and the heat spread from the palm to the blood vessels, and then to the heart, making the whole person feel hot. Chapter 81 Suspicious Formula. Ran no longer believed that this was a coincidence. Yesterday she had just inquired about her senior brother's situation, and today he was cleaning up the drugs in the name of Professor Chung. What was he trying to cover up? She realized that she could no longer trust anyone, because everyone in the institute seemed suspicious. She was eager to conduct tests, but this seemed quite difficult. Whether it was the laboratory outside or the core laboratory of the Pathology Institute, there were always people during the day. Testing this pill is likely to be discovered, so she must find a suitable time. Ran pretended to be careless, and went to the office to ask Director Luo colleagues about today's schedule. After some soft and hard persuasion, Director Luo said, "Director Mu has been abroad for several days. Professor Chung has a speech today. As for the others, they have not been determined yet." "Why are you asking this?" "Oh, I have a schedule. I want to ask them to take a look." Ran made up an excuse casually. Director Luo did not doubt her, and continued to deal with the documents on the table. However, Lu Ran in the distance winked at her several times. Ran approached Lu Ran, and she said mysteriously, Ran, your senior brother is really a model worker in our institute. When I swiped my card this morning, I found that he came at 5 in the morning. Is he unable to sleep?" Ran was helpless, thinking in her heart. He was not unable to sleep, but he had important things to deal with, and this matter was exactly the truth she wanted to find out. In the next few days, Ran worked as usual, but secretly paid close attention to the laboratory and colleagues. She wanted to find a suitable opportunity. However, This idea was not easy to realize. After a few days of waiting, she finally found an opportunity on the third night. That night, there were only 2 researchers on duty in the core laboratory. These 2 researchers had the habit of eating supper. After careful consideration, Ren decided to give them the high-value vouchers that Chiou gave her last time. This is a newly opened barbecue restaurant, and business is booming. This coupon can enjoy a huge discount. The 2 invited Ren to go with them, but she refused, saying, "I have gained a few pounds recently, and decided to stay to work and help you sort out the data." After hearing her words, the 2 were very happy and drove to the city immediately, not noticing the mysterious look on Ren's face. While there was no one around, she quickly ran to the core laboratory and locked the door. Although the formula of drug number 12 was confidential, she knew most of its ingredients. Therefore, she only needed to test the pills, and then make a rough comparison to understand the difference in ingredients. Ren conducted the experiment flexibly, while paying attention to the clock on the wall. She had to finish it all before the 2 colleagues came back. She first crushed the pills into powder, then took out a part of it with tweezers and put it in a glass container, and finally used several methods to determine the ingredients: decomposition method, dissolution method, particle isolation method. For ordinary drugs, generally only one method is needed to determine the ingredients, but due to the complex production process of drug number 12, the composition ratio is also complicated. Therefore, even if multiple methods are adopted, it may not be possible to accurately identify. What Ren knows is that the most important ingredient in drug number 12 is Shili Ma Dingwan, which is an important substance that promotes cell repair and reduction, and is also the core ingredient of the drug. And she knows very little about other ingredients. She compared again and again, and while waiting, she was busy sorting out the data for the 2 colleagues. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to drink water. The clock pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning. It had been 3 hours since the 2 colleagues left. She felt urgent and might be discovered at any time. However, looking at the progress in her hands, she had only just passed 80%. She was very anxious, and kept saying to herself, "Hurry up. Faster." This feeling was like returning to the gene bank in the capital. The mood when waiting for the data was exactly the same as now. She worked very fast, and finally, several experiments were almost completed. While doing the final cleanup, she suddenly heard footsteps at the door of the laboratory. Ren was so nervous that sweat broke out on her forehead, and she finished the last step in a hurry. The 2 seemed to have drunk some wine. Their faces were ruddy when they came back, and their eyes were a little blurry when they opened the door. One of them shook the lunch box in his hand. "Xiaogu, I brought you crayfish." Ren stood up suddenly. "You're back? Is the food there good?" "Yeah, not bad." The man put the lunch box on the table at the door, then walked over to check the computer. "Hey, you've sorted out all the data. Xiaogu is really amazing." Ren quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead. No, you've already done the program. I'm just recording it. Thank you for the crayfish. I take it out to eat." After saying that, she quickly put her things in her pocket, picking up the box of crayfish again. She rushed out of the laboratory as if escaping. 2 minutes later, she had returned to her temporary dormitory. The box of crayfish was thrown aside casually, and the packaging was not opened. Ren picked up the data strip and compared it one by one with the records in the notebook. She calculated the proportion of each chemical component, and then organized it into a table, and finally came to a conclusion. The moment she saw the result, her expression became complicated, both expected and, "I was deeply disappointed again." The ingredients of this pill are drug number 12, but not completely. In addition to the common auxiliary agents, the main ingredient is indeed Shili Ma Dingwan, but its proportion is surprisingly 3 times higher, far exceeding the safety standard. Ren clearly understood that. Shili Ma Dingwan is a new type of drug with both advantages and disadvantages, just like arsenic, which can save lives at the mildest, but can be fatal at the worst. What does the triple dose mean? This is a significant increase in the drug dosage, either cure or endanger life. The previous research direction was not wrong. The ratio was determined after countless scientists' experiments. Why would the drug have such a reaction? Could it be that Professor Chung made a mistake in the formula? No, this possibility is very small. Professor Chung has always been rigorous and demanding in his work. He can quickly find even small mistakes, and will never make such a huge mistake. Ren paced back and forth in the room. Her mind was like a mess, flustered and nervous. She seemed to be trapped in a maze, trying to find an exit, but the fog was so thick that she couldn't find a way out. Chapter 82 continued the investigation. After some thought, Ran decided to call Chiyoyu. Although Chiyoyu didn't know much about this industry, she was smart and flexible, and often had novel ideas, and might be able to provide some new ideas. Chiyoyu on the other end of the phone had just woken up, and his mind was still a little groggy. Ran quickly recounted the incident, skipping the professional technical details, and focusing on the results. Chiyoyu rubbed his eyes, gradually waking up, yawning. He asked, Ran? My first reaction was, could this be your professor experiment in the opposite direction? It's just too bold. This is not impossible. But what does this have to do with Fong Qi? Why did she change those drugs? Ran asked. Chiyoyu nodded yes. It is difficult to determine whether the death of the two patients was caused by Fong Qi or your professor's fault. Let us make a bold guess. Ran said slowly. Could it be that Professor Chung used this large dose of medicine, which caused the patient to have an adverse reaction and die? After Fong Qi knew the truth, he was scared, so he wanted to change the medicine in the hope of saving people? Unfortunately, we misunderstood the situation later. Chiyoyu's voice also rose a little. Could it be that Fong Qi's death was also an accident? Could it be that Professor Chung did it? Ran took a deep breath. The former is possible. But what you said, I can't believe it. You don't know Professor Chung. Although he is serious and old-fashioned, he is actually a real good man, and will never kill anyone. Ran, I feel that on the one hand you trust your professor, but on the other hand you are confused by reality, so you seem to be very entangled. How about this? Continue to investigate, for example, the number 12 drug in the freezer you mentioned, and some documents and materials of Professor Chung. Chiyoyu suggested. These words touched Ran's heart. She responded softly. Actually, I think so too. It's just that I need a spiritual companion, or a reason to convince myself. Chiyoyu, I'm wondering, if I really want to do this, does it mean embarking on a road of no return? Chiyoyu was silent for a moment and said, Ran, actually. Each of us is on a road of no return. I only know that. Living in the present, doing what I think is right, and leaving no regrets are the most important things. You're right. Ran said, do what you think is right. After hanging up the phone, Ran felt much more relaxed. Chiyoyu's words were like sunshine, illuminating the haze in her heart. Thinking of Fong Qi and the two patients who died tragically. And then thinking of Fong Qi family and more patients in the ward on the 4th floor. Ran swore that she must find out the truth of the matter. That night, Ran rested in the dormitory for a few hours. Although the temperature control device and soft quilt in the dormitory are comfortable, but every time she lived here, she felt like a little white mouse in a cage. And sometimes she would have the illusion of being in outer space. It was probably because of the full set of integrated furniture. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Ran went to the cafeteria of the institute for breakfast. She usually had a simple diet, but she was particularly hungry in the morning. She always had to eat a big bowl of noodles, plus 2 servings of beef to be satisfied. In the restaurant where there was no one else, she controlled the panel in front of the dining table and ordered a luxurious beef noodle and a glass of orange juice. After waiting for a while, breakfast was finally served on the table. She began to eat voraciously. And just as she was eating, she suddenly felt a shadow appear in front of her. She looked up and saw that it was Mu Qingshan, who was said to have gone abroad. He was adjusting his watch, wearing a black suit, with his shirt buttons tightly tied, and his strong chest muscles clearly visible. Ran panicked, and hurriedly lowered her head, pretending not to see it, and continued to eat noodles desperately. Good morning, Mu Qingshan said leisurely. The voice sounded good. Ran, holding noodles in her mouth, gave a vague response. You too. Good. Mu Qingshan's mouth twitched, with almost no expression. Soon, his breakfast was also served, just a glass of milk, a piece of bread and a fried egg. The breakfasts of the two people were in sharp contrast. One was rich and the other was simple, and they looked particularly uncoordinated when sitting together. At this time, many colleagues came to the restaurant one after another. Seeing this scene, they were all surprised, and sat quietly farther away. Ran was hungry, and at the same time annoyed with Mu Qingshan. So she lowered her head, and mechanically finished her noodles. Finally, she stood up quickly, put her bowl and chopsticks on the conveyor belt, and quickly said, I'm full. Director, you eat slowly. Then she fled from the restaurant, full of doubts in her heart. Why did Mu Qingshan come back suddenly? What should she do next? Ran had to admit that she was afraid of him. Mu Qingshan was elusive, he was extremely treacherous. He had intercepted Sha Rulan before. And then he found out about XT009. It seemed that no secret could be hidden under his nose. After returning to the dormitory, Ran took out the remaining pills and data again. And after thinking for a long time, decided to hide them behind the toilet in the bathroom. That place, normal people generally wouldn't find it. After completing this task, Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that if Mu Qingshan quickly found out the truth, not only would Fang Qi be implicated, I will also be finished. What worse, many patients, including Qiu Yu uncle and Li Zifeng who helped me, may face serious consequences. Ran doesn't want this to happen. She will definitely do her best to stop it. The next thing to do is to verify the drugs in the freezer, or steal Professor Chung information. Both tasks are quite difficult and require careful planning. There are many senior executives in the institute, but the most dedicated one is Professor Chung. He spends almost 300 days in the lab out of 365 days a year, even eating and sleeping in the lab. The rest of the time, he is mostly giving speeches or attending meetings. I heard that he hasn't been home for a long time. Facing such a workaholic, Ran thought that the chance of sneaking into his office was slim. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it seemed. Let's start with the freezer. Throughout the morning, Ran spent some time understanding the freezer. It turned out that the so-called dedicated person was responsible for. In fact, it was senior brother Qin Yuan who was in charge. He would take out the number 12 medicine at a fixed time every day, and give it to the nurse on duty, and then wait outside the ward, and leave only after they had finished adding the medicine. In other words, the whole process from the beginning to the addition of the medicine was under his eyes, and it was almost impossible to use the method of replacing the prince with a cat. However, is there a second possibility? Sneak into the ward after he left, extract the medicine in the infusion bottle, and then conduct tests. Chapter 83 Li Zifeng Home. This is easy to accomplish, but the result may have a certain error. The difference between the tablet and the diluted medicine is very significant. But it is still worth a try, maybe we can find something. And the speed must be accelerated. If we delay time, if the problematic drug is injected into the patient body multiple times, the consequences may be serious. From noon to afternoon, Ran stayed on the 4th floor of the pathology hospital. Of course, Qin Yuan was there too, and nurses came in and out of the ward from time to time. She tried several times, but failed. Either someone came in suddenly, or the patient questioned her. Finally, Li Zifeng helped her solve the problem. He saw Ran wandering back and forth, and asked, "What are you doing? I can help you. We can make a deal." "What deal?" Ran raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Li Zifeng cleared his throat. "Go to my house. Help me get the drawing board. Paint and drawing board. I want to paint. As for what you want to do, I will help you." When Ran heard this idea, she thought it was a good one. She immediately took the opportunity when no one was around to hand him the absorbent vessel in her hand and taught him how to extract the liquid from the infusion bottle. Li Zifeng understood and gave her a gesture of understanding. Then, Ran stopped Qin Yuan in the corridor, showed him the paper, and took the opportunity to hold him back. She pestered Qin Yuan for about 10 minutes before letting him go. Ran was a little uneasy, not knowing whether Li Zifeng would succeed. Later, she found an opportunity to go over, and Li Zifeng really handed her a container full of liquid, and said with concern, "Remember what I said? I write you an address. By the way, if you don't come, I expose your affairs." He responded with a threatening tone, but it did not have a deterrent effect. Ran couldn't help laughing after hearing it, but she still nodded seriously. "Don't worry. I go in the afternoon and promise to bring everything to you." After Ran took the things, she put them in the refrigerator in the dormitory. Although it was a bit risky, she had no choice at this time. In the afternoon, she was free, so she asked for leave to go to Li Zifeng's house. Before leaving, she met Mu Qingshan at the entrance of the institute. He drove a black SUV and drove towards the city. Ran stood at the door for a long time to avoid a head-on encounter with him. She didn't get on the road until his car was far away and drove her own car. The address written by Li Zifeng was crooked, and the font was very abstract. It took a long time to recognize that this was the old city. Ran drove all the way according to the address, and habitually glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time. This was also a habit she had developed some time ago. She was always followed by Mu Qingshan. and it had become a conditioned reflex. She checked several times, and found that the road behind her was empty. Then she gradually put her mind at ease, and even picked an English song to listen to. On the way, she checked the information box. I found that Shah Rowland sent a message in the morning. Her tone seemed very cheerful, describing her daily meditation process. Ren felt that she was enjoying this solitary life away from the hustle and bustle. As long as she liked it, it would be fine. As for the future, who can tell? In the sound of music, Ran sped up, as if she had become an eel in the water, moving among the water plants, looking for the next habitat. Finally, she arrived at Li Zifeng's home. This is a very old residential building, more than a dozen floors high. The balconies were sealed with anti-theft bars. It looked like a prison. Ren looked up, checked the note again, and walked to the second unit on the right. Li Zifeng gave her the password of the house, so after Ran went up to the 7th floor, she went directly to the door of room 75, and entered the password. The door opened, but to her surprise, there was an old couple sitting in the room, and they were having dinner face to face. Ran was somewhat stunned, suspecting that she had gone to the wrong place. But she remembered that the building number and password were correct. At this time, the old man at the table stood up and asked unhappily, "Who are you? How do you know the password of my house? Who gave you the password?" They looked a little similar to Li Hui. Perhaps her parents. Ran asked, "Is this Li Zifeng home? He asked me to come back to get something." The old man said, "Oh," and pointed to the room on the left with disdain. "It right there, go get it. It seems I have to change the password. Is there something wrong with that kid brain?" Ran felt uncomfortable. She wondered if Li Zifeng was living with someone else. His mother had been ill for many years, and had been admitted to a pathology hospital a few years ago. His father seemed to have left after his mother became ill. Now he was unknown whether he was alive or dead. So she kept a low profile and quickly entered Li Zifeng's room, wanting to get the things and leave as soon as possible. Li Zifeng's room was very small, probably only 8 or 9 square meters, besides the desk. There was the bed. The bed looked quite small, and it seemed that one could only sleep curled up. Ran couldn't help but take a sympathetic look, and began to look for paints on the shelf. The room was in full view, and the desk was piled with books. After she scanned it, she began to search under the bed, and finally found what she wanted. There was also a wooden box next to it, which should be where he kept his clothes. Right. Ran packed up her things and left. When she got up, the old couple kept staring at her, after seeing what she had in her hand. They let her go, muttering, "It seems that we need to find someone to change the password. It is so unreliable that such a person can come in." Ran ignored them, and quickly left the door. She felt very strange. From the time she entered the door to the time she left, the two old people did not mention Li Zifeng and Li Hui at all. They did not care about these two people at all. Moreover, the house was not small, but Li Zifeng's room was pitifully small. It seemed that his life at home was quite miserable. After returning to the institute, Ran did not rest, and went directly to the ward of the pathology hospital to hand the things to Li Zifeng. He was overjoyed to receive the gifts as he had just finished the infusion. He happily took the gifts and opened his own album. Ran leaned over to take a look and was amazed. His paintings were rich in content, including two-dimensional characters, sketches, gouache and oil paintings, and each one looked very high quality. "Have you studied for many years?" Ran asked admiringly. "I also studied when I was a child. But I don't have that talent. It just paying tuition." The teacher said that painting depends on skills at first, but if you want to develop, you still need talent and touch. You are obviously very talented. Her praise made Li Zifeng a little uncomfortable. He snapped the album shut. Inexplicable praise must have ulterior motives. "What do you want me to do?" Ran immediately waved her hand. No requirements, you have a good rest. Take care of your health is the most important thing." Li Zifeng snorted and began to fiddle with the easel. When Ran walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something, turned around and asked, "Your grandparents don't seem to have a good relationship with you." Chapter 84. The cuckoo takes over the magpie nest. Li Zifeng did not even turn his head. "Those are not my grandparents. They are just distant relatives in the countryside. There is no relationship at all." "Distant relatives?" Ran was puzzled. "Then why do they live in your house?" Li Zifeng glanced out the window. His eyes were full of resentment. "It's still her I'm sick. So I'm sick, but she had to find 2 strangers to take care of me." "Ha, the so-called care." Ran understood that. The 2 distant relatives that Li Hui found were obviously unreliable. So she asked, "Why don't you tell your mother? They are unreliable, just drive them away." "She doesn't believe me." Li Zifeng turned his head, seemingly not wanting to continue this topic. "It okay. Just go, I'm going to paint." It is obvious that the parent-child relationship between Li Zifeng and Li Hui is not harmonious. One tries hard to be good to the other, but the other feels painful and troubled. This is probably the result of a long-term lack of communication. Now the two live in the same building, but there is no opportunity to communicate. It is becoming increasingly difficult to repair the parent-child relationship. Sometimes people are like this, whoever you think of in your heart, just happens to appear. As soon as Ran came down from the 4th floor, she saw Li Hui sitting in a wheelchair, looking around expectantly, and when she saw Ran, she immediately pushed it over excitedly. "Sister, how is my son condition? Can I go see him?" "He is in stable condition, his organs are slowly recovering." Ran hesitated for a moment. She did not dare to tell the truth, and injected the increased dose of drug number 12 into her body again. It's easy to have an accident. So her mission is very urgent. She must find solid evidence. Li Hui stroked her chest. "That good. As long as my son gets better, I can do anything." "Sister, please talk to your neighborhood director. Can you let me go see him?" Ran thought for a while. "I try again." Just after coming out of the ward, a voice came from behind. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Ran was startled, turned back and frowned. "Director Mu, is it you?" "Yes, I just happened to pass by to check the work." Mu Qingshan rarely explained. "I just happened to hear your conversation." Now that it comes to this, Ran is determined to plead for Li Hui. "Patient number 9. She is the mother of the patient on the 4th floor. Can you please?" "No." Mu Qingshan was very firm. "Don't mention this matter. If there is cross-infection, the situation will be out of control." Ran was helpless. She had already expected the result in her heart, and nodded. "I know, then I go to work first." When turning to leave, Mu Qingshan suddenly said, "Find a time, let them have a video call for a few words." After saying that, he left in a hurry, so fast that Ran wondered if she had hallucinations. Was Director Mu being merciful just now? She felt relieved, and immediately ran to tell Li Hui the good news, then greeted the nurse at the front desk, and arranged for them to have a video call in the evening. 2 hours later, the mother and son who had been separated for many years finally met in the video, but Li Zifeng was addicted to painting, and was indifferent and unwilling to look at the camera. Li Hui was anxious. "Zifeng, are you doing well? Tell me now." Li Zifeng glanced at her, and quickly looked away. "Didn't you see it? She's still alive." "What wrong with that?" "Zifeng, are you still blaming Mom? Mom can't help it. Grandpa and Grandma will take good care of you." "Take care of shit." Li Zifeng scolded. "Not only do you have a bad eye for men, even his vision of relatives is bad. They took over our house, and my tuition and living expenses were all wasted. Why don't you believe it?" Li Hui shook her head. "Impossible, they promised me." Ran, who was watching, couldn't stand it. "Sister Li, your son is right. I've been to your house. Those 2 old people are really not kind." In order to make her believe, Ran directly took out the video he took with his bracelet after going to his house. Li Hui was furious after watching it. "That is obviously a utility room. How can I let Zifeng live here? How can they do this? I gave them all my savings. Anyway, you don't believe what I say." Li Zifeng said coldly. "You always accuse me of being ignorant. It seems that you are the real fool." His words made Li Hui pale, her eyes red, and her face full of sadness. Seeing this, Ran was afraid that Li Hui would get into trouble because of anger, and immediately found an excuse. "Okay, the video time is up. Let's talk about it next time." After hanging up the phone, Li Hui asked sadly, "Sister, do you think I'm really stupid? You can't be blamed for this." Ran comforted her. "You've been sick for too long. It's normal that you don't know some things outside. It doesn't matter. When you recover, go back and get the house back." "Okay," Li Hui promised repeatedly, but asked again, "The medicine I've taken recently has no obvious effect. When will I get better?" Ran answered this question countless times. There is no way to explain it. The causes of illness are complex and sometimes difficult to control. Whether the disease can be cured, in addition to medical efforts, there is also a part of metaphysics. Especially for patients like them. "It will be fine." She tried to sound justified. This time Li Hui seemed to believe it. She nodded vigorously, and a smile appeared on her haggard face. She looked a little better than usual when she was anxious. Walking out of the ward, Ran was even more anxious, feeling that this matter could not be delayed any longer, even if it was a little risky. We had to find out the truth as soon as possible. That night, it was her turn to be on duty, and there was only one colleague working in the laboratory. Ran could not care about so much, and took the bottle of extract for testing quietly while he was taking a nap. Because it was done once yesterday. The speed was accelerated today. But the result was disappointing. The ingredients of Shili Ma Ding pills were indeed detected. But the proportion was extremely unstable. After checking 3 times, the data were different. Ran estimated that it had been transferred many times during the journey. Failure to freeze in time caused the contents to deteriorate. She put the sample into her pocket in disappointment. She knew that all she could do now was the last step. She had to go to Professor Chung's office. The next day, as if it was God blessing, Ran really found an opportunity. In the morning, Professor Chung and Mu Qingshan went to the city for a meeting and were expected to return in the afternoon. Qin Yuan stayed in the pathology department. The offices of other professors were far away, so this would be a great opportunity. Professor Chung's office has a fingerprint lock, but she still has a way to get in, because Professor Chung has a habit of smoking like crazy, and he doesn't let the cleaners in when he's working, so they always clean up when he's away. Ran took care of the cleaning lady a little during breakfast, and when she entered the office, she made a request. The plan I gave to Professor Chung yesterday was wrong, and he will definitely scold me. I want to go in and get one. Chapter 85 Stolen Documents. Due to her previous enthusiastic feedback, the cleaning lady naturally agreed to let Ran follow her into the office. Ran flipped through the documents on the table without hesitation, but to her disappointment, there was no information about the change in the ratio of drug number 12 in these documents. She opened the drawer, but was reminded by the cleaning lady cough. Xiao Gu? Ran was startled, and immediately pushed the drawer back, and just now she saw that there was only a pile of office supplies and cigarettes inside. She explained in a low voice, I thought it would be in there, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Just take a look. If you can't find it, forget it. If someone finds it, I will definitely be deducted from my salary. The cleaning lady looked worried. Ran nodded. I take a look in the cabinet right away. This time, the search finally paid off. She saw the folder on the top. Her eyes lit up, and the first one on the left was marked about the development and application of drug number 12. Ran quickly pulled it out, hiding behind her. That it. Sister, I go out first, thank you. She ran out of the door happily with the documents, but she didn't expect to bump into someone. Looking up, it was Director Mu again. His reappearance made her heart beat faster. Ran pretended to be calm. Hello. Director Mu, why is Professor Chung not in the office? I saw the door was open. I thought he was there. You? Mu Qingshan looked at her, and then looked at the door behind him. You look panicked. What happened? Ran immediately shook her head. Nothing. I suddenly thought of some problems. I hurried over from the pathology hospital. I was too tired. Mu Qingshan seemed a little skeptical. Really? Of course. Ran looked at him, without dodging. She knew that if she showed a flaw, she would be caught by Mu Qingshan, so she had to stay calm. At this time, several colleagues came over, and saw the scene at the door, and naturally slowed down their pace, greeting this side. Hello. Director Mu. Mu Qingshan responded casually, then coughed. Ran, come to my office. Under the gaze of everyone, Ran felt very uneasy. It would be fine at other times, but now she was hiding the stolen documents, and she was even more nervous. But she couldn't avoid it, and could only bite the bullet and follow Mu Qingshan. The tall figure looked extremely scary in her eyes. She had only been to Mu Qingshan's office once or twice, compared to Professor Chung's messy house. This place is so tidy that it makes people feel depressed. All items are neatly arranged, without a trace of clutter. Ran sat down honestly, feeling that she was the only uncoordinated existence in the room. What do you think of drug number 12? Mu Qingshan suddenly asked. Ran was startled. He hit the sensitive topic directly. Did he notice anything? She tried to be calm. This is Professor Chung's hard work, and it is also the core drug of our institute, previously used for clinical treatment of bone diseases. Is there any problem with this? Yes, the key is what do you think? Mu Qingshan spoke slowly, word by word. His eyes seemed to contain countless secrets. Staring at her, Ran heartbeat began to accelerate. She stared into his eyes. Seemingly, she could see her own shadow in his pupils. After a long silence, she suddenly said, that medicine is not good. Mu Qingshan's voice was low and whispered, "What wrong with it?" "Because it." Ran felt like she was bewitched, and said word by word, "It contains a lot of." Just then, a bird flew past the window, flapping its wings against the window, making a crisp sound. Ran paused for a few seconds before continuing. "It contains a lot of high-tech ingredients, which are expensive and difficult for patients to afford." Hee. Mu Qingshan took 2 steps back, and was about to speak when the phone on the table suddenly rang. After he answered a few words, she immediately took her coat and walked out. "I have something else to do, you go first." Ran walked out of the office in a trance, watching Mu Qingshan leave. Her heart was beating violently. It was really dangerous just now. At that moment, she almost revealed her secret, but fortunately the appearance of the bird made her sober instantly. The file bag hidden in her clothes made her more nervous. She kept worrying about being exposed. She walked quickly to the parking lot, opened the car door, sat down and carefully looked around, and closed the privacy curtain. After completing these, she carefully took out the file bag and slowly opened it. During the whole process, her hands trembled involuntarily because she could not foresee the contents inside. She guessed the result countless times. And the most terrifying thing was that the most respected Professor Chung actually made an irreparable mistake. She slowly opened the file bag and finally reached in and found. She couldn't believe her touch. Her heart suddenly tightened, and it was empty. Professor Chung had already noticed it. The documents had been taken away. How could they be left on the filing cabinet so easily? Ran quickly destroyed the document bag and threw it into the garbage decomposition machine outside the door. Then he calmly returned to the office and pretended that nothing had happened. As soon as he entered the office, Lu ran over. "Where have you been?" "There is a problem in the pathology hospital. Several professors have gone there." "What the matter?" Ran asked nervously. Lu Ran shook his head. "It not very clear. Among the new patients on the 4th floor, a teenage boy suddenly fainted. I heard that he might need surgery." "Teens?" Ran panicked. Only Li Zifeng was on the 4th floor. He and Gao Cheng were the patients she cared about the most. When she left before, he was fine. How could he suddenly faint? Ran immediately ran away. She ran so fast that she didn't even hear Lu Ran's shouts. She had only one thought in her mind. She must not enter the operating room. If she did, she might be injected with drug number 12 again. If the dosage exceeded the standard, even the gods could not save him. She ran very fast, seemingly faster than when she participated in the sports meet at school. She passed through the woods like a shadow and rushed into the pathology hospital. Chapter 86 Rescue Success. She quickly ran to the stairwell and found that the elevator was still upstairs. As soon as she reached the 2nd floor, she heard Li Hui crying, and her voice was like sobbing. Ran's heart sank. Could something have happened to Li Zifeng? She walked up slowly and saw that Li Hui was already kneeling in front of Professor Chung, with both hands tightly grasping his feet and begging with tears streaming down her face. "Please, save my son. I have lost everything, and only he is left. For him, I am willing to give everything I have, even if it's my life. Please." Professor Chung tried to break free, but Li Hui was so strong that he could only bow his head and comfort her. "I understand your feelings, but the patient is just fainting now, and we are doing our best to rescue him." "But you just said we were going to the operating room," Li Hui said anxiously. Professor Chung frowned. "No matter what we do, it all to save lives. And we haven't even entered the operating room yet. Why are you so excited?" At this time, 2 nurses came hurriedly. Each grabbed one of Li Hui's hands and dragged her away from the scene. Li Hui cried while struggling, and the scene made people feel uneasy. When Professor Chung was tidying up his clothes, he noticed Ran and greeted him calmly. "Xiao Gu, you are here?" "Professor Chung, didn't you and Director Mu go to the city for a meeting? Why did you come back suddenly?" Ran was puzzled. Professor Chung sighed. "Halfway through the journey, the research institute called, said the patient is in trouble." "Has Qingshan come back too?" He looked completely clueless. Ran couldn't tell if he was acting or really didn't know. At this moment, she was most concerned about Li Zifeng's condition, so she immediately asked, "Professor Chung, how is the patient now?" "Go upstairs and take a look. The doctors are doing their best to save him." Professor Chung's tone softened. Ran asked tentatively, "Why did he faint suddenly? Isn't the number 12 drug within a safe and controllable range? The patient's physical condition is already very poor." Professor Chung seemed unable to understand. Even with drug intervention, it may not be a miracle recovery. Xiaogu, you sound like an amateur. Ran Ran lowered her head and sighed silently in her heart. She knew that she should not speak easily before there was solid evidence. The two went to the fourth floor. In the emergency room, doctors were rescuing him. And Director Mu was also beside him. The equipment connected to the patient kept sounding alarms, indicating that he was in a very critical condition. Whether it is heartbeat or brain wave, continuous abnormality will lead to serious consequences. Ran Ran stood at the door, looking at Li Zifeng's pale profile, feeling complicated. She didn't know why. When she saw Li Zifeng, she felt a surge of pain in her heart. This rebellious and venomous boy just used this method to cover up his inner loneliness and fragility. And the reason why he helped her again and again was by no means accidental. Ran Ran clenched her fists and silently said in her heart, I must be safe, she must come back alive. It seemed that her prayers worked. About 10 minutes later, the instrument suddenly made a beep sound. And the straight line resumed fluctuations. The emergency doctor shouted excitedly, the heartbeat has recovered. And the blood pressure is normal. Doctor. The brain waves have also recovered. The patient body temperature is rising. And he is responding to light sources. Ran Ran's back was pressed against the wall. And her clenched fists gradually loosened. After a long sigh of relief, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, Mu Qingshan just walked by. For some reason, she always felt that Mu Qingshan was watching her from the corner of his eyes. This feeling made her shudder. Did they see something? When she went downstairs, Qin Yuan came over. Ran Ran, you are in the pathology hospital again? Didn't I tell you to concentrate on revising your thesis before? I'm worried about Li Zifeng, so I came to see him. After what happened in the pharmacy, Ran Ran was wary of him, feeling uneasy. Let go, I take you back. Qin Yuan habitually patted her shoulder. This touch made Ran Ran feel like being electrocuted. Although she wanted to avoid it, she still held back and walked out of the pathology hospital with him. Qin Yuan asked about the thesis with concern, and finally added, don't work too hard, after all. It's just an internship. It's gratifying to be able to enter the core studio, and the real way out is to concentrate on doing a good job on the thesis. I understand. Ran Ran heard the hint in his words, but she felt extremely disgusted with it. She couldn't understand, as her senior brother, Qin Yuan, who had always been a scholar with ideals and aspirations, how could he have such a change? Ran Ran sat at her desk all afternoon, staring at the computer, with her hands on the keyboard, but she didn't write a word. She thought about what to do next. Sitting and waiting for death was not an option, but the action was directionless. Are we just going to watch them conduct crazy experiments? When it was almost time to get off work, Director Liu received a call and quickly stood up. I know. Director Mu, I'd pick him up right away. After hanging up the phone, she instructed Liu Ran. Quick, clean up the previously vacant office and prepare some office supplies. A leader will be here soon. Who is it? Liu Ran asked in confusion. Director Luo said impatiently, Professor Qin, who was urgently sent down by the province. Hurry up. His plane has landed. I'm going to the door to pick him up now. Time is urgent. What are you still dawdling about here? Ran Ran, who was also in a daze, suddenly thought of something and asked, is it Professor Qin Jimu? The one who is as famous as Professor Chung? Director Luo coughed, yes. Our institute is really proud. Now we have two great gods. Stop talking nonsense. Get to work. Xiaogu, you help too. In fact, as an intern, Ran Ran's status in the institute is not high. Although patients and nurses would call her researcher sister. Senior colleagues, like Director Luo, often ordered her around. Liu Ran shrugged. Ran Ran, let go. You've worked hard today. It okay. It good to do some work. Ran Ran stood up, thinking about Qin Jimu. She was familiar with the development of the biological world, and naturally knew Qin Jimu's background. He and Professor Chung were college classmates, studied for a doctorate together, went abroad for further studies, and finally returned to China to jointly create scientific research projects. Chapter 87 Tit for Tat. The two had very similar ways of thinking. During that period, they jointly developed a number of new drugs that won international awards. Unfortunately, due to differences in concepts, Qin Jimu left the project team 10 years ago and went to the Northwest. There, he reorganized the studio and carried out new research and development projects. Some of the drugs have a high reputation at home and abroad. Although he did not enjoy the national financial subsidies like Professor Chung, but he also gets financial support from a lot of companies every year. In addition, He often goes abroad for speeches and academic exchanges. As a scientist of Xi'an nationality, he can be said to be very successful in the academic world. Both of them are leaders in the biological world, but they are in different positions. However, why would such an academic leader come here? Not only Ran was puzzled, other colleagues in the Institute of Biology were also confused. Not long after, Ran met Professor Qin himself. He was of medium height, thin, and had a refined temperament. He was an old man who was quite graceful despite his age. Compared with the sloppy Professor Chung, he looked more like a scholar. Professor Qin greeted the staff of the institute enthusiastically, and seemed to have a deep friendship with several of them, including Director Luo. Ran had heard of his fame for a long time, so she stepped forward to greet him. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Professor Qin's eyes stayed on her for a long time. He explained that he was invited by the provincial leaders to come here for academic discussions, and was expected to leave in half a month. Everyone was excited about his arrival. Everyone wanted to witness the sparks between academic leaders. Of course, there was also curiosity about gossip. After Professor Chung learned about this, although he didn't say anything, his face looked gloomy, as if covered by a dark cloud. Not long after, the two had a fierce argument at a meeting, which was actually just around a small issue of decomposing the process. The researcher raised a question, and Professor Qin explained it based on his years of experience. It was nothing at first, but Professor Chung immediately raised a question, which seemed a bit unreasonable. Although Professor Qin appeared calm on the surface, he was furious inside. His face turned ugly in an instant, and he finally found an excuse to leave the meeting room in a hurry. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. After the meeting, Ran accompanied Lu Ran to the warehouse to get something, and when they passed the small garden, they happened to see two professors talking. The two looked serious, and the quarrel was not quiet. Ran vaguely heard Professor Chung say, "You are not qualified to mention her. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have died." Lu Ran was frightened and hurriedly pulled Ran to another path. They heard something they shouldn't have heard. "They won't fight, right?" Ran looked back. "No way. How can they fight at such an old age?" She wanted to eavesdrop a little, but because Lu Ran was by her side, it was inevitable that she felt a little embarrassed. The next day, Director Luo gave Ran a difficult task, asking her to hand over the academic revision opinions to Professor Qin for approval. The reason why it seemed difficult was because the revision opinions had been completely changed by Professor Chung, and the person who sent them over would definitely be cannon fodder. Ran glanced at it, but silently took the opinion form. When he went there, Professor Qin was browsing the information on the computer. After taking the opinion form, he gently pointed to the chair. "Xiaogu, sit down for a moment. Let me take a look at this." Ran was in mixed feelings, and felt that Professor Qin would definitely not react well to the revision. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Professor Qin laughed sarcastically. "This old guy, in order to compete with me, actually lied openly." Ran remained silent, and whispered, "If Professor Qin has any opinions, you can make comments on it, and I will take it back." Her meaning was very clear, implying that she was just passing the document, not biased towards any side. Professor Qin put down the opinion form. "Xiaogu, I remember you. Did you publish a special topic on anti-targeted treatment of bone diseases at the Blue Lake Discussion Conference at the beginning of the year?" Ran eyes lit up. "Yes. The idea is very novel. I asked someone to test it twice and I think it is feasible. Are you interested in setting up a project team?" Professor Qin asked with a smile. "Really? Are you kidding?" Ran eyes widened. This excitement is not without reason. When she first proposed this plan, no one agreed. Everyone thought that this anti-targeting method was quite strange. She conducted several experiments and thought it was feasible, so she wrote a paper and published it. However, the result was ignored. It did not cause any response. Unexpectedly, it has attracted the attention of Professor Qin now. Professor Qin responded, "Of course this is true. To be honest, this is one of the reasons why I came to your institute this time." Ren's heart was beating fast. But then he thought of his identity and hesitated. "I'm sorry. I'm Professor Chung intern now. It's not appropriate for me to join your project team rashly. Don't rush to refuse this matter," Professor Qin said slowly, "because there are more important things to deal with at the moment." "Academic discussion?" Professor Qin shook his head. "No. It's about drug number 12. "Number 12? Ran was shocked. What happened? The predecessor of this drug, Shili Ma Dingwan, was developed jointly by your professor and me, but according to several existing reports, its clinical response has changed greatly. Professor Qin shook his head. I need to look into this matter carefully. I will ask your professor for samples tomorrow. Ran became excited. Professor Qin wanted to investigate this matter. Does it mean that there is really a problem with the formula of drug number 12? Xiao Gu, if you have any news, you can also tell me, Professor Qin added. Ran responded, but didn't say anything more until Professor Qin finished reading the opinion letter and handed it back to her. Ran stood up. If it okay, I go out first. She was full of entanglements. She was not sure about Professor Qin's position, although he had a high reputation in the industry. This was their first meeting. Could it prove anything? It would be better to observe first. Anyway, he would go to ask for samples tomorrow. Right? But who could have expected that Professor Qin did not succeed in asking for samples the next day? Qin Yuan decisively refused, and politely said that this was the confidentiality of the institute. Although Professor Qin was a respected guest, it was still inconvenient to disclose this confidential information. Professor Qin, who had been frustrated, shook his head helplessly and left. Ran watched his back in the yard, and her mood instantly felt the weirdness of the matter. The more confidential it is, the more it seems that there is something fishy going on. Isn't it? Chapter 88 Meaning. Ran originally planned to observe for a while, but at noon, the nurse station received a notice that drug number 12 would be used for the bone patients on the second and third floors. Hearing this news, Ran heart sank. The conditions of those bone patients were extremely serious, and many of them were paralyzed. At this time, she had a question in her mind. Once the powerful drug was used, would they still be able to survive? She understood that things could not be delayed any longer. So, during lunchtime, she quickly took 2 samples from the refrigerator, quietly stuffed them into Professor Qin's office, and then hurried away, pretending nothing had happened. In the afternoon, Professor Qin really entered the laboratory and stayed there for several hours. Ran was secretly happy, and was about to observe in a low profile, but suddenly received a notice for a full staff meeting. The meeting was chaired by Director Mu, who looked serious and said after looking around, yesterday, when the hospital was doing the month-end inventory, it was discovered that a dose of anesthetic was inexplicably stolen from the pharmacy 2 weeks ago. Everyone present, if you have any clues, please let me know. Everyone at the scene looked at each other, with confused expressions. At this time, Ran had a flash of inspiration, thinking of Fong Chi's death. She had always suspected that it was not suicide. The anesthetic that disappeared half a month ago may have been taken away by the murderer. Director Luo spoke first. How do we know, Director Mu? The pharmacy has always been managed by Xiao Zhang from the warehouse of the pathology hospital. We can't touch it at all. Xiao Zhang immediately stood up to protest. Someone can get the key to our warehouse. Not just me. You can't wrongly accuse me. Everyone was silent. As everyone knows, in addition to Xiao Zhang, Director Mu, Professor Chung, and 2 associate professors also have the key to the pharmacy. In this case, who dares to speculate and doubt it will? Mu Qingshan frowned, obviously thinking that the investigation of the case would be very difficult. He asked the head of the security department, what about the results of the surveillance I asked you to check? It has been transferred. But there were several people in and out of the pharmacy that day. In addition to Xiao Zhang, there were also Associate Professor Zhou and Qin Yuan. The head of the security department whispered. Qin Yuan immediately stood up. I have to explain. It was the head nurse who asked me to get the medicine that day. She can testify. The head nurse immediately nodded and said that she had a stomachache at the time. So she gave Qin Yuan an order and asked him to help. Associate Professor Zhou was on a business trip 2 days ago, and he could not explain himself. Naturally, he became the most suspicious person in everyone's mind. However, Ran disagreed with this. She glanced at Qin Yuan, and her trust in him had already reached the bottom. She immediately admitted that it was him who did it. She secretly speculated that if Fong Chi knew anything, he would definitely be in danger. The meeting ended hastily. Mu Qingshan said that he would investigate the matter thoroughly. After all, stealing is a very serious matter. It is customary to inform the whole unit and remove the name. At this time, Professor Qin was still working hard in the laboratory. After many tests, he came to a surprising conclusion. These pills contained several times more Shili Ma Ding pills than the standard. Professor Chin was very clear about this. He was very uneasy when he first developed this drug, because it was ineffective at a small dose and accidents were prone to occur at a large dose. Although Professor Chung tried his best to persuade him not to give up this special medicine, the contradiction between the two had already emerged, and they eventually went their separate ways with their formulas. Professor Chin thought that the research had come to an end, but he was still obsessed with the research on Shili Ma Ding pills, and even developed a variety of drugs with it as raw materials. And number 12 was one of them. The clinical reaction of this drug is different from others. The side effects of patients after use are very obvious, and there have been several cases of accidental death. Therefore, Professor Chin doubted the dosage of Shili Ma Ding pills, and he recently discovered its more terrible side effects. Combined with Professor Chung's strange behavior, Professor Chin began to worry. Professor Chung might take a terrible step. Once he started, there would be no turning back. He had to stop the crazy behavior of this old man who had lost control. Professor Chin pondered for a moment, and said to his assistant, "Go and book a restaurant. Invite Xiao Gu to dinner tonight." When Ran Ran received the invitation, she was not surprised. Professor Chin had talked to her before, presumably because the experimental results of the sample had come out. But how did he know that he was also secretly investigating this matter? This made her feel even more terrified. Before anything happened, Ran Ran decided to stay calm and wait and see. After get off work, she returned home, changed into more formal clothes, and went out. To meet such an important Professor Chin, she had to behave properly. The restaurant chosen by Professor Chin was located in the city center. It was a niche Chinese restaurant with a unique style. And unlike the era of robot service, here there were dedicated service, which meant that the price was not cheap. She walked slowly along the cobblestone path. Finally, she met Professor Chin in a private room near the garden. He sat there alone, holding a teacup, staring blankly at the garden, and didn't even notice her arrival. "Professor Chin, you're looking for me?" Ran Ran greeted softly. Professor Chin turned around, with a gentle smile on his face. "Xiao Gu, you're here. Sit down. I ordered a few special dishes here. I don't know if you like them." "I'm not picky about food," Ran Ran responded, and asked at the same time, "You're looking for me? There must be something wrong, right?" Professor Chin poured her a cup of tea. "Your generation of young people is very different from us. You are straightforward, not willing to beat around the bush, and you have your own ideas in mind." Professor Chin sighed. Ran Ran did not completely agree with this. "In fact, I sometimes seem not so decisive, considering many things, even if it is not absolutely necessary. I will not act easily." "Are you referring to the sample?" Professor Chin asked suddenly. Ran Ran took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "See? You are actually the most direct person." "Ha ha." Professor Chin looked outside the door. "The dishes are here. Let's eat and chat." The dishes that Professor Chin ordered were all from the Jiangnan cuisine, such as squirrel mandarin fish, chicken soup with dried shredded vegetables, longying shrimp, and clear stewed crab roe. The presentation was exquisite, but the portions were not large. As a Sichuan girl, Ran Ran was used to heavy tastes, and was a little uncomfortable with the sweet Jiangnan cuisine. She picked up a chopstick and slowly put it into his mouth, not concentrating on eating. "I've been in the Northwest for a long time, eating noodles every day, and I can't help but miss the taste of my hometown," Professor Chin explained. "Your personality is a bit like her, but your eating habits are different." "Who is she?" Ran Ran raised his head, and the more he listened, the more confused he felt. Is Professor Chin mourning for an old friend? Chapter 89, The Legendary Junior Sister. Professor Chin said decisively, "She is the junior sister of Professor Chung and me. The Shili Ma Ding pills were also developed by the three of us." This was the first time Ran Ran heard this. She said in surprise, "Then she must be very powerful." "Well, her talent and knowledge are comparable to ours." A hint of gloom flashed in Professor Chin's eyes. It's just that her fate is not good. There were some problems with the experiment 10 years ago. She has not woken up yet. Ran Ran suddenly remembered the conversation between Professor Chin and Professor Chung in the garden. Professor Chung shouted excitedly at that time, "You are not qualified to mention her. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have died." She must be referring to this junior sister. She frowned and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't mention your sad story. It doesn't matter. I asked you to come here today because I wanted to be honest with you and tell you about this past. This is our most basic trust. Isn't it? After all, you trust me too. Ren felt a little guilty. She was more desperate at the time, and she just put her hope on him. She put down her chopsticks. Professor Chin, I will be a good listener. If what you do is right, I will stand on your side. Indeed, although Ren respected Professor Chung, she had a scale in her heart. She only did what she thought was right. If Professor Chung really disregarded human lives for research, she would definitely stand up to stop it. After all scientific research should be based on morality, cannot violate the bottom line of human ethics, and even more so, cannot violate one's own conscience. Professor Chin was very excited when he heard this. I know, you are a very strong-willed child. Xiaoge, this story may be a bit long. It all started when we were in college. It turned out that Professor Chin and Professor Chung were classmates and roommates in college. The two had complementary personalities. One was introverted and steady, one has an active mind and is not bound by rules. But it is this character and serious attitude towards scientific research that make them good friends. They chased each other in academics, and were already among the top students in college. The two agreed to study abroad together after graduation, and then returned to China to establish a first-class research institute and contribute their knowledge to society. The two passionate young people made such an agreement and put it into practice. After completing their master and doctoral degrees, they went abroad together and returned to China together 5 years later, founded this institute. In fact, it was very difficult at the beginning. Although the two were talented, they did not have any remarkable achievements. Therefore, they could not get social sponsorship for a long time, not to mention national research funds. The two could only work part-time on some small research projects for enterprises to make some money to maintain the operation of the institute. Because rent, employee salaries, and equipment all cost money, it seemed like a bottomless pit, making people wonder where hope was. At that time, Professor Chin was already married. His wife is a girl he met abroad. Because of love, she followed him back to China, and also looked forward to the beautiful future described by Professor Chin. However, hope is beautiful, but reality is invulnerable. Looking at this bottomless pit where income is not enough to cover expenditure, the girl repeatedly persuaded them to give up, saying that with their professional level, they can get a generous annual salary by working in any research institute, so why not take care of their own safety? Professor Chin smiled bitterly and said, every time we talk about this, I argue with her. I told her that this research institute is our hard work and our greatest wish. And it will develop one day. What happened later? Did she believe it? Ren asked softly. Professor Chin shook his head and said, she was tired of this kind of life. A year later, she went abroad alone. After that, I received a divorce application from her abroad. Ren sighed softly. It a pity. Yes, it a pity. Professor Chin looked at the garden outside the window and fell into deep thought. Although it is regrettable, it is also an inevitable path. In our line of work, it is difficult to have a happy family. Everyone pursues their own ideals, and there are too many ideals. People's energy is limited. How can they have both? Ren took a sip of tea and continued to wait for Professor Chin's next words. Professor Chin was silent for a while, and then continued. After the divorce, Professor Chin put more energy on work. Professor Chung was the same. He lived a simple life and rarely interacted with outsiders. Later, he almost ate and lived in the institute. The two of them worked day and night on scientific research. When they ran out of funds, they went out to work part-time to earn money. Occasionally, they needed to borrow money for emergencies. They lived a very poor life. There was a time when they couldn't even pay the rent, and the employees who came to help left because they hadn't received wages for a long time. This period was the most difficult time in their early days of entrepreneurship, and their junior sister Lin Jinjin joined them at that time. She was an alumnus of the same university, 10 years younger than them. She had just finished her postgraduate study for 1 year, and was still a sunny and lively girl. She didn't know where she heard about them, but she came to the institute without hesitation, and said she was willing to be an intern. At that time, Professor Chin told her frankly, we are still in the development stage here, and the salary may not be high, if you. Before he finished his words, Lin Jinjin smiled and replied, I don't care about the salary. I admire the two senior brothers, and I want to be like you, rely on your own knowledge to achieve a career. Just like that, Lin Jinjin joined them. She was very capable, not only took on the chores of the institute, but also did a great job in analysis and organization, and experimental records. Her arrival was like a ray of warm sunshine, which instantly dispelled the haze of the institute. The three of them spent a long time together, about 3 years, all in this small laboratory. Together they overcame difficulties, stayed up late together, they have witnessed several miracles. They studied a new anti-tumor drug, which has undergone many tests and long-term in vivo experiments. The subjects ranged from mice to larger mammals. These experimental animals were carefully selected, and a dozen with tumors were found out of tens of thousands. They injected the drug little by little, slowly adjusted the dosage, and observed their drug reactions. When faced with adverse reactions, they corrected them in time. After a long year, they finally found the most suitable formula ratio. It can not only exert the drug effectiveness, but also minimize the side effects. After a course of treatment, they were ecstatic to find that all the tumors in the small animals had shrunk and disappeared. Moreover, after testing the samples, the originally malignant tumors also disappeared without a trace. Chapter 90 Cancer Cure. This was undoubtedly an extremely exciting news for the medical community at that time. Although cancer is no longer considered a terminal illness, the combination of targeted therapy and surgical treatment has achieved a cure rate of 50%, but these treatments still require surgery and chemotherapy, and the pain they bring to patients is still huge. The new drug they developed can significantly reduce the pain in just 1 or 2 courses of treatment, and there are no sequelae, and the patient body remains intact. Therefore, the three excitedly took the drugs, promoted them in major hospitals, and sought subjects for clinical trials. They thought that after the release of these reports, there would be an endless stream of patients willing to participate. However, the reality was cruel and ruthless, and the three unknown people suffered a heavy blow. The questions raised by the hospital were nothing more than the following. First, although the tumor had disappeared in the animal experiment, there were still residual cancer cells in the body. If it relapsed again, how to take responsibility? Second, from common sense, these drugs need to go through a 3-year testing cycle. You are too hasty. Third, your research institute is unknown and lacks research results. How to ensure that these drugs are risk-free when used in the human body? The three people explained repeatedly. About the first question, they responded, cancer cells may exist in the human body. In a sense, cancer cells can coexist with the human body, although the content of the cured animals has increased. As long as the follow-up monitoring is in place, these cancer cells will not recur. For the second point, they emphasized that drugs that require 3 years of testing are often slow in efficacy, while the drugs they developed showed an amazing cure rate within 1 year. As for the third point, the three were speechless. Indeed, they had no reputation in the industry, lacked research results, and had no funds to guarantee. They could only repeatedly prove their belief, but it still did not get the hospital approval. In the following days, they visited one family after another. Each time they returned with hope but disappointed, and they spent almost every day in this cycle. After 3 months of hard work, things finally took a turn for the better. A small private hospital was willing to try this research. This hospital is a specialized oncology hospital, and its business is good. It has accepted many poor patients who cannot afford the treatment costs. After screening and mobilization, finally, 3 eligible patients were willing to accept the new drug treatment. This result surprised the 3 people, and they immediately devoted themselves to it and started the first clinical trial. In terms of drug dosage and human tolerance, they were more cautious, and any minor problems had to be discussed and studied repeatedly. During that time, they almost all lived in the hospital, and Lin Jinjin even missed the thesis debate, which almost affected her graduation. However, the efforts of the 3 people were finally rewarded. After taking a course of medication, the 3 patients with severe tumors showed significant improvement in their lesions. The best patient tumor had shrunk to a tiny shadow. They could also feel the changes in their bodies. Their appetites gradually increased. Their pains were significantly reduced, and they could even sleep through the night. As for side effects, there was indeed slight vomiting and dizziness, but compared to the treatment effect, these flaws were insignificant. After another course of treatment, after retesting, the tumors in the 3 patients disappeared, achieving what is medically known as a 100% cure of tumors. When they saw the test report, the 3 cried bitterly. After so much hard work and suffering, they finally saw the dawn of hope. This result shocked the hospital. They originally agreed to conduct clinical trials, but they just wanted to give it a try, as it would not affect the patient. Most of the patients they chose had serious conditions or gave up treatment due to poverty. I never thought that a little-known research institute could develop an effective drug. And the drug effect is so amazing. The 3 patients were naturally overjoyed. One of them even knelt down on the spot to kowtow, to show gratitude. The news quickly spread in the industry, and patients who came to consult came one after another. However, their research institute did not have enough production capacity, and could not meet the needs of many patients. They were willing but unable to do so. However, this situation was only temporary. Soon, pharmaceutical companies came to seek cooperation. Several pharmaceutical companies hoped to monopolize the production of this drug. After discussion, they chose a state-owned enterprise and began small-scale production. Since the state has strict supervision over drugs, in addition to a certain number of animal experiments and clinical trials after the invention of a drug, human testing must be carried out to determine the drug tolerance and side effects. Only after these procedures are completed can it be put on the market on a large scale. Despite this, these are not difficult problems. The excellent properties of the drug itself mean that large-scale production is only a matter of time. Before production officially started, drug dealers and hospitals have come to make reservations. Due to limited energy and experience, they decided to hire an external team to take charge of these matters, and they will focus their main energy on drug research and development. After all, this is their best area. In the next 6 months, the drug made huge profits, and won many high-quality awards at home and abroad. The institute also had sufficient funds, and it ushered in further expansion. However, during this period, there was a little conflict between me and Professor Chung. Professor Chin said slowly. Ran listened attentively. Is it about the allocation of funds? No. Professor Chin shook his head and smiled. Although he has a stubborn and eccentric personality, he doesn't value funds. We are similar in this respect. Ran was puzzled. What is the reason? Because? Professor Chin smiled bitterly and added, because of Jinjin. It turned out that, in the course of getting along day and night, Professor Chin and Professor Chung both developed a liking for the junior sister Lin Jinjin. Indeed, a talented, capable, gentle and lovely girl is hard to resist. If Lin Jinjin had the same attitude towards the two of them, there might not be any problem. However, she also had a little admiration for Professor Chin. This made the relationship between the 3 people quite awkward. Professor Chung, who noticed this, felt very disappointed and locked himself in the laboratory all day. He had worked hard from a poor rural family to the present day. He was originally sensitive and slightly inferior, and his appearance was not competitive. Therefore, he was sensitive to other people's emotional hints and quickly understood them, but chose not to mention them anymore and closed himself off again. Chapter 91: The Invention of the Sharp Pills. Professor Chin and Lin Jinjin had concerns in their hearts. One was worried about the future because she was divorced and 10 years older than the other, and the other was worried that if she developed a relationship, it would cause invisible harm to Professor Chung. Therefore, although the two had a good impression of each other, they never broke the window paper. As time went by, Lin Jinjin successfully completed her master and doctoral studies, and chose to stay in the institute to work. In the next few years, the 3 worked together too. Several new drugs were developed one after another. These drugs are effective, including ointments for treating eczema, micro-repair capsules for congenital heart disease, and less well-known, but popular hair growth drugs. The successful development of new drugs has made the institute famous, and the 3 people do not have high material needs. They invest part of the proceeds in charity, recruit some patients every year to exempt their medicine costs, and donate to many schools, improving the conditions of the institute, move to a better place, and expand the team. With the injection of corporate funds and regular funding from the state, their research has gradually moved to a higher stage. Professor Chin mentioned, we accidentally discovered a new ingredient in the experiment, a variant substance generated by more than a dozen substances under specific conditions. At first, we accidentally injected it into the mice when mixing other substances. A few days later, we found that the paralyzed mice could walk, which made us very excited. We spent 3 full months, conducted thousands of scenario simulation experiments, and finally confirmed the existence of this substance. Is this Shili Ma Dingwan? Ran asked curiously. Professor Chin nodded, yes. When we found it, we were very excited, thinking it might be another disruptive invention after cancer drugs. But it is easy to find, but it is very difficult to make it stable, because the occurrence of this specific situation depends entirely on luck. This process was extremely long. The team made tens of thousands of efforts to determine the specific values of temperature, humidity and oxygen content in the air. Professor Chung and Professor Chin also began experiments. By judging the specific efficacy of the drug, they finally found that it has good effects on many diseases in the whole body, especially in bone diseases. Shili Ma Ding 1 is different from ordinary drugs, Professor Chen recalled. Although the efficacy is very strong, the side effects are also great. After using it on mice, more than half of them died within half a month. So serious? Ran frowned. Yes, she was really scared at that time, and warned us not to continue, because now only animals died. If patients in clinical trials were also like this, it would be terrible, Professor Chen recalled with a sigh. But we were so obsessed with research at the time that no one listened to her advice. We naively thought that as long as we worked hard enough, we could block these unfavorable factors. Finally, we got the perfect medicine. Ran asked in a low voice. What happened next? Did you succeed? Professor Chen nodded with a wry smile, and then shook his head. Although we have made some optimizations, there is not much progress. But it is gratifying that, except for the dead mice, the rest are almost all cured. This is also the motivation for us to persevere. The two of them are persistent and crazy. After all, there is a rule in the international drug research community. In animal experiments, when the probability of an accident is greater than 50%, the subsequent process should not be continued. And their experiment, the accident rate has already exceeded 50. If it is reported according to the normal procedure, there is no hope of progress. However, they unanimously decided to conduct it in secret. We were also quite crazy at that time. Professor Chen said slowly, I think such a thing, the risk is worth it. And I am full of confidence. I believe that it can be optimized to the best, and may even win a bigger award. Unfortunately, the two people ideas were too naive. After 2 or 3 years of devoting all their energy, they still did not make a major breakthrough. Later, Professor Chung made a bold decision and proposed to directly find patients for clinical trials. Perhaps animals would not work, but humans would. Professor Chen expressed his support, but Lin Jinjin firmly opposed it, thinking that it was not rigorous enough and that human lives could not be joked with. Ran also said, she is right. Scientific research should be based on safety. I cannot joke with human lives. This is also why Ran questioned the behavior of Professor Chung and Mu Qishan. She always thought that their approach was too radical. Professor Chen drank all the tea in one breath. At that time, we did not listen to the advice and adjusted to the optimal solution. We produced a batch of Shili Ma Ding pills and began to recruit patients. All of this was done in secret. He paused for a moment and continued. Due to the reputation of the institute, there are many patients who are willing to come anonymously, and they are also willing to sign a life and death agreement. However, Jinjin is very worried about this. After talking to each patient privately, she found that the reason they were willing to sign was because they had high expectations for the success rate of our institute and thought it was just a formality. So she stopped you? Ran sighed. Professor Chen nodded. Indeed. She was very aggressive and warned us that if we insisted on continuing, the truth would be made public. She also said that she was not bluffing and the reporting materials had been prepared. You didn't stop, did you? Ran was convinced that this story would not end so simply. Professor Chen sighed. We tried our best to persuade her, and tried to convince her. However, she suddenly said something cruel. If you must use people for experiments, then use her. We firmly opposed this, and the matter was deadlocked. A few days later, Professor Chung was on a business trip, and Jinjin suddenly found me. Lin Jinjin said, what I said before was not a joke. If you insist on conducting clinical trials, just use me. Professor Chen was shocked. Jinjin, don't be silly. Didn't we discuss this matter? Take your time. Lin Jinjin shook her head firmly. You don't understand me yet? You are all stubborn donkeys. Once you decide to do something, you will definitely move forward. I know you are just perfunctory to me. It is only a matter of time before you hide it from me. Professor Chen was panicked at that time, because he and Professor Chung did have such a discussion. He hurriedly said, Jinjin, don't mention this anymore. You don't meet the requirements at all. People who participate in clinical trials need to meet several requirements. One is that they have a serious disease, and the other is that they are willing to sign a life and death agreement. And Lin Jinjin is in good health, and doesn't meet the experimental standards at all. Lin Jinjin took a breath, pulled a medical certificate from her pocket, and handed it over. If I say I meet the requirements, do you believe it? Chapter 92 The Death of Junior Sister. Professor Chen was stunned after hearing this. He took it and looked at it. It turned out to be a diagnosis of breast cancer. He looked at Lin Jinjin in disbelief. Junior sister, don't lie to me. This is not something you have done before. Senior brother, I will never joke about such things. Lin Jinjin's face turned pale. This was discovered 2 weeks ago. I was also surprised. But I think, if you have to conduct an experiment, then I am the best choice. No one is more suitable than me. No. Professor Qin firmly opposed. Anyone can do it. But you definitely can't. Lin Jinjin shook her head. My disease was discovered too late. It already the advanced stage of breast cancer. The doctor said there is not much hope even if it is treated. Since we have a special medicine, I am willing to be a test subject. That day, the two argued endlessly. Finally Professor Qin's eyes were red. Lin Jinjin was already in tears. A bitter persuasion, a stubborn insistence. Finally Lin Jinjin made up her mind. If you don't agree, I will do this experiment myself. Under her strong pressure, Professor Qin finally agreed with tears in his eyes, and repeatedly assured her, I will do my best, I will never let you get hurt. Lin Jinjin nodded, and said with a smile, Don't tell Professor Chung about this, he has a stubborn personality, if he knows, I'm afraid he will cause trouble. Just treat me as an ordinary patient, change the information. And then prepare the medicine according to the normal procedure. At her insistence, she changed her name to Lin Xiao, and lived in an isolated bed. And at the same time used various excuses to avoid meeting with Professor Chung. The team officially started the first clinical trial of Zilima Ding pills. Professor Qin was very nervous about this. But Professor Chung, who was completely unaware, seemed confident and decided to use a sufficient amount of medicine from the beginning. Professor Qin naturally disagreed. And after a fierce dispute, Professor Chung actually used the medicine without authorization. The next day, good news came from the ward. The patient lesion improved significantly, shrinking by 1/3. Professor Chung was very proud. See, if it were your slow personality, we would have been defeated by the disease long ago. When facing the disease, we must be quick, accurate and ruthless. Professor Chung is stubborn in life, but bold and decisive in medical research. Just like a hunting wolf, always able to keenly capture the key points. It is this personality that allows them to fight their way out on the difficult road. Has achieved today's success. Professor Qin is known for his attentiveness and persistence, and his rich professional knowledge. The two complement each other, and have become close partners for many years. Seeing the significant effect at this time, Professor Qin silently withdrew his previous concerns and repeatedly reminded, Be careful, everything must be based on safety. Professor Chung waved his hand, and asked about Lin Jinjin's situation. I haven't seen my junior sister for several days. I sent a message but she didn't reply. Where did she go? Do you know? This? Professor Qin frowned, and could only find an excuse that she went back to her hometown in the countryside. Professor Chung didn't care, and continued to immerse himself in new drug research. Seeing the good effect, he was excited to increase the dosage of the drug to try. However, this time when adding the drug, something unexpected happened. Lin Jinjin's condition had a huge reversal. Although the lesion almost disappeared, her blood was flowing rapidly. Her heartbeat and her blood pressure soared to extremely high points. Just 10 minutes later, Lin Jinjin fell into a deep coma. Professor Qin rushed to the ward, and Professor Chung realized something was wrong and quickly followed. At this time, Lin Jinjin's body was full of tubes, connected to various instruments, and was undergoing emergency treatment. In the crowd, Professor Chung saw Lin Jinjin's pale face and froze in place. When the doctors finished the rescue and shook their heads, he suddenly woke up and punched Professor Qin. How could it be her? How could it be Lin Jinjin? Professor Qin's eyes were dull, and he could no longer cry. He held Lin Jinjin's hand, allowing Professor Chung behind him to punch and kick him, until he collapsed to the ground with blood all over his face. Professor Qin sighed. I regretted it so much at that time. I really wished he would beat me to death, so that I could accompany her in the underworld. Ren felt a chill in her heart after hearing this. Is she really dead? Professor Qin looked at her. His empty eyes seemed to see through her, looking into an unknown place. Her organs had stopped functioning autonomously at that time. She could only rely on a ventilator to maintain her heartbeat. Her brain also entered a stagnant state, which is the legendary brain death. Ren understood instantly that there was no hope at all. She looked heavy. What a pity. If she follows the normal steps to treat breast cancer, she will have hope. Right? If this experiment is not carried out. Professor Qin covered his head with both hands, and seemed to be in great pain. Through normal surgery, she can live at least 10 years. It all our fault. It was because of this incident that Professor Qin and Professor Chung had a complete falling out. Both were in a stage of regret and resentment towards each other. One secretly sent Lin Jinjin to the isolation room, and the other used strong medicine regardless of everything. They each thought that the other was the culprit for Lin Jinjin's death. Professor Qin was disheartened and swore not to touch Shili Ma Dingwan again. He resolutely withdrew from the then prosperous research institute and went to the northwest alone. Professor Chung also fell into a long period of depression, sitting woodenly in front of Lin Jinjin's desk all day, like a useless person. I thought he would stop and give up this dangerous and deadly Shili Ma Ding pill. However, a few years ago, I learned that he was still researching this and had treated many patients with bone diseases. Recently, I saw several clinical reports and felt that the efficacy of the drug was very different from that time. Out of caution, I agreed to the request of the provincial leaders. I will go to your institute for academic exchange to find out the true situation of Shili Ma Dingwan, Professor Qin said slowly. Ran felt heavy after hearing this. This past event a few years ago was so tortuous. She didn't know how to comfort the old professor, who was in grief for a while. Perhaps no matter what she said, it would be in vain. What he longed for should be recognition and support. Right? Sure enough, Professor Qin pleaded in a low voice. Xiao Gu, I know you are a good kid, that why you risked your own life to investigate this matter. I want to ask you for help, to stop this from happening together. Those patients have died, we can't watch more tragedies happen. Chapter 93 Behind the Portrait. Ran nodded without hesitation. Of course, I have always believed so. Even if you don't tell me the truth, I will do the same. After hearing this, Professor Qin looked relieved. It seems that I was not wrong about you. You are just like Shinjin, not only smart but also kind-hearted. Ran lowered his head and sighed slightly. I just hope to do something that I think is right. Those who died are innocent. Very good. Next, I plan to find the original information of drug number 12. Professor Qin said. Ran shook his head. I have looked, but there is only an empty file bag. I roughly know where this old man will hide the file. Professor Qin whispered. After so many years, his behavior and habits are still the same as before. Ran didn't quite understand what he meant, so he asked, Professor Qin, I will do whatever you need me to do. Professor Qin lowered his voice and whispered a few words. Ran was shocked and said, That place is Professor Chung's restricted area. He doesn't allow us to enter. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. The file must be there. Ran thought for a moment and finally nodded. I will try my best. On the way back to the dormitory from the restaurant, Ran felt complicated. The place Professor Qin mentioned was Professor Chung's dormitory. His dormitory was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment assigned by the unit, located behind the institute. He rarely goes back, but every time he goes back, he turns off the bracelet, never contacts anyone, and does not allow others to find the dormitory. Everyone says that place is Professor Chung's restricted area, and no one dares to approach. Is the file really there? Ran was full of doubts, but things had developed to this point, and she could only take a risk. And she thought, it better to do it today than to wait for a day, time is running out, so let go tonight. Ran frowned, and drove forward, stopping at a remote place behind the institute, walking along the path to Professor Chung's dormitory building. The building is older, originally provided for married employees in the institute. However, very few people live there, because for their children to go to school, most employees have purchased properties in the city. Professor Chung lives on the left side of the 3rd floor. Ran heard Director Luo mention that. She helps pay the property fees and water and electricity bills every year. Not far away, she has seen the dormitory building, squinting slightly, after thinking for a moment. She walked forward, Professor Qin's words echoing in her mind. It is his habit to leave the key with Granny Zhu on the 1st floor. Go there as a student, which means you are here to get information. Granny Zhu will not doubt you. She could not be sure whether Granny Zhu would doubt Ran. But this method did sound quite risky. But now it was a matter of life and death. She had no choice but to act. Ran felt like a fearless warrior at this moment. A fearless impulse surged in her heart. She quickly walked to the front of the building, stood for a while, and knocked on the door on the right side of the 1st floor. Grandma Zhu, are you home? After an unknown amount of time, the door creaked open, and an old lady with wrinkles poked out of the door. She looked up and down at Ran with her cloudy eyes. The situation in the middle of the night made people feel uneasy. Ran was nervous, but there was no way out, so she could only continue as Professor Qin said, "Hello, I am Professor Chung's student. He asked me to get some information. Do you have a key here?" The old woman showed a sneer on her face. And then she slammed the door shut without saying a word. Ran was stunned. She didn't expect Granny Zhu to be so cold. It seems that she can't go in today. Just when she was about to leave in disappointment, there was a click in the crack of the door, and a room card with a metallic luster was thrown out. Then an old and haggard voice came. "Bring it back when you are done. Don't mess with his things." Ran was overjoyed. She quickly squatted down and picked up the room card. "Thank you, Granny Zhu." She ran straight to the third floor with the room card in her pocket. She opened Professor Chung's door without hesitation. With the same creaking sound, she was greeted by a black hole-like room. Ran felt dazed. This darkness was like a pool of unfathomable water. It seemed that it could instantly attract people in and never escape. She even felt that she was still the obedient intern. But if she stepped into this door, she might go to some extremes. She was silent for a few seconds at the door, and finally walked in without hesitation, and closed the door. She felt that the whole room was dark, and there seemed to be no light. In this darkness, she always felt that there were eyes watching her quietly, which made her back cold. Ran bit her lower lip and fumbled for the switch on the wall, trying to turn on the light. But she spent a long time, separated by something like a table. She touched a cold frame, which looked like a photo frame. Ran moved closer to look, and in the darkness, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes. Those eyes were staring at her, which frightened her and made her step back in a hurry. In an instant, she remembered that her bracelet had a lighting function. So she quickly turned it on, and finally saw clearly. There was a black and white portrait of a woman hanging on the wall. The woman looked gentle and lovely, with eyes as bright as almonds, and her thin lips slightly raised, as if full of pity. Ran looked carefully for a moment, and whispered, "You are Lin Jinjin, right? I didn't expect Professor Chung to have your portrait hanging here." There was a table under the portrait, on which were placed fruits and vegetables, and a bouquet of white roses. Judging from their freshness, Professor Chung must have come back not long ago. Ran bowed 3 times to the portrait, and his heart was full of emotion. Such a kind and righteous predecessor, who devoted his efforts to science, it is really worthy of respect. After completing these, Ran began to get down to business, looked around, and pushed open the room inside. This house has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The small living room is in full view. Except for the table, there are almost no other furniture. The 2 rooms are the bedroom and the study. The bedroom is empty, and the study is full of books. Ran's main goal is the study, and she began to search carefully, from the bookcase to the desk to the drawer, but found nothing. Just when she was disappointed, she received a call from Professor Qin. He asked, "Have you found it?" "No, the study is empty." Professor Qin thought for a moment. What behind the portrait? Chapter 94 Criminal Evidence. This? Ran felt unbelievable. How could someone put the document behind the portrait? This is too creepy. With a half-believing and half-doubting mentality, Ran still went to check it out. After seeing it, her expression suddenly changed, because she did touch a few thin pages of paper. Ran took it out and looked at it. The words on it were very clear. Shili Ma Ding Pills Dosage Analysis Table. When she saw these words, her heartbeat quickened, because this was what she had been looking for a long time. And it was also the main ingredient of drug number 12. Her eyes kept wandering between the tables, and she felt more and more panicked. The table listed various side effects that might occur when the dosage was increased, including fainting, rapid failure of internal organs, and death due to madness. The most shocking thing was that when the dosage reached 5 times, it could actually change the function of brain nerves. This change is not a good improvement, but an irreversible destruction and reconstruction, which is equivalent to reorganizing the human brain nerves. Of course, the premise is that the person must be able to survive the previous side effects. The Zilima Ding pills in the number 12 drug have reached 3 times the standard dose. This means that it is very close to changing the brain nerves. Ran was surrounded by great fear. She hurriedly took a picture of the evidence with her bracelet, and then put it away as it was, and hung the portrait back. She left Professor Chung's house quickly. She walked very fast. Just as she rushed out of the building, she realized that she had not returned the room card. She turned back quickly, pushed the room card through the crack of the door, and then left quickly. Ran all the way back to the car, and sent the photos she had just taken to Professor Qin. Not long after, She received a call from Professor Chin, and Professor Chin on the other end of the phone was heartbroken. It's true, this old guy is really bold. Ranran frowned and asked, have you known about the change of brain nerves? Professor Chin quickly replied, no, I also know it for the first time. But I found some clues before, it's a long story. But we must stop him immediately. Otherwise, everything will be too late. Professor Chin's voice became hoarse at the end, and urgent emotion came from the other end of the phone. Ranran also felt a sense of urgency. Should we call the police? Yes, I will send the information to the Ministry of Health immediately. After they confirm, you can notify the police to issue an arrest warrant. Professor Chin's logic is very clear. And you, there is another important thing to do. Ranran's mind lit up. I'm going to the research institute to rescue all the patients, right? Yes, are you afraid? Professor Chin asked. Ranran shook her head firmly. I have never been so fearless in my life. Yes, on the way of running, she is no longer afraid. Lin Jinjin can risk her life alone to protect everyone. She, Ranran, can do it, too. She took a deep breath. I go to the institute right away. No matter what method I use, I will protect those patients. After hanging up the phone, Ranran quickly got out of the car and walked towards the institute. When she was almost at the door, she suddenly remembered something and called Xiaoyu, briefly told her plan, and asked her, if something unexpected happens, please take good care of my parents. And Sha Rulin, she is all alone in this world, please take care of her. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, Ranran had hung up the phone, and quickly turned her phone to silent mode. She was about to swipe her card to enter the institute, when her bracelet suddenly vibrated. It was Qin Yu on call. Ranran stared at the name for several seconds, turned off the video mode and answered the phone. Hello. Ranran? Where are you? Qin Yuan's voice sounded very urgent, and the background seemed to be in the laboratory. Ranran hesitated for a moment. What the matter? Yes, it's great news. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. There has been a major breakthrough in the research. You come quickly. Major breakthrough? Ranran became nervous. Does it have anything to do with the patient? Qin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Of course, I tell you after you come, I guarantee you be surprised. He hung up the phone in a hurry, and Ranran's anxiety became more and more serious. Could it be that Professor Chung couldn't hold back and use stronger drugs on the patient? This thought made her more panicked. She swiped her card and rushed into the institute. Since it was late at night, there was almost no one in the institute. She went straight to the pathology hospital, but to her surprise, there was not even a security guard at the entrance of the pathology hospital. This is simply unscientific. Because the pathology hospital and the core laboratory are important areas of the institute, there should be security guards on duty 24 hours a day. Ranran was sensitive to the fact that there seemed to be something unusual tonight. She walked in carefully, from the first floor to the second floor, as if she was in a deserted place. Especially the nurse station. Even the nurse on duty was gone. The corridor was terribly quiet, as if in just a few hours, everyone in the institute had quickly disappeared. Her heartbeat became faster and faster, and her pace quickened. She was eager to go to the ward to check the situation. Soon, she pushed open the first ward. She thought the patient was still there, but in fact she was stunned. There was really no one in the ward. She wondered if the patient here had been discharged, so they quickly checked the other wards. The results were the same. All the patients in these wards were missing. Ranran couldn't believe it. She checked the second floor as quickly as possible. Sure enough, there was no one. She ran to the third floor to continue checking. The same thing happened, including the patients with the most serious illnesses. They all disappeared. In panic, she had an illusion. Did she enter a parallel time and space through some opportunity? If wormholes really exist, then the parallel universe must also be there. But she quickly denied this possibility, because there were still some previous items on the desk of the nurse station, a few record sheets, and an unfinished lunch box. Ranran's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a terrible thought flashed through her mind. Those patients must have been transferred to the operating room or isolation ward on the fourth floor by Professor Chung. They must have been injected with a large dose of drugs. She rushed upstairs as fast as she could first. I went to Gao Chengkai and Li Zifeng ward to check. But there was still no one there. In addition, the same was true for other wards. Ranran searched one ward after another, and finally found a clue in the isolation ward. The ward where Sha Roland's companion had lived before. There was a woman lying on the isolation bed. She was lying on her back, with her dry hair scattered on the pillow. From a distance, it was impossible to tell who she was. Ranran slowly approached, and gently pushed open the door, but the second door inside was tightly sealed. No matter how hard she pushed or tried with the bracelet, it was useless. But at this time, she saw the woman profile clearly. It was Li Hui, Li Zifeng's mother, and a patient with bone disease who had not been cured for many years. At this time, her hands and feet were fixed on the bed, and the infusion device at the head of the bed was still dripping with liquid. She was motionless, and she didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Chapter 95: The Only Living Person. And she is the only living person in the entire building. The security guards, doctors, nurses, all the patients mysteriously disappeared in a short period of time. Did these people really encounter an accident? Ran knocked on the door hard, trying to open the door and go in to investigate. But no matter how she knocked, the door did not move at all, and Li Hui on the isolation bed did not respond. At the most tense moment, Ran bracelet suddenly vibrated. The sound startled her. Looking down, 2 words suddenly appeared on it: Qin Yuan. Ran quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, where are you?" Qin Yuan's voice was a little weird. "You saw it, they're gone." This made Ran furious instantly. "Speak properly. What do you want? Where did those patients go?" Qin Yuan's expression was very strange. "If you want to know the answer, come to Professor Chung's office. He is waiting for us." Ran hung up the phone. She glanced at Li Hui in the isolation ward, gritted her teeth, and left the pathology hospital, heading straight for Professor Chung's office. On the way, she also informed Professor Qin and Qiuyu of the news. Just in case, she did not intend to pin her hopes on Professor Qin alone. Ran thought there would be danger on the road, but from here to Professor Chung's office, it was a peaceful journey. When she arrived outside the office, Qin Yuan was standing there waiting. Watching her coming from a distance, Qin Yuan stepped forward and said with a gentle smile, "Junior sister, you are here?" Once upon a time, Qin Yuan was like the spring sunshine to Ran, a respectful and warm senior brother. But now his smile makes people feel chilling and creepy. The man in front of him was the one who dealt with those drugs, and as Professor Chung's right-hand man, he was involved in many unjust things. Ran kept her distance vigilantly, standing 2 meters away from him. Didn't get close. Qin Yuan smiled slightly, pushed open the door behind him. "Go in, the professor is inside." He blocked the door, but the light from inside came through. Ran saw Professor Chung at the desk. He was facing away from the door, seemed to be looking out the window. Qin Yuan took a step back. "Junior sister, please go in." Ran glared at him, stepped past him and walked in. She knew there was no point in hesitating any longer. "You can't get a tiger cub without risking it, now that I'm here. Do I still have a choice?" When I walked to the door, Qin Yuan suddenly whispered, "Maybe this is the last time you come here." Ran was speechless. She felt that Qin Yuan was threatening her nakedly, but she couldn't care too much at this time. Even if she was trapped, she would not turn back. She walked into the office and heard the door close behind her. When she looked back, Qin Yuan had already closed the door and was guarding the door. Ran turned to look at Professor Chung, who just walked back from the window. "Xiao Gu, you're here?" Ran was in mixed feelings. "Professor Chung, where did the people from the institute go?" "I sent all the staff back." "As for the patients?" Professor Chung was silent for a while. "They have left." "Left?" Ran felt instantly devastated. Professor Chung and Qin Yuan meaning was already very clear. The patient was probably in danger now, and he himself would not be able to escape. She prayed in her heart, hoping that Qiuyu and Professor Qin could call the police quickly. Professor Chung pointed to the chairs. "Xiao Gu, you sit down." "Qin Yuan, you come and sit too." Ran sat down with the mentality of make the best of it, and wanted to hear what Professor Chung wanted to say. Professor Chung stared at them, his eyes showing the warmth of a kind father. "You are the 2 most special students I have ever taught. Do you know why?" Qin Yuan shook his head. Ran said nothing, thinking what was the point of saying these things at this time. Such sensational words were really ridiculous. Professor Chung smiled and said, "I don't need to mention Xiao Qin. His dedication to scientific research reminds me of myself back then. And Xiao Gu, you are kind and brave, just like an old friend of mine many years ago. Xiao Gu, you should have met her. Right?" Ran understood something in an instant. "You know everything?" "Yes. Granny Zhu told me. A female student went to her to ask for the key." "Don't I understand? Using the old saying of key, I guess I can also understand that this is Lao Qin instruction." Professor Chung's fingers tapped the table lightly. This is his habitual action, similar to his love of smoking. Every time he has a meeting or works, he always does this. Ran closed his eyes weakly. So, you took great pains to create all this, and then called me here? What do you want to express? I just have a lesson to teach you. Professor Chung smiled. Ran felt the need to remind him. What you did will soon be exposed. I advise you to stop, otherwise the consequences will be extremely serious. As a former student, I hope you can maintain your dignity to the end. Professor Chung stood up, with a gentle and slightly pleading look in his eyes. Can you patiently listen to me finish this class? Qin Yuan stepped forward. Professor, you. Professor Chung stretched out his hand to stop him. Xiao Qin, this is also the last class. He took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and said slowly in the smoke, do you know the original intention of my research on biomedicine? I was born in a remote and poor rural family. My parents are farmers who work hard in the fields. In order to support my schooling, my family paid all the expenses. My father got hepatitis when I was a teenager, but in order to save money on medicine, he never went for treatment, and finally developed liver cancer, and my mother, due to long-term labor. His joints were severely deformed. He contracted bone disease, and eventually became paralyzed in bed. Professor Chung recalled that he left home to go to the city to study in high school and university. In order to let him concentrate on his studies, his family hid many real situations, and only said that everything was fine. When he learned about his father's death, he realized how much they had paid for him over the years. At the same time, he also learned how bad his mother's health was. He borrowed money from everywhere, and sent his mother to the best hospital for treatment. But the doctor just shook his head, saying it was too late. The condition was already serious, and no medicine would work. Sure enough, she didn't last more than half a year, and followed her father, Professor Chung, who had just graduated from college. Lost both parents in a short period of time. And he then switched from specializing in genetics to medicine, and began to study microorganisms, viruses, bacteria, etc. When Professor Chung said this, his eyes gradually turned red, compared to poverty. I can feel the horror of disease more. How many people in the country are suffering from incurable diseases? And how many families are heavily in debt? The final result is often the destruction of the family. The root cause lies in the lack of effective and economical special medicines. Many patients are even forced to buy expensive imported drugs to maintain their lives. There are also countless patients who have gone astray, believing in those rubbish private hospitals or strange folk remedies, and have exhausted their savings, but still got nothing. Chapter 96, The Last Lesson. Ran stared at him quietly, and suddenly fell into deep thought. This was one of the reasons why she chose medicine. Although the medical insurance policy has covered all classes since she was young, those terminal illnesses are still an insurmountable obstacle. Although there are some special medicines imported from abroad, they are mediocre and expensive, and cannot be included in the medical insurance coverage at all. Therefore, when she heard what Professor Chung said, she couldn't help but sigh and agree. Of course, these recognitions are based on literal meanings, temporarily ignoring some of his past disgraceful behavior. Professor Chung continued, later, when I was engaged in this industry, I realized that the actual situation was far more complicated than people imagined. Everyone felt that this type of drug was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it was difficult to produce results. Therefore, they invested funds in projects that would produce faster results. Some talented researchers simply could not obtain research funding and could only endure the difficulties. The predecessor of this institute was just a simple laboratory. How we survived? You probably don't know. Ran wanted to say that she understood, because Professor Qin had told them about their extremely difficult past. But she could only hold back and continue to listen to Professor Chung. Professor Chung took a deep puff of cigarette. Because of this, many people can't stick to it and change careers. You should also know this. Right? Indeed. Qin Yuan continued. Today, the best-selling drugs in our country are not because of excellent research and development, but it is excellent in sales. Among my college classmates, there are several who can be called top talents. But because medical research could not continue, they switched to drug sales. What does this show? Professor Chung was excited. This shows that not many people are willing to do research. If we don't change, we will eventually be eliminated by the survival of the fittest in nature, and we will never have a chance to turn over, and we can only be puppets of others for the rest of our lives. Ran said slowly, what you said, I admit it. This is not only your problem, but also my problem. It is not that researchers do not want to study, but there are many difficulties in it. Although our country is developing rapidly, the funds for developing special medicines are still insufficient, which is why the younger generation chooses this industry. But don't you think that we should have our own bottom line? Shouldn't the experiment be conducted under the premise of safety? Bottom line. Professor Chung sneered. The so-called bottom line is nothing but an obstacle that restricts human progress. It is also the root of human ignorance. Safety is not absolute. Excessive pursuit of safety will only cause more people to be hurt. Society has prejudices against body donation and special patient experiments, which leads to the inability to effectively utilize special patients in hospitals, and waste them instead. So you just ignore the consequences, first in the name of treating bone diseases and organ failure, forcing them to sign a life and death agreement, and then, without the knowledge of the patients and their families, distribute the Shili Ma Ding pills, whose effects and ingredients are unknown. To the patients? Don't you know that this will cost them their lives? Those patients died because of this. Ran became more and more angry. Patients also have the right to know. They have the right to choose their own destiny. Xiaogu is so right. At this time, the door suddenly opened. Professor Qin slowly walked out of the shadows. Old Chung, everyone understands these great principles. But no matter how great the principles are, they cannot be used as an excuse to violate morality. Shili Ma Ding 1 has great side effects. Overdose can kill people, you know it well. We are doing scientific research. Although we want to make progress, we must not put patients to death. What do you know? Professor Chung stood up suddenly and looked at Professor Qin angrily. If it weren't for you, how could Jinjin die? What qualifications do you have to attack me here? Professor Qin smiled bitterly. Do you think I am the only one who killed her? If you hadn't used too much medicine, she could have recovered. Professor Chung's face was gloomy, and the atmosphere on the coffee table suddenly became tense. He glared at Professor Qin. You are talking nonsense. You killed her. Why are you pretending to be a good person? Since you have withdrawn from the institute, why do you interfere in my affairs? Go back to your northwest. Why should I care? Professor Qin laughed instead of getting angry. Guess why I would care. A month ago, I was giving an academic speech in Country L, and I met a drug dealer named Wells. After talking with him, I learned some things from him. It turns out, you started cooperating a year ago. Professor Chung was stunned after hearing this, with a look of shock on his face, staring blankly at Professor Qin, completely speechless. Professor Qin took 2 steps closer to him. You know in your heart that, in addition to repairing damaged cells in the human body, Shili Ma Ding 1 has another most special effect, which is that, under a certain dose, it can change the human brain nerves, break and reorganize, making it a mutant with no perception, who only knows how to execute orders. So, when Wells extended an olive branch to you, you immediately accepted the temptation of economic benefits and conducted large-scale experiments. Professor Chung angrily hit back. You are talking nonsense. I am talking nonsense? Professor Qin took out a few lists and shook them in front of him. I have all the documents you have hidden, and the records of your many exchanges with Wells, plus the number 12 drug I got when I was hiding, and I have completed the component analysis. Do you want to check them one by one? And these, I have reported all to the Ministry of Health. You will receive an arrest warrant from the police soon. Professor Chung suddenly collapsed on the chair, knowing clearly that there was no room for maneuver, and quibbling became meaningless. He supported himself on the table, and raised his head after a long time. His forehead was full of sweat, and his face was full of disbelief. You vicious old thing. You actually did this. How did you do it? Just for lying on Xiaogu? Professor Qin shook his head. Xiaogu did help me a lot. But there is also someone you would not expect. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the door, and everyone followed his gaze. A tall and handsome man in a black suit walked out slowly. Qin Shan? Professor Chung was shocked. Why is it you? Didn't you say that you would fully support my scientific research project and remove all obstacles for new drugs? Mu Qinshan frowned. Yes. I thought we had the same goal, and we were all contributing to the country's scientific research projects. But you betrayed your original promise. Mu Qinshan took 2 steps forward, looking down at him. Do you really think that no one knows what you have done? If it weren't for Fang Qi death, I wouldn't have doubted you. After that, I gradually investigated the hospital and contacted Professor Qin. And then I learned everything you did. Professor Chung, your mistake is irreversible. Chapter 97, Mistakes Again and Again. Mu Qinshan continued. At first, He used bone patients for research, but the efficacy was mixed, so you suspected that these patients had developed drug resistance after long-term medication. So, you turned your attention to healthy people. You secretly put the virus suspected of clot virus into the municipal people hospital. This virus can be used to screen for adaptogens, and then select potential experimental subjects, using the subsequent side effects of this virus to attract them to the Institute of Pathology, conduct a bold experiment. Professor Chung was pale, standing there blankly. The cigarette in his hand had long been burned out. The dark red flames burned his fingers, but he had no reaction. You caused the death of 2 patients while using the medicine. Fong Chi noticed something was wrong, because she found some special actions when you were dispensing the medicine. Out of vigilance, she replaced those drugs with vitamins. Later, by chance, she was discovered by Ran Ran and Qin Yuan. She broke her leg in a panic. She could have survived. But you chased her to the hospital and injected a large amount of sleeping pills into her body to create the illusion of suicide out of fear of crime. Mu Qingshan's eyes swept over him like ice. When you did these things, did you ever think that she had a young daughter? Can you live with your conscience? Professor Chung shook his head. Fong Chi is a kind person. But she seems kind. But in fact, she is stupid. Just like the farmer and the snake, it seems that he is saving people. But in the end, he becomes an accomplice of all kinds of existence. If I could do it again, I would also hope that she could live well. You don't even realize where you are wrong. Mu Qingshan looked at him directly. You insist on doing it your own way, and you have reached a dead end. Ran Ran looked at Mu Qingshan from the side, and suddenly realized her previous misunderstanding of him. During those days of doubt, this man actually did so many things in secret, and his strong action shocked her. Mu Qingshan took 2 more steps forward. Approaching the panicked Professor Chung, everyone knows what happened later. You saw that the situation was getting more and more complicated, and the institute began to investigate the stolen anesthetics. So you were desperate and increased the dosage crazily. Until today, you even captured the patient and forcibly injected a high dose of Shili Ma Ding pills into her body. If it weren't for your neighbor call that alerted you, you would probably do something even more terrible. Shut up, shut up. Professor Chung shook his head frantically. Qin Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. His voice hoarse. No. Professor, I don't believe this is true. You are not that kind of person. Ran Ran glanced at him and whispered, Big brother, I have always respected you, and I hope you can have the ability to think independently, and don't follow the crowd. Professor Chung is indeed a strong man in his profession, but he was wrong morally. If you make a mistake, you can correct it. Professor Qin said loudly, How to change it? What do you want us to do? Do we have to destroy all the data together and erase Professor Chung's guilt? If so, who will clear the grievances of those who died? Qin Yuan lowered his head and said nothing. He was still immersed in Mu Qingshan's words at this time. He couldn't believe that these things were true. How could it be possible? How could Professor Chung do such a thing? All this was far beyond his cognition. Since he was a student, Professor Chung is his idol. In order to be admitted as his graduate student, he worked very hard. Later, when he was interning at the institute, he tried his best and finally won the favor of Professor Chung. When Professor Chung asked him to pay attention to Ran Ran, Qin Yuan defended her many times, but in the end, he believed what Professor Chung said, thinking that Ran Ran had other intentions. Until today, he realized that he was the one who was hit, and he was also the most stupid one. He actually became Professor Chung's accomplice inadvertently. He did something that was against the will of heaven and earth. After a while, Qin Yuan raised his head and begged. The professor may have been confused for a moment. Director Mu, can you be flexible about this matter? If you want to punish me, punish me. He is too old to stand the toss. Sorry, this matter is not for you and me to decide. Mu Qingshan glanced at him. In addition, Qin Yuan, there is no point in being a good person. Everyone must be responsible for his own actions. Professor Chung is like this. And so are you. His meaning was very clear. And Qin Yuan was powerless to do anything about it, and was still seeking some favor here. Just then, the sirens of police cars sounded outside the window, gradually approaching the entrance of the institute. Everyone knew that things had developed to this point. The police quickly rushed in, handcuffed Professor Chung and Qin Yuan, and the two were dejected, and never said a word. Professor Qin also followed to explain the situation. Ran Ran was behind them. After watching them being escorted into the police car, he anxiously asked Mu Qingshan, "Have the patients in the station been? Before you came, I had contacted the patients' families. except for Li Hui and Li Zifeng. Everyone else was sent home. Mu Qingshan said slowly. Maybe it was too late. Or maybe he had a change of heart. Only the police can reveal this question. Speaking of Li Hui, Ran became nervous. I've seen her. She was locked in the isolation room. What drug should have been injected? The door is locked. I can't get in. But I don't know about Li Zifeng. Not good, let go. After hearing this, Mu Qingshan immediately walked out. Ran followed closely behind. The two hurried to the isolation room, but they were still a step late. After examination, Li Hui was injected with a high dose of drug number 12, and was in a deep coma at this time, and could not know the situation. Mu Qingshan immediately called, and asked the Research Institute staff to come. The situation is urgent, and must be closely observed. At this time, Ran arranged to contact other patients, and asked them if they were willing to return to the institute for treatment. In the midst of the busy situation, after Professor Qin finished taking notes at the Public Security Bureau, he asked, "Can I see Lao Cheng again? There are a few things I hope to ask him in person." The police replied, "No. They are still interrogating at present. If we can meet later, we will notify you." Professor Qin nodded, and after walking out of the Public Security Bureau, he dialed a number through the bracelet. "Things here will be dealt with soon. Is she okay?" After receiving the answer, Professor Qin sighed, continued to follow the original procedure and maintain the status quo. Chapter 98 Lin Jinjin's Secret. In the next few days, the institute fell into unprecedented panic and turmoil. No one could have imagined that Professor Cheng, the core of the technology, would be arrested. The crime committed by Professor Cheng was shocking, and rumors continued. It was rumored that although Professor Cheng appeared to have no wife or children, he had actually purchased several luxury houses and lovers abroad, preparing to make a fortune and enjoy himself. Some people also speculated that, in addition to Professor Cheng and Qin Yuan, other associate professors in the institute could not escape the relationship. "I'm afraid a bigger storm is coming." Although these rumors reached Mu Qingshan's ears, he sneered at them, but he knew in his heart that even if Professor Cheng made a mistake, he would not be condemned by everyone. The decision-making power is still in the hands of the police. And now what he needs to do is to clean up the bad comments and people with ulterior motives in the institute. At the same time, ensure that the institute gets back on track as soon as possible. After all, he had promised the leadership that he would strengthen the institute and escort the medical industry. The former needs to wait for the interrogation results of the Public Security Bureau. And the latter, the current scientific research strength of the institute is weak. Although the other associate professors are talented, they are busy with their own projects. They urgently need a powerful professor to join. Mu Qingshan thought of Professor Qin at the first time. Professor Qin, and he met at an academic exchange meeting a few months ago. The two hit it off and kept in touch. After the Professor Cheng incident, they established a successful cooperation. There is no one more suitable than him at present. But when Mu Qingshan made the invitation, Professor Qin hesitated. "I have a project in the Northwest, and I am idle by nature, and I don't want to be restricted. In addition, this matter has been a hot topic, and it is extremely difficult to study it again." Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment. Professor Cheng's method is wrong, but the fundamental problem lies in people. Shili Ma Dingwan itself is very excellent. Can you really bear to give up? Professor Qin sighed. He confessed, "Shili Ma Dingwan has always been a shadow in my heart, and I don't want to touch it again." "Don't you want to save Ms. Lin Jinjin?" Mu Qingshan said slowly. "There must be a way to solve its side effects." "Right?" Professor Qin was shocked. "How did you know?" Mu Qingshan smiled slightly. "It may be difficult for others, but for me, it is not difficult to find out the truth." Professor Qin stared at him for a long time. "I think about it again. Now I still have a wish, and I still want to see old Cheng again. I arranged this matter." Mu Qingshan promised. "I'd let him meet you before the trial." Mu Qingshan has always been consistent in his words and deeds, and his action is amazing. 2 days later, he coordinated all parties, and won the opportunity for Professor Qin to meet with Professor Cheng. Before leaving, Professor Qin was in a complicated mood. He stayed in the office for a long time to think, and finally, as if he had made a major decision, he said to Ran, "I thought about it for a long time, although he made many mistakes. I have nothing to say." "Are you referring to Lin Jinjin matter?" Ran asked in a low voice. Professor Qin nodded. "This trip is also an explanation for the past. Xiao Ge, are you willing to go with me?" Ran thought about it, and agreed. "Okay. Since you told me about that past, I am also half a witness. So, Ran accompanied him in the car. Along the way, Professor Chin was silent. Ran was silent, too. Occasionally, he turned his head to look at the elegant Professor Chin, and felt that he was just like the old man in the portrait. Ran sighed. If Professor Chung had not taken the wrong path, and Lin Jinjin was still alive, the three of them would have achieved greater success now. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the number 1 detention center of the city. Professor Chung was here, being detained and awaiting the results of the interrogation. He would be transferred only after the charges were confirmed. There was already someone waiting at the gate, and that person led them in, and told Professor Chung that he was waiting in the 4th reception room. Ran was in mixed feelings, and followed Professor Chin to that place. Half a minute later, she saw Professor Chung, who was dressed in gray-blue clothes, with messy hair and a haggard face. Professor Chung has always been casual, but although he is usually simple, there is light in his eyes. Now he looks dim, as if he has aged 10 years overnight. Seeing them, he was not surprised. Since you are here, please sit down. His tone was the same as the scene in the evening, but the background has changed to the detention center. Ran sat down quietly on the chair opposite. Professor Chin whispered a few words to the prison guard. The prison guard nodded and left, closing the door. Professor Chin sat down, slowly said, I have a few words to say to you. Professor Chung sneered twice. Just right. I also have a few words to say to you. Then you go first, Professor Chin said. Ran hesitated. Should I avoid it? Professor Chung shook his head. Things have come to this point. There is nothing to hide. As my former student, you could be our witness. Let me first say that the reason why I am so crazy about studying Shili Modding 1 is because of you. Lao Chin. Professor Chin was shocked. What does this have to do with me? I gave up this research many years ago. In these years, we have not even had any contact. Professor Chung shook his head angrily. But you took Jinjin away. This? Professor Chung lowered his head, and was silent for a long time. In a low voice, you told me that you would bring Jinjin ashes back to her hometown and bury them with her deceased parents. But 5 years later, when I went to her hometown to pay my respects, I learned from the villagers that this was completely false. You didn't bring the ashes back at all. And you didn't even go back. Professor Chin sighed. I'm sorry. I had my reasons at that time. What reason? It was nothing more than wanting to use her. No matter how much you acted like her. It was actually all empty talk. Professor Chung was furious. Later, I started an investigation, and found that you secretly transported her body abroad shortly after her death. You disappeared afterwards. You just wanted to use her body for research. Professor Chin had a complex expression, with shock and helplessness. In the end, he could only explain, you misunderstood? How could I do such a thing? Professor Chung was unwilling to listen to his explanation. Don't quibble. I found the invoice for your airlift of the body at the airline company, and even heard them personally confirm the identity of the body in the coffin. How can this be faked? Chapter 99 The Final Test. Ran was shocked by these conversations. She cast an incredulous look at Professor Chin. Are these things really true? Professor Chin shook his head and said, Old Chung, this is really just a misunderstanding. I admit that. I did send Jinjin body abroad, but I... Professor Chung slammed the table angrily, his face flushed, and said excitedly, It's too late for you to say anything. I have never regretted this matter. You used Jinjin. I won't let you have an easy life either. It doesn't matter. We will die together. Although I failed this time, your end may not be good either. Professor Chin sighed. Old Chung, I thought you were doing it for money. I didn't expect you to do such a thing for something unreal. You are so stupid. You are not qualified to talk to me about this. I came here today. I also want to tell you all the truth. Professor Chin took a few steps closer to him. Do you remember when we were studying abroad? Do you know a German named John? Professor Chung frowned, as if he could not remember this person named John at all. Professor Chin looked at him and continued, I did send Jinjin abroad, but I did not use her body for research. John is a businessman engaged in body freezing. He has a private factory in Germany. So I sent Jinjin there. Body freezing? Professor Chung and Ran said in unison. Professor Chin nodded. Yes, although Jinjin's brain and heart had stopped functioning at that time. We kept them running with instruments. Later, I found John and transported her body to a freezing factory. I thought, maybe in the future our medicine will develop to a certain extent, and we will be able to wake her up and cure her. No. It's impossible. You must be lying to me. Professor Chung shook his head frantically. Professor Chin frowned, pressed a button on the bracelet, and a photo appeared in front of him. The photo shows a transparent square container, with a lot of mist floating inside. In the mist, a young woman lies quietly inside, with her eyes closed, without any movement. Ran recognized that this was the woman in the portrait, Lin Jinjin. Professor Chung was so excited at this time that he kept reaching out his hand, wanting to touch the photo, but his hand quickly passed through the void. This scene looked extremely strange. Professor Chung and Professor Chin were both over 50 years old. Lin Jinjin, who was frozen, was still as young as ever. In comparison, it seemed like 2 generations. Professor Chin sighed. Can you feel at ease now? The reason why I didn't tell you was, first of all, I was full of resentment at that time. I hated you. And I hated myself. Later, out of practical considerations, I was afraid that you would be too impulsive and do something after knowing it. Now in this situation, I have to tell you. Professor Chung's expression was complicated. It was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. He curled up there, looking particularly vicissitudes of life. Professor Chin approached him and asked, Don't you have something else to tell me? Professor Chung reacted, stood up straight, and said tremblingly, I'm sorry, Jinjin. I'm sorry. In addition to Jinjin, there are more. He fumbled around for a long time, and finally took out a small transparent pill from a pocket and held it tightly in his hand. Before Ran could see what it was, Professor Chin rushed forward quickly. What do you want to do? Professor Chung smiled bitterly, quickly stuffed the thing into his mouth. This thing was originally intended to be used to take revenge on you. But now it seems, you should accompany me to do the last experiment. Ran explained. Professor Chung, is that the Shili Ma Ding pill? Professor Chin rushed forward, grabbed his shoulders. Quick, spit it out quickly. Professor Chung shook his head to break free, staggered back a few steps. That right, I had hidden this thing to deal with Lao Qin. Since I was leaving, we should all die together. But there is no need for that now. Xiao Ge, come here. I have 2 more words to tell you about Li Hui. Ran stood up and walked towards him slowly. Professor Chung, do you know where Li Zifeng is? He ran away. Professor Chung supported himself on the table and said weakly, I let everyone go, except Li Hui. She once said that she was willing to give everything for her son. So he decided to use her for the final experiment. As the situation became increasingly complicated, he was desperate and tried all kinds of treatments. He met Li Hui on the 2nd floor. Li Hui asked about her son's condition again and asked Professor Chung to save him. Therefore, he took her to the isolation room on the 4th floor. She clearly stated that she was willing to give everything. But she was eventually injected with 6 times the amount of drugs. Li Hui fainted immediately. And this scene happened to be seen by Li Zifeng, who came to look for her. He tried to break open the door of the isolation room. But for a weak person, it was impossible to do it. When the doctor came later, he had already left as if he was running for his life. And then lost contact. I don't know where he went. And I don't know how Li Hui is doing. Ran shook his head. The doctor said that Li Hui may not survive for a few days. You still have the nerve to ask these questions now? I will call a doctor to induce vomiting for you immediately. Professor Chin said, and was about to leave. Professor Chung saw this, grab him. Old Chin. Don't go. It's useless. You know this drug? Just like paraquat. Just 1 drop can be fatal. What more? I use the highest purity original drug. Its effect is faster than paraquat. At most half an hour. Professor Chin certainly understands that once the high concentration of Zilima Ding pills is taken, the body will have a huge rejection reaction. In previous animal experiments, almost no case could last more than 10 minutes. Li Hui is the only one left in the institute. And her condition is like this. So now, I am the only one who can participate in the experiment. I am a dead man anyway. Ran felt even more bitter after hearing this. Once upon a time, Professor Chung was like a myth in her heart. But today, he is in such a situation. Professor Chung continued, bone disease can be said to be a civilized disease in today's society. In the medical field today, Shili Ma Ding 1 is the only treatment drug. In the past, we always didn't know where the critical point of this drug was. At what dose the drug would work. Or even how much the human body could withstand. The normal dose of drug number 12 is effective for certain diseases and harmless. So you can use it with confidence. Today, I took a dose that no one has ever tried. It is 10 times the original dose. Please record the relevant data after I take it. Chapter 100. The laboratory is the battlefield. Ran tears could not stop flowing down. The previous resentment towards Professor Chung has now turned into deep regret. She bit her lower lip, speechless. Professor Chin sighed deeply. Old Chung, have you really thought it through? Yes, this is my battlefield. If I can die in the research and development of drugs, it would be a worthy death. Professor Chung breathing became more and more rapid. I don't feel good now. You guys start quickly. Professor Chin's eyes were red. And he silently handed the notebook to Ran. Whatever he wants. Let's start. You go measure the body temperature and blood pressure. Ran, with tears in her eyes, silently took the notebook and quickly borrowed the instrument. At this time, Professor Chung's blood pressure and body temperature had risen significantly. His heartbeat was faster than usual, and his body twitched from time to time. But he couldn't feel it. He just said it was very cold and panicked. After a while, his eyes were full of red bloodshot. He was panting, his words became a little unsound. Quickly take the rope. Tie me up. Quick. Ran burst into tears, trying to do as he was told, but his hands were completely exhausted after tying them. Professor Chin stepped forward to help. His eyes were also red and swollen, and his hands were shaking constantly. 5 minutes later, the veins on Professor Chung's forehead bulged, like earthworms, and beads of sweat rolled down like soybeans, and his hair stuck to his scalp wetly with sweat. Ran quickly handed him a glass of water, but he couldn't touch the wall of the cup because of trembling. And all the water flowed down his mouth. Professor, how do you feel? Ran asked. Tears blurred her eyes. She couldn't see Professor Chung's face, and couldn't see the data on the instrument. Professor Chung's voice trembled faintly. Xiao Gu, you and Qin Yuan are fine. Don't be like me. Help him. Lao Qin. Save him. He doesn't know anything. Professor Qin squatted down, stroking Professor Chung's shoulder. Don't worry, Qin Shan has already taken care of Qin Yuan matter. He himself did not do anything wrong, and will be released soon. Professor Chung's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say thank you, but he could no longer say it. Professor Qin stared at the instrument, and said in a heavy tone, the blood pressure has risen to 160. 100. Heart rate is 109 per minute. The nerve cells in the body reacted extremely violently. Ran wiped away her tears, lowered her head to record, and her hands could not help shaking. She had never experienced such a painful scene in her life. There is no clear boundary between good and evil. Professor Chung, who made a mistake, eventually sacrificed his life for science. Blood pressure continued to rise. Heartbeat slowed down slightly, and pupils dilated. At this time, Professor Chung's consciousness gradually blurred. His mouth moved, but he could not make any sound. He stretched out his hand to grab something, but his hand was weak. Professor Qin walked over and held his hand tightly. Do you have anything else to say? Li Hui. In future research, can you break through the bottleneck? He spoke a few words intermittently, pointing at himself. Donate the body. For research. Professor Qin and Ran looked at him sadly. Professor Chung's eyes showed desire, as if waiting for a response. Finally, Professor Qin nodded with tears in his eyes. I promise you, I will definitely take good care of Jinjin. Make sure you die decently, and everything will pass. After hearing this, Professor Chung, he tried to force out a smile, but after a long spasm, he still failed. His hands gradually relaxed. A minute later, blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His eyes stared blankly at the door. Go back, home. Before he finished speaking, his head tilted and fell down. His arm shook heavily, hitting the kitchen, and he stopped breathing. Ran knelt on the ground, tears all over her face. In his blurred face, she could feel endless pain. He died in such pain, however. There was a trace of relief on his lips. Ran cried bitterly. Professor Qin walked forward, and gently closed his eyes for him. Old Chung, may you rest in peace. Everything in the past is in the past. The two of them silently guarded in front of the body for a long time. The door opened, and the people from the detention center walked in, and were quite shocked to see the scene. Professor Qin stood up. Professor Chung has sacrificed his life for medical research. I recorded the whole process, and now I will go to see your director. Detailed description of the incident. Soon, doctors in white coats came in, put Professor Chung's body into a body bag, and loaded it onto a car. It was said that it would be sent to the institute for autopsy immediately. Before leaving, everyone bowed 3 times to the body, as a farewell. 2 days later, the autopsy results came out. Although the tenfold dose of Zilamidine pills caused Professor Chung to experience extreme pain, the drug caused significant changes in his body. The tumor in his body miraculously disappeared. Some diseases in the intestines were also repaired. The neural structure diagram in the body showed positive changes. The physical state at this time seemed to have returned to 20 years ago, but the drug was too strong, and the body could not bear it. After this result, Professor Chin was happy with tears in his eyes, saying that if the dosage could be accurately controlled and the side effects could be reduced, then would this drug be successful? What happened afterwards? It was said that Mu Qishan and Professor Chin solved the matter of Qin Yuan. Because he was an accomplice and was not aware of the matter, the police only criticized and educated him, and will follow up for 1 year afterwards. And he does not need to bear legal responsibility. As for Professor Chung matter, they also negotiated with multiple departments to resolve it. Although he made a big mistake, he dedicated many years to scientific research, made many contributions, and finally sacrificed his life. Therefore, the superiors did not expand the matter, but only conducted deep reflection internally, and strictly regulated the experimental procedures and restrictions. This was the last dignity given to Professor Chung, at least for those innocent patients. The unit also gave a certain amount of compensation. At this point, although it is better than nothing, Shili Ma Dingwan, the organization has issued an order, and the institute is no longer allowed to conduct in-depth research on the drug before there is a better way. As for several drugs containing its ingredients, such as the normal version of number 12 drug, it is usually used to treat certain diseases. As for the patients in the pathology hospital earlier, their health has also improved slightly due to the infusion of number 12 drug. Xiaoyu uncle has recovered to his previous physical condition, and his failed organs have also improved. Those serious bone patients, if they are willing, will continue to use the normal number 12 drug for treatment.